Opening through the battlefield, a halberd kills through the world. Introduction. This is a different era of the three kingdoms. Literati cultivate literary chi. The pen falls to shock the wind and rain. The poem becomes weeping ghosts and gods. Martial arts generals cultivate chi and blood. The sword out of the mountains and rivers to break. The sword out of the heaven and earth to be shocked. There are even Taoist and Buddhist sects entering the world to fight and try to compete for the dynasty's fortune. As soon as Liu Ye opened his eyes, he realized that he was standing on a city wall, while underneath the wall were densely packed with Serbian barbarians, surrounding the city. Apparently, he traveled through and right into the battlefield. Chapter 1, First Kill Achievement. Reverse Marrow Cleansing Pill. Release the arrows. Hold on. Never let these damned barbarians attack the city walls. The shouts of murder in his ears caused Liu Ye to wake up with a jolt. Only just opening his eyes, he was dumbfounded by the whole scene in front of him. Subconsciously rubbing his eyes, he wondered if he had opened them the wrong way. The endless wilderness, the mottled and ancient city walls, and those densely packed figures charging towards the city below. At this moment, Liu Ye thought he had mistakenly entered the set of some large-scale war movie. Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow came from underneath the city, almost grazing Liu Ye's ear and nailing him hard on the city wall at the back, the arrow's tail constantly quivering. The tingling sensation that came from his skin in that instant caused Liu Ye to stifle a jolt. This arrow is the real thing. It's definitely not a prop for a movie. So, he's crossing over and traveled directly to the battlefield? Nima. This is the rhythm of reopening just after crossing over. As a new age social animal, Liu Ye, which has seen this kind of scene, was not scared by that arrow, just now fainted on the spot. Are counted as his mental quality is too hard. After realizing this, Liu immediately crouched down and hid behind the female wall. That arrow just now was his luck, but he couldn't guarantee that he would be that lucky every time. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Although his current identity seems to be only a city watchman, but it does not affect him in the slightest to choose to protect himself. System, hurry up and come out to save the day. Liu Ye, who was hiding under the female wall, shouted frantically in his mind. After all, at this time there was no other way but to call for an outlier. Thinking that he's a traveling man, he shouldn't be able to start the game naked, so he has to give something, right? Thinking so in his heart, the next second, a mechanical sound really sounded in his ears, which made Liu Ye's originally apprehensive heart instantly relax. Sure enough, Goldfinger may be late, but never absent. Ding! The strongest achievement system has been activated. Please pay attention to the host. The strongest achievement system? With curiosity, Liu Ye checked the information floating in his mind. After a few moments, he probably understood the function of the thing. The so-called strongest achievement system, as the name suggests, is about earning rewards by achieving various achievements. The higher the achievement, the greater the reward. Let me see what quests have been refreshed today. Liu Ye rubbed his hands together and opened the quest interface as if he was opening a blind box, followed by 2 white and 1 green 3 achievement titles that came into view. First kill, white, normal achievement, achieved by killing 1 enemy. Achievement reward, Marrow Cleansing Elixir *1, 100 kills, green, an elite achievement that can be reached by killing 100 enemies. Achievement reward, Hardening Elixir *10, Technique Munchkin, white, a common achievement that can be reached by practicing any of the techniques to the introductory realm. Achievement reward, Enlightenment Stone *1. Note, the system randomly refreshes 3 achievement tasks every day, and the unfinished tasks will occupy the refreshed amount of the next day, so please be careful to take them. Hiss, is the opening so stiff? 3 missions, 2 of them related to killing the enemy. I'm afraid the only achievement quest that seems safe is the third one, Technique Munchkin. In the end, Liu chose to take them all, propping up the bold and starving the timid. The 100 decapitations achievement might be difficult enough to accomplish in a short period of time, but this was after all an elite achievement, and he was not willing to give up just like that. And this was a battlefield, so as long as you were a bit more careful, it was possible to kill 100 enemies, not to mention being on the defending side. The advantage of this hand is mine. Perhaps the emergence of the system to Liu Ye brought great confidence. The original fear brought about by the war actually dissipated without realizing it, and even a little eager to try. Liu Ye cautiously peeked his head out and saw that the enemy, who was still located 100 meters away, had already rushed to the bottom of the city and was currently setting up ladders in preparation for the attack. Hey, how come I'm not an archer? Looking at those archers who were frantically outputting towards the bottom, Liu Ye's eyes turned red with envy. If he let him shoot a wave of this, not to say 100 kills, at least a first kill will certainly not be a problem. Unfortunately, he was just a common sword and shield soldier now. 10 minutes later, By the time the first round of arrows had finished, almost half of the enemies who had rushed to the front were dead, but half of the rest were already about to climb up the city, like the guy with half his head exposed right in front of Liu Ye. Up close, Liu Ye realized that the enemies in front of him did not seem to be of the same ethnic group as them. The face was rugged and hairy, as if it were a wild beast in the mountains, with a wild aura. Barbarians? With the help of the fragments of memory remaining in his mind, Liu Ye figured out the identity of the enemy and also the name of the power he was in, Han. And I wonder if it's the same big man from history. However, now was not the time to think about this, seeing that the other party's entire head was poking up. Liu Ye raised his sword and slashed it fiercely. If he didn't take advantage of the situation to knock the other party off the ladder now, when the other party completely rushed up the city wall, he would definitely be the one to die. This self-knowledge Liu Ye still has. Pust! The barbarian soldier's head tilted, causing the blade to avoid the top of his head and slash at his left shoulder, and immediately blood splattered everywhere, spraying Liu Ye's face as a heavy bloody odor rushed straight to his nostrils. Roar! A beastly roar came, only to see that the barbarian soldier was not only not knocked off the ladder, but instead hardened himself against the long sword and climbed a few more steps up, almost half of his body lying on the city wall. That fierce and vicious appearance, coupled with a face full of blood, really looked like an evil spirit crawling out of hell. Die for me! Liu Ye deep inside for no reason welled up a ferocious gas. Not only did not retreat, but a knife and then a knife toward the other side of the past, completely give up the defense, as if it is a set of enemies to die with the enemy's stance. Dang! Under Liu Ye's brazen attack, that barbarian soldier could only raise his sword to block while trying to ascend the city wall, but as the saying goes, if you defend for a long time, you will lose. One careless move. The opponent failed to block Liu Ye's knife, and the blade cut directly into the neck. Blood suddenly sprayed out like a waterfall, and in the end, he could only fall off the wall with indignation and unwillingness. Phew! After an outburst, Liu was also exhausted. At this moment, he only felt that his arms were incredibly sore, and he couldn't lift a single bit of strength. Sitting down slowly against the wall, Liu Ye couldn't help but feel a pang of fear in his heart. He didn't think he'd be that crazy, either, as if he'd triggered some switch in his heart. The good thing is that he had the last laugh and completed the first achievement quest along the way. Ding! You have killed an enemy and reached the normal achievement. First kill, receive a reward, Marrow Cleansing Elixir *1 inch. A system prompt rang out in his mind, and Liu Ye immediately checked the efficacy of the Marrow Cleansing Pill. Marrow Cleansing Elixir, cleanses the meridians and cuts down the marrow, removes the impurities accumulated in the body, dramatically increases the potential of the physical body, and slightly improves the strength of the physical body. With a flip of his palm, a brownish-black colored pill appeared in his palm, emitting a burst of fragrant air. At the moment the body instinctively conveyed a desire to swallow it immediately. However, Liu Ye did not rush. This is the front line of the war. Here to kowtow. That is undoubtedly a death wish. First hurry to find an excuse to leave the front line. Hell knows if you'll lose consciousness during the cleansing process. Everything is better to be careful. Lord Supervisor, I've been badly wounded and have applied to return to the rear to be bandaged. Liu Ye came to the supervisor covered in blood, his voice incomparably weak, as if he would have to break in the next second. It's naturally impossible to run away from the battlefield. It's a capital offense. However, because of the severity of the injuries, applying for a shift change was not a big problem. The supervisor looked Liu Ye up and down for a few moments, and seeing that Liu Ye's appearance did not appear to be fake, he waved his hand to signal Liu Ye to stand down. The border is not like the Central Plains, where the lives of ordinary soldiers are valued and are not treated as cannon fodder on the battlefield. After all, it's not easy to recruit in such a bitterly cold place. Returning to the tent, Liu Ye couldn't wait to take out that marrow cleansing elixir and without hesitation, he directly threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. In the next second, Liu Ye's eyes instantly widened. Chapter 2 Sword Technique, killing the enemy is like cutting vegetables. At this moment, it was as if a nameless fire was ignited from within the body, which in turn flowed down the meridians into the limbs and bones. Wherever the heat flowed, the blood boiled and the muscles and bones roared. Ah! Liu Ye couldn't help but moan out, as if there were countless ants crawling inside his body, itching unbearably. However, during this process, Liu Ye could feel that something was being expelled from his body little by little, and that should be the impurities accumulated in his body. The whole process lasted for about 10 minutes, and when the medicinal effect ended, Liu Ye only felt as if he had unlocked some kind of shackles, and his entire body became incomparably lighter and faster. Wow! Scooping a large ladle of water and pouring it over his head to wash away all the blood and filth attached to his body surface, Liu Ye began to check his own changes. His skin had lightened slightly, but not too dramatically, except that his earlier complexion had been so dark that it looked a little obvious. Reaching out to make a fist, his knuckles crunched as they were squeezed. His strength more than doubled from earlier. Afterwards, he briefly tested his speed and resistance to blows, and in the end, Liu Ye came to a conclusion that the body's various data had improved by nearly 100%, and it would not be too much to say that he had been transformed into a different person. Awesome! Liu Ye was very satisfied with the effects of the Marrow Cleansing Pill. After all, this thing was still mainly used to enhance the potential of the physical body, and the strengthening of the physical body was merely incidental. And I wonder what level I am at now, among the common soldiers. According to the original body's memories, it seemed that martial arts cultivation methods existed in this world, only that there was no access to specific gonfu secrets. Even after joining the army, he had only learned some basic battlefield killing techniques. As for the Kung Fu god, there wasn't even a shadow to be seen. However, Liu Ye was not the least bit panicked. Now that he had the system in hand, he was still afraid of not having cultivation techniques. Without rushing back to the city walls to join the battle, Liu Ye took the opportunity to study the basic blade techniques. This was the daily training program of their sword and shield soldiers, and he, who had inherited some of his memories, was not unfamiliar with it. To achieve the technique newbie achievement, you must have practiced any of the techniques to the introductory level. The basic blade technique, though unimpressive, can be used to master a technique all the same, and it fully meets the requirements of the mission. This is when the power of the Marrow Cleansing Pill manifested. Liu Ye could feel that both his enlightenment and body coordination had significantly improved, which caused the proficiency of the basic blade technique to simply rub up like a rocket. Just by casually practicing the moves from memory for a while, he had already fought decently. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that the basic blade technique was too simple. In total, there were just 4 moves: horizontal slash, vertical chop, straight stab, and diagonal tease, and there weren't any difficult moves. This is, after all, a technique geared toward the general public of ordinary soldiers, and to make it too complicated is rather to fall short. In an hour's work, Liu Ye had a deep mastery of the basic blade technique. Every time he made a sword strike, it could bring out a gust of sound and whistling, which was a sign of extreme condensation of power, and it also showed that he had already made an introduction to the sword technique. Ding! Detected that one of your techniques has reached the introductory realm, reaching the common achievement, technique emergence. Rewarding Enlightenment Stone *1 inch. Stone of Enlightenment. After using it, you will enter a state of epiphany for 1 minute, which cannot be interrupted in the middle. Surprisingly, it's an epiphany. Liu Ye was surprised by the effect of the Enlightenment Stone. Having never eaten pork, he had seen a pig run. No matter in which literature, an epiphany was a state that could be encountered but not sought, and it was simply too good to be true that he was able to turn on this state at any time. It only lasts for a minute, but it's sick enough. Without hesitation, Liu Ye immediately used up the Enlightenment Stone. Perhaps it would be a waste to use the Enlightenment Stone in the early stages. Saving it for later to break through bottlenecks or to use it when comprehending profound techniques would be the choice to maximize the benefits. But Liu Ye only believed in one thing: treasures are precious, but before they are transformed into one's own strength, they are nothing. Besides, as long as one's strength increased, one wouldn't worry about having no Enlightenment Stones at all. At the same time, as the Enlightenment Stone was activated, a stream of light instantly disappeared into Liu Ye's brow. At this moment, Liu Ye only felt that his entire being had sublimated. The mind becomes incredibly active, with tens of thousands of inspirations bursting into the mind every second. It's just that the lack of a specific object of study makes these thoughts seem so pie in the sky that it's hard to get anything practical out of them. With a thought, Liu Ye immediately rehearsed the basic blade technique. Sure enough, in the next second, the endless inspiration that burst out of his mind was all related to sword techniques. After a minute, the original fist-sized Enlightenment Stone dissipated into thin air, and Liu Ye gradually stopped his hand movements. Swish! A knife slashed out, cutting a 3-foot imprint in the air, which didn't gradually dissipate until 3 breaths later, leaving traces in the void. A small accomplishment of the blade technique. Technique is always easy to learn but hard to master. Don't look at the fact that he only used an hour to get started with the sword before. That's because the original master originally had a foundation in the area of the sword, and Liu Ye is considered to have inherited the legacy of the original master. Otherwise, even with the Marrow Cleansing Pill to improve his qualifications, he would have to put in at least 3 to 5 days of hard work. As for going from introductory to minor accomplishment, even if one was a genius, it was basically impossible to reach it without 3 to 5 months of diligent study and practice. Now a stone of enlightenment will directly save him half a year of hard work. The effect of epiphany can be seen. It's time to return to the battlefield. Liu raised his head, his eyes boiling with wariness. Blade Realm Enhancement not only enhanced the combat power, along with Liu Ye's temperament has also had a huge change. Less a trace of impetuous, more a few points of domineering. Tearing the bloodstained clothes from earlier into strips of cloth and wrapping them around his waist, Liu returned to the city walls. After making a report to the supervisor, Liu Ye was assigned to defend another part of the wall. Compared to the beginning of the crossing, although only a few hours had passed, Liu Ye's battle power had already undergone a sea change. Dealing with those barbarian soldiers again, Liu Ye was almost one slash at a time, easily as if he was chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Often, just after venturing out, the large knife in Liu Ye's hand had already slashed through the other party's neck, and the main thing was to be fast, accurate and ruthless. However, Liu Ye's outstanding performance had also attracted the attention of the barbarian archers below, and for a while there were a whole lot more arrows fired at this location. Earlier it was just an occasional one that floated over, but now it was a focused wave almost every other day, and it was still a dozen or so shooting over at once at the same time. If it were any other soldiers, they would probably only be able to hide under the women's wall at this time and shiver. How would they dare to poke their heads out? However, Liu Ye, with the help of his Shu Chang Realm's blade technique, was able to block all the incoming arrows and did not pose any threat to him. This is the greatness of the small success of the sword. Put into the pre-traveling, Liu Ye high and low can also mix a martial arts master's name. Of course, this was also because the accuracy of those barbarian archers was really not good. Otherwise Liu Ye would have had enough to block it. Once again lording over an enemy, Liu took the time to look at the other areas of the battle. After a few hours of fighting, many places had already had barbarian soldiers attacking the city walls, although they were quickly surrounded and their own side gradually began to suffer casualties. There was nothing Liu could do about it. He was only a junior soldier now. Everything had to follow orders. Leaving the defense area without authorization was looking for death. Military law would not show mercy just because he had saved someone. The battle lasted for nearly 6 hours, and it wasn't until darkness fell that the barbarian side chose to sound the retreat. Looking at the barbarian army that was retreating like a tidal wave, Liu Ye glanced at the quest progress, 93 out of 100 kills. Pity. Liu sighed. Although his battle strength was extraordinary, killing the enemy like cutting vegetables, but his section of the city wall only climbed up so many people in total. It was really a skillful woman who couldn't cook without rice. However, just when Liu Ye thought that he would have to finish this mission tomorrow, an order from above caught his eye. Chapter 3, 100 men's decapitations. Swords and guns. Uncle Li, do you mean to say that the above intends to make a night attack on the enemy camp tonight, and that the men for the night attack are still summoned for the whole army? When Liu Ye heard this news brought by his own Shu, he instantly became interested. However, there was one thing that he found strange. A matter as confidential as a night attack would be recruited with such fanfare. Was he really not afraid of leaking the news? After thinking about it for half a day, Liu Ye could only ultimately attribute it to the fact that the top was not worried about being overheard by the barbarians. After all, they were two different races, so it made sense that they wouldn't speak the same language, right? Yes, those who participate in the night attack will be rewarded with $10,000 and credited with 100 military honors. Why? Do you want to sign up? Uncle Li smiled at Liu Ye, seemingly unsurprised by this. After all, 10,000 coins was not a small amount. An ordinary soldier's salary for a month was only 3,000 coins, not to mention the 100 points of military merit, which was enough to allow a big-headed soldier to be directly promoted to the rank of a captain. Well, it's kind of interesting. Liu nodded. The money and military achievements were secondary. He mainly wanted to follow and mix up some heads so that he could reach the 100 people decimation achievement as soon as possible. Alright, it just so happens that the above requires at least one person to come out of each SH. So you go then, and pay attention to safety. Uncle Li patted Liu Ye's shoulder and did not discourage. As a matter of fact, he was happy to see Liu Ye's initiative. He was worried about how to fulfill the targets from above, but this was a relief. Then thank you Uncle Li. I'll buy you a drink when I come back. Liu Ye flagged himself down in passing. Subsequently, under Uncle Li's recommendation, Liu Ye smoothly joins this night raid team and gets specific information about this night raid. The time of the night attack was set at Ohio time. That is, 9 p.m. The number of people in the night attack was 1,000, and the leader of the team was 1,000 husbandmen, an 8th grade blood-changing realm martial artist. During this period of time, Liu Ye had also gained a basic understanding of this side of the world through combing through the remaining memories in his mind. First of all, Martial arts do exist in this world, starting from the 9th grade body refinement realm, then the 8th grade blood exchange realm, and the 7th grade chi gathering realm. As for what realm was further up, Liu Ye was not quite sure, and he did not know whether it was because of a lack of memory or the original owner herself did not understand. However, this also made Liu Ye a little curious about the identity of the original owner. After all, ordinary people can't have access to this information. For the vast majority of people, martial arts practice is something that they can't even think about. On the one hand, there is a lack of resources for cultivation. If you can't keep up with your nutrition, you'll only die faster if you rush into martial arts training. It's not just taught to be poorly educated and rich. On the other hand, it was because most of those cultivation techniques were controlled by the big families, and ordinary people simply didn't even have the chance to get in touch with them. Enlisting in the army is a way to get in touch with martial arts. As long as you rise to the rank of canton commander, 50 people in a canton, you will have the qualification of exchanging martial arts techniques with the court, only that you need to consume a large amount of military merits. Liu Ye intends to first see if the system has any rewards such as feats. If not, then he can only take the path of exchanging military honors. Soon, the time came to Ohio. The huge city gates were slowly opened, and a group of people came out in a line, taking advantage of the night color to feel their way towards the barbarian camp. Pitiful who night attack with walking, such a big border, not even 1,000 war horses? Liu Ye, who was located at the back of the group, silently spat in his mind. It was true that it was easier to hide your tracks without a horse, but it was equally difficult to get out of the battlefield quickly after a sneak attack. With a group of 1,000 people, once surrounded by an army, those of them were afraid that they would all be wiped out. No wonder the rewards for this night attack were so generous. Dare I say that I had to take a life for it. Had he known that it was so dangerous, he would have preferred to wait until tomorrow to complete the 100 cutting mission. Ugh! Right in the midst of Liu Ye's sighs of relief, the night raid squad, after an hour of hasty traveling, had already approached the destination of this mission, the barbarian main general's central army camp. The camp was located in a closed depression, surrounded by mountains on all sides, with only a 30-meter wide canyon leading to the outside world. This terrain was simply a natural defense fortress, and it was no wonder that the barbarians would set up their camp here. Standing at the front of the canyon, the leader of the thousands raised his hand violently, and the crowd stopped in unison. Listen, later a group of 5 will split up. After going in, just set fire to the camp. When you hear the sound of gongs and drums coming from outside, immediately retreat. Do you understand? Understood. The crowd responded with suppressed voices, but in their hearts, they were secretly grumbling. Why are you shouting so loudly when you're giving orders? If you startle the enemy, who's to blame? Okay, let's get moving. With a wave of his hand, Shifuyu led the crowd into the canyon. Along the way, Liu Ye did not find any patrols, and the only 2 barbarian soldiers standing guard in front of the camp were still in a drowsy state. I don't know whether it was because the barbarians didn't have the habit of keeping watch at night at all, or whether it was because the artist was bold. There's no one else to blame for the laxity of the camp's defenses being this lax. Easily disposing of the 2 guards, the crowd managed to feel their way into the camp, and then spread out in groups of 5 in all directions. Liu approached a tent and set it ablaze with a fire, then immediately fled. However, after ordering several tents in a row, Liu Ye suddenly stopped. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10. Looking around, the entire camp had already had hundreds of tents set ablaze at this point, and the flames that rose up to the sky almost illuminated half of the sky. However, with such a big commotion, no one came out to check the situation. This is obviously prepared for it. Mud fell for the big pussy. Liu Ye secretly screamed that it was not good, and not caring about any retreat signal, he threw the torch in his hand and turned around to run. As expected, it was strange that such a hasty night attack operation would not be discovered, and the person who made the plan definitely had a bubble in his head. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang came from outside the camp, and the sound of gold and iron clashing spread in all directions, appearing extremely piercing in the dark night. Liu Ye could not help but have his footsteps lurch. In the next second, shouts of killing came, only to see a large wave of barbarian soldiers rushing out from the surroundings, blocking the camp's gate in the blink of an eye. Dang! Just then, too, the sharp sound of gongs and drums rang out, signaling a retreat. Break out with me. The crowd, led by a Centurion, began to charge towards the camp gates. An arrow broke through the air. Just a photo. There were dozens of people died. The leading Centurion was even hit by dozens of arrows, stuck like a hedgehog. But even so, he didn't fall. With a wipe of his left hand, the arrows fell off, and it looked as if he had only suffered a superficial wound. It's just the 9th grade body refining realm and it's already so terrifying? Liu Ye looked dumbfounded. He originally thought that the so-called body refinement realm was nothing more than having more strength and endurance than a normal person. But what the hell was this direct sword and gun invulnerability? Or maybe this Centurion was hiding something. Not the 9th but the 8th rank? But the 8th rank is enough to be 1,000 captain, but still stay in the position of Centurion to do chicken hair? Shaking his head, Liu Ye didn't think anymore. It was still important to break out at this time. With the help of his sword technique of the Shu Chang realm and his far superior physique, even when he was caught in the middle of an encirclement, Liu Ye still performed with ease. Almost every slash could take away a barbarian soldier. Ding! You've killed 100 enemies, reaching the elite achievement, 100 killing, obtaining the reward, hardened body elixir * 10-inch, body tempering pill, boil the flesh, polish the sinews and bones, can greatly strengthen the physical body. Hearing the prompting sound in his ears, Liu Ye's heart rejoiced. The movements in his hands were unconsciously sped up by a few points, and the approaching barbarians were cut down as many as they could. Perhaps because Liu Ye was acting too eye-catching, an extraordinarily stout barbarian soldier rushed over towards the side. Looking at his costume, he seemed to be a barbarian centurion. Dang! As the two blades clashed, the air let out a popping sound. Liu Ye's face changed slightly and he retreated several steps back in a row. His arms were slightly numb from the shock. What strength! He already possessed twice the strength of a normal person after going through the cleansing of his meridians and marrow. But it was just that he still wasn't quite enough to face an enemy of the 9th grade body refinement realm. Roar! Seeing that one slash didn't kill Liu Ye, that barbarian centurion seemed to be a bit angry and let out a roar, then charged up like a wild beast. Liu sidestepped the attack and raised his hand to slash at his opponent's neck. Feeling the great resistance coming from the blade, Liu Ye decisively drew his knife and retreated. And in the end, he only managed to cut a shallow slit in the other party's neck. This strike did not do much damage but was extremely insulting, and that barbarian centurion frantically waved the large sword in his hand as if he wanted to chop Liu Ye into pieces. In response, Liu just dodged while looking for a moment to strike. If he touched hard, he was indeed not a match for this barbarian centurion. Whether it was strength or defense, it was a big difference. However, if it came to skill, the small success of the sword technique would definitely be able to throw off his opponent by a few blocks. Don't look at this guy's big sword dance. In Liu Ye's eyes, his opponent was broken almost everywhere. If it wasn't for the fact that the long knife in his hand wasn't sharp enough, the neck slash from before would have been enough to end the fight. 10 minutes later, Liu Ye left dozens of slash marks on this barbarian centurion's body, but unfortunately, they were all just superficial wounds. Fucking neat. Seeing that he couldn't kill his opponent in a short period of time, Liu Ye didn't intend to dwell on it any longer. With a fling of his long sword, he directly slammed headlong into the crowd of the melee, and in the blink of an eye, he lost track of the barbarians, infuriating the barbarian centurion to wail. Without pursuing to kill the enemy, Liu Ye's speed of breaking out increased significantly, and between rolling around, he passed through the heavy blockade of the barbarian army. The blade technique of the minor achievement realm could improve not only the handwork, but also involved the body technique as well. That's what they say about a knife going wherever you go. When Liu Ye arrived outside of the camp, he found his own 1,000 husbandmen fighting fiercely with a barbarian general. Every collision between the two could roll up a sky of smoke and dust, but on the whole, it was still his own Shifuyu who had the upper hand, and it was estimated that it wouldn't take long to take down the other side. Rumble! The ground suddenly began to tremble. What's going on? Looking in the direction where the commotion came from, Liu Ye's pupils suddenly shrunk. Chapter 4, A Game Within a Game. The terrifying Zhang Liao, only to see that at the back of the camp, a group of barbarian cavalry suddenly rushed out. Looking at the scale, conservatively estimated to be no less than 1,000 people. This is really finished. Seeing this situation, Liu Ye couldn't help but despair a little. Originally, if it was just infantry, he still had the confidence to kill them, but now even the cavalry has been given the whole thing. So what's the point of playing the hammer? After all, how can two legs outrun four? Everyone, retreat toward the canyon. At that moment, that 1,000 husbandmen also discovered the movement at the back of the camp, and violently forced back his opponent with a slash, and then with a loud shout, he rushed towards the canyon. Mud, that's a pretty fast run. Liu Ye cursed and hurriedly followed, and the others who had already broken out also ran wildly in the direction of the canyon. When the crowd rushed into the canyon, the number of people was nearly half of what it was before. and the remaining people were all injured. How miserable. Even Liu Ye, who had an arrow sticking out of his butt. Originally, with his ability he wouldn't have gotten hit by an arrow, but it was because his back was to the arrow, and even though he tried his best to dodge after hearing the commotion, he still couldn't completely avoid it. It's a good thing it's not rooted deep enough to have much effect on combat effectiveness. Boom boom boom. The running speed of the barbarian cavalry was very fast, and the crowd had just run into the canyon not too far before the distance between the two sides had closed to about 100 meters. That distance is a matter of a charge for a troop of cavalry. Listening to the hypnotic sound of horses' hooves behind them, a wave of despair gradually spread through the crowd. However, just as the group of barbarian cavalry completely stepped into the canyon, an accident happened. Accompanied by a burst of roaring sound came, only to see dozens of boulders half a man high suddenly fall from the cliffs on both sides. Hundreds of barbarian cavalrymen were smashed into mush in a matter of moments, and the boulders piled up on top of each other, blocking the entrance of the canyon tightly, and the barbarian army that rushed behind them could only be forced to stop outside the canyon and stare dryly. Seeing this sudden turn of events, it was as if a lightning bolt crossed Liu Ye's mind, and many things that he did not understand before became clear at this moment. Good man, dare you to use us as bait? At this point, how could Liu still not understand the essence of tonight's night attack? It was ostensibly an attack on the camp, but it was meant to draw the snakes out of their holes. If he wasn't wrong, the real target to deal with from above was this barbarian cavalry. This also explained why the entire army was recruited with such fanfare, which in itself was meant to leak the news out, thus making the barbarian side take it lightly. Let them think they have caught a chance to send their cavalry in pursuit of the night attacking party with confidence and boldness. Little did they know that once they pursued them, they would be completely caught in a situation where they would never be able to recover. It's true that mercy is not in the hands of the enemy. In order to win this war, thousands of lives are given up just by saying so. It's really ruthless. Liu Ye couldn't help but be secretly staggered at the iron fist of that person behind the curtain. The $10,000 was more of a pension than a reward for the mission. I'm afraid that the only person in here who knows the inside story is the 1000th man. No wonder he didn't run earlier or later, and had to wait for the barbarian cavalry to show up. With the strength of the 8th grade blood transformation realm, he didn't need to worry about not being able to run out at all. At the same time, the barbarian cavalry, seeing that their own back road was cut off, could not help but fall into a panic. However, as that barbarian commander bellowed, the group slowly regained order. At the same time, from the other end of the canyon came the sound of rapid hoofbeats, and the ground began to tremble violently. After a few moments of effort, a cavalry unit that had also reached the size of 1,000 appeared in front of the crowd. The only difference was that this time, it was the Great Han Iron Cavalry that had come. It's Lord Commander. Great! Lord Commander is here. We are saved. The crowd that was originally in despair couldn't help but cry with joy at the sight of this, and the atmosphere was instantly warm. Obviously, this Lord Commander had an extremely high prestige in their hearts. Even if nothing was done, just showing up was enough to bring strong confidence to the crowd. Liu Ye was also a bit more curious about this person, but because of the crowd, he couldn't get a good look at the cavalry commander's appearance for the time being. Everyone, get out of the way. Upon hearing the order of the 1,000 husbandmen, the crowd couldn't care less about their excitement and retreated to the sides, leaving a 20-meter wide passageway. In the process, Liu Ye also finally saw the true face of that chancellor. So young? Only to see that the one who rode in the forefront of the procession was clearly a young general holding a long-handled goose-plumed sword and clad in a lock-embedded chain armor, and his age was estimated to be no more than 20 years old at eye level. But although looking young, the momentum is not at all worse than those who have been in the battlefield for a long time of veterans. Calm and through stern, like a sword about to come out of its sheath, ready to show its sharpness. A few moments later, the distance between the two cavalry ranks shortened to 100 meters, and then they faced each other like that, the atmosphere becoming unusually oppressive for a while. Just then, the young commander beat his horse and walked out of the array, his long sword in his hand dragging out a long trail on the ground. Come and fight. The long sword was raised, pointing directly at the opposite barbarian commander. An invisible energy was drummed up around his body, and the whole person was vaguely emitting a light blue light. Boy, is that a fucking special effect? Liu looked dumbfounded. He could still understand the previous fight of that 1,000 husbandmen. It was just more power and speed, but at least it was still in the normal category. But how did this whole body glowing do it? A genetic mutation? Boom! A loud bang interrupted Liu Ye's contemplation, and when he looked up, he saw that two figures, one blue and one red, were madly colliding in the field like running thunder. Because of the battle escaped out of the powerful chi, but also dozens of meters in a radius of the earth to plow off a layer of life. Simply horrifying as such. Liu Ye felt that with this small body of his, he would probably be torn to pieces just as soon as he got close. Commander Zhang is too strong. Yes, just at the age of a weak crown, he has already stepped into the 7th grade Qi gathering realm. This kind of talent is simply appalling. Listening to the comments of the people around him, Liu Ye's heart stirred and he suddenly asked towards a veteran soldier next to him, "Big brother, do you know the name of our commander?" Hearing this, that veteran froze and gave Liu Ye a strange look. "Are you new here? Don't you even know the name of our commander?" "Listen carefully, our commander is the current young master of the Zheng family of the People's Republic of China, Zhang Liao Zhang Wenyuan." "What? Zhang Liao?" Liu Ye's eyes couldn't help but glaze over. Although he had learned from the original owner's memories that the power he was in was Han, he didn't feel that it had anything to do with the great Han dynasty of his previous life. There's no way around it. The two are painted in completely different styles, if not worlds apart. At first glance, when he heard the familiar name Zhang Liao, Liu Ye couldn't help but think of the famous Zhang Liao in history. Could it be that the two were really one and the same person, and that he or she had not traveled to the other world, but to the historical Han dynasty? A name alone wouldn't prove anything though, he'd need more information to back it up. At the same time, the battle in the field had entered a white-hot stage. The violent collision sound was endless, sometimes even connected to a piece. The weapons in the hands of the two people were almost swung out of the residual shadow, completely unable to see the specific movements. Boom! A sword and a stick ruthlessly collided together, and then both fell back several meters in unison before stopping. However, if one looked closely, there was blood vaguely oozing out of that barbarian commander's right hand. To be honest, compared to the two people fighting, Liu Ye admired the warhorse under their crotch more. Even such an intense battle could carry it. It was truly a divine horse. It is true that one side of the water and soil to raise a side of people, horses as this side of the world's main combat mounts, in the face of increasingly perverted human beings, can only be forced to open up the road of evolution. The main fight is a thick skin and thick flesh. Tuoba, I didn't think that after not seeing you for half a year, you still haven't improved at all. If that's all your strength is, then today is the day of your death. The air was cut open with a swing of the long sword in Zhang Liao's hand. That extreme sharpness, Liu Ye could feel it even from dozens of meters away. Obviously, this one's blade realm wasn't low either. At least Liu Ye asked himself that he couldn't do it to this extent. Arrogant. And in the face of Zhang Liao's provocation, Tuoba appeared extremely angry, but more or less impotent rage in it. However, this is also the first time Liu Ye has heard the barbarians speak Chinese. He thought that all barbarians would only yell like wild beasts, but he didn't realize that the barbarians are not all barbarians. Ha! Arrogant! Zhang Liao smiled disdainfully, and in the next second, he actually leapt from his horse, followed by an amazing scene. This blade, decapitate air. Chapter 5, a great win and a new achievement. Light blue streams of light attached to the blade, followed by a 3-meter-long silhouette extending violently at the tip of the blade, transforming Qi in condensing form. You've actually comprehended blade intent? At this moment, Topaz admitted that he was a little flustered. What kind of monster is this? The last time they fought each other, the other party had only barely grasped the perfection realm blade technique, and they couldn't even see the shadow of the blade intent. However, in just half a year's time, the other party's technical realm had directly crossed over from form to meaning, which made him a veteran of the battlefield who had been wasting time in the form realm for nearly 10 years. How could he be embarrassed? Chop! Zhang Lia shouted violently, his arms fiercely pressed down, and the 3-meter-long blade blasted down towards Tuoba below. Block me! In the face of this blade, Tuoba only felt his heart and soul trembling violently, frantically mobilizing his body's qi and blood in an attempt to resist. However, as the endless blade intent approached him, the skin on his face began to crack, followed by the blood and flesh falling off inch by inch, revealing the white bones inside. After a few breaths, Tuoba has only a skeleton left. The whole person seems to have experienced a death by 1,000 cuts. The whole body cannot see a tiny bit of flesh and blood. Hiss! This bizarre scene couldn't help but make the crowd of generals watching the battle from the sidelines suck in a breath of cold air in unison. Liu Ye was also looking at his head. It's too damn scary to chop someone into white bones with one slash. All generals listen to the order. The whole army charges. Zhang Liao had already returned onto his horse by now, and with his legs clamped together, he took the lead in charging towards the barbarian cavalry's home formation. Kill! Kill! Thousands of great Han cavalrymen followed close behind. Shouts of killing and shouting shot up into the sky. The back road was broken plus the commander was killed. This group of barbarians' cavalry had already been in a state of confusion. and could not organize a decent resistance at all. Just a photo was broken up, and then ushered in a crazy massacre. In the middle of the journey, several barbarian centurions tried to organize their men to break out, but were taken away by Zhang Liao with a single slash. Although the previous battle had consumed him quite a bit, a few centurions of the 9th grade realm still couldn't walk more than a single move in his hands. With all of the high-end combatants killed, in just half an hour's work, the barbarian cavalry had been completely wiped out, leaving only a few hundred warhorses uneasily pawing at the ground with their front hooves. Those who are injured bandage themselves and the rest clean up the battlefield. After giving the order, Zhang Liao turned his horse around and came to Liu Ye and the others, then rolled over and dismounted. This time it is this commander who is sorry for all of you. You all deserve the credit for being able to wipe out the barbarian cavalry in this battle. The previously promised rewards will be honored when they return to the city, and as for the generals who died in battle, they will be doubled in the form of pensions to their families. Liao, I hereby thank you all. After saying that, he solemnly clasped his fists and saluted towards the crowd. Lord Commander is overstated. Several centurions at the head of the group rushed forward to assist them. Despite knowing that they had been used as bait for this night attack, it would not lead to feelings of resentment. The day they chose to join the army, they were ready to die in battle at any time. Not to mention that they were undoubtedly fortunate compared to those of their fallen brethren. Not only did they manage to survive, but there was a generous reward waiting for them to collect. As the saying goes, the dead are dead and the living are alive, and one must always look ahead. Even if the heart was still a bit unpleasant, Liu Ye, at this time to see Zhang Liao, who was in a high position, was able to put down his stature to thank them, the lowest level soldiers. The heart of the mustard also completely disappeared. It can't be helped. War is like that. Someone has to die for the ultimate victory. The only unorthodox thing about Zhang Liao was that he didn't inform them of the truth. However, Liu Ye could understand. On the one hand, it was to avoid the leakage of the plan. On the other hand, it was probably due to the consideration of human nature. After all, people are afraid of death. Really want to explicitly say that their trip is to go as bait. Afraid that not many people are willing to do it. If there wasn't enough bait, how could one catch the big fish that was the barbarian cavalry? Let alone have that 7th grade chi gathering realm barbarian commander personally come down. Now that the barbarians' main general was killed in battle, it meant that this border battle was basically declared over. As for the rest of those barbarian hordes, they could no longer make any waves, and it was difficult for them to pose a threat to the border. Enlightened Commander, the battlefield is cleaned up. In this battle, 1,023 enemies were killed, 0 prisoners were taken, 1 superior warhorse, 7 medium warhorses, 852 inferior warhorses were harvested, and 1,000 kilograms of horsemeat, 143 pieces of intact iron weapons, more than 1,000 pieces of defective iron weapons, 108 crude longbows, and 523 crude iron arrows were also captured. We have 18 casualties, 235 seriously wounded and 512 lightly wounded. After listening to his men's report, Zhang Liao nodded expressionlessly. As for those generals who died in the barbarian camp, it was definitely impossible to collect the bodies for the time being. Afterward, the crowd began to return to the city with many trophies as well as the corpses of their fellow soldiers. As it was getting late, the discussion of merit and reward could only be postponed until tomorrow. Returning to the tent alone, the physically and mentally exhausted Liu Ye sat cross-legged on the bed, with an extra crimson elixir in his palm, precisely the body-tempering elixir that was rewarded after reaching the 100 killing, compared to the Marrow Cleansing Pill that enhanced the potential of the physical body. The body-tempering pill that focused on strengthening the physical body was undoubtedly easier to enhance combat power. However, just as Liu Ye was about to take one to try the effects, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! This day's achievement quest has been refreshed. Beginnings, white, common achievement, attainable by obtaining a position as a shiksa or equivalent level. Achievement reward, 50 silver taels. Riding munchkin, white, normal achievement, reachable by running 10 kilometers on any mount. Achievement reward, Imperial Beast Dan *1. Battlefield recruit, white, a common achievement that can be reached by experiencing a war no smaller than 10,000 men in size. Achievement reward, battle body prototype. Too bad it didn't refresh the elite achievement. There are 3 new normal achievements, of which the easier one to reach is probably the first one, with the 100 military merits rewarded from last night's night attack, along with the nearly 100 barbarian soldiers he had previously killed while defending the city. The military merits he had accumulated now qualified him to participate in the Shurshung selection. After tomorrow's rewards, Liu Ye was ready to immediately apply for the position of Shishang. After all, 50 taels of silver is not a small amount of money. According to the calculation that 100 money is equal to a consistent, and 100 ken is equal to 1 tael of silver, 50 tael is equal to 500,000 money. This amount of money was enough for him to buy a small courtyard in the inner city and still have quite a bit of surplus. As for the last two achievements, they can only be considered in the long run. Riding Sprout, this achievement requires a mount to aid in its completion, and horses are a strategic resource in this world. Even the lowest quality warhorse was worth at least 100 taels of silver, and it had to have a certain social status, otherwise there was no place to buy it even if you had the money. Battlefield recruits, not to mention, even in the war-prone border, want to encounter a scale of more than 10,000 people in the war is not an easy thing. More or a small group of troops harassment, hold up the death of 1,000 or 800 people involved in the battle. Yesterday's defensive battle was barely in line. Both sides must have put in more than 10,000 troops. It's just a shame it's already over. After thinking for a moment, Liu Ye was still prepared to take on all three achievement quests. Whether it was the Imperial Beast Elixir rewarded by Writing Skills Budding Newbie, or the Battle Body Prototype rewarded by Battlefield Newbie, Liu Ye was quite interested and he didn't want to miss out on it. Only the moment Liu Ye accepted the quest, a sudden system prompt made him directly freeze on the spot. Chapter 6 Battle Body Fledgling. Huge sum of money in hand. Ding. Detected that you have experienced a war of no less than 10,000 men in size. Reached the ordinary achievement, Battlefield Recruit. Gained the reward, Battle Body Fledgling. Battle Body Fledgling can gradually transform the mortal body to the level of the battle body, and obtain part of the might of the battle body. Please feel the specific effect yourself after fusion. That's okay? Liu Ye didn't realize that the so-called achievements didn't start counting from the moment he took on the mission, but counted as long as he experienced it. That's somewhat awesome. For example, since there's the 100 decapitations achievement, does that mean there's also the 1,000 decapitations, or even 10,000 decapitations, or something like that? If the quest requirements had been met before that, the moment the adjustment quest was refreshed, it meant that it could be completed in seconds. There are also achievements such as Technique Budding, Beginning, and Writing Budding that have a progression nature that also benefit from this rule. But it's true, since it's called the strongest achievement system, it must be as long as the goal is reached even, rather than having to temporarily go on a quest, or else it'd simply be called the strongest quest system. Thinking about this, Liu Ye instantly felt a sense of relief. Looking at it this way, the system was still quite humane, completely different from those demonic bitches who used their hosts as livestock. Retracting his thoughts, Liu Ye turned his gaze to the newly rewarded Battle Body Hatchling. It seems pretty impressive from the description, and I don't know exactly how well it works. System, Fusion Battle Body Prototype. Ding! Fusion in progress. In the next second, Liu Ye only felt a blackness before his eyes and instantly lost consciousness. I don't know how long it took until the successful fusion sound came from his mind, and Liu Ye woke up with a start. Looking outside, the time had come to the early morning of the next day. Good fellow, thanks to the fact that it is inside the tent, if this is chosen to be fused on the battlefield, I'm afraid that I won't even know how to die. Click. Liu Ye subconsciously sat up. A clicking sound suddenly came from the position where his palm was pressed, and when he raised his hand to take a look, he only saw that an additional crack had suddenly appeared on the surface of the masonry-piled bed and couch. This, Liu Ye tentatively cupped his fist, only to hear a snapping sound. The air was actually directly held and exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It was only at this point that Liu Ye felt the fierce and domineering greatness in his body as an afterthought, as if there was a flood beast hibernating in his body. The clothing, which was still slightly loose, was now clinging so dead to the surface of the skin that it would have to be disintegrated into pieces with the slightest effort. Liu Ye simply ripped it away, and in a flash, a perfect body that was enough to make a woman shed water and a man shed tears was revealed. The musculature of the entire body is tight and well proportioned, appearing tense. Thankfully, it didn't turn into a big muscle mass. Liu was relieved to see it. Not that he thought that was bad, he actually liked muscles. It's just that if the size changes too much, it will inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. That's fine for now, as long as you wear looser clothes, you basically won't be seen as different. Coo. It was also at that moment that a wave of hunger swept through his body. Seems that fusing the battle body fledglings isn't without a price. Touching his stomach, Liu Ye could only temporarily press down the idea of testing his body data. Eating is the biggest thing in the world, so let's fill up our stomachs first. Coming to the mess hall, Liu Ye finished off 10 bowls of rice in a row, which made him feel slightly better. Just as Liu was about to dry another 10 bowls to pad his stomach, he was ruthlessly rejected by the head cook. "Brother, it's really not that I'm cheap. The 1st Battalion's daily food quota is that much. You've eaten close to 5 men's worth on your own, and if we let you eat any more, the rest of our battalion will starve. Why Don, you go around to the other battalion's mess halls and maybe you can blend in." For Liu Ye, this chief cook didn't dare to offend him too much and could only politely persuade him. After all, someone who can eat 10 bowls of rice in one meal can be an average pawn. Sooner or later, you'll be able to mix it up. After so many years in the army, he still had this eye for a good idea. In response, Liu could only leave helplessly. After running through 3 battalions in a row, Liu Ye was barely able to mix it up and get half full. The other effects of the war body fledgling were not visible for the time being, but this rice bucket attribute was definitely not running away. However, he could feel that there was an energy within his body that was strengthening his physical body and physique at all times, which was clearly the effect of the war body fledgling. The only flaw was that food consumption was too great. It seemed that he had to be promoted as soon as possible, or else he wouldn't even be able to fill his stomach in the future. Soon, the time came to noon, and the hour of rewarding the meritorious deeds arrived. At this time, almost half of the entire military camp had gathered in the schoolyard, a full 5,000 people. As the highest military commander of Yanmen Pass, Zhang Liao took the lead in delivering a speech, after which a person was in charge of tallying the military achievements and handing out rewards. Due to Liu Ye's excellent performance in the battle of defending the city in last night's night attack battle, he was awarded a total of 200 points of military merit as well as 100 can of 5 baht coins of the Great Han Dynasty. 100 points of military service can be promoted to Wood Captain. 200 points of military service can be promoted to Sherfu. The former can serve as long as they have enough military service, while the latter also needs to pass the appropriate tests and whether there are any vacancies, or else they will have to wait for notification. This time, Yanmen Pass had just gone through a big battle, and it was the time when the personnel was vacant, so Liu Ye's side was notified to participate in the examination as soon as he signed up. The test is divided into 3 categories: strength, technique, and learning. Strength test is very simple, is to lift 100 pounds of stone blocks, adhere to 5 seconds even if qualified. This was completely stress-free for Liu Ye, who now had at least 1,000 pounds of strength in his arms when he spread them out. Although he didn't cultivate martial arts techniques, after being strengthened by the Marrow Cleansing Pill as well as the battle body fledgling, his strength was no better than those martial artists of the body refining realm, if not better. The only thing that was lacking was defense. He couldn't be as invulnerable to swords and spears as he was at the body refinement realm right now. After all, whether it was the Marrow Cleansing Pill or the battle body fledgling, it was a kind of strengthening from the inside out, and there would be no significant increase in the body's external defense. Without the slightest surprise, Liu Ye smoothly passed the strength test and then came to the technique test site. Please choose a weapon. Liu Ye did not hesitate to choose the long sword, which was the weapon he was currently most familiar with. The main battle weapon might be replaced later depending on the situation, but certainly not now. First, he briefly practiced some basic sword techniques, then swish and swish 2 swords to decapitate the head of the trial dummy, and the examiner declared that he had passed the test on the spot. As a matter of fact, Liu could have decapitated the head with a single slash, only there was no need for that, and he could pass anyway. After that, the academic assessment was even simpler, merely taking out a piece of paper filled with words for him to read once, not even using mimeographs. Apparently, this level tests whether you can read or not. Shishang is already regarded as the grassroots cadres in the army. Many times need to convey the appropriate military orders to the following. Illiterate that is certainly not. Alright, you've passed the Shikari test, here's your identity token. Go to your superior within 3 days and report. Outdated tokens are null and void. Understood. Thank you, my lord. Liu quickly reached out and took it. On the front of the token was written SH, and on the back was written an A, which meant that he was assigned to the A battalion, whereas he was previously in the Ding battalion. Although there is no difference between high and low between the various military battalions, but the Award battalion is certainly longer than the Ding Word battalion. The welfare treatment alone is far from the other battalions can be compared. Without delay, Liu Ye immediately reported to the A-Word battalion. Just as the 2 words Liu Ye were recorded in the officer roster of the A-Word battalion, a prompt from the system also rang out. Ding! Detected that you have been promoted to the position of Shirshu. Reached the ordinary achievement, first time out. Receive a reward, 50 silver taels. Done. With 50 taels of silver in hand, there was no need to worry about how to fill his stomach. Even if he ate the amount of 10 people in one meal, 50 taels would be enough for him to eat for 10 years. Of course, he naturally wouldn't use the money to buy food. That would be too deceiving. All when the sure long, eat if you still own money, is not in vain that 200 points of military merit. That certainly have to grips the barracks wool awe. He didn't believe that he was a Shurshang, and there was still someone who dared to stop him from eating. Don't take Shurshang as a cadre. As for how to spend these 50 taels rewarded by the system, Liu Ye already had a rough plan in his mind. Yanmen Pass Inner City, Unknown Tavern. Come on Uncle Li, I'll toast you. Since he had promised to invite Uncle Li for a drink, Liu Ye naturally would not go back on his word, and happened to have something to consult with this old man from Yanmen Pass. Ha ha, you kid has 2 tricks up your sleeve. You're already a shikset at such a young age. Speaking of which, you haven't even reached the crown yet, right? This makes Uncle Li me feel like I've been living in a dog's stomach for the past few decades. Uncle Li raised his cup and drank it all in one go, with a few moments of praise in his tone. Earlier, he only felt that Liu Ye was a rash young man who dared to take the initiative to go up to even such a dangerous mission as a night attack. However, it turns out that he was wrong, and not only did this guy come back alive, but he jumped to become a shiksa. God knows how surprised he was just now when he saw the Shurshang token on Liu Ye's waist. It's still really fearful. Uncle Li is flattered. Liu Ye smiled bashfully, without the slightest hint of complacency. After all, this is only where to go. He is going to be the man who will be the god of war of the Han dynasty, a Shurlong completely not in his eyes. By the way Uncle Li, the kid wants to ask your old man about something. After the wine had passed, Liu Ye also made his way to bring up the real purpose of this drinking game. It's okay, just ask. It's not that I'm blowing smoke up your ass. There's nothing that your Uncle Li and I don't know about in this acre of Yanmen Pass. At this time, the wine on the head, Uncle Li also changed the previous calm speech more a few points of wild. However, Liu Ye's next words made him instantly drunk. Chapter 7 The Name of the Son of Heaven. Buying horses by post. Uncle Li, may I ask if the current Son of Heaven is called Lu Hong? Put. Hearing Liu Ye's words, Uncle Li's wine that had just entered his mouth directly spewed out in one mouthful. How dare you call His Majesty by his name, which is a great offense to kill your head. Uncle Li looked around with a tense face, and waited until he was sure that no one was paying attention to this place before he breathed a small sigh of relief. I'll take today as a day of drunken babbling, but I won't dare to say anything else in the future. Uncle Li was afraid that Liu Ye wouldn't understand the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly reminded in a low voice. I see. Thanks for reminding Uncle Li. Liu was also taken aback by Uncle Li's reaction. Honestly, as a modern man, although he knew that in ancient times, calling out the name of the Son of Heaven would be taboo, he did not expect that the consequences would be so serious as to behead him, which was simply off the mark. Luckily, Uncle Li is not the kind of person who likes to get on the bandwagon, otherwise this wave is afraid to be in bad luck. This also reminded Liu Ye that in the future, he could no longer do things with a modern mindset, or else it would be easy to turn over the skin water. It was good that he finally got the information he wanted. Since even the emperor's name is the same, then this world must be closely related to the historical Han. There is only a slight difference in the details, and the force value of this side of the world is so many billions of points higher than expected. But none of that matters. As the saying goes, a small trend can be reversed, but a big trend cannot be changed. As long as the broader historical process remains unchanged, there is room for maneuver here, leaving other things aside. Just the Yellow Turban uprising that is about to break out afterward. Liu Ye will be able to take advantage of the opportunity to make a lot of political capital out of it. Do not see the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, those vassal kings. There is a count one. Almost all rely on the elimination of the yellow scarf thieves to start. The experience of Zhang Jiao, who is the big boss in the early stage, is even more tearful and saddening for those who hear it. The huge Taiping Dao was frozen and played as a super experience pack where anyone could come and get a piece of the pie. Liu Ye actually agrees with Zhang Jiao's philosophy. It's just a pity that the people underneath have taken a crooked path. What started out as a plea for the people has turned into a self-serving endeavor, eventually leading to a total collapse. Let's just say that it is indeed easy to rip your balls off when you take too many steps. And after this little episode, Uncle Li had no interest in continuing to drink, and after a few words of conversation, he hurriedly excused himself and left. Liu Ye could only smile helplessly at this and finish his glass of wine. After all, it's money well spent and can't be wasted. Leaving the tavern, Liu was ready to head to the dental office to buy a small courtyard. A place like the barracks is only suitable as a temporary shelter during wartime, but usually, you have to find a more private place to live. It couldn't be helped. There were just too many secrets on him. and living in a block with other people would inevitably lead to the discovery of anomalies over time. He had also looked through the original owner's memories, but hadn't found any fixed residence in Yenmen Pass, and wasn't even sure what family members he had. Liu's knowledge of the original owner was limited to the time he joined the army. As for memories from further back in time, it was a complete blank. This is a stagecoach? As Liu walked past a stagecoach stop, a sudden flash of light went through his mind. This military man, is he sending a letter? As soon as Liu Ye entered, a postman greeted him. Don't look at the stagecoach as belonging to the official organization, but the stagehand, as a fellow of the stagecoach, is actually a handyman, not much different from a store assistant. Not too busy. I was wondering what your stagecoach usually uses to send mail, Liu Ye said while walking inside the post. The postman saw Liu Ye in military attire, but did not dare to stop him, but could only smile. For ordinary family mail, we usually use donkeys and mules. In the event of an urgent military situation, it will be necessary to use worn-out horses for transmission. No war horses? The military lord is joking. We can't afford to keep war horses at the post. A war horse is different from an incompetent horse, and although both are horses, they are vastly different. Simply put, an incompetent horse is one that is not genetically evolved. Not only is the speed slow, in defense is not comparable to the real war horse, so the pressure cannot go to the battlefield, can only be reduced to send letters of transportation. But that was exactly what Liu needed right now. The quest requirement for riding buddies is to run 10 kilometers on a mount, but it doesn't specify what kind of mount. As long as it can be ridden and run anyway, he definitely couldn't afford a war horse, nor was he that qualified to buy one. But an incompetent horse was something he could try. Are the worn-out horses in your post station for sale? I want to buy one. Liu Ye directly stated his intention. This matter has to be asked to Mr. Stage Minister. I can't make the decision. This postman was also the first time he had encountered someone running a stagecoach to buy a horse, and for a while he was a bit at a loss. Where is your stage manager? Who wants this official? Suddenly, a somewhat shrill voice came from outside the door. Then he saw a middle-aged man wearing a brocade coat and 2 8-pointed beards walk in, holding a teapot in his hand. My lord, this military man wants to buy a worn-out horse at our post. Seeing the man, the stagecoach man trotted over to him and held him in place. Oh, I wonder what position this military master holds in the army. Seeing Liu Ye's extraordinary demeanor, the postmaster's tone also carried a hint of respect. As we all know, in the borderland, the worst to be messed with are those generals in the army. Even the county magistrate does not dare to easily mess with, not to mention him a post minister, a small one sure kai, not worth mentioning. Liu Ye naturally knew what the other party was thinking in his heart, but he was too lazy to pull any tiger skin. Then I wonder how much your honor intends to pay for my horse. As soon as he heard that Liu Ye was just as sure shang, this post minister immediately felt that he had done it again, and his tone was unconsciously raised a few points. I'll take that number. Liu held out a finger. 100 taels would not be out of the question. Except that, not 100 taels, but 10 taels. Liu Ye directly interrupted the other party's later words. Good guy, an incompetent horse dares to sell for 100 taels. You're crazy about money. What? 10 taels? That's impossible. It won't sell. Don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. If I'm not mistaken, it's been a long time since your stagecoach opened, hasn't it? So what if it is? The stage manager's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't deny it. After all, this kind of thing could be seen by anyone with a clear eye. In that case, I'll give you a good accounting. Liu Ye swept a glance left and right, then picked up a firewood stick and started scratching it on the ground. May I ask how many pounds of grain you consume per day for an incompetent horse? Liu Ye looked up at the postmaster, who in turn turned his head to the postman. About 10 to 15 pounds of food, the stagehand replied. Okay, so let's assume that an incompetent horse consumes 10 pounds of food per day. That's 300 pounds a month. And 650 pounds a year. The present market price of a pound of food is about 5 cents, which means that by my buying away a worn-out horse, your post will save 250 cents, or nearly 2 taels of silver, every year. Now, do you still think 10 taels of silver can't be sold? Liu threw the firewood stick in his hand, then clapped his hands. The stage manager, meanwhile, was staring blankly at the numbers on the floor. Although there were some symbols he couldn't understand, it didn't stop him from thinking that Liu Ye was fluffy as all. Don't look at these arithmetic even elementary school students can do, but for an ancient people who have never been exposed to this knowledge, it is completely king bomb level. It could be seen that the stage handler had obviously been crippled by Liu Ye, so Liu Ye struck while the iron was hot and continued. What's more, I bought the worn-out horses back for the purpose of training in horsemanship, so as to better guard our Yenmen Pass. In this way, I have trained my horsemanship, and your stagecoach has saved money. Is it not the best of both worlds? In the end, Liu Ye, with his 3-inch tongue, managed to convince the postmaster to buy a yellow worn-out horse for 10 taels of silver. Before leaving, the stage minister also thanked Liu Ye properly and expressed his deep greetings to the border generals who protect the family and defend the country. As the saying goes, if you don't count it, you'll be surprised. Until then, he himself had no idea that it was surprisingly necessary to spend so much money each year on breeding worn-out horses. No wonder your wallet is drying up. That's where the root cause is. Looking at the remaining 3 worn-out horses in the stables, this post-minister has already calculated in his heart when he can sell 2 more, so as not to be disturbed by looking at them every day. As for killing and selling the meat, he wouldn't dare to do it even if he had 10 guts. An incompetent horse is also a horse, and it is a felony to slaughter it privately. This was the fundamental reason why Liu was able to convince the stagehand to sell his horse. After all, you can't kill, you can't release, and you have to serve it well, so it's a complete liability. Liu's presence just got rid of the burden for him and made a profit along the way, so why not? Meanwhile, Liu Ye's side was leading his yellow horse in the direction of the city gates. It can't be helped. Horseback riding is not allowed inside the city, so if you want to complete the riding skill sprout quest, you can only go outside the city. Stop. However, when Liu Ye led his horse to the entrance of the city, he was stopped by 2 soldiers guarding the city and looked at Liu Ye with a wary face as if he was ready to pounce at any time. Chapter 8. Okay. Playing like this? What do you two mean? Liu Ye's brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that he had inadvertently violated another taboo? Recently Yenmen Pass is investigating the barbarian spies. You are leaving the city at this time and holding an incompetent horse. Your behavior is very suspicious. The soldier standing on the left explained the reason, with a wary look in his eyes. So it is. Liu sniffed in realization. 80% of it is from last night's night attack, although the night attack itself was a cover. But it could reach the ears of the barbarians so quickly. To say that there is no insider in Yenmen Pass, the ghosts don't believe it. Now that the external crisis has been resolved, it is only natural that we should also deal with some internal assholes. But in that case, it's not really a good idea to get out of the city yourself at this point in time. There's no way around it. It's too time sensitive. What's the point of going out of town right after the investigation on the other side? Thinking of this, Liu Ye had already extinguished his thoughts of leaving the city. You can ride a horse anytime, and it would be a shame to be suspected of being a spy. Just as Liu Ye was about to turn around and leave, a lazy voice came from not far away. What's going on? What are you two doing stuck here? Reporting to Captain Lin, we see that this man is suspicious and have stopped him for questioning. The 2 guarding soldiers hurriedly saluted the visitor. Lieutenant? Liu Ye froze. This official position is not small. In the army high and low is also a middle-level leader. Then this sure chief can be most. Yes? The middle-aged lieutenant raised his eyes and surveyed Liu Ye for a few moments, then looked at the yellow horse on the side. Where did you get this horse? Back to your lordship. Bought it from the stagecoach. Liu Ye answered honestly. What is your name? Under whom do you serve? And what is your business out of the city? This Captain Lin asked 3 more questions in a row. My subordinate, Liu Ye, is now serving as a shirshu under Centurion Chen Mei, and has left the city only to train in horsemanship. Liu replied one by one. There was nothing to panic about since he had a clear conscience anyway. Well, get him out of town. Unexpectedly, after hearing Liu Ye's reply, Captain Lin actually directly waved his hand, signaling the 2 guarding soldiers to get out of the way. This could give the 2 guardsmen a whole lot of trouble. So you're sure he's not a spy just by asking a few questions? Isn't that a little too hasty? School Captain Lin snorted coldly. Yes. The 2 guarding soldiers didn't dare to say anything more when they saw this and hurriedly made way. Many thanks to Captain Lin. Although he didn't understand why this person was helping him, Liu Ye naturally wouldn't reject the other party's goodwill, and after saying his thanks, he led his horse out of the city gates, eyeing Liu Ye's back as he left. An inexplicable smile suddenly grew on this Captain Lin's face. Arriving at an open space outside the city, Liu Ye sat firmly on the back of the horse with a single leap, not looking like a novice at all. As a matter of fact, he was indeed not a novice. In his previous life he had gone to the grassland to ride a few times, and the feeling of riding recklessly was still unforgettable. Hiya! With his legs clipping the horse's belly, Liu Ye's entire body instantly scurried out. Don't look at it as an incompetent horse, but the speed was faster than any kind of horse he had ever ridden in his previous life. Running 80 kilometers per hour was no problem at all. Of course, it's still no match for a real warhorse. Even the lowliest of warhorses could easily break 100 miles per hour. The key warhorse is strong not in speed either, but amazing endurance and defense, which is the fundamental reason why warhorses can go to war. After 10 minutes, a system prompt came to Liu Ye's ears. Ding! You have galloped 10 kilometers on your mount, reaching the normal achievement, riding skills budding, and received the reward, Imperial Beast Elixir *1. Phew! Liu Ye violently pulled the reins. Who knew that the force was too much, directly pulling the horse to stand up, so that he didn't sit on the ground with his butt. Finally know why BMW with Hero, General Horse, really cannot withstand fierce general destruction. Liu Ye shook his head and smiled bitterly, then checked the efficacy of the Imperial Beast Pill. Imperial Beast Pill, when taken by beasts, it can open up their spiritual wisdom and purify their bloodline. It can even open up its spirit? Liu's eyes lit up. There are a lot of BMWs in the world, but there are only a few that can be truly called the most famous horse. The root cause is still so much less spiritual. Throughout history, all the mounts that have managed to leave a name are indeed famous enough for their owners on the one hand, but on the other hand it is also because they are more spiritual than the average horse. It is the combination of the two that creates a great story of history. A military general, if he can have a mount with a similar mind, it can be a great improvement to the combat power. It can even play the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2, the most typical of which is the Lubu Red Rabbit combination. And now, he, Liu Ye, also had the chance to train such a superb colt. Whoosh! Liu Ye, who was looking forward to a bright future, only felt the wind at the back of his head. His body subconsciously made a stooping motion, and in the next second, an iron arrow almost grazed against his scalp. Almost got an arrow to the head. Liu Ye broke out in a cold sweat, and then a monstrous rage welled up. Who is it? Who is it that wants him dead? Since crossing over, he had always maintained the idea of keeping a low profile and had never made a grudge against anyone. Wait a minute, could it be the original owner's enemies? Thinking of this, Liu Ye only felt a little speechless, but there was no way out. Who let himself take up someone's physical body? Naturally he had to take the corresponding karma as well. The priority now is to get out as soon as possible. Judging from the accuracy and speed of that arrow just now, the enemy's strength was extraordinary, and might have already stepped into the threshold of cultivation. It would be fine if there was only one enemy, but I'm afraid of a group of them. Yo, good reaction. Actually able to dodge my arrow. Right at this moment, a somewhat teasing voice rang out from behind himself. Liu Ye looked in the direction of the voice and saw that 30 meters away in the treetops, a black scarf-masked man stood with his arms folded, carrying a large bow of nearly 3 meters in his hands. The bowstring of that bow seemed to be made from the large tendons of some giant beast, as thick as an adult's small thumb. It was almost impossible to draw such a large bow without 1,000 pounds of force. Who are you and do we have a grudge? Liu didn't move and dialed his horseback, trying to lasso the other side's information. No offense, just who let you out of town at this hour? The masked man calmly pulled out a thumb-thick arrow from his arrow pouch, seemingly not worried about Liu Ye taking advantage of the opportunity to escape. Out of town? Upon hearing this, Liu Ye's brain raced as a picture quickly crossed in front of his eyes, finally stopping on that Captain Lin. So it is. Liu probably understood why the man in front of him wanted to kill himself. Dare I say this is an attempt to use him as a scapegoat. If he guessed correctly, both the man in front of him and the Captain Lin who had let him out of the city before had had unseemly dealings with the barbarians, the so-called barbarian spies. As for why these two wanted to kill him, it was simply to confuse the public. Ask a shiksa, first leading a horse out of the city and then just disappearing. What else can it be if not a spy? When the time comes, as long as you report your information upwards, in this way, the matter of searching for spies can naturally come to an end. As for the Captain Lin, at most, only to bear the crime of negligence. No harm at all. As usual, to stay in Yenman Pass to eat and drink. Well, so much for playing right. Thinking about all this, Liu Ye laughed angrily. I intended to get along with you as ordinary people, but what I got in return was calculation and intrigue. In that case, I won't pretend. Isn't it just a 9th grade body refinement realm? The old man is fighting the body refinement realm. Hiya! Brushing his long sword out, Liu Ye drove his horse and charged directly towards the other party. Ha! Courageous! A hint of contempt flashed in the masked man's eyes, then he bent his bow and arrow. Die! With a loose fingertip, the arrow instantly broke through the air, bringing up a sonic boom. This arrow had just exceeded the speed of sound. That arrow before was just a casual strike from him, and now with this arrow, he was confident that even if a real body refining martial artist was in his face, he would have to drink hate in the northwest, not to mention a little doll that didn't have half a trace of cultivation on his body. In the next second, however, the masked man was so shocked that he barely managed to throw his bow. Chapter 9. There is a horse in the north and its name is Dragonborn. Snap! In the face of this lightning-fast arrow, Liu Ye only slightly raised his left hand and held it in his hand. The tip of the arrow steadily stopped 3 inches in front of his eyebrow. Liu Ye admitted that the other party's archery skills were strong, and if they were divided according to the realm of techniques, even if they weren't archery consummation, they were at least archery de shang. In the place of him who had not fused the fledgling form of his battle body, there was a real possibility that he would have been killed by this arrow in seconds. But to the present day Liu Ye, the power of this arrow was actually just that. After all, he'd be crazy to grab it with his hands if he wasn't 100% sure. If I had the time, wouldn't I just tilt my head and duck? To put it bluntly, Liu did it to pretend. Nope, can't say it's a pretense. It's supposed to be about getting a head start. No, the guy on the opposite side was clearly shocked by Liu Ye's maneuver. Surprisingly, he did not continue to shoot arrows, but stood frozen in the treetops, his eyes filled with horror. It was only until Liu Ye rushed to the tree that he snapped back to his senses, and just as he was about to bend his bow and arrow again, there was a sudden and violent shaking under his feet, and he almost fell off with an unsteady foothold. Rushing to the bottom of the tree, Liu didn't choose to jump up to the treetop and fight the enemy hard, but instead slashed at the trunk of the tree. After all, vacating in front of a divine archer with no point of impact, he was a complete living target. Unfortunately, the material of the long knife in his hand was too ordinary, and the blade was stuck in the tree trunk after only cutting halfway in. In the future, when I have the conditions, I will definitely build a divine weapon, Liu Ye swore in his heart, then let go of the hilt of his sword and directly slammed it against his body, only to hear a click. The tree, which was a meter thick, was actually broken, and then smashed heavily on the ground, splashing up a sky full of smoke and dust. Whoosh! Liu Ye had just retrieved his long sword when a sharp arrow suddenly attacked from the left. Instead of grabbing it with his hand again, Liu Ye knocked it away with a slash, and then his entire body swept quickly towards the direction where the arrow flew over like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger. One of the most critical things to remember when playing short-handed against long-handed is not to get kite. Whoosh! 2 more air-breaking sounds came out. This time it was actually 2 arrows arriving at the same time. Liu Ye's pupils shrunk, and his body instinctively sent out an early warning. Chop! Raising his sword in a horizontal slash, the blade slashed accurately at the front of the 2 arrows. The force that was condensed to the extreme passed through the blade and actually directly split the 2 arrows in half. And the masked man couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly at the sight. This guy's a fucking monster, right? I thought that this assassination mission was a handful, but who would have thought that a small shiksa would have such amazing force? Honestly, he's a little scared. His intuition told him that if he really wanted to be approached by this teenager in front of him, he would definitely die. Thinking of this, the masked man's heart sprang into retreat, though this departure of his own was tantamount to selling his companions who stayed at Yanmen Pass. But as the saying goes, it's not my business whether others die or not. Trying to run? Seeing the masked man put away his longbow and turn to bolt, Liu Ye was also a bit anxious. Grandma, if you can't beat them, you run away. You don't even have a face. But there was no way. The other party was at least a body refinement realm martial artist. If he really wanted to run away with an iron will, he really wouldn't be able to catch up, and so on. It's not completely out of the question. If you can't catch up on 2 legs, you can't catch up on 4? Dick-duck-da-da, dick-duck-da-da. At this moment, the masked man who was running furiously with his head buried in the ground heard the movement coming from behind him and subconsciously turned his head to look. He saw an incompetent horse with yellow hair all over its body running forward at an extremely fast speed under the urging of that teenager, and it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for it to catch up with him. No, you can't keep this horse. The masked man sidestepped and casually shot an arrow before continuing to run without looking back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Liu Ye naturally saw that this arrow was aimed at his own mount, but it was useless to see it. It was simply too late to block it. It would have been fine if he had been holding a long-handled weapon, but unfortunately the greatsword in his hand was too short. Liu only had time to pull on the reins to adjust the horse's position. Yet after all, the block was there. Despite avoiding the vitals, he was still shot in one of his hind legs. The incompetent horse was seen to plant itself on the ground with a cry of misery, and proceeded to tumble forward a few more times. With his powerful physical body, Liu Ye didn't suffer any injuries, but his appearance was a bit lousy. Looking at the yellow horse lying on the ground dying, Liu Ye was moved with compassion for a moment. Ugh, it's just that, you've suffered from an unearned disaster. Coming to the yellow horse, Liu Ye took out the imperial beast Dan he had just obtained and fed it. Since the imperial beast pill could even purify bloodlines, healing an injury must be easy. It's just a pity that such a precious elixir, if it could be used on a top-quality warhorse, it would definitely be able to create a world-famous horse. Now it was being eaten by an incompetent horse, and it was estimated that at most, it would be strengthened to the level of an inferior warhorse. With a royal beast Dan in his stomach, the originally still dying jaded horse seemed to return to life, and his breath began to soar dramatically. Click, click, click. Immediately afterward, the jaded horse's size began to expand extremely rapidly. 1, 7m, 1, 8m, 2m. It didn't stop until it reached 3m in height. This had already exceeded the size of an inferior warhorse, and was enough to rival a medium or even superior warhorse. In the process, the original somewhat dull yellow hairs fell off, revealing a muscular and gnarled body with a skin surface that looked like it was covered with a layer of rock. Anon. In the next second, a dragon-like hissing sound resounded through the sky, startling the beasts in the forest into scattering in all directions. Dragonborn. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this guy's ancestor still a real dragon? Liu was also startled by the sudden cry. The imperial beast pill only served to purify the bloodlines and transform them towards their strongest forms, not to create something out of nothing. In other words, if there wasn't a single bit of dragon's bloodline in the body of this worn-out horse, it would be useless to purify the imperial beast pill anymore. This is a treasure to be found. Liu Ye was pleasantly surprised. This was really unintentional. Who would have thought that a mediocre worn-out horse could have that kind of counterintuitive heal? Of course, just based on a single cry, one cannot conclude that it must be related to the legendary true dragon. After all, it's a toss-up whether creatures like dragons exist or not. But no matter what, the fact that it could scare off the forest beasts with just that hiss was enough to prove the extraordinary nature of its bloodline. If it is properly cultivated, there may not be a place for it among the future great cults. Hilary, seemingly knowing that it was the person in front of him who brought it the creation, the evolved yellow horse excitedly snorted, then lowered its head to rub against Liu Ye's face, its eyes full of spirituality. Good horse. Liu also smiled and rubbed its head. Now that you are spiritually enlightened, it is time to give you a name, Liu said and looked up to survey it. Well, since you have a dragon bloodline, I'll call you Dragonborn from now on. Originally he was going to name it Dragon King, but thinking about it seemed a bit too high profile. The name Dragon Descent is also quite nice and understated. Aang. Seemingly satisfied with the name, the Dragonborn raised his head and hissed to the sky. Okay, time to get down to business. Liu patted the Dragonborn's abdomen, then leapt up and landed firmly on the horse's back. He hadn't forgotten there was an enemy left to deal with, now with a mount that was comparable to a superior warhorse. So what if they just let the other side run for another 10 minutes? Depart. On. The dragon descent that had opened up its spiritual intelligence was already no less intelligent than a 7-year-old child, and before Liu Ye's words fell, he lifted his front hooves and instantly leapt out. The speed was so fast that Liu Ye almost didn't react, because the reins had already snapped during the previous evolution. Liu Ye could only use his legs to clamp the horse's belly in a deadly grip to stabilize his stance. The acceleration of the evolved Dragonborn is comparable to that of a sports car in its previous life. In just under 3 seconds, it had run over 100 meters, or 120 kilometers per hour. Knock knock knock. At the same time, the masked man over there, who was about to stop and rest for a while, suddenly heard a dull crash coming from behind him, and it was getting closer and closer. This motion, the masked man first looked puzzled, then his eyes instantly widened. Chapter 10, A Sword and a Head, an amulet. It's definitely a warhorse, and it wasn't just any warhorse that could make a commotion. It had to be a medium warhorse at the very least. But why are there suddenly warhorses here? With curiosity, the masked man turned to look. Then he saw a tall and sturdy horse, stepping on endless smoke and dust, appear from the end of his sight, and rapidly approaching towards this side with a windy speed. When he fixed his eyes again, he was scared out of his wits. Damn it, how come it's him? Can anyone tell him what it is to shoot a worn-out horse and then immediately have a warhorse appear? The masked man only felt as if his brain had been filled with a mass of paste at the moment, and his entire being was already delirious. As for Liu Ye, he also saw the masked man's figure at this time, and when he saw the other party frozen in place, the corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile. If I let you get away this time, I'll write the word Liu backwards. Dragonborn, charge at full speed. On. With a hiss, the muscles of the dragon descent's entire body rumbled, and his speed actually surged by another large amount. A loud hissing sound snapped the masked man out of his daze, and without even thinking, He raised his longbow and fired an arrow. The arrow broke through the air, the target still being the mount. In the face of the incoming arrows, both Liu Ye and the dragon descendant didn't even look at them and crashed straight into them. When, with a crunching sound, the arrow snapped directly into two. Looking at the dragonborn again, he was unharmed. If the dragon descent was between a lower-class warhorse and a medium-class warhorse in terms of speed, it was enough to match the upper-class warhorse in terms of defense. One must know that a top-grade warhorse was able to withstand the aftermath of a battle between two 7th-grade martial generals. So how could a 9th-grade body refinement realm's little Kalani be injured? The masked man obviously did not expect the defense of the warhorse in front of him to be so exaggerated, and by the time he reacted, Liu Ye had already rushed to his heels on his dragon descent. Swish! Liu Ye's arm lifted, a lingering cold light flashed through the air, and one person and one horse brushed past. In the next second, a blood-stained head shot up into the sky. Suddenly, Liu Ye only felt that a warm current appeared in his body out of nowhere, which in turn quickly swept through his entire body, and the originally consumed physical strength was actually quickly replenished. At the same time, a burning sensation came from the palm of his right hand. When he looked down, he saw a golden pattern spread out from his palm, wrapping around his little thumb in the blink of an eye. Before Liu Ye could take a closer look, the golden lines reappeared hidden into the skin and flesh, invisible to the slightest trace. If he hadn't seen it for real, Liu Ye almost thought that the scene just now was an illusion. Could this be the effect of the battle body fledgling? A glimmer of realization rose in Liu Ye's heart. No wonder it was called the war body fledgling. It turns out that it also had the effect of feeding the war with the war. As for the golden lines that had just manifested, Liu Ye would call it a battle pattern for the time being. His intuition told him that when the battle pattern climbed all over his body, it was the time when the battle body prototype was completely transformed. Hitting his horse and turning back, Liu found the head that had gone flying. It should be said that the quality of the facecloth is really good, and it's still hanging tight on your face after all this. Lifting the facecloth reveals a plain, unassuming face that should be over 40 years old by the looks of it. Don't worry, your accomplice will be down to meet you soon. For those who dared to count on him, Liu would not spare a single one. It was just that compared to the man in front of him, that Captain Lin was clearly more difficult to deal with. Whether it was strength or status, the other party was above him, so he could only plan for it slowly. But this time, back in the city, the other party would definitely see themselves as a thorn in their side. So, he had to find a talisman to keep the other side from doing anything rash. Liu turned his gaze to the headless corpse on the side, his heart set on a plan. Knock knock knock. A rush of hoofbeats rang out, and the city gate guards were instantly shaken in spirit. Who is under the city? Report your name quickly, or we will release our arrows. I'm Liu Ye, a Shirchang under Centurion Shan Mei of the A character battalion. I've been ordered to go out of the city this time to track down the barbarian spies, and the spies' corpses are here, so quickly get out of the way. Liu Ye didn't even bother to stop. He just raised the head in his hand and continued to gallop his horse furiously. The city gate is that Captain Lin's territory. Really want to be stopped, maybe out of the whole thing again. He was now trying to strike a time gap, and before the other side realized it, he would directly rush into the barracks with the corpse. At that time, even if the other party had great skill, it would be impossible for them to snatch it away. He didn't believe that a lieutenant could still cover the sky with just his hands. Even if they couldn't implicate them this time, they could still make the other side tighten up a bit. When he develops for a while longer, a little lieutenant won't be out of reach. The soldiers guarding the gate looked at each other in dismay, but in the end, they did not dare to stop them and made way. Who dares to stop them when they've announced themselves and are on military business? As for not being able to ride horses in the city, that only applies under normal circumstances. If there is an urgent military situation, people can ride as they like. If you dare to get in the way, you deserve to be run over. In the borderlands, the sky is the biggest and the military is the biggest. In this way, Liu Ye traveled all the way to the barracks unimpeded, finally stopping in front of his own superior's tent. There's no way around it, whether in the military or in officialdom. The most taboo thing is to go over the top. If he was still a junior soldier, he would have to go to his own shiksa to report the situation first, and then the shiksa would take him to a higher superior. Sir Centurion, my subordinate has something important to report. Rolling over and dismounting, Liu Ye reported loudly. Enter. Lifting the curtain, Liu Ye walked in like that, holding the head in one hand and dragging the body with the other. Chan Mu, who was wiping his lance in front of the table, froze. What is this? Liu He did recognize. He seemed to be the new shiksa, but what's the point of bringing him a dead body right after he arrives? I've never heard of giving a gift of a man's head these days, have you? Seeing that his own Centurion's face was a bit ugly, Liu Ye hurriedly explained the causes and consequences. Oh, there's more to this? Chen Mei came to be interested, got up and left the table. First looked at the head in Liu Ye's hand. Well, do not recognize. Then he squatted down again to check up on the headless corpse, and indeed there were traces of body refining. Moreover, the degree of body refining was not low, not much worse than him. Not bad, if what you say is true. I'm afraid I'm going to get a lot of credit this time. Chen Mao turned to look at Liu Ye with a hint of surprise in his eyes. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that Liu Ye did not have the slightest trace of having refined his body. This is simply obvious to those who have already set foot on the threshold of cultivation. And to be able to kill a body refinement realm martial artist with a mundane body, even if one had taken advantage of the process, it was still a rather remarkable thing. After all, martial artists are not the little brittle group of literati. The lack of hard power, even if you stand still and let you cut, you may not be able to break the defense, except, of course, for those who are holding sacred weapons in their hands. But that level of weaponry, not to mention a Shishang, even their Lord Commander wasn't qualified to have it. From your description, Captain Lin is indeed highly suspicious. But this is a matter of great importance. I cannot listen to your side of the story. This period of time you first stay in the barracks, until I will report this matter to the head of the 1,000 husbandmen, and then make a decision. Yes, Liu nodded. With Chen Mei's rank, it was true that he was not qualified enough to initiate an investigation into a lieutenant. The only way to intervene was to get a higher level, preferably one that could poke right through to Zhang Liao. After all, theoretically, a lieutenant was the same rank as a captain of 1,000, except that the former had specific duties, such as that Lieutenant Lin who was specifically responsible for guarding the city gates. The latter is only responsible for commanding soldiers in wartime and has no fixed terms of reference. Leaving the body and the large bow behind, Liu led the Dragonborn away. As for the origin of the dragon descent, Liu Ye had long ago explained it in detail to Chen Mo. The basics remained the same, except that the Imperial Beast pill had been replaced with an unknown herb. To put it simply, a newly purchased worn-out horse was shot and injured, and then accidentally found a strain of spiritual grass, which produced a bloodline evolution after feeding it to the injured worn-out horse. Regardless of whether Chen Mao believed it or not, he believed it anyway, and that's what anyone who asks in the future will say. It's not like there's no precedent. After all, settling the Dragonborn, Liu walked into his tent. Although the Shishang tent was not as big as the Centurion's tent, it was at least a single dormitory, which was much better than the treatment of ordinary soldiers. Sitting down on his knees, Liu Ye took out a body tempering pill. Originally, he had planned to try out the effects last night, but who knew that fusing the battle body fledglings would take all night? After that, there were merit rewards and Shishang examinations, and it was only now that he had the time to taste the body hardening pill. As a body tempering pill entered his stomach, a very different energy from the marrow cleansing pill burst out from his body. Chapter 11, Layer by Layer. Leave it to Liu Ye. Compared to the marrow cleansing pill, the medicinal effect of the body tempering pill was much more ferocious and overbearing. Liu Ye only felt that his entire body was like being thrown into the alchemy furnace of Lord Taishang, with infinite flames constantly burning around his body. In response, Liu just clenched his teeth and tried not to scream. As the saying goes, no pain, no gain. What's a little bit of suffering as long as you can get stronger? Wasn't it just the pain of the fire burning his body? He could still withstand it. And as time passed, Liu Ye's physical body physique began to metamorphose at an astonishing speed. At the same time, Chen Mo's side also brought the body to his top boss, Zhao Hong, 1,000 husbands chief. By the time Chen Mo had told the whole story, Zhao Hong also felt quite tricky. I'm just trying to catch a spy. How come a lieutenant-level general is involved? What on earth does a lieutenant want by running off to be a spy for the barbarians? Tell me your thoughts. Could it be that the Shiksa planted the evidence? Zhao Hong looked up to Chen Mo, wanting to seek advice from this close friend of his. It was fine to let him lead his troops into battle, but when it came to things like this that required brainpower, he was a bit blind. Chen Mo shook his head. No, a Shishang doesn't have the guts to actively mess with a lieutenant-level figure, and I have already sent people to check. The situation is basically true. The other party is indeed out of the city by 2 guarding soldiers to stop. Then immediately that Captain Lin stepped forward to interrogate a couple of sentences and then let people let go, ruling out the existence of a friendship between the two. Then the matter is debatable. This was easy to figure out. After all, at this particular time, as a captain of the city watch, the checking of people leaving the city would only be stricter than that of ordinary soldiers. It was unlikely that a military shiksa would be let out of the city so easily, let alone with a mount in tow. It's just that based on this alone, I'm afraid it's not good to directly arrest someone. Zhao Hong's brows were furrowed as he was constantly weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Although the army is not as complicated as the officialdom, but the arrest of people more or less have to talk about some evidence, not to mention the arrest of a lieutenant. My lord, this is a matter of great importance, so I'm afraid that we can only let the Lord Commander personally intervene. When Chen Mo saw Zhao Hong's tangled face, he knew what was going through his own lord's mind. It is nothing more than a consideration of whether it should be reported or not. After all, once it's in the papers, the matter is also completely finalized. If you find out that the other side is indeed a spy, then naturally everything will be fine, but also get a share of the credit for nothing. But if you finally find out that the other party is innocent, to be scolded that is certainly inevitable. The key is also a lieutenant offended to death. It is inevitable that there will be trouble in the future. But still, the sky is the limit and border security is the biggest. Even if there was only a little suspicion, it could not be easily let go. Not to mention that the other party also held such an important position as the captain of the city watch. In case there was really some unseemly deal with the barbarians, then the fun would be great, and the city would be broken in a matter of moments. That's just it. You go with me to meet the commander together. Zhao Hong sighed and figured out what was at stake. The two then left the barracks and went straight to Zhang Liao's residence. As the supreme commander of Yanmen Pass, Zhang Liao usually did not live in the barracks and would only sit in the center of the army during wartime. When the two arrived, Zhang Liao was practicing his sword in the courtyard. Even though it was a wooden sword that was normally used for practice, it was danced with a tiger-like style and a cold light. Two people see the situation, do not dare to come forward to disturb, can only silently stand aside and wait. This wait is half an hour. Lord Commander, my subordinate has something important to report. Seeing that Zhang Liao had finally stopped moving, Zhao Hong hurriedly stepped forward to arch his hand and salute, followed by Chun Mo. What is it? Tossing the long sword in his hand casually onto a weapon rack to the side, Zhang Liao turned around and walked over. Zhao Hong didn't dare to slack off and explained the situation in detail. Captain Lin? Lin Guang? Zhang Liao frowned slightly after hearing this. Lin Guang is a man of the Tai show. Even I am not in a good position to move him directly, unless you can find definitive proof of his collaboration and treason. This, Zhao Hong Chen end of the two looked at each other. This how to involve the Tai show again. Let's put it this way. You guys investigate in secret first, and remember not to scare the snakes. Once evidence of Lin Guang's collaboration with the enemy and treason is found, at that time, even if the Taisho Palace personally intervenes, there will be no way to protect him. Zhang Liao said this with murderous vigor, daring to make trouble under his nose, simply living with impatience. Obey, just my lord, the candidate for this secret investigation. The two of them, one Centurion and 1,000, were too conspicuous in this piece of their identities to act in person. Just let that Lu go. Speaking of this, a hint of indescribable meaning flashed in Zhang Liao's eyes. Ha! Zhao Hong froze, wondering if he had heard wrong. Let Liu Ye investigate Lin Guang. Isn't that like sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth? That Lin Guang can keep him? Do as I say. And in addition tell him that if this is accomplished, I will guarantee him a centurion's position. Zhang Liao did not explain much. Yes, subordinate, farewell. The two were about to leave after saying that. By the way, give him this. Zhang Liao pulled out an object from his arms and threw it over. Zhao Hong hastily reached out to catch it, and in the next second, when he saw what it was, his eyes widened violently. Phew, this body tempering pill is really not for human consumption. Lu let out a long, cloudy breath. God knows how he made it through the last hour or so, and several times he thought about simply passing out. However, his intuition told him that once he lost consciousness, the effect of the body tempering pill would definitely be greatly reduced. Even he felt that even now, he still hadn't been able to utilize the maximum efficacy of the body tempering pill. A large portion of the medicinal power was still stored in the body, and there was no way for it to be fully absorbed by the body. Liu Ye also had a rough guess in his heart about this situation. It should be due to the lack of body refining techniques. The body tempering pill was, to put it bluntly, an auxiliary resource for tempering the physical body. Eating it directly can certainly have a strengthening effect, but in the final analysis, it is still a passive absorption of the body. If one were to utilize the body refining technique to actively absorb the medicinal power of the body tempering pill, then it would definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. But where to get the feats? Lu was a bit distressed, counting on the system to reward it. The randomness is too strong. Hell knows when to brush an achievement that rewards feats. But going the military honor exchange route is also not very realistic. Just to be promoted to a canton commander would cost 500 military honors, and then exchanging feats would still cost 1,000 military honors. Outside of here is 1,500 military points. It is simply impossible to save up in the short term. Really think that military service is a cabbage? Forget it, let's see the refresh tomorrow. It's best if it can be brushed out. If not, the big deal is to use elixir to pile it up hard, as long as it can become stronger. Liu Ye didn't dwell too much on the matter of feats. After all, how can a living person let his urine suffocate him? Anyway, it's not like the body hardening dan can't be absorbed by the body without the kung fu. It's just that the efficiency of absorption is a little bit lower. It's harmless. As for keeping the body tempering dan for later when there is a technique to use again, that definitely won't work. Liu Ye still can't do something that's stupid and lacking. I don't know what's going on with the spies, either. As he was thinking about this, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the tent. Chapter 12 A Pillow for the Sleepyhead. A Jedi's Pride? Liu Ye, follow me to see Lord Chifu. In the next second, the curtain lifted, and Centurion Shen Mei walked in with great strides. Good. Liu Ye didn't ask too many questions and directly got up to follow Chen Mo. One didn't need to ask to know that it must be about the barbarian spies. I just don't know if it will turn out to be good or bad. With a slightly apprehensive mood, Liu Ye arrived at the Shifuyu camp. My lord, Liu Ye is here. Well, you go out and keep watch, and no one is to come near, Zhao Hong commanded, then dropped his gaze on Liu Ye who was on the side. Liu Ye bowed at the sight and saluted. Liu Ye, see Lord Qianwu, there's no need to be polite. We don't have that much red tape in the military. Zhao Hong waved his hand. This time, I called you over for the matter of Lin Guang's suspected collaboration with the enemy and treason. Rinku? Liu Ye was stunned, then reacted that he was referring to that Captain Lin. The Lord Commander already knows about this matter. It's just that Lin Guang is heavily involved behind the scenes, so he can't act rashly. That's why you first secretly investigate Lin Guang's incriminating evidence, and when the evidence is conclusive, we'll take him down in one fell swoop. Ha? Me? Liu was astonished. That's right, this is the meaning of the Lord Commander, and if this matter comes to fruition, the Lord Commander promises to give you a position as a Centurion. Zhao Hong didn't ask Liu Ye if he would accept it or not. This is a military camp. There is only the option of obeying orders. There is no room for bargaining. This subordinate complies. Honestly, Liu was numb. Letting him investigate Lin Guang, is it because he doesn't want to die fast enough? If he didn't know that Zhang Liao wasn't the type to sell out his friends, he would have suspected that the other party was not in league with that Lin Guang, and intentionally put him in a hole here. Ha ha, don't be in a hurry. The Commander-in-Chief even asked me to give this to you. This time your kid is making a fortune. Zhao Hong saw Liu Ye's bitter face and smiled as he pulled out a jade slip from his pocket. This is, Liu Ye puzzled to receive, into the hand some warm, but also can be considered a piece of beautiful jade. Cultivation techniques, and they're not ordinary ones. Zhao Hong's tone carried a hint of sourness. After all, how can the basic gong method of the army be compared to the inherited gong method of the great families of the world? And the two are not at a level at all. What? Cultivation techniques? Liu was in disbelief. He had just said that he lacked a cultivation technique, and this immediately delivered one. What is this? A pillow for the sleepyhead? Until he left from the Thousand Masters camp, Liu Ye's entire body was still dizzy with the feeling of a pie falling from the sky. When he returned to his own tent, Liu Ye also figured out the key. The reason why Zhang Liao had asked him to investigate Lin Guang was probably due to two considerations. On the one hand, he himself was Lin Guang's chosen scapegoat, and now he, the scapegoat, not only didn't die, but also brought back the bodies of his accomplices. Trying in this situation, Lin Guang did not say that he would directly kill and exterminate people, but he would definitely have to take some action against himself. For example, did one learn any key information from his accomplices, or have the powers that be suspected him for it? These are the things that the other side is desperately trying to figure out right now, and people tend to make mistakes when they are in a hurry, and as soon as the other side makes a move, they are bound to reveal themselves. So much for a breakthrough. On the contrary, if Liu Ye stayed in the barracks all the time, with no opportunity to strike, the other party would only become more cautious, or even completely cut off contact with the barbarians, and that would be difficult. As for the other hand, Liu Ye guessed that Zhang Liao should want to take this opportunity to test his abilities, otherwise he wouldn't have taken out all the family heirloom techniques. This is clearly thinking of him as a future class act. To this, Liu said he gladly accepted. Since people are willing to invest in themselves, then just accept it. The big deal is to pay back 10 times 100 times later. As an open player, that confidence is still there. Now, let me see what the so-called cultivation technique is all about. For cultivation, Liu Ye can be said to have longed for a long time, and now he is finally able to have a plug of the real thing. Liu Ye then followed Zhao Hong's words and crushed the jade slip in his hand. In the next moment, a whole bunch of words and pictures kept coming up in front of my eyes. This is the anti-theft measures that those great families have come up with in order to prevent the leakage of their own techniques. A jade slip could only be read once, and even if it was stolen, there would be no widespread spread. Originally, Liu Ye was also curious about what to do if someone transcribed the gongfu for sale. It wasn't until he looked at what was in front of him that he realized how ridiculous his thoughts were. The so-called cultivation technique is not just a few movements or reciting a few phrases. The things involved in it can be described as all-encompassing. The key thing is that the picture will only last for half an hour. In such a short period of time, it would be good enough to memorize the general content, not to mention transcribing it word for word, not to mention writing it down. It's no wonder that Kung Fu will be controlled by the great families of the world, which without a certain amount of historical heritage, it's probably impossible to even find a person who produces the secret books of Kung Fu. Liu couldn't help but feel emotional. Luckily, after the improvement of the Marrow Cleansing Pill, his memory had already improved significantly. Can't forget it, may not talk about it, but there is still no problem to read the whole content of the jade slip in half an hour. Unfortunately, only the cultivation methods for the first 3 layers have been recorded. It was also unknown if Zhang Liao's family heritage was limited or if it was done on purpose. Liu Ye felt that the odds were that it was the latter. But no matter what, this was finally the time to officially step into cultivation. According to the records on the jade sketch, body refining could be divided into 3 stages in total: skin refining, flesh refining, and bone refining. First refine the skin, then refine the flesh, and finally refine the bone. The whole process from the outside to the inside, from the surface to the inside, step by step to polish the flesh to the extent that it is invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire. So it is. No wonder the most notable characteristic of a body refining realm martial artist is that swords and knives are hard to injure. Dare I say that the first step of body refining is to refine the skin first. However, the shortcomings of this way of refining the body are also very obvious. That is, it can only withstand sharp weapons but cannot blot blunt weapons. It is simply a gold and jade outside of it, but not in it. If one cultivated to the bone refining level, it would be slightly better, but the fragile internal organs would still be vulnerable to shock. The opposite is true for Liu, who is as strong internally as he is externally, but his external defense is nearly as interesting. Now that the gongfu was in hand, it had made up for this last shortcoming. It's just that this skin refining even needs to be combined with a medicinal bath. I wonder if the body tempering pill can replace the effects of the medicinal bath. Without delay, Liu Ye immediately began to experiment. First, he took a body tempering pill, and then he set up his stance according to the records on the gongfu. In a flash, almost a large portion of the pores in his body were opened, and Liu Ye felt that his entire body was much more permeable. If Zhang Liao saw that Liu Ye had opened half of his pores in his first cultivation, he was afraid that he would have to be skeptical. If you can open 10% of the pores of your body, you are considered to be quite qualified. If you can open 20%, you are considered to be a genius. And if you can open 30%, you are considered to be a great talent. And Zhang Liao was at this level at the beginning. As for further up, that was something that could only be done by a supreme celestial pride. This kind of person comes along once in a century. From this, it could be seen how perverse the effect of the Marrow Cleansing Pill was, lifting Liu Ye up to the level of an absolute heavenly pride in a raw manner, even if it was even better than that. At the same time, the medicinal effect of the body tempering pill had exploded. This time, Liu Ye didn't let his body passively absorb it, but rather endured the pain and began to mobilize the energy in his body to head to the dermatome layer as written on the gongfu. A moment later, a flash of surprise appeared on Liu Ye's face. Chapter 13, Reverse Refinement Technique, Golden Bones. He saw that the originally violent and disorderly medicinal power was completely integrated. Unlike before when it was drilling into various parts of the body in a swarm, it was as if they had instantly turned from a group of chaotic people into a regular army, ready to be dispatched by Liu Ye. So this is the correct way to open the body tempering pill. Thinking of his previous painful experience, Liu Ye felt like a big wrong seed. Subsequently, under Liu Ye's command, this incomparably pure energy first passed through the 5 viscera and 6 bowels to enter the blood, then passed through the blood vessels to enter the flesh and bones, and finally hovered in the dermal layer. It was only immediately after that Liu Ye realized a problem. In the process of the medicinal power penetrating outwards, Every time it passed through a layer of barrier, a portion of the energy would be intercepted, and the most absorbed part of it was the blood. By the time it penetrated the dermal layer, the medicinal power of the body tempering pill was already 10-1, barely completing a quenching of the dermal membrane. Although all of this energy was ultimately absorbed by the body, if all of this medicinal power could be used to quench the dermal membranes, the effect it would have played would definitely be more significant than spreading it out to various parts of the body. This is what is meant by the so-called centralization of power to achieve great things. Wait, why do I have to insist on refining the skin first? Liu Ye only felt a flash of light in his mind. Other people refined their skins first because they could only obtain the energy to temper their flesh by means of medicinal baths. So only by feeding the dermal layer can the energy continue to penetrate in. The opposite is true for yourself. He didn't need any medicinal baths at all. The medicinal power of a body tempering dam was enough to crush all the herbs in the world, and it was crucial that there wouldn't be any loss. In this case, he could have done exactly the opposite. That is, first refine the bones, then the flesh, and finally the skin. In this way, it also solved the problem of energy not penetrating out. I really am a genius. Thinking about this, Liu Ye was instantly in a good mood. He didn't start experimenting right away, though. Using 2 body tempering pills in a row was extremely taxing on the mind aspect, and he needed time to slow down. Also physically, you need to get used to it as soon as possible, lest there be a situation where your power grows too fast and is beyond your control. Arriving at the barracks schoolyard, Liu Ye first tested the various data of his body. First is strength. 1,000 pounds of stone locks, straight from one hand to the other. If it weren't for the lack of extra arms, Liu felt that taking 2 more wouldn't be too much of a problem. Well, at a conservative estimate, the strength should have been over 5,000 pounds. According to the records on the jade sketch of the Gongfu, the strength of a martial artist at the skin refining stage was roughly between 500 pounds and 1,000 pounds, with the exact result varying from person to person. As for the meat refining stage, the span is wider, as little as 1,000 pounds or as much as 10,000 pounds. The main reason why there was such a large gap was because each stage of body refining had its own focus. Skin refining mainly enhances the defense of the physical body, and does not have much impact on the strength aspect, and refining meat was mainly about enhancing the strength of the physical body. Therefore, at this stage, it was the stage that best characterized the difference between an ordinary martial artist and a talented martial artist. As for bone refining, what was enhanced was blood purity, laying the foundation for the next stage of the blood transformation realm, and the enhancement to strength would likewise not be great. That is to say, with my current strength, I basically can't find an opponent in the body refinement realm, unless it's that kind of guy who was born with divine power. Liu clenched his fists, more or less exhilarated inside. It had only been less than 2 days, and the strength had already reached this level. If I had another 10 days and half a month, I wouldn't be able to compete with Zhang Liao, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem for me to compete with an ordinary commander, right? Liu then briefly tested the speed. It took only about 10 seconds to cover the entire distance of 200 meters, with a peak speed of over 70 kilometers per hour. The key to run after the face is not red and breathless. With the meal after a walk, no difference. Visible Liu Ye now endurance is how sick. One last test of defense. Liu Ye took out his knife and held it against his palm, then gently slashed it, making a crunching and rubbing sound as if he had cut on the bark of a tree. Taking the knife away, there was merely an additional white scratch, which disappeared the next second. Liu saw this and began to slowly increase his strength until a tingling sensation came and he jerked to a stop. Taking the knife away, he saw a small gash had been made in the center of his palm. It didn't take long for the wound to heal. If it weren't for the little bit of blood left on the knife, it would be impossible to tell that there was a wound in this spot before. Well, it pretty much blocks about 20% of the force. Liu Ye did some simple calculations and realized that he seemed to have tentatively reached his goal of being invulnerable to swords and spears. His 20% force was equivalent to 1,000 pounds of strength, unless it was a body refinement realm martial artist. In the case of an ordinary person, even if they stood still and let them chop, they would still be able to do it without any injuries, and this was only the effect of having quenched it once. If he quenched it 10 or 8 times in the future, by then he was afraid that not even the refined body realm would be able to break through his defense. After testing these, Liu Ye began practicing his sword technique until he had his own power under complete control. Then he leisurely left the schoolyard and turned to the mess hall. As expected, the identity token of the Shirshan was just good. This time, he ate 30 bowls of rice in a row, and no one came over to stop him. Phew, cool. Rubbing his stomach, Liu Ye left in stride amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of the many soldiers. Even though Liu Ye's mess would make many of them unable to eat, no one dared to go forward and theorize. In the barracks it has always been said that the strongest man is the best, and the size of the meal, in a sense, determines the size of the power. A meal can eat 30 bowls of rice. Cruel people, they do not say to have seen, not even heard of. This time is considered to have opened eyes. As for Liu Ye's side, after returning to the tent and making a few adjustments, he started a new round of trials. The results of the test were very pleasing. Almost 99% of the medicinal power of the body tempering pill was absorbed by the bones, with only a very small amount escaping to other parts of the body. And unlike the integrated dermatomes, the bones of the human body are separate throughout the body. This meant that Liu Ye could focus the medicinal effect on quenching one or several bones, which was far more efficient than quenching the bones of the entire body at the same time. Liu chose the left sternum this time. One, because the sternum protects the heart and is relatively important. Secondly, because it is closer to the stomach, the loss of potency is lower, and after being tempered by an entire body tempering pill, even through the skin, one could faintly see the golden light emanating from the left chest. Honestly, Liu Ye didn't know what this was all about. I haven't heard that bone refining can still be refined into a golden color, and it would be extraordinary to be able to refine to the jade bone level. This was also the strongest realm of bone refining recorded in the jade slip, and only a very few supreme prides could reach it. As for quenching out golden bones, there was not a single precedent, and Liu Ye was considered to have set a historical precedent. Could this also be the effect of the battle body fledgling? Associating it with the golden lines from before, Liu Ye felt that his guess was not far off. His intuition told him that the golden bone was definitely stronger than the jade bone, and this was from trusting the system. It's just that the consumption is a bit big. A body quenching Dan merely quenched a golden sternum. If you want to quench all the bones in your entire body, I'm afraid that you'll have to run towards 100 of them. Liu Ye couldn't help but lament. This is still the amazing medicinal power of the body quenching pills, in exchange for the medicinal baths of this world. It is estimated that emptying a county's land of medicinal herbs is not necessarily enough. It is no wonder that those big families have to strictly control the number of martial artists, otherwise just to compete for cultivation resources. The big families are estimated to have human brains to beat into a dog's brain. Really cannot afford to feed Without further thought, Liu Ye once again took a body tempering pill and began to temper the other sternum. It can't be helped. He's a compulsive person. Symmetry looks good when it's symmetrical. Time slowly came to the late night. In the darkness, Liu Ye, who was resting his mind with his eyes closed, suddenly swished his eyes open, and there was a hidden golden light flashing in his eyes, but it disappeared in the next second. Are you pressing on so soon? Liu murmured in a low voice, no panic appearing on his face. Reaching out, he grasped the greatsword at his side and rose to walk out of the tent. In the next second, a bit of cold aura blinked and arrived, stabbing Liu Ye straight in the chest. Chapter 14 Amazing Defense, Heart of Window. Facing this strike, Liu Ye felt a pain in his chest just as he raised his left hand. Pust! The tip of the gun tore through the skin on his chest, and blood splattered in a flash. However, the next second, only heard a ding sound. The tip of the gun instantly stagnant, no longer able to advance the slightest bit. What? A cry of alarm rang out in the darkness, and then he saw the lance retract, and the other party disappeared into the distance in a few rises and falls. One shot misses and disappears thousands of miles away. This man obviously knows the way of the assassin. Liu Ye didn't chase after him, but just looked down at the bull-sized gunshot wound on his chest, where a piece of golden bone could be vaguely seen gleaming in the night. The force of that shot just now definitely exceeded 5,000 pounds, and the skin membrane that had only been tempered once could not play a half-hearted blocking effect in front of this strike, and was broken open in a matter of moments. Had it not been for the golden sternum's barrier, this shot would have undoubtedly pierced right through the heart. Ahem! Coughing out a few mouthfuls of stasis blood, Liu Ye instantly felt a lot of relief in his chest. A spear technique of the grand completion or even perfection realm. Liu Ye looked at the direction where the silhouette had disappeared, and a trace of scorn flashed in his eyes. From the exclamation just now, Liu Ye heard that the man was Captain Lin. As for the other party being able to find him so quickly, he wasn't surprised at all. He was at least a lieutenant, and it wasn't easy to inquire about a Shix's residence. The only thing that surprised him was that Lin Guan was much stronger than he thought. Don't look at the fact that the school lieutenant was in the same rank as the 1,000 husbandmen on the surface, but there was a huge gap in terms of strength. While 1,000 husbandmen is not allowed to serve as a non-8th grade, there is no hard and fast requirement in terms of strength for a school captain. As long as there is someone on top, Even an ordinary person can serve as a lieutenant. It's just that it's hard to convince the public when it's all said and done. In a sense, lieutenants were the equivalent of civilian positions in the army, mostly used for the gilding of the sons of the great families. What kind of fight can you expect from a dude? But that Captain Lin was obviously different. His hand shot was simply out of this world, and even with Liu Ye's speed, he was unable to react when the supersonic arrows could be caught, but they couldn't catch the opponent's lance, which showed the speed of his lance. It's true that there are green hills beyond the mountains and green buildings beyond the buildings. One cannot underestimate the people of the world. Liu reflected on himself. The rapid growth and strength inevitably made him a bit oblivious, and he desperately wanted to verify his combat power. Unbeknownst to him, in the eyes of the truly strong, this amount of his strength counted for nothing. After all, the real battle is not who has more power can win, which also includes techniques, experience, and the psychological level of the game. In a word, the current self is still too young. The original plan was to implement the plan to lure the snakes out of their holes tomorrow, but now it looks like it will have to be postponed for a while, at least until he was sure of blocking that shot head-on. Liu Ye would never put himself in the middle of the opponent's field of vision. That would be joking with his own life. Anyway, Zhang Liao hadn't set a specific deadline, so a few days late was fine. Turning back to the tent, Liu Ye was just about to find something to bandage the wound when he realized that the bone-deep wound was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, it was estimated that it would be better in a night's time. With such a terrifying recovery speed, it would not be an exaggeration to say an immortal body. However, Liu Ye realized that as the wound gradually recovered, the golden light in his chest slowly dimmed. Obviously, the recovery of the wound was not unrelated to the golden sternum. It was good that the golden sternum was not completely degraded, and it could be restored after some time of recuperation, and did not need to be retempered. Meanwhile, Lin Guang, who had left the barracks, was looking at the lance in his hand for a long time. The original surefire strike had been cracked in such an odd way, which made him more or less skeptical of life. It was hard to imagine how human bones could be so hard as to be so damn hard that they couldn't even poke through his 100 refined steel gun. No wonder it was able to kill Wang Feng. There really is some kind of doorway. Lin Guang took a deep look at the direction Liu Ye was in, then left without looking back. Breaking into the barracks tonight to assassinate was originally a risky move, and now that it failed, he needed to go back and think of other countermeasures. Ding! This day's achievement quest has been refreshed. Hearing the system prompt, Liu Ye's mind moved and then opened the achievement interface. Archery Munchkin, White, a common achievement that can be reached by accumulating 100 effective archery shots. Achievement reward, Spiritual Eyesight Elixir *1. Technique Elite, Green, Elite Achievement. Attainable by bringing any of the techniques to the minor achievement realm. Achievement reward, Enlightenment Stone *10. Examining books, Green, Elite Achievement. Can be reached by reading a total of 100 books. Achievement reward, Literary Heart Fledgling. Not a bad day for character. I actually swiped 2 elite achievements. But what the hell is this exposition of books? Is it going to lead me to the scribe side of things? Like martial artists, scribes are also a cultivation path in this world. Only one majored in the physical body and the other in the soul. Compared to martial artists, scribes had a higher threshold for cultivation. The key to this thing is also a thief stepping horse metaphysics, and there is no secret of cultivation, or reading is the only way to cultivate. Some are so gifted that a year or 2 of study may bring them to the threshold of scribe practice, and there are those who have studied hard for 10 years, and as usual, they may come up empty-handed. Liu Ye also didn't expect the system to suddenly brush up the achievement of reading books, which is obviously the rhythm of letting him cultivate both literature and martial arts. Just as well, it's only 100 books. They should be finished soon. Liu eventually chose to take on the task. He was mainly interested in the reward of the Xin Daisy, which sounded like it had the same root as the Battle Body Daisy, so the effect shouldn't be too bad. At the same time, as Liu Ye picked up the 3 achievement quests, a system prompt rang out. Ding! Detected that your blade technique realm has become a minor success, reaching the elite achievement, Technique Elite, rewarding Enlightenment Stone *10". Perfect. Previously, just 1 Enlightenment Stone was able to take his blade technique from introductory to minor accomplishment. Now that 10 Dao Enlightenment Stones were in his hands, how could he push his blade technique to the grand completion realm? In this way, when he faced Lin Guang again in the future, he wouldn't be crushed on a technical level. However, after being tired all day today and crucially injured, Liu Ye didn't rush to use the Enlightenment Stone to get his body well first. A night without words. The next day early in the morning, Liu Ye in the school field after the dawn, and then with the hands of the 9 soldiers briefly met, and then sent them to busy what. As for himself, he found an open space and started practicing his sword technique, pulling out an Enlightenment Stone. He then entered the state of epiphany. After a minute, Liu Ye stopped his hand movements, but there was no joy on his face. How come it feels like the epiphany effect has decreased? Liu frowned slightly. For that minute just now, there were still endless bursts of inspiration in the mind though. However, after some rehearsals, the improvement in the aspect of the blade technique was minimal, barely taking another step forward in the realm of minor accomplishment. A far cry from the effect of the first epiphany. Does it mean that? Looking down at the long sword in his hand, Liu Ye seemed to understand why. It's the underpinnings. All along, he had relied on practicing the basic blade techniques to improve his technique realm. It was fine in the early stages, but if one wanted to push the realm of the saber technique from a minor to a major, the basic saber technique was obviously no longer enough, and one needed to use a more profound saber technique to push it forward. In this way, the function of the Enlightenment Stone could be maximized. Never mind, let's shoot arrows first then. Liu Ye was not in a hurry. Techniques were different from feats. This thing was frankly just an experience of utilizing a weapon and was relatively easy to obtain. If not for the fact that he didn't have that kind of time, if he really wanted to slowly grope around on his own, he might not be able to create a powerful martial art on his own. However, just as Liu Ye was about to go find a bow to use for archery, his afterglow suddenly glanced at a teenager holding a halberd, which made him come a little interested. There were many people in the barracks who used swords and guns, but those who could use such heavy weapons were quite rare. If there was no master to teach them, it was basically impossible to touch these types of weapons. So Liu was going to take a look and maybe steal the division. Since he couldn't manage a De Chang sword technique for the time being, a De Chang halberd technique was also possible. The main thing was a randomization. Chapter 15, Absolute Halberd Technique, Archery Budding Achievement. The teenager looked about only 14 or 15 years old, long lips, red teeth, skin white and red, with the barracks as a bit out of place. Liu Ye guessed that 80% of them were the children of a certain family who had entered the military camp to practice. At this moment the young man has walked to the center of the schoolyard with a halberd in his hand, closed his eyes for a moment, and then began to dance with the halberd in his hand. The initial movements are slow, simply upward picks, straight thrusts, horizontal sweeps, and vertical chops, but each blow seemed to be full of power, hitting the air with a swish and showing great fundamentals. As time passed, the halberd in the teenager's hand danced faster and faster, and his movements began to become flexible and changeable, or hook or peck, or lock or cut. Seeing Liu Ye dazzled, he couldn't wait to follow the drill on the spot. Sure enough, a real man should play the halberd. It's damn handsome. Liu looked at it with a double take. Although he did not understand the halberd technique, he could tell that the moves practiced by the young man in front of him were absolutely extraordinary. Even if it wasn't that kind of supreme martial arts, it had at least stepped into the ranks of the world's first class, throwing off his basic sword technique by dozens of streets. However, this teenager obviously only slightly understand the skin. In addition to the front of the few played with style, the back of those complex changes are only in vain. The stances between the transition is also a bit stagnant. If you really want Liu Ye to evaluate it, this kid is probably not even good enough for a halberd skirmish. After practicing for about half an hour, that teenager suddenly stopped, mortaring his halberd and panting madly there, obviously exhausted. Liu Ye saw this but his face was puzzled. He had thought that the other party was the type of person born with divine strength who would choose a heavy weapon like a halberd, but now it seemed that this was not the case. It's only been half an hour of juggling and I'm tired and out of breath, so it doesn't look like I was born with natural strength in any way. But it shouldn't be. That teenager doesn't look like a wild card. If it really wasn't appropriate to use heavy weapons, his lord would certainly not allow the other party to fool around. Could it be that you are secretly practicing in private without your lord's knowledge? Liu Ye thought secretly. But this has nothing to do with him. People love to practice what they practice, as long as it does not delay their own sneak observation on the line. Anyway, with the Enlightenment Stone in place, he didn't need any martial arts secrets. As long as he read it a few more times, forming an impression in his mind was enough. When the time came for the epiphany to open up, these moves would be turned into fuel wood to ignite inspiration, thus propelling his senses in halberd techniques. What is an epiphany? It's about borrowing from the experience of those who have gone before and getting out of your own way. Therefore, whether or not one reads the original martial arts, whether or not there is a master to teach, it is all unimportant to Liu Ye. The only thing he lacked now was a martial arts background, and now it was being filled up quickly by the hand of the teenager in front of him. In the 2 hours since then, that teenager had juggled that inscrutable halberd technique twice more, from start to finish, and Liu Ye had stood by and watched for 2 hours. To say that there is some enlightenment that is pure bullshit, but that set of halberd method Liu Ye has been completely memorized in the brain, only waiting for the Enlightenment Stone in the future to integrate it. Hey, you guys are so rude. You've been watching here for an hour. Are you trying to steal my family's martial arts? Suddenly, the teenager thrust his halberd towards the ground and looked at Liu Ye with a displeased expression. Liu Ye also didn't expect to be discovered by the other party, and could only scratch his head awkwardly, lifting his steps from the corner. There is no way. Cannot say that he is bored. Put here to see the scenery. That also need to be believed. Forgive me. I see, little brother, this halberd method is profound. This is a moment to see into the God. If there is something wrong, please little brother not to blame. Liu arched his hand, his stance lowered. The truth is that spectating others practicing martial arts is not considered a big deal. However, all more advanced martial arts would have supporting breathing rhythms as well as inherent power generation techniques, which could not be learned by watching a few moves. If it was really that easy to learn, then why don't we all just stop fighting, so that we don't have to fight and have our own martial arts stolen? As for Liu Ye, he was there because he had the Enlightenment Stone as a cheat. To him, backpropagating the internal heart method from martial arts stances belonged to the basic operations. Maybe the reverse is not the same as the original, but it must be the version that suits him best. But again, the other party didn't know any of this, so Liu didn't panic in the slightest and just politely apologized. Humph. The teenager let out a cold snort, but did not look deeply into it, and drew his halberd to leave. Wait, I'm Liu Ye. I still don't know what little brother's name is? I'll treat little brother to a drink when I'm free. As an atonement for today's incident, Liu shouted at the teenager's back. This teenager's background was not simple at first glance. If he could take the opportunity to make friends, it would be a considerable help to him. Hearing Liu Ye's words, the teenager's footsteps lurched, but he didn't turn around. He just said Liu Yen, and then continued to stride away. Liu Yen? Hearing that the other party's surname was Liu, Liu Ye subconsciously thought of that first fierce general of the three kingdoms. But Liu Bu would have been 30 years old by this time, right? Liu Ye frowned, then suddenly thought of something. I remember Liu Bu seems to have a daughter. Liu Yen. Liu Yen. Good lord. So it is. The corner of Liu Ye's mouth curled up slightly. He had basically guessed the identity of that teenager. If not wrong, the other party should be a woman disguised as a man to mix into the military camp. And its real identity is most likely to be the daughter born to Liu Bu and Yen, Liu Lingqi. Don't think that he was blind and didn't see that the other person was dressed as a man at a glance. In fact, a 14 or 15-year-old girl, really dressed in men's clothing, is not at all different from a man's press. What? You said look at the Adam's apple. Stop it. Boys that age don't have a larynx. As for recognizing people by their voices, it's even more unreliable. As long as they haven't gone through a voice change period, men and women basically sound the same. Liu Bua, don't know how powerful you in this world should be. Accidentally befriended each other's daughters. It would be a lie for Liu to say he wasn't excited. That was recognized as the #1 military general of the three kingdoms. An overwhelmingly ruthless man whose appearance was bound to be besieged, and both parties involved felt that this was reasonable. That said, Liu Bu should be working under Ding Yuan as a chief bookkeeper now. Honestly, having a supreme general as a civilian, Liu Ye wondered if Ding Yuan had a bubble in his head. No wonder he ended up getting his head chopped off by Liu Bu. Shaking his head, Liu Ye didn't continue to stay much longer. Turning to the logistics department, he received a 3-stone-strong bow as well as 200 wooden arrows. As a shiksa, that authority is still there. After all, unlike iron arrows, wooden arrows were fairly simple to make and were specialized for daily training. Then coming to the shooting range specializing in archery practice, Liu pulled the bowstring and it was a bit soft. Never mind, make do. As a matter of fact, the 3-stone bow was already the highest specification standard longbow in the army. Any stronger than that would have to be specially ordered, and it was usually used by body-refining martial artists who specialized in archery. For example, when the masked man was encountered, the longbow used by the other party far exceeded 3 stones. Liu bent his bow and loosened his fingers after taking a little aim. Hearing a whoosh sound, the wooden arrow broke through the air and hit the bullseye in the next second. With his strong control of his fleshly body, Liu Ye still displayed a notable accuracy even if it was his first time shooting arrows. When I opened the achievement screen and looked at it, I saw that the archery sprout column showed 1/100. Seeing that using wooden arrows was considered effective shooting, Liu Ye put his heart down and started shooting like crazy. Only when the 100th shot was finished, the system prompt did not sound. Liu Ye was a bit puzzled as he opened the quest interface of archery sprout, 95 out of 100. 5 missing? Looking up at the archery target in front of him, It was already staked with arrows, but with a sweep of his gaze, Liu Ye realized what the problem was. There were only 95 arrows on the target, while the remaining 5 did not make it to the target, mainly because there was no place to stick them. With no other choice, Liu Ye could only change the archery target and make up the remaining 5 arrows. With the last arrow hitting the bullseye, the system prompt rang out. Chapter 16, Ultra Farsight, Halberd Technique Great Achievement. Ding! You have accumulated 100 effective archery shots, reaching the common achievement, Archery Budding, and obtaining the reward, Spiritual Eyesight Elixir * 1 inch. Spiritual Eyesight Elixir, after taking it, one can visualize night as day and gain dynamic vision as well as super long-range vision. The Spiritual Eye pill was a light green-colored pill that smelled refreshing. When he opened his mouth to take it, a wave of cool air went straight to the sky, and finally hovered in his eyes. Liu subconsciously closed his eyes. It took a full 10 minutes for the icy feeling to dissipate. Opening his eyes, Liu Ye only felt that the world in front of him had become clearer than ever before. It was as if it had gone from the previous HD to a blue light, and even the tiny dust in the air was at this moment autumnal. Then he looked up at the distant archery target. The next second, the original far away from 100 meters away from the arrow target in Liu Ye's eyes actually fast approaching, as if stretching out his hand can be grabbed. I'll go. Liu was taken aback, and then his vision immediately returned to normal. Looking at the remaining 95 wooden arrows on the side, Liu Ye simply tested the real-world effect of the ultra-long range. After some experimentation, Liu Ye realized that as long as he concentrated on a certain target, that target would quickly enlarge in his eyes, and with a little relaxation, vision returns to normal. Nice. Putting down the bow, Liu nodded in satisfaction. The ability to adjust the viewing distance at will is, I must say, very user-friendly. Finishing the remaining arrows, Liu was satisfied and left the range. Uncle Li, I came to see you. Having taken care of the achievement, Archery Budding, Liu Ye had wanted to immediately use the Enlightenment Stone to practice the halberd technique that he had just stolen. But it was a matter of fact that there were no halberd-type weapons in the logistics office. The main thing is that this thing is not a conventional weapon at all, so naturally the barracks won't waste resources building it. In the end, Liu Ye thought of Uncle Li, a know-it-all. Maybe he had a way to get it. Hey, don't go, Uncle Li. Seeing that Uncle Li not only didn't stop, but instead accelerated his pace, Liu Ye hurriedly rushed up with an arrow step. Oh, Liu Ye, look, I didn't even notice. Seeing that it was impossible to hide, Uncle Li could only give an awkward smile, mainly because he was scared by Liu Ye's last question and was afraid that he would hear something shocking from the other party's mouth again. He's just one head, not enough to chop. Don't worry, Uncle Li. I came to you this time to ask if there are any stores selling weapons in Yanmen Pass. Liu Ye's idea was simple. Since the barracks didn't have it, he would look for it outside the barracks. The stores that sell weapons have it, but the price is a bit expensive. Uncle Li thought a little and gave an affirmative answer. It's fine. The price doesn't matter. Just tell me the address. Liu Ye acted quite bold. In addition to the 10 taels he spent on the horse earlier, he still had more than 40 taels of silver left on him. He didn't believe that he couldn't buy a halberd with so much money. It wasn't like he was buying some divine weapon. Okay, that store is on Yellowstone Lane on the east side of the city, all the way to the end. After saying this, Uncle Li finally reminded, but the owner of that store has a strange temper and a lot of rules, so you have to be prepared. Understood. Thanks, Uncle Li. Getting the information he wanted, Liu clasped his fists and left. This should be it. Looking at the somewhat dilapidated compound in front of him, Liu Ye raised his hand and knocked on the courtyard door. After waiting a few moments, no one responded. Reaching out, the courtyard door creaked open. Anyone? Liu Ye probed and shouted. Still no one answered, as if this was an abandoned compound. Holler! There was a sudden snort in his ear, and Liu sought out the sound. A white-haired old man was seen lying under a sycamore tree huffing and puffing, with a dead grip on a jar of wine in his hand. Master? Wake up, old master. Here comes business. However, no matter how much Liu Ye screamed, the old man was still sleeping dead, with no sign of waking up. Come on, it's obviously drunk and confused, and it's going to be hard enough to wake up anytime soon. Liu Ye simply stopped caring about him and walked towards a room on his own. The house was quite large, estimated to be over 100 square feet. The house was filled with all sorts of forging implements, casting tables, smelting furnaces, quenching pools, so to speak. The most crucial thing was that at this moment, on the casting table, there happened to be a black halberd sitting right there. Black dragon halberd. Good lord, what a coincidence. Liu Ye also cannot help but secretly surprised. Said to come earlier than coincidentally, this halberd should be with my fate. Stepping forward, he reached out and grasped the halberd shaft, then jerked it upward. So heavy. As soon as the halberd entered his hand, Liu Ye's arm plunged downward, and he hastily added a few more points of force to keep it from falling out of his hand. With his arms raised, he held the halberd across his body, and Liu Ye began to take a closer look. The halberd was black in color as a whole, about 1 jang 3 feet long, and the halberd rod was engraved with several silver dragon patterns, which provided a non-slip effect while not feeling like it pinched the hand. Looking at the head of the halberd again, the crescent-shaped blade of the halberd was flashing with a cold light, and even just looking at it made his skin feel a little prickly. At the front end, a foot-long armor-penetrating cone protruded. If this was stabbed, even if he was wearing heavy armor, he would probably be stabbed through and through with his heart flying. The greatest characteristic of halberd weapons is that they are more versatile, with the agility of a gun and the dominance of a sword. In the hands of someone who can use it, it is the most terrifying killing weapon on the battlefield. Good weapon. Liu was a bit in love, his eyes full of excitement. I just don't know how much this thing costs. Honestly, before he came, Liu Ye still thought that 40 taels to buy a weapon was enough, but after seeing this halberd, he was suddenly a little less confident. In his opinion, although this halberd was not enough to be compared to such supreme divine weapons as the square heavenly painted halberd and the green dragon crescent blade, but also absolutely beyond the scope of mundane weapons, its value just cannot be measured by money. If you really want to put a price tag on it, it's worth at least $1,000. That's 100,000 taels of silver. Why don't we sneak it away and pay it back when we have the money? Liu Ye glanced at the old man who was still sleeping soundly under the tree, and an evil thought suddenly flashed through his heart, but it was then extinguished. That old man looked plain and ordinary. Can use the heel to think about no? Can forge such a big killing weapon of people? And will not be the surface look so simple? Absolutely forced to be a game of the world's big brother. Playing mind games in front of such a character was simply like the old man hanging himself, living beyond his means. Thinking about all this, Liu Ye was in no hurry to leave, and walked into the courtyard and started waving the halberd in his hand. Whether or not you can afford it is another matter first, at least take the opportunity to raise the halberd realm by a wave. It is not a wasted trip. Without hesitation, Liu Ye directly activated the remaining 9 Enlightenment Stones at the same time, and in the next second, he fell into a deep level of epiphany. It was also the first time Liu Ye had used so many Enlightenment Stones at the same time, and the effect it had was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. At this moment, in his mind, there were millions of inspirations colliding with each other, which were figures holding halberds, and if one looked closely, the figures were very similar to the teenager from before. Liu Ye held his halberd in one hand and stood within the compound with his eyes closed like that. After a few breaths, Liu finally moved. There were no fancy moves, it just swung as it pleased. Initially there was still some rawness, and then after only a dozen or so breaths, the movements of Liu Ye's hands became more and more fluent and comfortable. Although it is only some ordinary halberd moves, but each strike is straight to the true meaning of the halberd. This is the so-called the great way to simplicity. After all, any technique was aimed at killing, and the simpler it was, the more powerful it would be. By the time Liu Ye had completely detached himself from the constraints of his moves, he would also have formally crossed over into the realm of returning to the basics, which was also known as consummation. Suddenly, Liu Ye was seen chopping out a halberd fiercely, the blade of the halberd breaking through the air without making the slightest sound. Force like running thunder, halberd out of breathless. This is the halberd method of the realm of great success. It was hard to imagine that in just a few minutes, Liu Ye had rushed all the way from a halberd expert to a halberd master. While there was certainly the role of the Enlightenment Stone in this, it also showed that Liu Ye had a high degree of attunement with halberd-type weapons, otherwise it would be difficult to achieve such an amazing effect. Snap! Just then, a sudden burst of applause rang out within the compound. Chapter 17, Joyful Acquisition of Divine Soldier. Unique Wine. Hearing the commotion, Liu Ye also came back from his immersion. Turning to look, he saw that the white-haired old man, who was still sound asleep, had awakened at some point. At this moment, he was carrying a wine altar, swaying left and right as he walked towards the side. Kid Liu Ye, meet old uncle. Seeing that his master's family had woken up, Liu Ye rushed forward to greet him. The old man didn't reply, but just stared at Liu Ye up and down with a pair of drunken eyes. That look, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Amazingly amazing. The root bone is excellent, and the enlightenment is even better. I didn't expect that there would be two supreme heavenly prides in the world at the same time. The old man lifted the wine altar and took a hard gulp, his mouth slurping. Old uncle is too kind. The kid can't be worthy of the name of absolute heavenly pride. Liu Ye said this with his mouth, but in his heart, He was wondering who the other absolute heavenly pride in the old man's mouth was referring to. Well, it's true that you're still far behind him now, but you're still young, so there's no need to be too anxious. As the white-haired old man spoke, he suddenly turned his gaze to the black halberd in Liu Ye's hand. Liu Ye saw the situation and secretly said bad, and quickly had to explain. Old uncle see, there's no need to say much. The old man, however, waved his hand. A few days ago, the old man had a sudden whim, so he built this black dragon halberd with the meteorite iron from the heavens. Since then, I've been waiting for its owner, and today, the man I've been waiting for has come. Saying this, the white-haired old man looked towards Liu Ye, the meaning of which was self-evident. Liu Ye is also a bit confused. There is this good thing, whoring a quasi-divine weapon for nothing? I'm afraid there's something fishy going on here. What? You don't want it? The old man raised an eyebrow. To be, as the saying goes, elders can't refuse a gift. The kid hereby thanks the old uncle for the gift. There is no reason to refuse a favor that is delivered to your door. Whatever the cat's meow, let's get the stuff first. Wait, when did the old man say it was gifted to you? You have to spend the money. The white-haired old man was anxious. Good guy, I'm counting on this halberd for a drink. You want to take it away without spending a penny? Then I'll drink the northwest wind. I wonder what price old man wants to sell it for. Liu scratches his head in embarrassment. Well, it's all for naught. I'll have to pay for it. I just hope this one doesn't ask for a lot of money. Since you have a destiny with this halberd, then I won't ask for much. Just give a symbolic 1,000 taels to buy the wine. The white-haired old man patted the wine altar in front of him and acted in a rather unrestrained manner. Honestly speaking, 1,000 taels is indeed not expensive. The key is that Liu Ye can't take so much money at all right now. But if you really want to say directly that you don't have any money, you're afraid you'll be blown out on the spot, so you have to think of a way to save the country. Liu Ye's eyes rolled, and he suddenly glanced at the wine altar in the old man's hand. Do not dare to deceive the old uncle. The kid is just yenmen pass ordinary as sure long. Really cannot take so much silver. However, I see that old uncle seems to be a keen drinker. If the kid can brew a jar of wine 10 times as good, I wonder if it can offset the 1,000 taels of silver. There's no way around it. It's time to pull out the usual tricks of the traveler's predecessors. Come on out. Modern brewing methods don't look at this world's high force value, but social productivity remains at an extremely low level. Take the winemaking process, which not only produces cloudy water, but also has a low-key degree of thievery. It's a great wine when it's 20 degrees. If he had made a 50-proof white wine, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to call it an unbeatable wine, would it? What did you say? Sure enough, upon hearing this, the old man instantly came to life, and with a single stride, he arrived in front of Liu Ye, with a speed similar to that of an instantaneous shift. Masters, Liu Ye's heart stared. Based on this frightening movement speed alone, it would probably only take one move for the opponent to kill him. Kid, this altar in my hand is the signature of Drunken Immortal House, Drunken Spring Wind. One altar is worth 100 taels of silver. Are you sure you're not just blowing smoke? The old man's eyes were filled with skepticism. If old uncle doesn't believe me, how about doing an experiment? Liu Ye smiled mysteriously at his words, not panicking in the slightest. What? The old man looked confused, obviously not understanding what an experiment was. Liu Ye didn't bother to explain. He just pointed to the wine altar in the old man's hand and leisurely said, if I make this altar of wine even more fragrant, will old uncle believe me? 10 minutes later, it was Liu Ye who was seen drumming and making a whole set of simple distillation device. The setup is actually quite simple. A cauldron filled with water and a barrel that is slightly larger than a wine jar and well closed. Liu first put the barrel in the pot, then put that wine altar in the barrel, and finally sealed the mouth of the barrel. That'll do? Seeing Liu Ye start to burn the fire, the old man also came over at this time with a curious face. Right away, Liu returned without lifting his head. What he is using now is actually the method of steaming alcohol during the Yuan dynasty, and the principle is also very simple. That is, to utilize the fact that alcohol has a lower boiling point than water, and it is easier to be volatilized out. There were supposed to be 2 barrels with pipes connecting them in the center for easy alcohol condensation. Nay, the conditions are limited, can only be slightly simplified. The effect is similar. Nothing more than steamed out of the alcohol content is lower, and as the water in the pot gradually boiled, a faint odor of alcohol began to waft out of the barrel. Luckily the barrel was well sealed and the alcohol that evaporated wasn't too much. After continuing to burn for a while longer, estimating that the alcohol inside had basically evaporated, Liu Ye lifted the barrel out of the pot and then kept pouring cool water on it. After pouring for about half a quarter of an hour, When the temperature of the barrel completely dropped, Liu Ye lifted the lid as soon as he did so, and a strong odor of alcohol immediately hit his face. Well, that's the flavor. Hiss, what a strong aroma of wine. The old man, who had run to the yard midway for a nap, suddenly dabbled and flashed to the kitchen, his nose shrugging uncontrollably, an expression of immense enjoyment on his face. Don't worry, there's still one last step to go. Liu Ye probed the barrel and saw that a layer of transparent liquid had accumulated at the bottom, and dipped his finger into it and put it in his mouth. Hiss, so spicy. Liu estimated it had to be 60 degrees. Looks like a little dilution is in order. Pouring out a large portion of the remaining water in the wine jar, he then filled the barrel with all the wine. Great job. Liu clapped his hands, quite pleased with his results. Well, quickly, bring it to me to taste, etc. Liu Ye was still about to say something, but the old man could not wait to grab the wine altar, and then he poured a large mouthful of it. Then saw the old man, the whole person violently stunned, face reddened. See Liu Ye that called a heartbeat, afraid to give the old man drink out of a good or bad. Yes, after a long time, the old man suddenly let out a bellowing cry, followed by a burst of cheerful laughter. Even in my life, I have never drunk such a powerful wine. Good wine, really good wine, ha ha ha. Then this black dragon halberd, Liu Ye reminded at the right time. Take it, but don't forget the fine wine you promised to give to the old man. Old uncle, don't worry, today this wine is only roughly made. When the kid goes back and prepares properly, he will guarantee to brew a truly superb wine for you to taste. Liu Ye hadn't thought about making money by brewing, mainly he didn't have that kind of free time, but it's good to use for favors. After all, in ancient times, there was no one who had some skills, whether literati or military generals, who did not love wine. Since he had an advantage in this area, if he didn't make full use of it, wouldn't it be a waste of his identity as a traveler? Then I will take my leave and come back to visit another day. Inside the courtyard, Liu Ye bowed to the old man and then walked out of the small courtyard carrying the black dragon halberd he had just gotten his hands on. I have to say, the trip was very rewarding. Not only did he get a divine weapon, but he also befriended a casting master. If he were to fight for supremacy in the future, at least he wouldn't have to worry about the piece of high-end weapons. And with the wine hanging around, there's no fear that this one won't do his job properly. Caressing the handle of the halberd and feeling the cool touch coming from it, Liu Ye was in a good mood for a while. Suddenly, Liu Ye's footsteps lurched and he looked up at the two soldiers coming from the entrance of the alley. Liu Ye, right? My lord has an invitation. Chapter 18, Shadow Emperor Possession. Exhaustion reached. My lord, the man has been brought. Well, you guys go on down. Lin Guang waved his hand at the two soldiers, then his gaze fell on Liu Ye at the back. I've met Captain Lin. I wonder what Lord Captain is looking for my subordinate for. Liu clasped his fists and saluted, not showing anything different. Since the other party dared to send someone to invite himself openly, it was impossible for them to lay their hands on him here. Perhaps they just wanted to test him. That was why Liu Ye dared to come straight over. Of course, this was also related to the fact that he had already achieved great success in his halberd technique now. Even if they really fought, Liu was confident that he would be able to retreat in one piece. Nothing major. Just heard that Shirshan Liu brought back a corpse from outside the city yesterday, which seems to be related to the barbarian spies. This general, as the Yanmen Pass Guard captain, would like to find Shirchang Liu to learn about the inner workings of the situation. I wonder if it would be convenient. Although Lin Guang used a questioning sentence, his tone carried a meaning that could not be refused. Reporting back to Your Excellency, the body of the traitor, my subordinate has already handed over to the hands of Centurion Chen Mei, and the subsequent handling of the situation is also unknown to my subordinate. Liu Ye is like a movie star possessed at this moment. Whether it is movement or demeanor, cannot see the slightest crack. What he was trying to do now was to lower Lin Guang's guard as much as possible, so that Lin Guang would feel that no one suspected him yet. This was the only way that the other side wouldn't easily cut off contact with the barbarian side. Otherwise it would really be hard enough to find out the evidence. Oh, is that so? Then I wonder if Shirshan Liu remembers who let you out of the city yesterday? Lin Guang didn't continue to pursue the question. Instead, he suddenly changed the topic. Of course I remember. If it wasn't for Captain Lin's righteousness yesterday, I'm afraid that I would have been falsely accused of being a barbarian spy by now, and I have to thank Captain Lin for saving me from this, Liu said and made a deep bow. This was already considered a great gift in the Great Han Dynasty where there was no kneeling ceremony. Looking at Liu Ye, who bowed and saluted, Lin Guang's eyes narrowed slightly. He wasn't sure if Liu had connected Wang Feng to him. As for last night's assassination, It was only in keeping with the idea that it was better to kill the wrong person than the wrong person. After all, fornicating with barbarians is a great offense of executing 9 clans, so no amount of caution is too much. Only now that he thought about it, it was impossible for the other party to associate him with the barbarian spies just based on his action of letting him out of the city, which was entirely his preconceived idea. On the contrary, if we really killed Liu Ye, wouldn't it be a waste of time? It was all about finding a scapegoat anyway, so it didn't seem to make any difference whether Wang Fan's body or Liu Ye's was used. Thinking about this, the killing intent in Lin Guang's heart instantly dissipated a large portion and he smiled as he helped Liu Ye up. There is no need for Shi Changlu to be like this. We are all fellow soldiers guarding the border, and how can we chill the generals? But since Shi Changlu doesn't know the details of this matter, then this general will pay a personal visit to Chifu Zhao on another day. He also needed to know the attitude of the military hierarchy towards the matter. Would it end here or would he pursue it further? He couldn't sleep or eat until he figured this out. Standing at the entrance of the school captain's residence, Liu Ye exhaled a long breath. After this trial, the other party should not try to assassinate him again. Just where the hell do I find this evidence of treason? If Liu Ye had only stayed in the stage of suspicion before, he was now basically certain that Lin Guan was that barbarian spy. All that's left is to find the evidence to whack the other guy, and that's the hardest step. Forget it, desire for speed is not enough. Once a person's greed rises, it is impossible to suppress it. I'll wait for the day when you reveal yourself. Liu Ye looked back at the mansion and then left in stride. Boss, give me 100 books with different contents. Liu Ye walked into a bookstore and took out 10 guan of money and slammed it on the counter. Unlike the historical development of the previous life, perhaps this world exists in this world of literary cultivation, so in the piece of paper making, but far beyond the history of the Great Han Dynasty. Basically, every household could afford white paper, and the bookstores down the street were everywhere. Of course, most of the books sold in the bookstore are some Enlightenment books as well as novels and talk books. And if you want to read books like the 4 books and 5 classics that expound the way of the saints, then you have to go to the major academies. As for the real saint manuscripts, they were even more controlled by the great families and would not be shown easily. But these have nothing to do with Liu Ye. Anyway, this achievement of exhausting books only requires reading 100 books, and it doesn't require specific books to be read, so I guess it's okay to read 100 novels. Finally, in the bookstore shopkeeper a rummage, finally barely put together 100 books with different content, a total of 600 yuan spent Liu Ye. It can't be helped, it's a border crossing with constant warfare. It's good to have a bookstore. How much of a collection of books can you expect? Back at the barracks, Liu Ye reported to Chun Mo about today's meeting with Lin Guang, mainly so that he could get through to the Thousand Husbandmen's side, so that he wouldn't spill the beans when the time came. Liu then went to the stables, where the Dragonborn were usually kept. Seeing Liu Ye, the dragon descendant snorted in excitement and lifted his front hooves upwards, just resting on the guardrail, his small eyes looking at Liu Ye in resignation. Good boy, I'll entrust you to stay here for this period of time, and when I'm done with the matter at hand, I'll buy you a big yard. Liu Ye stroked the dragon descendant's head and smiled to comfort him twice, until he resolved the danger that was Lin Guang. It was not suitable for him to live outside the barracks. Afterwards, feeding the dragon descendant some more grass, Liu returned to the tent and began to flip through the book. Liu Ye flipped very quickly. Cannot even be said to be a glimpse of 10 lines, simply can be described as a glimpse of 100 lines. Less than a minute will turn over a whole book. As for the book, I honestly don't remember much of it. Looked at the achievement screen for exhausting books, 0 out of 100. Is it really not working? Liu was also just doing an experiment. Obviously, there are no loopholes to be exploited. There was no way around it. Liu Ye could only look at it seriously. It was a good thing he could see not too slowly now that he had a superb memory and the aid of dynamic vision. 5 minutes later, Liu closed the pages of the book, the contents of the book already in his head as much as possible. Opening the quest screen again, it had become 1/100. Very well, go on. Liu Ye was energized, flipping through one book after another until the sky darkened outside and Liu Ye had already finished half of the book. Although it was all fiction words, it allowed Liu Ye to understand more about this side of the world, and it wasn't a waste of time. Go out for a meal to refuel, come back and get back at it. There are 50 books left to try to read before midnight tonight, so I don't take up a share of tomorrow's refresh. Anyway, he could see night as day, so even at night, it didn't affect his reading efficiency at all, still maintaining a steady 5-minute a book pace. Even at the back, Liu had shortened the time to 4 minutes a book, just in case he missed the hour. Time passed by, and just as Liu Ye finished flipping through the last book, Two system prompts rang in his ears almost simultaneously. Ding! You have accumulated 100 books, reaching the elite achievement, exhaustion of books, and obtaining the reward, literary heart fledgling. Ding! Today's achievement has been refreshed. Liu Ye gave a cry of relief and then opened the achievement list, and in the next second, the corners of his mouth began to rise uncontrollably. Chapter 19 8,000 Choppers. The Long River of Wendo. 1,000 killings, Blue a rare achievement that can be reached by killing 1,000 enemies. Achievement reward, hardening elixir *100. Emerging, green elite achievement. Attainable by obtaining the position of Centurion or equivalent level. Achievement reward, 500 taels off silver. Technique expert, blue rare achievement. Can be reached by practicing any one technique to the realm of great accomplishment. Achievement reward, Enlightenment Stone *100. With 2 blues and 1 green. This is the best refresher so far in terms of character. One of the achievements, technique expert, can even be completed in seconds, which is simply not too good. However, Liu Ye guessed that with the passage of time, the difficulty of the achievement quests that the system refreshes in the future should gradually pull up. If you want to reach 3 achievements in one day like before, I'm afraid it's basically impossible. Without thinking any further, Liu Ye took on all 3 achievement quests. Immediately afterward, a system prompt rang in his ears. Ding! Detected that you have a technique that has been practiced to the grand completion realm. Reach the rare achievement, technique expert. Receive a reward, Enlightenment Stone *100 inch. Now that 100 Enlightenment Stones are in hand, just waiting to complement the halberd martial arts background, to reach the perfect realm is just a matter of time. Next, it's time to see just what wonderful use the so-called Wenqin prototype is. Liu Ye's mind turned, and information about the fledgling form of when Xin surfaced. Literary heart fledgling, it can make people enlightened and gain the ability to initially step into the long river of the literary path. Please feel the specific effect yourself after fusion. Treading the long river of the literary path? Liu was shocked. Having read so many novels and talk books, Liu Ye was not ignorant of this side of the world's literary cultivation. The key to the reason why the literati in the world were able to use literature to enter the Tao and obtain all sorts of incredible abilities was the long river of the Tao of literature. However, most people were only vaguely able to sense the existence of the long river of the literary Tao, and if they wanted to truly step into it, it was something that could only be done at the 3rd grade Great Confucian realm. Or rather, only by stepping into the long river of the way of literature can one achieve the honorary position of a Great Confucian. And now as long as Liu Ye fused this embryonic heart of literature, he possessed the qualifications to initially step into the long river of the literary path. In a sense, it was equivalent to having half a foot into the realm of the great scholar. System, fusing the fledgling literary heart. Liu Ye didn't hesitate and immediately chose to fuse. Buzz. In the next second, Liu Ye only felt a shock in his mind and a slightly illusory seed suddenly appeared in the sea of consciousness. As if a stone fell into the lake, the originally ancient sea of consciousness began to ripple. So the original literary heart fledgling is a seed, Liu Ye secretly wondered, and at the same time, he understood the specific effect of the Wenqin fledgling. Simply put, this thing was the equivalent of a door to the long river of Wendo. It was just that the current one was still too weak and would last for a breath of time at most. Beyond this time, it would be washed away by the long river of Wendao, and Liu Ye's soul would then be lost in the long river of Wendao forever. The good thing was that this thing could be slowly contained through Wenqi, thus taking root and sprouting until it grew into a heavenly tree. At that time, the embryonic form of the heart of literature would completely metamorphose into the heart of literary Tao, possessing the supreme greatness of being rooted in the long river of literary Tao. Ha! Is this Wenqi? Right at this moment, Liu Ye noticed that around the Wenqin fledgling, a wisp of white mist was surrounding it. These mists sometimes disappeared into them, and sometimes hovered upward, like a group of children playing at the feet of adults. It could be seen that with each flow of these mists, the glow of the Wenqin prototype brightened by a few points, just not as noticeable. Obviously, the fledgling literary heart did not rely on devouring literary qi to grow itself, but rather, it obtained the nutrients for growth in constant interaction. The denser the aura, the more sustenance it receives, while not having any effect on the aura itself. And every interaction is actually a quenching of the literacy. It's not clear what this does for now, but there must be a benefit right there. Looks like I'll have to read more from now on. These literary qualities he now has come from the 100 books he read before. Unfortunately, it's all fictional talk books, and there's just so little literary flavor to draw from. If it was a canon at that level of the 4 books and 5 classics, even if it was just a page of a book, the amount of Wenqi that could be acquired would be massive. Of course, Reading is only one way to acquire literacy, but it is not the only way. Nay, Liu Ye's insight was limited, and that was the only way he knew at the moment. I'll have to find a teacher sometime in the future, or else I'm afraid I won't be able to understand this one Tao. The way of letters is different from the way of wushu, which, as long as there is a cultivation method, can be gained even if you slowly grope for it yourself. However, Wendo is more focused on teacher teaching. Otherwise the first step to enlightenment alone would have to jam a large number of readers. Liu Ye had directly crossed this threshold because of his fusion of the literary heart fledgling. Other people who wanted to step into the cultivation of the way of literature would either have to find a literature cultivator of the 6th grade or above to forcefully enlighten their spirit, or rely on time to slowly grind it out. As the saying goes, if you read a book 100 times, you will see the meaning for yourself. If you know more about the truth, you will naturally realize it. It was just that the person who could enlighten the spirit on his own, throughout the entire long history, that was also a phoenix-like existence. This is also the fundamental reason why it is difficult to produce a noble son from a cold family since ancient times. Crackle. Stretching, there was a flurry of sinews in his body. After cultivating with the body tempering pill last night, a total of 18 golden bones were tempered, all of which were ribs. Originally, Liu Ye thought of quenching the vertebrae first. After all, this thing is considered the most important skeletal structure of the human body besides the skull. Just gave it up on second thought. It was because the vertebrae were too important that Liu Ye didn't dare to hastily quench them. There's no way around it. There's so much nerve tissue around there that one slip up could cripple you whole. Martial arts cultivation was never a game, and one mistake could lead to death. So Liu Ye planned to take some unimportant bones to practice first, and when the technique was skilled enough, it wouldn't be too late to quench those important parts. There are still 2 body tempering pills left. At most, I'll finish tempering the remaining 6 ribs. It seems like I still need to take care of the 1,000-man slaughter achievement as soon as possible. Liu Ye took a look at the quest progression of thousands of decapitations, 186/1000. Trying to kill more than 800 enemies in a short period of time is basically impossible without engaging in a war. After all, he wasn't some kind of murderous maniac who could just find someone to kill. And the system clearly states that it's the number of enemies killed, not the number of people killed. So wanton slaughter definitely doesn't count. Never mind. Go ask the Centurion if he has any bandit fighting or plugging patrol missions. After simply washing up, Liu Ye came to the Centurion's camp. What? You're going out of town to fight the bandits? Chen Mo stared at Liu Ye with an odd expression. In response, Liu Ye, who had already thought of an excuse, did not panic at all. I thought about it last night. The only way to get out of the city is to allow Lin Guang to act without scruples. Otherwise the other party will keep harboring in the mansion and it will be hard for us to find a breakthrough. In fact, that's not exactly an excuse. Lin Guang just didn't dare to let Liu Ye die in the city. But if he accidentally died on the battlefield, it would have nothing to do with him. But instead, he also took this opportunity to remove a hidden danger. That's why Liu Ye felt that if he were Lin Guang, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Are you sure you won't steal a chicken? Chen Mo frowned, feeling that Liu Ye's move was too risky. Granted, those who are lieutenants are generally not high on the force scale, but no more than that. It was not something that Liu Ye, a budding newcomer who had just stepped into the threshold of cultivation, could touch. Yes, in Chen Mo's opinion, Liu Ye had only just begun to refine his skin. I do not know. Liu Ye's body refining is completely opposite to the people, seemingly refining the skin but actually refining the bones. The main fight is a rebel. Don't worry, my lord, since I dare to do this, I naturally have the certainty to deal with it. Liu sounded confident. After the dual tempering of the body tempering pill and the battle body fledgling, even if it was mainly the bones that had been tempered, his current physical strength had exceeded 6,000 pounds. Coupled with the semi-divine weapon Black Dragon Halberd and the halberd technique of the Grand Completion Realm, he was confident that an ordinary blood transformation realm would not be his opponent. And with the Dragonborn, even if you can't beat them, you can still run, so the safety piece is absolutely solid. In the end, after some weighing, Chen Mo agreed to Liu Ye's request to go out of the city to fight against the bandits, and at the same time gave him the authority to temporarily command 50 men. In fact, Liu preferred to fight the bandits single-handedly to save others from stealing their heads. Nay, Chen Mei was dead set against it, so Liu Ye could only give up. After taking Chen Mo's warrant, Liu Ye went to the stables and was just about to lead out the dragon descent when a clear voice suddenly came from behind him. Chapter 20, Kicked by a Horse, Sweeping the Thousands. Hey, is that horse yours? Hearing this voice, Liu Ye had a smile on his face. Turning around, he saw that Lu Lingqi was leading a small red horse over. It's a young horse. However, in Liu Ye's opinion, this young horse's bloodline was extremely extraordinary. Its parents were at least top-grade war horses to begin with, and it might even be possible that one side had already opened its spirit. This was evident from the other's soulful eyes. So it's brother Liu Ye. Yes, this is my horse. It's called Dragon Descent. Liu patted the horse's head. Ha 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 ha. For some reason, Liu Ye heard gnashing of teeth from the other party's tone. As a matter of fact, Liu Lingqi had noticed this strange horse with hairless body yesterday. I was curious and wanted to touch it, but I was kicked straight in the ass. To think that she, Liu Lingqi, the daughter of the prairie god of war Lu Bu, was now kicked by a horse. How the fuck can you stand that? Fucked the dragonborn on the spot. Then, and no more. Dragon descendant defense alone is enough to compare with the top-grade war horse. Hit a small doll just stepped into the threshold of cultivation is not easy. Liu Ye naturally didn't know about this, and thought that the other party was envious of having such a good warhorse, so he smiled and said, "Your horse is not bad either. The bloodline is pure, and once it reaches adulthood, there is a high probability that it will be able to break the shackles of a warhorse, and evolve into a spirit cult." Hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed through Liu Lingqi's eyes. She didn't expect Liu to be able to tell that red phosphorus bloodline was extraordinary just by looking at it. As a matter of fact, Liu Ye's biggest gain since fusing the Wenxin fledgling was that his soul power had skyrocketed. Not only can it be used to look inward at oneself, but it can also be used to perceive the four directions. In particular, the ability of internal vision drastically increased the efficiency of quenching the bones in his body. The bone refining before that was completely blind. Relying on the way recorded on the body refining technique, he mobilized the medicinal power of the body tempering Dan little by little, afraid of making a mistake, not to mention inefficient and risky. Now that you can directly see the operation of the energy in your body, both the safety and the speed of quenching are not the same. Liu Ye even felt that perhaps the dual cultivation of literature and martial arts was the true way of cultivation in this world. It's only because one person has limited energy that they can't do both. By the way, are you getting ready to leave town? Liu Ye pointed at the little red horse beside Liu Lingqi. There were no horse farms in the barracks, and even if they really wanted to train riding skills, they would have to go outside the city. Humph, it's up to you. LV Lingqi was obviously still holding a grudge about being kicked by the dragonborn, and with a cold snort, she twisted her head and left. Liu saw this and scratched his head, not understanding how he was getting angry at what he was saying. Could that be the one coming? Liu Ye muttered in a small voice, while the dragon descendant on the side snorted as if urging Liu Ye to hurry up and take it out to spread its wings. Nor did he think any more about it, taking Chen Mei's warrant and going to the barracks to order 45 ordinary soldiers, plus 5 captains. Sergeant, a small group of barbarian soldiers, about 100 men, has been spotted 10 miles ahead. Well, you guys stay put. I'll be right back. After saying that, he slapped the head of the dragon descent horse and ran away in a puff of smoke. The soldiers looked at each other in dismay, neither chasing nor not chasing, but finally decided to follow orders. It was a tawdry maneuver that Liu came up with so that he wouldn't be robbed of his head. With his strength, as long as he didn't run into a barbarian general of the blood transformation realm, 100 of them could be easily slaughtered. Other people might still need to consider the exertion in terms of stamina, but with the fusion of the battle body hatchling, he would only become more and more courageous the more he fought, and he didn't need to worry about the lack of stamina at all. This is the war body, made for the battlefield. The dragon descendants were very fast, and in less than 2 minutes, the barbarian figures had already appeared in Liu Ye's field of vision. The ultra-long range of vision was activated, and even the faces of the barbarian soldiers were clearly visible. A total of 103 barbarian soldiers, including a barbarian Centurion, which was his first target to take out. Suddenly, Liu Ye's gaze froze. Just in the center of those barbarian soldiers, there was also a group of raggedly dressed Han people. Apparently, it was a group of barbarian soldiers who had just finished looting the village, Yanmen Pass. As an important gateway guarding the Great Han, the internal garrison could not easily leave the pass. This was the fundamental reason why the barbarians dared to plunder the neighborhood of Yanmen Pass with impunity. Of course, they only dare to send small units to loot. After all, if there were too many of them it wouldn't be called looting, it would be an army knocking at the gate. If that's the case, Zhang Liao won't be spoiled, and if he doesn't beat the barbarians to death, the barbarians will be considered to have run fast. Hiya! Liu Ye no longer delayed, clipped his horse's belly and charged up at full speed, 100 meters away in an instant. The barbarian Centurion was just about to organize a counterattack. A black halberd had already covered his head. Dang! With a loud bang, The barbarian Centurion with his sword was smashed and flew backwards, blood spewed out without any money, and it looked like he couldn't survive. This was Liu Ye's current strength. Even a barbarian Centurion who was also at the refined body realm would not be able to block a casual strike from him. And as that barbarian Centurion completely died, a heat came from Liu Ye's palm. Immediately after that, a golden pattern quickly spread out, completely wrapping the ring finger, and then re-hiding it in the next second, so that no trace of it could be seen. Liu glanced at it without the slightest pause in his hand movements. With a sweeping blow, the 3-meter-long black dragon halberd tore through the air, and several barbarian soldiers were cut off at the waist, and the scene was as bloody as it could be. In response, Liu Ye was only slightly uncomfortable, but immediately afterward, his killing intent boiled over. The barbarians had always fed on the Han Chinese for blood, so as far as he was concerned, the barbarians no longer belonged to the human race. Even if you kill more, you don't have any psychological burden. Pust. Pulling the black dragon halberd from the corpse of the last barbarian, Liu Ye looked around and there was no longer a single barbarian standing. The entire battle lasted only half a bell before coming to a complete end. If the barbarian soldiers behind him hadn't started to scatter and flee, he would have been able to kill them even faster. Took a look at the mission progress, 289/1000, 103 barbarian soldiers, as many as they can get on the list. Afterwards, Liu Ye called for the soldiers to clean up the battlefield. If you eat meat yourself, how can you let your men have some soup? Whether it was weapons in the hands of the barbarians or plundered provisions, bringing them back could be exchanged for military honors. Of course, the big head was all in Liu Ye's. After all, the loot was no more valuable than the barbarian heads. After cleaning up the battlefield, 10 soldiers were left to protect the group of refugees, and the rest were all sent out by Liu Ye to scout the enemy. Just like this, in the morning, Liu Ye had eliminated a total of 5 barbarian looting units, and the progress of the 1,000-man decimation had come to 601/1000. In addition, the golden battle pattern had completely covered the entire left arm, and for the time being, he hadn't felt any difference. Perhaps the change would only appear after covering the entire body. Your Excellency, as of now, a total of 500 pounds of grain and grass have been captured, 512 pieces of intact iron weapons as well as a number of broken iron weapons, and there are still 665 people from the Great Han who need to be resettled. So shall we return to the city first to fix things up? A middle-aged Wu Chang stepped forward and cupped his fists in a salute, his eyes filled with awe. After Liu Ye's killing this morning, these 50 soldiers had been completely convinced, though each time they were only responsible for cleaning up the battlefield and couldn't see exactly what happened in the battle. But the scene of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood alone was enough to explain everything. You guys take the loot and escort the people back to the city while I look around some more. Liu Ye naturally will not go back now. He has not killed the addiction yet. Nope. It has not yet reached 1,000 people. Yes, the crowd naturally wouldn't have any objections to Liu Ye's decision. When the crowd left, Liu found a small stream. After killing for so long, the clothes on his body had been soaked with blood. On the contrary, the black dragon halberd was still as polished as new, without a trace of blood on it. This is. Casually inserting the black dragon halberd on the ground, Liu Ye was just about to undress and wash up, when out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly swept the handle of the halberd and couldn't help but let out a soft eep. Chapter 21 Born with Divine Strength, Terrifying Physical Capabilities. It was seen that the silver dragon pattern on the halberd's shaft, which was originally used for anti-slip, had somehow been tinted with a faint layer of blood color. Liu Ye touched it with his hand. It was not stained with blood, as if it was originally this color. So why the color change? Liu was secretly surprised, but he didn't look deeper. Maybe it's some kind of color-changing material, and it would be a good idea to ask about it the next time you bring a drink to that master caster. Puff! Taking off his shirt and taking a long leap into the creek, Liu began to clean the blood stains from his body. Right at this moment, Liu Ye, with his extremely strong ears, vaguely heard the sound of horses' hooves coming from the distance, and it sounded like there was more than one. This made Liu Ye come to be interested, looking in the direction from which the sound came, and then the ultra-vision was activated, and space was quickly drawn away before his eyes. In the next second, Liu Ye's face changed drastically. Not good. Wow! Both arms slammed together, and the entire person instantly rose up in the air, bringing up waves in the sky. Dragonborn. Hearing the sound, the dragon descendant, who was originally still spreading out on the grass, immediately rolled over and rose up, making a flying leap to catch Liu Ye, who had fallen from the sky. Rubbing, not being able to put on his clothes, he smoothly pulled up the black dragon halberd that was stuck on the ground, and then turned his horse's head and rushed towards the direction where the sound of hoofbeats came from just now. 10 miles away, dozens of barbarian cavalrymen were galloping their horses, and at the head was a barbarian general holding a long steel club. And not far in front of this group of barbarian cavalry, a date-red warhorse was carrying a thin figure running for its life. That's right, this figure was none other than Liu Ye. It's just that her originally heroic appearance was a bit of a mess at the moment. The long hair that was coiled behind her head had been broken up at some point, and it was just casually draped over her shoulders. The left shoulder was even more fishy red, and as the whole person bounced up and down, blood seeped out from time to time, and his face became paler and paler. As you can see, the distance between the two sides is slowly closing as time goes by, and it's estimated that another 5 minutes will be needed to catch up completely. There was no way. Although Liu Ye's mount had an extraordinary bloodline, after all, it was still in its infancy and could not compare to an adult warhorse in terms of endurance. Red phosphorus, remember to go to my father. Liu Ye tore off a piece of fabric with the word blood written on it and shoved it under the saddle as soon as she could. It's okay for her to die, but what she saw before must be passed on. After doing so, Liu Ye turned to look at the barbarian cavalrymen who were less than 10 meters away from her, and her eyes were slowly tinted with a touch of blood. As the daughter of Lu Bu, how could she not have a few crushing moves? It was only that this kind of secret method always hurt the enemy 1,000 times, and she was really unwilling to use it until it was absolutely necessary. Blood. Before the word blood came out of her mouth, a violent air-breaking sound suddenly entered Liu Ye's ears. In the next second, a black dragon halberd was seen flying from the sky with an unrivaled momentum, blasting straight at the barbarian general running at the front. Dang! With a loud bang, the barbarian general who was blocking with his crosssticks face changed drastically, and his entire body was directly blasted away from the horse's back, spraying out a large mouthful of blood along the way. The sudden turn of events caused the barbarian cavalrymen in the rear to subconsciously stop their horses for fear of accidentally stepping on their own generals. Tap tap tap. Just then, a dull sound of horses' hooves rang out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Is he? Seeing the appearance of the visitor, a hint of surprise and shock flashed under Liu Ye's eyes, but then blushed in the next second and spat a small rogue. Seeing that at this moment, Liu Ye was sitting on the back of the horse with his upper body bare, revealing muscle lines as if they were chopped by knives and axes. In the sunlight, you could still see a crystal-clear droplet of water sliding down his chest. Liu Ye naturally didn't know that he had just arrived and was called a rogue. Pulling out the black dragon halberd that was stuck upside down on the ground, without saying a word, he charged towards the barbarian cavalry. Thumbs up, a halberd was stabbed into the foremost barbarian, followed by a violent fling, and instantly 4 or 5 barbarian cavalrymen were smashed off their horses. Killing cavalry is different from killing infantry. You have to nullify the other side's speed advantage first, or else you really want to ride in all directions, and he'll have a hard enough time catching up with all of them. Dang! After smashing away a dozen or so barbarian cavalrymen in a row, a long stick suddenly broke through the air, but in the next second it was sent flying backwards by Liu Ye. I can't believe I'm not dead. That's kind of interesting. Looking at the barbarian general who staggered up, a flash of color crossed Liu Ye's eyes. The black dragon halberd had just been thrown in the heat of the moment, although its power might not be comparable to the full force of his own halberd. However, under the weight of the black dragon halberd's thousands of kilograms of weight, its power could not be underestimated, and it was absolutely impossible for at least the average body refinement realm to block it, unless one was born with divine strength. So, this time, we even met a barbarian who was born with divine power? No wonder the weapon used was a long stick. If halberd-type weapons were about skill and strength at the same time, then stick-type weapons were about one force breaking all laws. The sharpness of the weapon is discarded, and it relies purely on the use of force to overwhelm. Then let's see how many hard hits you can take. Liu Ye pulled the reins and the dragonborn accelerated towards the stick-wielding barbarian general. Roar! The stick-wielding barbarian general roared, and his entire body muscles quickly bulged, even instantly transforming into a small giant with a body size close to 3 meters. Oh, and shape-shifting. Liu Ye was also slightly surprised. Although one could gain a brief burst of power by unleashing the flesh after refining it, that would only cause the muscles of the entire body to bulge slightly, and there was almost nothing like this direct incarnation of the Hulk. Let's just say that it's more or less something to be worthy of being born a man of God's power. However, Liu Ye did not have the slightest intention of avoiding him, and he also wanted to see how he would fare with his own strength compared to a natural-born godly person. Of course, as a sign of respect, Liu switched from holding his halberd in one hand to holding it in both. The muscles of his arms protruded, and then he swung downward fiercely, and the black dragon halberd instantly transformed into a residual shadow and smashed down, drawing a black circular arc in the air. Dang! The halberd blade and the long stick collided with each other, erupting with a roar that was enough to pierce through gold and crack stone. Immediately after, an invisible shockwave spread out from the center, and the air was distorted for a split second. Not bad. Again! Feeling the recoil coming from the halberd shaft, Liu Ye lifted the black dragon halberd in a smooth manner, and then swung it downward again fiercely. Dang! One after another. Liu Ye's arms were swinging out of the stump. It had to be said that the transformed barbarian warlord was incredibly powerful. Liu Ye estimated that there must be 8,000 pounds if not 10,000. If it wasn't for the halberd method of the Great Achievement Realm as well as the advantage of being at a high altitude, in terms of pure physical strength, he really wouldn't have been able to do it himself. But that's the way battles are. It's not a sure thing that anyone with more strength will win. But, finally, when the black dragon halberd smashed down for the 13th time, that barbarian general couldn't hold on any longer, no longer able to maintain the transformed state, and violently spewed out a mouthful of blood, his breath instantly wilting. Knock! His legs went limp and he directly fell to his knees, and the political iron baguette slipped out of his hands and slammed heavily into the ground, making a dull sound. That won't work? Liu uttered bashfully. Even after more than 10 consecutive outbursts, his breath remained steady, as if he had just warmed up. In terms of explosive power, Liu Ye is indeed slightly inferior to the opposite side, but in terms of staying power, 10 savage generals stacked on top of each other can't match Liu Ye. Anyway, so far, Liu Ye didn't know exactly where his physical limit was. Ever since he had fused the battle body prototype, it was as if he had incarnated into a perpetual motion machine. After all that food wasn't for nothing, and there had to be something in return. This halberd, send you on your way. With a lift of his right arm, the black dragon halberd slashed towards the barbarian general's neck. Wait! Hearing the voice coming from behind him, Liu Ye's movements lurched, and the blade of his halberd came to a steady stop 3 inches from the barbarian general's neck, displaying amazing control. Chapter 22. No coincidence under heaven. The final showdown. What does Brother Liu mean by this? Liu Ye looked towards Lu Lingqi, who was beating her horse and did not reveal her daughter's body. I have something to ask him. Good. Liu Ye didn't say much. He just retrieved the black dragon halberd and then drove the dragon descent to chase down the other barbarian cavalry. Half a quarter of an hour later, Liu Ye returned with more than 20 warhorses. As for the cavalrymen, they had been decimated. The reason why they could kill so fast was partly because the dragonborn were fast enough and had enough stamina. On the other hand, it was also because this group of cavalry all fled in one direction, saving Liu Ye a lot of trouble. Well, did you ask? Glancing at the barbarian general who had obviously suffered some severe torture, Liu Ye rolled over and dismounted. LV Lingqi shook her head. Carefully. Liu Ye came to be interested. He wanted to know why Liu Lingqi was being chased by the barbarian cavalry. Generally speaking, the barbarians entered the borders of the Great Han to loot and pillage, following the principle that it was better to do more than less, and thus would rarely be so persistent in hunting down a person, unless, of course, the person knows something they shouldn't. Liu Lingqi didn't answer, and after a moment of silence she glanced at Liu Ye. Can I trust you? That's up to you. Liu spread his hands. He couldn't answer that question. After all, the two of them didn't know each other very well either, and had only met 3 times in total. However, seemingly thinking that Liu Ye was at least considered her savior, Liu Lingqi eventually revealed the details. You mean, the reason why they are after you is because you overheard that someone at Yanmen Pass was secretly colluding with the barbarians? And in 7 days, there will be 100,000 barbarian troops knocking at the gate, and at that time that insider will secretly open the gate and let the barbarian troops in? Liu Ye's expression at this time was a bit odd, thinking that this is not a coincidence. No. Yes, but I didn't know the identity of the inside man, but he certainly did, and he was the one who was negotiating with that inside man at the time. Liu Lingqi pointed at the barbarian general whose breath was wilting on the side. No need to ask. I know who the inside man is. Ha! Hearing Liu Ye's words, Liu Lingqi's eyes stared like bronze bells. I'm an eavesdropper and you know without even asking? If Liu hadn't just saved her, she would have wondered if this inside man would be Liu himself. The details won't be clear for a while. You just need to tell me the location of their joint. Liu could not miss such a heavenly opportunity. It was thought that the reason why Lin Guang would leave the city today was probably because yesterday's test had caused him to let his guard down, and also because he was in a hurry to get in touch with the barbarian side again. After all, last time it was because of his faulty intelligence that the barbarian side suffered heavy losses. This if he didn't explain the reason. He was afraid that he wouldn't want to continue working together in the future. and even the barbarians would have to find a way to finish him off. As for the claim that the other party had come out of town specifically to fuck himself, Liu felt that he shouldn't be that big of a deal yet. At best, it's a small inconvenience to be solved in passing if you come across it on your way back to town. You wait here. Finishing off the barbarian general on the ground with a single halberd, Liu Ye mounted his dragon descendant and ran wildly towards the creek from before. Hey, you're running in the wrong direction. Liu Lingqi yelled at Liu Ye's back. No wrong run, I'm going to get dressed. Liu shouted without looking back. Before, the situation was so urgent that he couldn't care about wearing clothes, but he couldn't keep fighting with people bare-chested, and he wasn't an exhibitionist, not to mention a young girl next to it. 10 minutes later, looking at the fully dressed Liu Ye riding his horseback, Liu Lingqi's heart unexpectedly surged with a trace of disappointment for no reason. This is something that perhaps even she herself doesn't realize. Go. Then these war horses. Liu Lingqi wanted to say something. Oh, yeah. Liu slapped his head and almost forgot about it. These can be war horses worth 100 taels of grain silver. In particular, the barbarian general's mount was even a medium warhorse, which was at least 200 taels to start with. He's going to cry if this all gets loose. Looking around, Liu Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. Walking over to the corpse of the barbarian general, he leaned down and picked up the long steel rod on the side. It was quite heavy in the hand, estimated to be 500 or 600 pounds. Should I say no? This steel rod is really hard. After resisting Liu Ye hard for more than 10 times, there was no deformation. It was nothing more than a dozen more dents on the stick, and that was still because the black dragon halberd was too sharp. Even if this thing wasn't built with heavenly meteorite iron, it was at least a material of that level of 100 refined steel, otherwise it wouldn't be able to carry Liu Ye so smashed. Plunging the long stick hard into the ground, it was more than half a meter deep, and then the reins of the group of warhorses were put on it one by one. These were, after all, already tamed warhorses, and as long as they didn't run into old Six, who had taken the horse by the hand, they basically couldn't run away. After accomplishing this, Liu Ye sped towards the depths of the grassland under the leadership of Liu Qiling. A quarter of an hour later, the two stopped in front of a village. However, this village had long been slaughtered by the barbarians and used as a temporary stronghold for the joint. How do you know that the inside man must not have left? Liu Lingqi looked to Liu. It's simple. He can't leave in peace until that group of barbarian cavalry returns. He's doing this out of an understanding of human nature. Especially for someone as cautious as Lin Guang, he wouldn't gamble even if there was only a 1% chance of being exposed. Otherwise he wouldn't have risked sneaking into the barracks to carry out the assassination in the first place. Oh, Liu Lingqi nodded plausibly. Liu Ye didn't care about her anymore and rode his horse straight towards the village entrance. Lin Guang didn't dare to kill him openly within the city, and likewise, Zhang Liao and the others weren't in a position to directly take action against a lieutenant without any evidence. That's the rule. However, in the depths of this rare grassland, all the rules do not have to abide by. We fight is hard power. Whether there is evidence or not is irrelevant at this point. It's better if you have it, and there's no delay if you don't. Whoever makes it out alive is the final winner. At the same time, a sound of horses' hooves rang out from within the village. A moment later, Lin Guang was seen pacing out with 100 refined steel gun in his hand and a brown warhorse at his feet. The two men stood opposite each other 10 feet apart like that, and a unique aura gradually formed between them. This was a special field that could only be created when two martial arts generals were evenly matched and their martial arts will was strong enough. If an outsider breaks in at this time, you'll get lightheaded and dizzy, or mentally confused. This is also an important reason why the general public did not dare to intervene when fighting in front of the battlefield in ancient times. Feeling the pure martial will from the other party, Liu Ye raised his eyebrows slightly. I'm curious as to what it was that made you make the decision to collaborate with the enemy and commit treason? Liu Ye at first thought that Lin Guang was trying to get rich. After all, cultivation consumed resources, and Lin Guang didn't have a great family behind him. It was impossible for him to cultivate to such a realm with just a lieutenant's salary. It just doesn't seem that simple right now. Lin Guang didn't answer Liu Ye's question, but only said in a slightly mocking tone, "You've hidden so deeply that you've even fooled me. But, who gave you the courage to fight me alone?" As soon as these words came out, Lin Guang flung his spear in his hand and actually took the lead in charging towards Liu Ye. He's angry now. Very angry. He had always been cautious in his dealings, but he did not expect that one day, he would fall into the way of a brat. This was a strange shame for the proud by nature Lin Guang, and this shame will inevitably only be washed away with blood. Die for me. Still as fast as lightning, this shot stabbed Liu Ye straight in the face. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice, and since he couldn't stab you through the heart, he'd stab you in the brain. However, Times were different now, and once again facing this thunderous strike, Liu Ye's face was quite calm. Gaijin's shot, whose trajectory had been unreadable before, was now clearly reflected in his eyes. Dynamic vision. Start. Snap. What? In the next second, a large and a small gasp rang out almost simultaneously. Chapter 23, Burning Bloodstrike, The Role of War Patterns. Your gun. It's too slow. Calmly moving the lance that was resting in front of his brow away, Liu Ye slowly spoke. This can't be right. Lin Guang jerked back his lance with a look of having seen a ghost. The spear techniques he practiced were already known for their speed, plus his 3 times blood change martial realm, not to mention a small body refining realm. Even those martial artists who had changed blood 4 or even 5 times would not be able to grab their lances with their bare hands. If you want to do this, speed, reaction and eyesight, you can't have all 3. Nothing is impossible. So next, it's my turn. Before the words fell, Liu Ye's arms spread out, and the black dragon halberd instantly transformed into a residual shadow, wrapped in a shocking might to cover and press down. In the face of this strike, Lin Guang tackled his gun with both hands and raised it upwards fiercely, actually intending to have a hard encounter. Even if he was fast, he didn't believe that Liu Ye could still be so exaggerated in terms of strength. The next second, however, he knew he was wrong, and very wrong. Dang! The next second when the halberd landed on the spear shaft, an unrivaled force violently erupted. The body of the gun made of 100 refined steel instantly bent into an astonishing arc, although it returned to normal immediately afterward. The force transmitted still shook Lin Guang's tiger's mouth and almost didn't hold the lance in his hand. Even the medium warhorse at his hips was letting out an unbearable wail. It could be seen how amazing the force of this halberd was. Liu Ye's side, on the other hand, was hardly affected in the slightest, and immediately followed with another swing of his halberd. This time Lin opted to be good, didn't dare to fight hard again, turned the spear in his hand and made a deft effort to block it away. Even so, he was still shaken by that terrifying force and his arm trembled. Monster! Lin Guang cursed in his heart. Again! Liu was also happy to see the hunt. After refining for so long, there was finally a chance to verify the results of the cultivation. It's not easy to find an evenly matched opponent these days. Dang! The sound of weapons colliding was endless, and the two of them battled for a while. After all, Lin Guang had already practiced his marksmanship to a great extent, and apart from a small loss at the beginning due to carelessness, once he got serious, it was difficult for Liu Ye to establish a winning position in a short period of time. On one hand, there was an absolute gap in the realm, and on the other hand, there was a serious lack of combat experience. Liu Ye full count is only crossing the 4 days time. Experience the battle plus a piece is not more than 10, and most of them are crushing victory, which has what battle experience can be said. Therefore, when facing Lin Guang, who had been fighting for more than 10 years, he was more or less a bit young in terms of battle experience. However, as the battle continued, Liu Ye's combat experience was improving by leaps and bounds, and his movements were articulated with more and more ease and spontaneity. Between one move and another, there is less craftsmanship and more spirituality. Lin Guang naturally discovered this, but there was nothing he could do about it. The only thing he could fight for now was endurance, which was the biggest difference between the blood transformation realm and the body refinement realm. Soon, the two had exchanged 100 rounds, and it was still hard to tell the winner from the loser. Lu Lingqi, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, also watched with alarm, while a sense of frustration rose in her heart for no reason. Looking at the young figure in the field that wielded the halberd recklessly, it was as if she saw the shadow of her own father when he was young, the same domineering and unbeatable. In fact, how would she know that the halberd technique Liu Ye was using was originally taken off from Lu Bu's self-created 13 halberds of the ghosts and gods, and it would be strange if she wasn't familiar with it. The battle in the field continued, and became more and more intense, without the slightest tendency to weaken. The sound of weapons colliding was almost continuous. Lin Guang was also suffering at this time. In the consecutive collisions, his stamina had been largely depleted. However, look at the opposite side of the situation, but not the slightest appearance of weakness, and even have a kind of more and more fierce sense of vision. That's fucked up. Who the hell is stepping into the blood change realm? At this moment, Lin Guang suddenly felt like he had changed his blood for loneliness. Dang, another violent collision. And this time, Lin Guang, who had consumed a great deal of physical strength, was no longer able to resist the majestic strange force from Liu Ye's body, and was smashed backwards several steps even with his horse. The arms began to shake uncontrollably, a symptom of severe deconditioning. Sweat flowed down the forehead into the eyes. Lin Guang's heart actually surged a hero-late pathos. No, I haven't lost. Lin Guang raised his head violently, a beastly madness in his eyes. Liu Ye only felt his heart and soul tremble as his body began to warn frantically. If you want to kill me, then die together. With a furious roar, Lin Guang's body seemed to ignite a great fire around him, emitting a shocking amount of heat. Be careful, he's going to use the burning blood strike. From behind him came Lu Lingqi's alarmed cry. However, it was too late to warn him at this time, and he saw Lin Guang slap the back of his horse, and his entire body turned into a bloody stream of light that rushed straight at Liu Ye. The speed was so fast that it even trailed a long tail flame behind it. Feeling the terrifying heat wave that came to his face, Liu Ye's face became unprecedentedly grave. Aside from the slash that Zhang Liao had used to decapitate the barbarian commander, this was considered the most terrifying strike he had seen so far. Honestly, he wasn't sure he could block it. If you can't block it, then don't block it. In the next second, Liu Ye actually rose up in the air as well, holding the black dragon halberd and charging over. Boom! The tip of the gun and the blade of the halberd collided with a loud roar. Immediately afterward, a hurricane wrapped with a terrifying heat wave stirred up in all directions, completely covering the two figures. After a long time, when the dust settled, there was only a charred black figure kneeling on one knee left on the spot, and the figure's right hand was holding a black halberd in its death grip, dangling. Lu, as she watched Lu fall headfirst to the ground, Lu Qiling rushed over. At this moment, Liu Ye's appearance was miserable. His whole body was charred and black, and he could barely find a piece of good meat. The only thing that was normal was the left arm, which, apart from extensive lacerations, showed no signs of having been burned. If you looked closely, you could vaguely see countless golden lines appearing and disappearing under the skin, as if they were breathing. With each flicker, the injury on his left arm would heal by 1 point. Ahem! Inside a thatched hut, a violent coughing sound suddenly rang out. Here, Lu Lingqi threw Lu a water bag. Lu took it in one hand and gulped it down, not feeling better about his throat until he had drained it all. Where's Rincon? Lu sat up, his voice still a little hoarse. Turned to dust. Turned to dust? Lu sniffed. At that time, he himself was almost burned to death, so how could he still have the leisure to pay attention to Lin Guang's side of the situation? But he didn't realize that the other party was even worse than himself, that he had directly burned to ashes. This can't even be called hurting the enemy 1,000 times to his own detriment, but hurting the enemy 800 times to his own detriment. I don't know if the enemy is dead or not, but I'm sure I'm going to die. Say, what was that burning blood strike all about? Liu Ye remembered that Lu Lingqi seemed to have reminded him of this before, and obviously knew something about it. That's a unique ability of blood exchange realm martial artists, by burning the blood in their bodies in exchange for a surefire killing blow that far exceeds their limits. Speaking of this, Lu Lingqi gave Liu Ye a very odd look. Generally speaking, even if the 7th grade Qi Gathering realm receives the blood-changing realm's blood-burning strike hard, there's still a danger of death. So scary? Lu was surprised. Having seen Zhang Liao's battles, he knew a little about the power of the Qi Gathering realm, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't dare to take a hard hit from burning blood. So he had done something that even the Qi Gathering realm didn't dare to do? What's with the inexplicable pride? Of course, I'm talking about martial artists above the 7 times blood transformation realm. As for the blow you suffered just now, at most it's somewhat threatening to the Qi Gathering realm, not to the extent of being fatal. Seeing Liu Ye's proud face, Lu Lingqi couldn't help but splash cold water. It was also mainly because he was afraid that Lu wouldn't be able to screw up and think that anyone's burning blood strike could be blocked. Ha! Yeah! Liu Ye smiled embarrassedly and then began to look inside his already body to see how well he had recovered from his injuries. After some probing, Lu realized that the injury was pretty serious this time. The golden sternum, as well as all 18 golden ribs, had become dull and would take a long time to recuperate. However, fortunately, he quenched the sternum and ribs, so his internal organs did not suffer too serious damage. Otherwise this time it was really hard to survive. What's with the left arm? Though, when the soul force probed into his left arm, Liu Ye was barely blinded. Chapter 24, Giving Away Secret Books. Family Fortune. In Liu Ye's field of vision, countless golden lines intertwined with each other, as if a large net wrapped the entire left arm securely, exuding a divine implication that all laws were inviolable. So this is the effect of the battle pattern. A flash of realization flashed through Liu Ye's eyes. As of now, the battle pattern had displayed a total of 2 layers of might. The first effect isolates most non-physical damage. This is evidenced by the fact that the skin of the left arm shows almost no signs of having been burned. As for the second effect, it was somewhat similar to those golden bones that had been tempered through the body refining technique, both of which could quickly repair injuries to the physical body. Even in terms of recovery speed, The golden battle pattern was a step ahead of the golden bones. It was only that the repairing effect of the golden bones could be applied to the entire body, while the repairing effect of the golden battle pattern only took effect on the covered parts, so it was considered to have its own advantages and disadvantages. I'm really looking forward to the day when the battle pattern covers my entire body. Liu envisioned something, then exited the internal vision state. His injuries were now basically stabilized, and all that remained to be done was to recuperate, which could not be rushed. Of course, it would be possible to speed up recovery if one could temper a few more golden bones or make the coverage of the battle pattern a bit larger. Liu Ye, I have to go. Just then, Liu Lingqi suddenly spoke out. Where are you going? Of course Liu Ye wouldn't think that the go in Liu Qiling's words was to go back to Yanmenguan, but it probably meant to go back to her hometown. I have to go back to my father. Even though the barbarian insider has been killed by you, the barbarians 100,000 strong army will still attack Yanmen Pass. With the current strength of Yanmen Pass, it's impossible to hold back. I need to have my father bring troops to support me. There wasn't the slightest bit of panic in Liu Lingqi's tone, simply because she had absolute confidence in her father. As long as he arrives, Yanmen Pass will be solid as gold. Dare I ask your honor? Although he had already guessed Liu Lingqi's identity, Liu Ye still had to pretend that he didn't know. Lu Bu. Liu Lingqi faintly spat out two words. Your father is actually the flying general Lu Bu. Liu Ye duly revealed a shocked expression, then looked at Liu Lingqi in surprise as if he had just reacted. Then wouldn't you? That's right, to make it official, my name is LV Lingqi. LV Lingqi admitted it graciously. The moment she decided to give her father's name, she had no intention of hiding her identity any longer. So that's how it is. It's true that a tiger's father has no son, and Miss Liu is really a woman of honor. Liu Ye appropriately complimented. After all, still pointing to this one to get on Lu Bu's line, naturally he had to brush up more favorability. As expected, upon hearing Liu Ye's praise, the corner of Liu Lingqi's mouth hooked up into a faintly imperceptible smile. The reason why she disguised herself as a man and mixed into the military camp was to prove herself, to prove that she was qualified to be Lu Bu's daughter, now being praised by a young man whose martial arts talent was almost no weaker than her own father's. This was undoubtedly the greatest recognition for her. Well, there's no time to lose. I have to hurry back to Taiyuan County as soon as possible. She wouldn't have stayed until now if she wasn't worried about Liu Ye. Miss Liu is in no hurry. I'll give you a ride. This place is in the barbarian sphere of influence after all. How can Liu Ye be assured of letting Liu Lingqi go alone? Although he had not recovered from his injuries, he did not have much of a problem dealing with a few small karami of the body refinement realm. You can still ride? Hearing this, Liu Lingqi was however astonished. She couldn't have known better how badly Liu was hurt. Anyone else would be dead by now. It was amazing enough for Liu to wake up, but now he could not only walk on the ground, but even ride a horse. Should he be so outrageous? Is this body made of steel? Nope. Irony isn't that much of an exaggeration. Don't worry, Liu didn't explain much. After all, neither the golden bones nor the battle patterns were good for showing off easily. The 2 men and 3 riders then left the village. Even though Ling Guang had turned to dust, the mount couldn't be wasted, returning to the place where he had killed the barbarian warlord earlier. Fortunately, the war horses were all still there. Taking all the war horses with them, the 2 returned to Yanmen Pass. This one's for you. Before saying goodbye, Liu Lingqi handed over a pamphlet. This is. Liu reached out and took it. Ghost God's 13 halberds. My father's self-created halberd technique, as a way to repay you for saving his life. This is good. I accept. Honestly, this gift Liu Ye could not refuse. Although she had already learned the Ghost God's 13 halberds through stealing lessons before, Liu Qiling had only partially learned the skins after all. Even with the help of the Enlightenment Stone, it was only enough to deduce his halberd realm to a great completion. Now that there was a complete halberd secret book, the perfect realm halberd was in sight. Seeing off Liu Lingqi, Liu Ye came to Chen Mo's tent. Now that Lin Guang was dead, it was time to find Zhang Liao to collect his payment. What? You killed Lin Guang? After listening to Liu Ye's description, Chen Mo was so shocked that he directly stood up from the table. Where's the body? There's no body. Turned to dust. Liu answered truthfully. Without a body, how can you prove that you killed Lin Guang? Chen Mo frowned at Liu Ye. Dangling. Liu Ye didn't say anything, but just threw the lance he was carrying behind his back to the ground. This should prove it, right? Chen Mo glanced at the lance on the ground, and in the next second, his pupils suddenly shrunk as he hurriedly picked it up for a closer inspection. 100 refined steel gun. This is indeed Lin Guang's weapon. While there's no way to prove that Lim Guang is definitely dead based on the weapon alone, it at least shows that Liu isn't making things up. As for the rest, It will naturally become clear after some subsequent investigation. Oh yeah, I also brought back the horse that Lin Guang rode. I just don't know if it's useful. Mounts were different from weapons after all, and this thing was hardly recognizable unless it was at the level of a supreme pony. There's no harm in having the gun. You can go back and wait for news. In addition, you should not spread the news that the 100,000 barbarian army will soon be knocking at the gate, so as not to cause unnecessary disturbances. Understood. Liu Ye didn't continue to stay much longer and left the tent with a clasped fist. Time quickly came to the next day, because thousands of decapitations and emergence have not yet been completed. Only one achievement quest has been refreshed today. Family Wealth, Green Elite Achievement, can be reached by accumulating 100 taels of silver. Achievement Reward, Wheel of Fortune *1. Wheel of Fortune? Liu came to be interested in what sounded like a roulette wheel drawing. 100 taels of silver wasn't too much to say, but it wasn't too little to say. I just didn't know if the money rewarded by the system counted. Liu Ye opened the quest progress and looked at it. 51 out of 100. Apparently it counts. And that's comforting. As for the remaining 49 taels, Liu Ye turned his gaze towards the stables, and probably had a plan in mind. Early in the morning, at the loot registration office, Liu Ye walked slowly with a black warhorse. May I ask how much military credit this warhorse of mine is worth? Liu Ye patted the horse's back. The registrar raised his eyebrows. One inferior warhorse, worth 100 military merits. Can that be converted to money? Can't change it. The registrar shook his head decisively. I can't even change it at half price? Liu was undeterred. The main warhorse thing is a strategic resource and is not allowed to be sold privately except in the military. Of course, all those big families must have their own private horse farms, but that is a big family. People's heritage is there. The Han law cannot control their head, either trade for military honors or lead away. The registrar waved his hand impatiently. They are only responsible for recording military service, and they are not responsible for issuing rations. Liu Ye was helpless. It seemed that going the way of military honor exchange was not going to work. Turning around, he was about to lead his horse away when a voice suddenly came into his head, which caused his footsteps, which were about to leave, to lurch. Chapter 25, Once a Rich Man. A game between great clans. Is this little brother selling a horse? Liu Ye turned around and saw a middle-aged man dressed as a scribe, who was currently looking at him with a smile. Fumio. Liu Ye's heart fluttered. Spiritual power transmission. This was a means unique to Wenxiu. However, Liu Ye didn't have a mentor, and he still had a half understanding of a lot of things in Wen cultivation. For example, he didn't know the trick of spiritual power transmission. Your Honor wants to buy my horse? Since the other party could appear in the barracks, he obviously had a military identity, and it was not illegal to sell it to him. Yes, may I have a word? The middle-aged scribe made an invitation gesture to Liu Ye. Liu Ye didn't refuse, leading his horse and following. This was a military camp, so there was still no need to worry too much about security, not to mention that the other party was still Wenxiu. Although Wenxiu has a wide range of means, most of them are auxiliary abilities. In terms of combat power, it was far from being comparable to a martial arts cultivator. The two took a series of turns and eventually stopped in front of a tent. This tent was not a low specification, and it was no less than that Zhao Hong's thousand master. Shirshan Liu, please take a seat. Entering the tent, the middle-aged scribe sat down at the main seat. Your Excellency knows me? Liu sensed something was wrong, as if the man had come prepared. After all, he wasn't exactly a celebrity, and it was impossible to know his name without deliberate investigation. Ha ha, there's no need for Liu Shirshan to be nervous. As the secretary of the other department, it's but a duty to know the names of all the generals under the battalion. The middle-aged scribe smiled and stroked his beard, but he had an air of a wise man who was strategizing. My subordinate has met Lord Sima. Liu Ye hurriedly got up and saluted. Though the other department secretary is half a rank lower than the commander, he is not subject to the commander's authority, and can take over a department of men. One department is equal to 1,000 men, which is considered as the second in command of a military camp. There is no need to be polite. Today you and I will only talk about trading, regardless of military positions. I wonder how much Shirshan Liu intends to offer. The middle-aged scribe smiled and waved his hand. Since Lord Sima is buying a horse, just give 50 taels of silver. Although this price was half as cheap as the official price, it would still be worth it if you could befriend a Wenxiu for 50 taels. There is no need to do so. A certain person did not come here only for that horse. Does Shirshan Liu understand? The middle-aged scribe looked at Liu Ye with an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. Subordinate doesn't quite understand. It was true that Liu Ye didn't understand the meaning of the other party's words. There is something straight to say is not good, have to beat around the bush. But this is also considered a common disease of the literati. Speech is always cloudy and confusing. In that case, a certain person won't be able to sell it. This time, a certain person is not dealing with you as a military department, but rather making a deal with you as a private person. This time Liu Ye did understand. The other party is planning to intercept, and still from the military. Gutsy, I must say. But those who have the guts to do such things must not have a simple identity background. It might be from one of the big families, and they were the only ones who dared to blatantly disregard the court's decrees. May I ask your honor's name? Liu asked tentatively. He wouldn't dare trade this stuff until he knew what it was. Ha ha, you're very smart. Truth be told, I come from the Taoist Wang family. The Wangs. Liu Ye's heart stared. He thought that this one was just an ordinary son of a family, but he didn't expect that he was from the Wang family, one of the top families in the state of Meridian. There are only two top families in the state. One is the Taoist Wang family and the other is the Yanmen Zhang family, where Zhang Liao is from. The former belonged to the literary Dao family, while the latter belonged to the martial Dao family. In terms of history alone, the Wang family is even better, dating back to the time of Wang Jian in the Qin dynasty. Even the world Wangs out of Taiyuan, said, visible family is huge. It was just that such a behemoth had set its eyes on a little-known person like himself, which couldn't help but make Liu Ye's heart rise with a hint of vigilance. He didn't believe that the Tang Wang family would be so downtrodden that they would need to find him to buy a horse, and he was afraid that there was more than one private horse farm built. So, what's it for? Liu's brain began to race, but didn't make much sense of it. In fact, if Liu Ye knew that the masked man he had killed was named Wang Feng, he might have been able to surmise the underlying reason why the Wang family had sent someone to contact him. Does your excellency have any concerns? Seeing Liu Ye's silence, the middle-aged scribe could not help but frown. No. My subordinate heard at first glance that your excellency actually came from the Wang family, so I was a bit shocked for a moment. It is an honor for my subordinate to be able to trade with the Wang family, so there is no reason not to agree. Liu Ye came back to his senses and hurriedly explained. He thought very clearly that no matter what the Wang family's true intentions were, he currently had to go along with them down the line. Otherwise, with his small arms and legs, if the Wang family moves for real, he is afraid that he will not be crushed to death in minutes, unless he could completely gain Zhang Liao's approval, in which case, with the Zheng family, which was also a top-tier family, as a backer, he wouldn't have to be too afraid of the Wang family's retaliation. Ha ha, so very good. The middle-aged scribe stroked his beard in satisfaction. Subsequently, after some friendly negotiation, except for the 2 medium warhorses, the remaining 28 inferior warhorses were finally sold to the Wang family at 100 taels of silver per horse, all of which were packaged and sold to the Wang family. This time, Liu Ye's deposit directly came to 841 taels of silver, which can be said to have become rich at once. Ding! You have accumulated 100 taels of silver, reaching the elite achievement, family wealth. Obtaining the reward, Wheel of Fortune *1 inch. Done. Forcibly resisting the urge to immediately check the rewards, Liu Ye pointed to the stables and said, I wonder when your excellency will send someone over to receive this batch of warhorses? For every extra day the warhorses stayed here, he had to provide an extra day of feed. This was a huge amount of consumption, and with this amount of his family money, it wouldn't last long at all. There's no rush. It's not that simple to get this batch of warhorses out of the city without any problems. But my Wang family happens to have a bit of a friendship with Captain Lin who guards the city gates. This is my Wang family's warrant. Take it to Captain Lin and you'll naturally know what to do then. The middle-aged scribe pulled out a palm-sized token and handed it over. Looking at the token, Liu Ye was a bit confused for a moment. Captain Lin? Where can he find Captain Lin? Turned to dust. And so on. Suddenly, as if lightning struck his mind, Liu Ye instantly had the feeling of a rapture. So that's how it is. Dare I say that the Wang family is that big boss behind the scenes. As for Lin Guang, he was just a minion running errands for the Wang family. Even the Imperial Guard's residence had people from the Wang family stirring up the storm in it. As for why the Wang family had to do such acts of collaborating with the enemy in treason, for Liu Ye, who understood the nature of the world's families, on the contrary, he did not feel surprised. Since ancient times, there has been the saying that there are running water dynasties and iron families. In the eyes of the families, there has never been the concept of a country. There are only family interests. As long as the family could continue to grow and prosper, not to mention trading intelligence with the barbarians, even if they lost a few cities as a result. So what? Anyway, it's not his city, so he can just lose it. Of course, not all families are this manipulative. There are patriotic families, just too few. For example, Zhang Liao's Zhang family. It is because their family has been guarding Yanmen Pass for generations that the barbarians have never been able to step into the border. This is the bloodline that belongs to a martial arts family. So, the Wang family had now sent someone over to contact him. Had Lin Guang reported his matter, or had the Wang family secretly discovered something? Watching the middle-aged scribe leave, Liu Ye fell into deep thought. As of now, the Wang family didn't know that Lin Guang was dead. In addition, the reason why Zhang Liao was reluctant to move Lin Guang, besides because there was no conclusive evidence, it was probably more out of fear of the Wang family. Perhaps the other party had long known that Lin Guang was a barbarian insider, or else they wouldn't have intentionally lured Lin Guang into the trap with false information. It was only the unequal status that prevented him from personally dealing with Lin Guang, so he could only use Liu Ye's hand to get rid of this hidden danger. Just like the Wang family wouldn't personally take action against Liu Ye, but instead chose to use Liu Ye as a springboard to fight with people on a higher level. As for Liu Ye, in the eyes of the Wang family, he was nothing more than a pawn. So this is the game between the great clans. It's really one step at a time. How could Liu Ye not understand that he was being used as a gun by Zhang Liao? But he didn't resent it. It is only because of Lin Guang's sins that he deserves to be killed. Oh, 1 and 2 are using me as a chess piece. Right, when I develop, I won't even be named Liu if I don't lift the chessboard for you. Liu Ye played with the token in his hand, a cold smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. As for this batch of warhorses, Liu Ye wasn't worried that the Wang family wouldn't be able to transport them. Without Lin Guang there is still Zhang Guang, Li Guang and Wang Guang. Never underestimate the energy of a family. Without further thought, Liu Ye turned around and returned to his tent and began to check the details of the Wheel of Fortune. Chapter 26 O Huang Ben Huang, 9 Dragons Together. Wheel of Fortune, spin the wheel to draw a random reward. It was a virtual roulette wheel, which was divided into 10 areas, each representing a reward. The bigger the reward, the smaller the area it occupies and the lower the probability of being able to draw it. Liu checked in turn. 1. Dragon's Blood Elixir * 1, green. 2. Imperial Beast Dan * 10, green. 3. 9 Dragons Together, gold. 4. Hardening Elixir * 100, blue. 5. 50 Taels of Gold, blue. 6. Strengthening Stone * 10, green. 7. For Elephant Battle Formation Gangjin White Tiger, purple. 8. Recruitment Order * 1, blue. 9. Dragon Image Dan * 1, blue. 10. Sumeru Stone * 1, green. Hiss, that's too gluttonous. Looking at the rewards on the roulette wheel, which were all of green quality at the lowest, Liu Ye's eyes turned green and he couldn't wait to take them all. Out of a gold. Of the 10 rewards, the one Liu Ye wanted the most was undoubtedly that, 9 Dragons Together. Although he didn't know what the thing was, the golden glow that shone from that area said it all. Unfortunately, the golden area occupied less than 1% of the entire roulette wheel, so it was a bit of a pipe dream to draw it. Even Liu Ye had pressed on with little hope. With a movement of his mind, the wheel began to slowly rotate, spinning faster and faster until finally only a residual shadow could be seen. After a few breaths, the roulette wheel slowly came to a halt, and before Liu Ye could take a closer look, a system prompt had already sounded in his ears. Ding! The draw is over. You have obtained the 9 Dragons Together. What? Liu Ye only felt as if his entire person had been hit by a giant hammer, and his brain instantly went blank. It was a long time before Liu Ye came back to his senses. Immediately afterward, it was hard to suppress the excitement and couldn't wait to check out the rewards that had just arrived. It was a round jade pendant carved with 9 golden dragons, manifesting an aura of supremacy and nobility. 9 dragons, 9 dragon souls are sealed within. Each fusion of a dragon soul can produce a metamorphosis and have a certain probability of comprehending a magical ability. You can also temporarily mobilize the power of the dragon soul to support yourself. Each dragon soul can temporarily increase the strength of the battle by 10 times, but the burden on the soul is extremely heavy, so please be careful with the use of this product. My goodness, it's worthy of being a gold quality reward. The effect of this, 9 Dragons Together, can only be described as heaven-defying. Choosing to receive it, a palm-sized jade pendant appeared out of thin air. There was some warmth in his hands, and there was a heart beating vaguely, as if it were a living thing. Because he hadn't fused the dragon soul, Liu Ye had no way to take it into his body for the time being. If you're going to use it, then you're going to have to wear it with you. It's a little high profile. The 9 Dragons Together sells itself. Even the legendary Husher Bai, put in front of it, is also dwarfed. If this was seen by the others, there might be some kind of trouble. There was no other way. Liu Ye could only try to fuse a dragon soul to see. However, When Liu Ye tried to probe his spiritual energy into the jade pendant, he was directly ejected by an unimaginable force. There wasn't even a shadow of a dragon soul in sight, let alone a fusion. No way. Liu didn't feel disappointed. This thing was at least a gold quality reward. It would be a hell of a thing if it was really easily fused. Taking a piece of cloth and wrapping it up into his arms, Liu Ye left the barracks. Now that the huge amount of money is in hand, it's time to buy yourself a property. Anyway, Lin Guang was dead, so he didn't have to worry about being set upon in the middle of the night. As for the Wang family, that was even less of a concern. If the other side wants to deal with him, it's the same wherever he lives. Also, brewing should be on the agenda. Since he had promised to brew a good wine for the old man to taste and savor, naturally he couldn't keep putting it off. Having a small courtyard of his own is also convenient for him to make wine. Arriving at the dental firm, after some selection, Liu Ye finally chose a set of courtyards situated in the East City, which cost him a full 100 taels of silver. This is still because Yanmen Pass belongs to the frontier bitter cold land, not many permanent residents. If this were in Luoyang, the price would be at least 100 times higher. The reason why Liu Ye chose this courtyard was partly because the area was large enough, more than 2,000 square feet. Whether it was used to raise horses or brew wine, it was more than enough, and it could even be divided into a martial arts arena for his usual cultivation. On the other hand, it was also because of the proximity to Yellowstone Lane, which made it convenient for him to find that forge master to string him along during the week. After working on these, Liu Ye purchased another batch of brewing utensils as well as 20,000 pounds of grain, spending a total of 140 taels of silver. Grain accounts for the bulk of this. 10,000 pounds of fine grain, worth 100 taels of silver, averaging out to $100 a pound. Another 10,000 pounds is brown grain, which is cheap, only $20 a pound. The refined grains are used for brewing as well as daily consumption, while the brown grains are used for horses. He now had 2 medium war horses to feed in addition to the dragonborn, and the food piece was a big expense. 10,000 pounds of brown grain sounded quite a lot, but it was estimated that it would only be enough to feed these 3 animals for a month, and on average, they would consume more than 300 pounds of grain a day. That's why many people can't afford to keep war horses. There's no way around it. It's just too edible. 2 days passed quickly. During these 2 days, Liu Ye didn't frequently go out of the city to sweep the barbarians because he had to recuperate from his injuries, and spent most of his time in brewing wine as well as reading books. However, probably because the barbarian army was about to move south, the area around Yanmen Pass had recently seen a lot more barbarian scouts, so Liu Ye hadn't killed fewer of them. Only the last 100 people are missing from accomplishing the goal of thousands of people to be killed. It was worth mentioning that 2 more elite-level achievements had been reached consecutively over the past 2 days, namely, Riding Elite, as well as Archery Elite. The former requires a 100-kilometer run on a mount, while the latter involves a cumulative total of 1,000 effective archery shots. The Horsemanship Elite was naturally completed in seconds, but it was the Archery Elite that took Liu Ye quite a bit of effort. The final harvest was quite good though. 2 achievements that rewarded 10 Imperial Beast Dan as well as 10 Spirit Eye Dan. There was no need to mention the effects of the Imperial Beast Pill. One was enough to create a spirit cult. It was called a divine medicine. Liu tried feeding another one to the Dragonborn. The effect wasn't as pronounced as the first time, but it made up for the disadvantage in speed. Today's Dragon Descent, in terms of both speed and defense, was enough to compete with a top-grade warhorse. As for the spiritual eye pills, Liu Ye naturally took all of them. Although the strengthening effect had been significantly weakened, there was still a certain degree of enhancement when 10 consecutive pills were consumed. Previously dynamic vision slowed down opponents by up to 10 times, now it can slow them down by almost 20 times, which is a significant increase in combat effectiveness. And the super telephoto range has been increased from a maximum of 100 times magnification before to 200 times now. Let's put it this way, as long as he is given a strong bow with a long enough range and all distractions are eliminated, he is fully capable of taking the head of an enemy general from 10 miles away. Assuming, of course, that a bow that powerful exists in this world. After another night of fermentation, it should be completely brewed. Smelling the intoxicating aroma of the wine, Liu Ye couldn't help but close his eyes and start enjoying it. It was hard to imagine what kind of sensation this wine would bring to this side of the world if it were to be released, but he still understood the truth of the pitbull's sin. Before having unrivaled strength in the world, Liu Ye would never promote the brewing method. Duck duck duck. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the courtyard door. Liu Ye's eyes fluttered open, and his mental power then spread to the door. After reading a lot of books in the past few days, The literary chi in his body had nearly doubled, and along with it, his spiritual power had also become much stronger. Before, he could at most perceive things within a 10-meter radius, but now it had expanded to almost 15 meters, an improvement that could not be described as small. Upon seeing the identity of the visitor, Liu couldn't help but smile. Finally, Chapter 27, Two Choices. This sun is not the best in the pool. Getting up and out of the recliner, Liu opened the courtyard door. So it's Lord Chen, please come in. Liu Ye pretended to be surprised and hurriedly welcomed Chen Mo in. How is elder brother Liu injured? Chen Mo greeted and lifted his steps into the compound, only to be struck by a blank expression immediately afterward. Is this wine scent? Chen Mei was a bit incredulous. He also counted the people who love wine, tasted the wine without 100 or 80, but never smelled such a mellow wine aroma. The aroma, just smelling it makes you feel like you're on the edge of heaven. How much more enjoyable would it be if you could drink a sip of it? Thanks to your honor's concern, the injury is no longer a problem. Liu Ye smiled back and then realized that Chen Mu stood in a daze, his nose still shrugging uncontrollably. It seems the power of one's wine is quite strong. Liu Ye secretly sighed in his heart. Did you buy wine, old man? Chen Mo returned to his senses and gazed at Liu Ye. My lord is mistaken. It's just that while my subordinate was recuperating from his injuries, he brewed some of his own liquor when he had nothing else to do. When the brewing of this wine is complete, I will send some to your lordship to taste at that time. Ha ha, so that's how it is. I didn't realize that old brother Liu had such a craft. Then old brother, I'll take it with a grain of salt. Chen Mo could not help but laugh. Such a fine wine. If he couldn't taste it for himself, he wouldn't be willing to die. Right, I almost forgot the main thing. Quick, follow me. Commander Zhang wants to see you. Chen Mo slapped his head and pulled Liu Ye to go outside the courtyard. Wait a minute, since we are meeting with the Lord Commander, how can we go in civilian clothes? Your Excellency, wait a moment and allow my subordinate to change his clothes first. Liu Ye didn't move to break away from Chen Mei's arm and turned around to enter the house after confessing. In a few moments, he changed into a military outfit and walked out. The speed was so fast that it gave Chen Mo a blank stare. My lord, let's go. Oh, good. Zhang Liao's residence, parlor, subordinate Liu Ye, see Lord Commander. At this moment, Liu Ye and Zhang Liao were the only two people in the parlor. As for Chen Mo and Zhao Hong, they were sent to stand guard outside the door. As a matter of fact, Liu Ye did not expect Zhang Liao to choose his own residence to summon him, which showed that the other party did treat him as one of their own. There is no need to be courteous. This general has summoned you here today in order to honor a previous promise. Zhang Liao didn't have too many pleasantries and directly opened the door. After these 2 days of investigation, it is basically confirmed that Ling Guang is dead, and a large number of secret letters of illicit communication with the barbarians have been searched from within his residence. With this evidence, the side of the imperial household will be accounted for. And this time, to be able to uncover the barbarian insider so quickly, you can't take credit for it. And the Centurion position that this general had previously promised you. Naturally, I won't go back on my word. Speaking of this, Zhang Liao paused, and then continued. However, although this general can directly promote you to Centurion, he will not therefore deprive other generals of the right to compete for Centurion. So you now have two choices. 1. To serve as the commander of this general's personal guard. As it is my private army, it will not occupy the Centurion quota in the army. 2. This general will give you a candidacy for Centurion, but whether or not you can actually be one will require you to compete with others on the same stage. Make your own choice. After saying this, Zhang Liao stopped talking and the scene fell into silence for a while. Liu certainly knew the difference between the two options. If you choose one, it means that you have truly become Zhang Liao's close friend. When the time comes, the pressure from the Wang family side will naturally be borne by Zhang Liao, and it will also be vigorously cultivated by Zhang Liao and even the Zhang family. It sounded like a good idea, but it wasn't the result Liu wanted. It was only because once he became the commander of the personal guards, he would be permanently branded with Zhang Liao's mark, meaning that he recognized Zhang Liao as his master. This is undoubtedly a shackle out of thin air for Liu Ye, who aspires to fight for world domination. In ancient times, the Lord was not something to be recognized casually. Take Lu Bu and Liu Bei for example. Both of them are equally running back and forth between various forces. Even Liu Bei has joined more forces than Lu Bu. But why is Lu Bu the only one called a three-name slave? The root of the problem is that Lu Bu has recognized his master, while Liu Bei is just temporarily making a living. It's just like getting a job in the modern era, where one person recognizes the company president as their godfather, and the other simply comes in as an employee. It's just an employee, so you can jump ship whenever you want? Therefore, If he really wants to be the commander of Zhang Liao's personal guards, then he can't think of fighting for the world in the future. Unless he also wants to get a 3 surnames achievement to play around with. As for the second option, it is a conventional promotion channel that follows a righteous path and does not involve any underhand maneuvering. The only downside is that it doesn't hold steady. After all, there were only so many Centurion positions, and there simply weren't enough points to go around if you didn't compete for them. But Liu Ye is not a person who is afraid of competition. With his current strength, not to mention a small Centurion, or even 1,000 captains, he also dares to fight. The only thing he lacked was just a chance to show himself, and Zhang Liao could just provide him with that platform. With this in mind, Liu Ye rushed at Zhang Liao and saluted, saying aloud, "My lord, subordinate choice too." Sure, Zhang Liao's expression was ancient, seemingly not caring how Liu Ye chose. "I am sure." "Good. Tomorrow the schoolyard will hold a Centurion test. All army generals who meet the requirements can participate. This is the test token." Zhang Liao pulled out a wooden token and threw it over. Liu Ye caught it in a hurry. On the front of the token is written a test, and on the back is written a 1, which seems to be the test sequence number. "Thank you, Lord Commander." "Well, go back and get ready." The subordinate retires. Liu Ye put away the token, clasped his fists and saluted, then turned to leave. A moment later, Zhao Hong walked in. "How did it turn out, my lord?" "He picked 2. Zhang Liao spoke indifferently. "How?" Zhao Hong's face showed surprise. He really couldn't figure out that there were still people who would turn down this step to heaven. In his opinion, even he, the 1,000 husbandman, did not have as great a future as the commander of the personal guards. This was the young master of the Zhang family's personal guard commander. So you could imagine how high the gold content was. "You're surprised?" Zhang Liao glanced at Zhao Hong. The subordinate was indeed surprised. Zhao Hong scratched his head. This son has great ambitions and is by no means a pool animal. Zhang Liao looked up at the door with a faintly imperceptible smile in his eyes. Liu Ye naturally did not know that Zhang Liao had already vaguely read his mind, and he picked up the black dragon halberd and danced after returning to the small courtyard. When a lion wrestles a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. In order to make tomorrow's examination foolproof, he planned to raise his halberd technique to the perfection realm. In these 2 days, he had long memorized the moves of the ghost god's 13 halberds. How to say, worthy of being the first fierce general of the 3 kingdoms to create their own halberd. Its profound degree. Even if Liu Ye's halberd realm has become a great success, it is still difficult to comprehend the true meaning of it. In Liu Ye's opinion, Lu Bu's halberd realm was afraid that it had reached the point of god and ghost. Otherwise it would never have been possible to create such an esoteric and extreme halberd like the ghost and god's 13 halberds. "Good thing I have the Enlightenment Stone. As the saying goes, if you don't have enough enlightenment, plugins come in." Now that he had 100 Enlightenment Stones in his hand, along with the complete version of the ghost god 13 halberds as fuel wood, breaking through the halberd consummation realm was already a sure thing. "Let's start with 10 to test the waters." Liu Ye stopped his hand movements and took out 10 Enlightenment Stones. Ever since the last time he used 10 Enlightenment Stones in one go, Liu Ye had discovered that the epiphany effect of this thing could even be stacked. It will shorten the epiphany time as a result, but overall it's still more efficient than using it piece by piece. Buzz. As the 10 Enlightenment Stones were activated, Liu Ye once again fell into a deep state of epiphany, and the moves in his mind regarding the 13 halberds of the ghost god began to automatically disassemble, gradually transforming into Liu Ye's own epiphanies. Chapter 28, Above the Form Realm. Examination Rules. Swish, swish, swish. Inside the compound, there was a whistling sound that came out, rolling up the fallen leaves on the ground. In the end, these fallen leaves actually wrapped Liu Ye completely, gradually forming an orb. Wow! I don't know how long it took, but as an invisible fluctuation erupted out, the orb formed by the fallen leaves exploded apart. In the midst of the falling leaves in the sky, an upright figure holding a halberd stepped out. At this time, the aura on Liu Ye's body changed once again, giving people a sense of being flawless and returning to the basics. It turns out that the so-called consummation is just the beginning. Liu Ye shook his head and lamented. The effect of 100 Dao Enlightenment Stones was indeed amazing. Not only did it allow him to smoothly step into the realm of perfection, but he also saw a little bit of the scenery above perfection. Only those who had stepped into this realm knew that the so-called consummation was only the consummation of the moves, which was what was often referred to as no move being better than a move. But whether there are moves or no moves, in the final analysis, they have not yet left the category of form. Therefore, there should be another realm above form. Liu Ye currently didn't know what exactly this realm was, but it was 80% related to will. The slash that Zhang Liao used to kill the barbarian commander back then should have surpassed the perfection realm. Liu Ye's mind unconsciously conjured up that 10-foot-long illusory blade shadow. It was only at this point that he realized how exaggerated Zhang Liao's attainments in swordplay were. I remember at that time that barbarian commander seemed to have called out the word, blade intent. Could it be that above the Yi form realm is the intent realm? Liu's face was thoughtful. Alas, general knowledge in martial arts is still too little. It seems like I have to find an opportunity to take lessons from Zhang Liao. That's the downside of not having a family legacy. There's a lot of common sense stuff that presses on that there's no place to learn about. If there is no Enlightenment Stone to give him a hang, not to mention touching the form realm above. Even if it is a small chang of techniques is difficult enough. But one thing is for sure, the techniques of the perfection realm are indeed very strong. If I were to fight Lin Guang again, I would probably be able to end the fight in 10 rounds. Liu Ye used Lin Guang as a template to simulate a little, and probably got a clear picture of his current strength. To use a classic saying, I am invincible under 7 pints, and above 7 pints this can't be changed. Thinking back to the time when Zhang Liao gave a white bone with a single slash, Liu Ye couldn't help but shiver. If the difference between a great accomplishment of technique and a perfect technique is 1, then the difference between the realm of form and the realm of meaning is 100. The former belonged to a small realm span, while the latter directly crossed a large realm, and the two were not on the same plane at all. No more thinking about it. After all, that realm was still too far away from him, even with the Enlightenment Stone. It's a matter of accumulation, not 1 or 2 epiphanies. After going to the backyard and checking the status of the drinks to make sure there weren't any problems, Liu Ye returned to the front yard and proceeded to start reading. Reading books could draw on the literary qi. The literary qi could nourish the soul, and only if the soul was strong enough could the 9 dragons combined, a great killing weapon, be fused as soon as possible. After all, that feeling of having an empty mountain of treasure and not being able to enter it is really torturous. The time quickly came to 12 a.m. Ding! Today's achievement has been refreshed. Liu Ye entered the achievement screen and still only 1 achievement was refreshed. Honestly, Liu Ye was kind of regretting picking up the emerging achievement. 500 taels of silver felt like quite a lot before, but after selling the horse, it seemed like just that. That's a bit of an interesting achievement. 1 force to kill 10, blue, rare achievement. Defeat or kill 10 targets with no less than 5,000 pounds of physical strength by brute force. Achievement reward, Dragon Image Dan *1. How can I put it? This task is not hard to say and not easy to say. Liu Ye's current physical strength had long exceeded 5,000 pounds and was even approaching the 10,000 pound mark. Therefore, defeating an enemy with a physical strength of around 5,000 pounds with brute force was definitely a handful. Not to say easy, but the difficulty of the task was where he was going to find so many people with more than 5,000 pounds of physical strength. One must know that the average person, even if they had perfected their body refining, their physical strength could reach 3,000 pounds at most. The only people who could reach 5,000 pounds were those who were born with divine strength, such as the stick-wielding barbarian general that he had encountered at the beginning. As for finding enemies in the blood transformation realm, it was equally unreliable. What the blood transformation realm mainly improved was endurance and explosive power, and pure physical strength was actually not much stronger than the body refinement realm. Take Lim Kwang, whose strength in regular form is only about 4,000 pounds. If he exploded his chi and blood power, he could probably hit with a force of 8,000 pounds. However, the mission introduction said that the physical strength exceeded 5,000 pounds, not the explosive strength exceeded 5,000 pounds, which clearly did not meet the system requirements. But this is, after all, a rare achievement, and the rewarding Dragon Elephant Dan is even more uncomplicated to hear. So Liu Ye really doesn't want to give up. After a little thought, Liu Ye finally chose to take on this achievement. The big deal is to organize an arm wrestling competition in the future. The first prize money directly into 1,000 taels. I do not believe that cannot attract the natural strength of the people. I can't believe I've already finished one? Opening the achievement screen, it read, 1/10. Obviously, this was counting the stick-wielding barbarian general that he had killed earlier. It was also true that he seemed to have just hard-smashed more than 10 halberds at that time, and smashed it straight down, which was in line with the requirement of defeating it with brute force. So it seems that using brute force doesn't mean you have to go empty-handed against an enemy. Using a weapon works too. Early the next morning, Liu Ye came to the barracks schoolyard early. However, someone else came even earlier than him. Elder brother Liu. Here. From a long distance away, Chen Mao waved frantically at Liu Ye. Liu saw it and walked over. Why is Big Brother Chen here too? Calculating the time, the barbarians' 100,000 strong army was estimated to arrive at Yanmen Pass in another 3 days. As a Centurion, Chen Mo should be at the city walls laying down defenses at this time. I'm one of the examiners. Ha! Liu Ye froze. Such a coincidence? Then, Brother Chen can give me some insight into the assessment program. Although with his strength he was basically 9 out of 10, he was afraid that there would be some strange test items. It's good to know ahead of time. Okay, then I'll tell you about it. The reason why Chen Mo came over early was also with the intention of giving Liu Ye a small opening. Liu Ye at least is also a soldier from his men. Although the total did not become a few days' time, but really want to become a Centurion. He set out also times have face. The test is divided into 3 items, the first being the realm test. Those who have not stepped into the refined body realm are not allowed to serve as Centurion. The second item is the expertise test. If you are good at archery, then go to the range and test your archery skills. If you are good at platooning, then have a practical exercise with the examiner. As for sword techniques, spear techniques, and the like, they are all part of the technique test, and are required to reach at least the minor accomplishment realm. Once you've passed the first 2 levels, you can enter the 3rd level of the actual combat test. The rules for this level are simple. The winner takes all. Because of the limited number of slots, only the top 3 will be taken for the position of Centurion for this selection. Hearing this, Liu Ye probably had a number in his heart. However, Chen Mo's introduction was not yet finished, and he was about to tell Liu Ye about the precautions to be taken when a somewhat teasing voice suddenly came from the side. Chapter 29, The Examination Begins. Techniques Amaze 4. Yo, what's this about Chen's youngest giving his men a little cooking? Just saw a bald and strong man striding into the schoolyard, followed by 2 stout youths, looking like they also came over to participate in the Centurion examination. Seeing the visitor, Chen Mo also sank his face. Fatty Li, what are you doing here? As one of the examiners, he naturally knew that Fatty Li was not on the list of examiners. Ha, can't I just come and watch the fun? Fatty Li smiled disdainfully, only pausing for a moment as he passed by Liu Ye. Kid, you'd better pray that you get brushed off in the first 2 levels. When it really comes to the actual combat test, these 2 brothers of mine won't be able to strike lightly, so don't blame me for not reminding you if you break an arm or a leg at that time. The 2 burly youths behind him also cooperated by cocking their heads and twisting their wrists, revealing an impishly sardonic smile. Liu Ye pressed on, only waiting for the bald man to walk away before asking, Brother Chen, are you 2 feuding? That guy is a mad dog. Relying on the fact that his uncle is the chief of 1,000 men, he usually bullies men and women in Yanmen Pass. I later reported this one when I couldn't stand to see it, but unfortunately it ended up being a non-issue. But this one's been on me ever since, giving me trouble for nothing. Speaking of this, Chen Mo also looked at Liu Ye with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, old brother. This time you're considered to have suffered an undeserved disaster. Those 2 people behind him were the 2 Tun Shangs under him, who had already reached the refined flesh perfection realm, and their strength was extraordinary. Be careful during the actual combat test. We'll admit defeat if we can't. Although Chen Mo knew that Liu Ye had killed Lin Guang, he didn't know Lin Guang's true strength. Lin Guang, as an old coin, had also never shown his battle power to the outside world. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, Lin Guang is just a lieutenant who became a lieutenant through the back door, and he has no real material at all. Don't worry, Big Brother Chen, I know what's in my heart. Liu Ye just smiled faintly at the words, while in his heart, he thought about how he should teach those 2 a lesson when the time came. He was not a kind man, and if he dared to threaten him, then be prepared for his retaliation. As for the bald man, find a dark and windy night to put a sack to beat up. Okay, then I'll tell you more about the do's and don'ts. Time ticked by, and soon, the Centurion test officially began. First up is the first item, the realm test. This test is simple, basically just look at it. It was also fortunate that Liu Ye had once quenched the skin membrane with the body quenching pill, and although the degree of quenching was not deep, it at least left traces of skin refining. Otherwise, this level is really hard to pass. Can't tell the examiner that he refined the bones first and then the skin, right? It would be weird not to get clubbed out then. Then came the second level, the expertise test. This time, Liu Ye didn't choose halberd techniques, but instead chose archery. It couldn't be helped. His halberd realm was too high, and he had already entered the realm of no move over a move. A casual strike may seem ordinary, but it actually contains infinite changes. But this stuff wasn't something that a bunch of examiners who were only at the Dechang realm could see. Perhaps in their eyes, Liu Ye that is completely blind a few messy dance. Therefore, it is safer to go with archery. Follow me. One of the examiners got up and led Liu to the rear range. Here's 100 arrows, 100 paces away. Hit the target 80 times and you pass. The examiner handed Liu Ye a 3-stone bow and introduced the rules of the test. Okay. Liu reached out and took it, and then he began to swish and shoot, without the slightest pause in the middle. In less than a minute, 100 wooden arrows were shot out of the air, and then looking at the arrow target, it was already stuck like a hedgehog. Because of Liu Ye's deliberate control of the gap, all 100 wooden arrows were neatly arranged on the target, and there was no situation like the first time when there were 5 arrows with no place to stick them. Lord Examiner, am I considered to have passed? Liu Ye turned around and saw that middle-aged examiner with dull eyes and the look of having seen a ghost. Lord Examiner? Having no choice, Liu Ye could only remind once again. Oh, pass. The middle-aged examiner returned to his senses and nodded his head repeatedly, then wrote an A on the record book, which was the highest rating for the expertise test. As the examiner of the archery test, he himself had extremely high archery attainments. Although it wasn't up to the level of a divine archer, the eyepiece wasn't bad. In his opinion, even a legendary divine archer would probably be at this level, and this teenager was definitely a seedling of a top divine archer. The two of them returned to the schoolyard, and since Liu Ye's side ended too quickly and the other people's examinations hadn't finished yet, Liu Ye could only find a place to sit for a while first, taking the time to look at the other people's examinations. They were all moderate, and no genius-level characters appeared, but this was normal. Geniuses were already rare, and geniuses with a family history were even rarer. There were many people who had not bad qualifications but missed the golden cultivation period because of the lack of merit and resources. Half an hour later, the expertise assessment ended, and in the end, only 10 people entered the third level of the actual combat assessment, and those 2 burly youths were listed. The 2 men noticed Liu as well, and with a sardonic grin, they made a throat-slitting gesture. Direct killing may not be talked about, but it is bound to come down hard when encountered. In response, Liu Ye had no inner turmoil and even wanted to laugh a little. Alright, congratulations on entering the final examination. Here begins the grouping for sparring. 1,000 husbandmen rose to speak. He was also the chief examiner of this Centurion examination. Numbers 1 and 16 please come up to the stage for battle. Liu Ye got up and walked towards the center of the schoolyard. While no, 16 was a lean middle-aged man holding a large sword, with a long scar on his face, adding a bit of ferocity. Where are your weapons? Seeing Liu Ye on stage empty-handed, Scarface frowned and opened his mouth. No weapons needed. It wasn't that Liu Ye was intentionally pretending to be a bully against a group of body refinement realm martial artists. If he was still using the Black Dragon halberd, it would really be a bit of a bully. Of course, the main thing was that the Black Dragon halberd was too conspicuous to bring over. I hope you can still say that later. Scarface snorted coldly and said no more. The test begins. With the examiner's order, Scarface's aura instantly changed. Kill. With the stomp of his feet, the whole person pounced over like a tiger, and the big knife in his hand went straight for Liu Ye's neck. People in the army, always pay attention to one strike to kill. There is no point to the end of this saying. Of course, since everyone was a body-refining martial artist, even if they were hit in the vitals, they would at most suffer a few injuries, and very few of them would cool off on the spot, unless the other side is deliberately ruthless. In the face of this incoming slash, Liu Ye just stood still without the slightest intention of dodging. However, this appeared to the onlookers that Liu Ye was shocked by the other party's aura. In the end, they are young people who have not had the experience of the battlefield. I guess it's the son of some family who sent it in for gilding the lily. I heard it was recommended by End of Chen. The crowd of examiners under the field were talking, but they were ready to strike at any time. It can't really cause a death. Then they can't explain to the top. Every martial artist, after all, was a valuable asset in the military. However, in the next second, the crowd was collectively confused. Just to see Liu Ye raise his right hand, he curled his finger like that and flicked it. Dang! A sound of fine iron clashing rang out. The blade instantly twisted and deformed, and the powerful recoil even caused Scarface's face to change drastically. The greatsword came straight out of his hand and stuck in a spinning ground in the open space 10 meters away. Scarface froze in place, and his right hand couldn't stop shaking, showing how terrifying the recoil had just been. If he hadn't let go in time, it wouldn't have been as simple as a tremor. A direct fracture would have been possible. More fighting? Liu Ye had a kind face, as if he was someone else who had just flicked the big knife with one finger. No more fighting. I admit defeat. Scarface decisively conceded. This horse is still a hammer. Liu Ye's skill in this hand can be described as astonishing. resulting in the opponents encountered later not even bothering to fight, and directly admit defeat. We are all veterans of the battlefield, and we still have this eye, knowing that you are not the opponent and still fight hard. That is the stick. Save that strength to fight for the second and third does not smell good. Anyway, and more than one seat. However, there was no shortage of rash, iron-headed children at all times, such as the two strapping youths. Kid, you can scare others but not me. Compared to strength, I, Nyo Dali, have never been afraid of anyone. Oh, Liu came instantly interested. I originally thought that today's assessment was just a walk in the park, but I didn't expect there to be any surprises. I was worried that I couldn't find anyone to complete one power down, and this was delivered straight to my door. Thank you for the gift of nature. Eat me. Nyo Dali took a stride and punched Liu Ye straight in the face. The wind from the punch he brought up caused Liu Ye's long hair to fly. Facing this strike, Liu Ye similarly blasted out with a punch. Bang! In the next second, the two fists met. Chapter 30 Unexpected Joy. Promotion to Centurion. Boom! In a flash, strong winds scattered out in all directions, blowing up dust in the sky. Click, click, click. In the next second, a toothsome bone-cracking sound came from the field. Ah! A pig-killing scream suddenly rang out, and he saw Nyo Dali covering his arm and falling to his knees, bean-sized beads of sweat continuously sliding down his face. Ugh, I thought you were born with godly powers, but I bet you were bragging. Liu withdrew his fist, a look of disappointment on his face. From that collision just now, Liu Ye probably felt the strength of the other party, definitely not up to 5,000 pounds, holding up 4,000 pounds. He has the nerve to say that he is not afraid of anyone in terms of strength, which makes him happy for nothing. In the end, Nyo Dali was carried off the field, and it was obvious that he would not be able to participate in the later battles. Fatty Li, who had originally planned to watch the fun, also had an ugly face at this moment. Nyo Dali is the class he cultivated, but now it is being wasted an arm. Even if he recovers from the injury, it is basically considered half-wasted. In the future, it would be hard to make any headway in the martial arts. Brother Li, I'm going to waste that kid. The other lanky youth gritted his teeth and looked at Liu Ye, who was slowly stepping down from the stage. He was as close to Nyo Dali as a brother, and now that he had watched his own brother have his arm broken, how could he not be angry? Are you sure about that? That boy has a lot of strength. Fatty Li didn't have much confidence nowadays. It was really because Liu Ye was acting too intimidating. Who would have thought that a brat with no hair on his head would have strength so terrifying? Don't worry, Brother Li, I, Zhou Shan, am born with divine strength, and now my physical strength has exceeded 5,000 pounds. If he dares to get tough with me, I'll show him what cruelty means. Zhou Shan reached out and clenched his fist, his bones creaking as he pinched them. Good, later you take your weapon to the field. Even if it kills you, it won't matter. I'll take the blame for you if something happens. Seeing that Zhou Shan was so confident, Fatty Li immediately showed a cold smile on his face as well. With the end of one sparring match after another, the practical test was gradually drawing to a close. A total of 4 men made it to the final round for those 3 Centurion spots. Number 1, 14, please come to the stage. The examiner called out the sequence number, and Liu Ye and Zhou Shan got up at the same time, then walked to the center of the schoolyard and stood opposite each other. However, when he saw the other party staring at him with a murderous face, Liu Ye was secretly surprised. Previously, he thought that the guy called Nyo Dali was born with divine power, so he directly used his full strength. Otherwise he wouldn't have given a crippling blow with one punch. He originally thought that after seeing his power, the other party would choose to concede, but he didn't expect that he would even dare to go on stage and fight him hard. Is this a chestnut, or just purely headstrong? Liu said he didn't get it. If you waste one of my brother's arms, then I want your life. Zhou Shan slammed the huge axe he was carrying on his shoulder onto the ground with a cold smile on his face. Since Li said that he would take the blame for the accident, he naturally wouldn't be concerned about anything, and directly ran to kill someone. Liu raised an eyebrow at that. This man is brave. Since this is the case, it is more or less a little bit sorry for the other party to put the cruel words without going down to death. As Chen Mei had said before, there was a certain risk of death during the examination. As long as the death is not intentional, you basically won't be held accountable. As for how to tell if it's intentional or not, that's a stretch. Just don't intentionally catch someone in the act of beating them to death anyway. The sparring begins. As soon as the examiner's words fell, Zhou Shan could not wait to rush up. Die! Zhou Shan raised the huge axe in his hand and slashed it viciously towards Liu Ye's head. In the face of this axe, Liu Ye did not choose to block it hard, but dodged it sideways. The axe thing was different from a knife weapon. Its own inertia was too great, and it was not very realistic to try to bounce it off like before. Besides, how else was he going to create the illusion of an accidental death if the other guy didn't have his axe? It's not like you can beat the opposite side to death with a hard fist. That little cutie could see the problem too. Bang! The blade of the axe chopped on the ground, directly cutting a crack half a meter deep, and the entire axe head sunk in. If this were to hit a person, it was estimated that their head would be split in half. Zhou Shan was just about to raise his axe, when Liu Ye raised his foot and stepped on the blade of the axe, as if it was a Tarzan pressing down on him, and held it to the ground, and no matter how hard he pushed, it still remained motionless. Ha! This one's strength isn't small. It seems to have exceeded 5,000 pounds. Feeling the force coming from the axe, Liu Ye's heart was delighted. Not bad, and a windfall. Let go! Zhou Shan let out a loud shout, and the muscles of his entire body bulged violently. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the stick-wielding barbarian at the beginning, it had hardened its size by nearly half a meter, and its upper garment had even directly exploded. Nice guy. A natural-born god who can't move without exploding his shirt? Liu was speechless. As you wish. Then, feeling the force of the axe blade's uplift surge, Liu Ye's feet loosened and lifted. In the next second, the axe blade was seen lifting up at an astonishing speed, and in an instant it had arrived above Zhou Shan's head, before it began to descend. Reacting, Zhou Shan pressed the axe handle with deadly force, trying to slow down the falling speed of the axe blade, yet it was destined to be nothing more than an exercise in futility. Liu Ye had just applied the same uplift force to the axe blade in the split second he let go. It's just done so covertly that onlookers can't even tell. This couldn't be easier for someone with a great circle of techniques. The power contained in this axe now was the sum of both Zhou Shan and Liu Ye, with the weight of the axe itself to be added. At this moment, even Liu Ye would find it difficult to stop its descending trend by brute force, and could only dodge it with the help of a consummate level stance. However, Zhou Shan clearly did not possess this ability and could only watch as the axe blade slammed into him. What's more, Zhou Shan was still using a double-edged axe. Pust. In the end, in Zhou Shan's despairing gaze, the axe blade struck the top of his head in a lightning-fast manner. That huge force, moreover, caused his entire head to burst open like a watermelon, and the scene became incomparably bloody for a while. This series of changes happened too quickly, and when the people under the field came back to their senses, there was only a headless body left in place. That, Lord Examiner, that's the owl he told me to let go of. Liu spread his hands and looked innocent. Finally, after the examiners unanimously decided that it was an accident, Liu Ye does not have to take any responsibility. I defy you. Fatty Li, who was sitting under the field watching the fun, had his mind completely broken at this time. His two capable generals, but now is a dead one injured. The originator is a little bit of punishment is not, which called him how to be able to accept. I'm not convinced. He's committing premeditated murder. Fatty Li looked at Liu Ye, his eyes filled with killing intent. At this moment the examiner spoke. Come on, escort this idle person who is disturbing the examination room. If it wasn't for the fact that this guy's uncle was on the same level as himself, he wouldn't have even let the other guy into the exam room. Now that he dares to openly question him about the unfairness of the sentence, it is simply outrageous. The test continues. With one man already out, the later matchup seemed unusually harmonious. After all, there's nothing to fight about. Everyone gets to be a Centurion. In the end, Liu was awarded the position of Centurion with the first place in the examination. At the same time, the alert from the system came as promised. Chapter 31, The World's Finest Brew is introduced. Spirit Enlightenment Etching. Ding! You have been promoted to the position of Centurion, reached the elite achievement, emerging, and received a reward, 500 taels of silver. There was no rush to collect the rewards. After all, the storage effect of the system space was unidirectional. Once taken out it could not be put back in. 500 taels is not a small amount. If so much silver suddenly appeared in public, it would easily cause unnecessary trouble. Ha ha, old brother Liu was indeed a heavenly talent. Go, drink. Chen Mao took it in stride, looking more excited than even Liu Ye. Just now, when he saw Fatty Li being racked out of the examination room with a furious face, his mouth was happy to the root of his ears. Add to that Liu's successful promotion to Centurion, and it's a double whammy. In the backyard of the Liu family, Liu Ye and Chen Mo sat opposite each other with a pot of freshly brewed white wine in the center. Come, brother Chen, try this home-brewed white wine of mine. It has another name, Immortal Drunkenness. Liu Ye poured a full glass and pushed it to Chen Mo. Immortal Drunk, good name. Smelling the intoxicating aroma of the wine, Chen Mo could not wait to pick up the glass and drink it all. In the next second, the eyes widened instantly. His old brother, you, this wine is too energetic. Compared to that, the ones I used to drink are no different from fresh water. If brother Chen likes it, hit a pot on your way out and bring it with you. Liu Ye smiled and refilled the wine glass in front of Chen Mei again. No, 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 no. Chen Mu waved his hands repeatedly. Brother Chen, that's out of line. Home brewed wine, not worth a few dollars. Feel free to drink it. He brewed wine to make good connections, and it didn't matter if it was money or not. Perhaps when he had built up a party, he would go on to enrich himself with the help of his brewing skills. As for now, enough to drink. Old man, I've come to see you with wine. After seeing off Chen Mo, Liu Ye then carried a jar of wine outside the white-haired old man's small courtyard. Crunch! The courtyard door was opened, but the person who opened it surprised Liu. Lord Commander? Liu Ye really didn't expect to see Zhang Liao here. Zhang Liao also seemed to be a bit surprised, especially when he saw the black dragon halberd behind Liu Ye. A trace of consternation flashed across his face. Where is the wine? Just then, the white-haired old man rushed out of the compound in a fiery rage. Come on, come in. With that, the white-haired old man pulled Liu Ye closer to the courtyard while obediently taking the wine altar in Liu Ye's hand. You guys sit down. I'll fetch the cups. The white-haired old man greeted and ran towards the house with the wine altar in his hand, as if he was afraid of being snatched away. He hadn't been able to drink anything in the past few days since he last drank Liu's distilled white wine. I can only sit at the door and look around every day, just like an empty nester, but waiting left and right. Never waited for Liu Ye's shadow. Well, all the waiting was not in vain, and today I was finally able to have a good meal. When the white-haired old man left, Liu Ye clasped his fists and rushed at Zhang Liao. My subordinate has met Lord Commander. There's no need to be formal. Today here, regardless of military rank, you and I can call each other equals. Zhang Liao waved his hand, then gestured for Liu Ye to sit down. Good, then belong. I'll have the cheek to call myself Brother Zhang. Liu Ye belongs to the Lord who climbs when he sees a pole. Plus he is a modern man, and he doesn't have the ancient concept of the order of honor and inferiority. So he stopped being polite to Zhang Liao. So very good. Although Zhang Liao was the son of a family, he didn't have half the arrogance of a son of a family on him. Apart from the need to maintain the majesty of his own commander in the barracks, he was quite approachable in normal times. Did Big Brother Zhang know Senior a long time ago? Liu was the first to speak up. After all, it was oddly awkward to just sit there. Well, my yellow dragon hook sickle blade was crafted by Elder Meng. Hearing this, Liu Ye came to a realization. Also, the existence of such a casting master in Yanmen Pass. To say that Zhang Liao did not know that is not too realistic. Speaking of which, he only now realized that the old man's surname was Meng, mainly because he had forgotten to ask last time. That's too coincidental. My black dragon halberd is also a gift from Elder Meng. Liu Ye lowered the black dragon halberd behind his back. Apart from delivering the wine, he also wanted to stop by this time to ask why the handle of the black dragon halberd had changed color. A gift? Zhang Liao's expression froze. When he first entrusted Meng Lao to build the yellow dragon hook sickle sword, he had spent a whole 1,000 taels of silver, and the key materials were all provided by him. Good man, you're making a difference, aren't you? What a gift! I asked for a jar of the finest wine as payment. At this time, Meng Lao walked out of the house with a jug of wine, and when he heard this, he hurriedly spoke out to explain, and after finishing, he did not forget to glare at Liu Ye. Yeah, I slipped up. Liu smiled sarcastically. Mainly he didn't expect Zhang Liao to have paid for the weapon. In theory, as the commander of Yanmen Pass and a martial arts genius, shouldn't Zhang Liao have staged a play in which a high-ranking person gave away a treasure? Sure enough, TV shows are a lie. Oh, a great wine? Zhang Liao also turned his gaze to the wine pot at this moment, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He was curious as to what kind of fine wine was worthy of the rating of a great wine. However, the hidden fragrance of the wine, but it is indeed different from those fine wines he has drunk before, giving people the feeling that it is very on top of the head. Don't believe me? Taste it. Meng Lao carefully arrived at a small cup for Zhang Liao. As small as what? Almost as tall as a fingernail cap. Elder Meng, I know you're addicted to alcohol, but this much isn't enough to stuff your teeth. Zhang Liao said that he was about to take the wine pot and pour it himself. Meng Lao directly dodged it and smiled mysteriously. Don't be in a hurry. You taste it first. Is it hard to believe that there's something more to it? Zhang Liao looked puzzled, then picked up the wine cup and drank it all. It was slightly bitter in the mouth, and then a rich aroma exploded out and went straight to the nose. Zhang Liao felt like his entire body was permeable. After a long time, he exhaled a long, cloudy breath. Indeed, it is worthy of the name of a great wine. Does this wine have a name? Zhang Liao looked at Liu Ye with a look of lust. This wine is called Immortal Drunk. Well, it's very apt. The strength of this wine is the only thing I've seen in my life. Perhaps it's true that even that heavenly immortal would get drunk if he drank it. Zhang Liao lamented. The three of them then tasted the wine together. It was mainly Meng Lao and Zhang Liao who were drinking, and Liu Ye only accompanied them with 2 glasses occasionally. After 3 rounds of wine, Liu Ye also took the opportunity to ask Elder Meng about the changes in the Black Dragon halberd. Hiccup, you mean that? That's the spirit enlightening etching I kept. Meng Lao hiccuped and took a look at the Black Dragon halberd. I wonder if this enlightened etching is. Liu quickly pursued the question. Ever heard of an artifact spirit? This thing is used to harbor the artifact spirit. Here, it's also on Kid Zhang's yellow dragon hooked sickle blade. Ask him. Meng Lao clearly only wanted to drink and directly pushed Zhang Liao out. Zhang Liao didn't push, so he explained in detail the relationship between the spirit enlightening etchings and the artifact spirit, as well as the method of harboring the artifact spirit. After listening to Zhang Liao's words, Liu Ye was greatly shocked, and at the same time, he understood the origin of those supreme divine weapons. Simply put, not all weapons are qualified to give birth to an artifact spirit. First, a master caster had to be found who could brand the enlightenment etchings. Secondly, the material of the weapon must be strong enough to withstand the heavenly tribulation when the weapon spirit was born. As for how to harbor an artifact spirit, there were a total of 2 ways. The first, killing. Through constant killing, it would draw on those true spirits that had not yet escaped, thus giving birth to the artifact spirit. The second, soul melting. This kind was more difficult. It was to directly find a spiritually enlightened foreign beast, kill it, and then draw out the beast's soul to integrate it into the spirit enlightening etchings. After harboring it for a period of time, it can be automatically transformed into an artifact spirit. The 2 methods had their own advantages and disadvantages. The former was slow to contain, and the artifact spirit that was born was relatively weak. However, the growth cap is high, and the artifact spirit can keep growing just by constantly killing. The latter is quick to nurture, and the weapon spirit is at its peak at the beginning, so it can form a fighting force at the fastest speed. The disadvantages are also obvious. One is that the traces of the beasts are hard to find and the battle power is so strong that it is not something that ordinary people can mess with. The second is that the strength of the artifact spirit is entirely dependent on the strength of the beast soul, and does not have the ability to grow. However, either way, it required the user to possess a strong enough martial will. If the artifact spirit could not be subdued, it would inevitably suffer a backlash. This was why only the strong could master the divine weapons, because the weak ones went all karma. Many thanks to Brother Zhang for explaining. Liu rose and made a solemn bow. As the saying goes, a teacher preaches and teaches. In a sense, Zhang Liao was considered his enlightened mentor in martial arts, so he naturally deserved this gift. By the way, Big Brother Zhang, there is one more thing that little brother would like to ask for advice. It's hard to catch this opportunity, so I'm not going to glean enough at once. Chapter 32, The 5 Realms of Technique, the Essence of Guerrilla Warfare. Well, you say. Zhang Liao was also full of wine at this time, but also changed his silence. Does Brother Zhang know the realm after the technique is perfected? Liu Ye has now halberd law great success, but the road after is half understood. Urgently need a guide to help him. And Zhang Liao, as an heir to a martial arts family, must have quite a thorough understanding of this aspect. You've perfected your technique? Zhang Liao's hand that was raising his cup gave a start as he looked at Liu Ye with a surprised expression. Truth be told, I had an epiphany yesterday, and by a fluke, I practiced the halberd technique to the perfect realm. Liu Ye didn't hide it, but only downplayed the existence of the Enlightenment Stone. May I be allowed to see it? Zhang Liao obviously still couldn't believe it. Yes, without saying a word, Liu Ye picked up the Black Dragon halberd and danced on the spot. A few moments later, Zhang Liao believed, although he didn't know the halberd technique. It was said that one method led to all methods. As a martial arts master who had mastered the intent of the blade, he could tell at a glance how high Liu Ye's halberd realm was. It wasn't even as simple as being at the beginning of the consummate realm. There was already a hidden stance of condensing the true meaning of the martial arts. If he remembered correctly, it seemed like he had stepped into the blade technique perfection at the age of 18, and then it had taken him a full 3 years to condense his blade intent. And looking at Liu Ye's posture, it seemed like it wouldn't take long to cross the threshold of the intent realm. The strength of this son's martial arts talent was simply terrifying. While Zhang Liao's side was still just feeling shocked, Meng Lao's side was feeling shocked. 3 days ago he had watched Liu Ye cross into the halberd method's great achievement realm with his own eyes. How could this be a few days gone? And it was directly a great completion? Am I crazy or is the world crazy? Liu Ye naturally didn't know the psychological activities of the two men at this moment, and after putting away the black dragon halberd, he returned to the stone table and sat down. Brother Zhang? Seeing Zhang Liao fall into a stupor, Liu Ye could only shake his hand in front of his eyes. Ahem, I'm sorry to see you laugh, but Hyunji has indeed reached technique perfection. Zhang Liao returned to his senses and unconsciously changed his address to Xiandi. If before, Liu Ye was merely treated as a subordinate that could be cultivated, then now, Liu Ye had already become a juvenile heavenly pride worthy of his friendship. Thinking of this, Zhang Liao also rose up in love with his talent. Since that's the case, I'll give virtuous brother a brief explanation of the division of martial arts realms in the current world. Technique attainments can be roughly categorized into the 5 realms of form, intent, potential, domain, and God. The so-called form is practicing techniques to the extreme, and most martial artists in the world stay at this level for their entire lives. After the form realm comes the intent realm, and martial artists of this realm have already stepped out of their own way, thus condensing their own true intent of martial arts. However, the firstborn true intent of the martial Tao is too illusory, and needs to undergo the baptism of the heavenly tribulation before it can truly transform emptiness into reality and possess supreme power. Skyjacking? Liu couldn't help but gasp out in shock at this. Good fellow, isn't the heavenly calamity in this world a bit too active? Moving down to split twice. The birth of an artifact spirit has to be split. The condensation of true intent also has to be split. And what else is there that it doesn't split? Zhang Liao thought that Liu Ye was frightened by the heavenly tribulation, so he explained with a smile. This heavenly tribulation is not the other heavenly tribulation. It only targets the realm of will and does not involve the reality level. Even if you can't pass the degree, it's not life-threatening, and you only need to recuperate for a while to recover. And with every heavenly tribulation, the true intent of martial Tao will undergo a metamorphosis. Therefore, according to the number of times a martial true intent has been metamorphosed, it can be subdivided into the 1st to 9th tribulation true intents. I see. Liu nodded. In that case, getting chopped twice doesn't seem unacceptable. Not knowing how many hijacks of true intent Zhang Liao was now, Liu Ye was quite curious about this. But curious as he was, Liu wouldn't be foolish enough to ask. After all, asking such questions about the privacy of cultivation was a major taboo in the martial arts. At this moment, Zhang Liao continued to speak, and after the true intent of martial Tao has undergone 9 metamorphoses, there is a certain chance of condensing a potential. I don't know the specifics, I only know that it's a realm where heaven and man are united, and every move is wrapped in the great power of heaven and earth, and it's terrifying. Speaking of this, Zhang Liao's face unconsciously showed a look of longing, but immediately returned to normal. As for the latter 2 realms, they only exist among legends, and I know nothing about them. Zhang Liao shook his head, apparently also deeply regretting it. I do know a little bit about it. Elder Meng on the side suddenly interjected, and Liu Ye and Zhang Liao looked over in unison. I once read an ancient book that summarized the Yi domain, realm and the divine realm in just 2 sentences. Which 2 sentences? Liu Ye and Zhang Liao almost spoke in unison. Meng Lao stroked his beard and sipped 2 more mouthfuls of wine, whetting the 2 men's appetites before slowly opening his mouth. Those in the domain realm have all the enemies within their square inches. Those in the God realm, all the greatness of the world is returned to them. Within a square inch, people are all enemies. All greatness is returned to oneself. Liu Ye's mouth kept chanting, as if he was trying to comprehend the mysteries of the Yi domain and the Ji God with just a couple of sentences. But this is clearly a fool's errand. Alright, don't be overly ambitious. You should still comprehend the true meaning of the martial Tao first. Seeing that Liu Ye was on the verge of thinking about demons, Elder Meng slapped Liu Ye without any good reason. Thanks for reminding Elder Meng. Liu Ye came back to his senses and was also in a cold sweat. Just now, I almost fell into what the Buddhists often call the knowledge barrier, which is also known as the fact that the more you know, the more you will be hindered in your cultivation. The wine is in front of us. Why do we still think so much? Come on, let's get drunk today. Meng Lao laughed and picked up the wine pot to fill it up for the two of them. One drunk. Liu Ye and Zhang Liao smiled at each other. As it turns out, even modern high-level wine is hard to get drunk on martial artists with cultivation on their side. The drinking game lasted for a whole hour, and the altar of wine Liu Ye had brought with him was almost half consumed. Gave Meng old heartache, called out loss of loss. There was no other way. Liu Ye could only say that he would bring another altar next time before Meng Lao subsided. Brother Zhang, the barbarians 100,000 strong army will be heading south in a few days. Can you think of any ways to deal with it? Liu Ye also wanted to see how this one in front of him differed from the one who had famously shaken the promised land in history in terms of military prowess. There is nothing else but to stand firm and wait for a good time. Zhang Liao smiled blandly and didn't seem to put the barbarians 100,000 strong army in his eyes. Liu Ye nodded at his words. This was also considered the optimal solution when dealing with an invasion of a large army. The enemy was not able to gain a foothold, nor could he seize any supplies, and in the end had to return without any gain. However, he wanted to play a bit of a tart. Brother Zhang, I have an unfavorable request, but there's no harm in saying it. I want to lead a cavalry in a guerrilla war with the barbarians. What's the point of staying in town all the time? Liu prefers to be proactive. What is guerrilla warfare? Zhang Liao looked puzzled. Liu Ye slapped his head and almost forgot that this era did not have the concept of guerrilla warfare. The first person to use guerrilla warfare was Peng Yu of the Qin dynasty, who had used his guerrilla warfare to successfully help Liu Bang defeat Xian Yu and recapture several cities. Later, Peng Yu's invention was widely used in the military field and was recognized as the originator of guerrilla warfare. But to say that the person who really carried the tactic forward is none other than that one. The 16 words of truth can be shocking. Therefore, Liu Ye did not hesitate to explain. The so-called guerrilla warfare is simply summarized as the enemy advancing and retreating, the enemy stationing and disturbing, the enemy fatiguing and fighting, and the enemy retreating and chasing. Hiss. When Zhang Liao first heard this, his entire body could not help but be shaken. Sage brother, great talent. The better the commander-in-chief, the more you realize how powerful that statement really is. This is a microaggression. 16 simple words, but they seem to speak the true meaning of war. No. I also read it from an ancient book and did not create it. Liu waved his hand back and forth. Good lord, copy anyone, but not this one. Ha ha, virtuous brother, don't be modest. Zhang Liao obviously didn't believe it, and without waiting for Liu Ye to argue, he continued. I wonder how many men and horses CND intends to ask for. 100 elite riders will suffice. The core element of guerrilla warfare is flexibility, which is why it is important to have the right number of people rather than a large number. Zhang Liao naturally understood this, and immediately waved his hand. Good, when I return to camp, I will mobilize 100 elite cavalry to serve under you. Thank you, Lord Commander. Liu rose to pay his respects, this time using a formal title. In this way, his Centurion was not a bare-bones commander after all. It couldn't be helped that border wars were frequent and poor establishment was the norm. As a newly promoted Centurion, you either have to follow the other veteran Centurions first, or you have to form your own ranks, which means you have to recruit the troops yourself. Liu Ye does not choose either one. The old man directly with the big brother to ask for people is so bold. When Liu Ye returned home, it was nearing evening, and it was obviously not appropriate to go out of the city to fight bandits at this time. Forget it, I'll go back tomorrow to finish 1,000 choppers. Liu chose to continue his reading spree. After all, nourishing the literary heart is a big deal too. The good thing about books is that no matter how many times you read them, they give a literary flavor. So maybe it's called learning from the past? Liu doesn't get it, and he doesn't have to. Time always flies when you read a book, and before you know it, it's already the next day. Ding! Today's achievement has been refreshed. Hearing the system prompt, Liu Ye opened the achievement interface. Chapter 33, Rich and Famous. Sky High Wine. Wealthy Party, Blue, a rare achievement. Attainable by accumulating 10,000 taels of silver. Achievement reward, Wheel of Fortune *2, 10,000 taels. It's a bit difficult. However, Liu Ye was only slightly emotional. The mission should still be taken. Not to mention 10,000 taels. Even 100,000 taels he would not hesitate to follow. That's 2 times the Wheel of Fortune. If you have a stroke of luck, maybe 2 more gold quality rewards will arrive. Won't you just take off? Took a look at the quest progress, 335110, 650 taels to go. It's not a small amount. Take his current salary as a Centurion, 10 taels of silver a month, or only 120 taels a year. He'll have to work 55 years to earn the 650 taels of silver. So, there has to be another way. How about selling alcohol? The Drunken Immortal's Drunken Spring Breeze can sell for 100 taels a pot, so it's not too much to ask that he sells this immortal's drunkenness for 1,000 taels a pot, right? If we sell 10 or 8 jars, won't the money come in? Well, just do it. Although the brewing skill could not be sold for the time being, it was not a big problem to sell a few jars of wine. Let's just say it's a good ancestral wine, and I don't think those great families will go out and snatch it just for the sake of this benefit. Businessmen in this day and age are still more or less honorable. After a night without words, early the next morning, Liu Ye hid a jar of wine and went to the largest restaurant in Yenmen Pass, Drunken Immortal House. This guest, stopping off or staying? Seeing Liu Ye, a store assistant immediately greeted him. Is your boss in? I have a big deal for him. Liu Ye didn't talk nonsense and directly pulled out his Centurion identity card. Don't look at the Centurion in the barracks belongs to the bottom officers, but for the common people, has been considered a rare big man, compared to the county magistrate is not much better. As expected, after seeing the token, the store assistant's attitude became more respectful and led Liu Ye to a luxurious box. Please wait a moment, my lord, I will report to the shopkeeper. Aha! Liu nodded slightly. The store assistant bowed and withdrew from the room, and a few moments later, a knock sounded at the door. Enter. Squeak. The door to the room opened and in walked a poised woman. The woman was wearing a plain-colored Chinese dress, fair skin, eyes one turn clear, a knitted brows between the movement, all show grace. Woman? Liu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I didn't realize that the person in charge of this Drunken Immortal building was actually a woman, which was quite interesting. This side of the world, because of the existence of various cultivation methods, the gap between the status of men and women was not as exaggerated as it was in history, but it was also rare for a woman to come out and take charge. My little daughter, Milan, meet this lord. The woman arched her back slightly, her voice soft and gentle. You're from the Mi family? Although I have the impression that the Mi family does not have a character like Milan, but as the 4 great powerful merchants of the Han dynasty, the number of clansmen is bound to be extremely large, and it is not possible for each one of them to remain famous in history. Yes, but my youngest daughter is only a side clan member of the Mi family. No wonder. Liu sniffed in realization. I thought that if he could be sent to this bitterly cold place on the border to open a tavern, he wouldn't be a core member of any kind. But that's good. There's no pressure to make contact instead. If Liu Ye really had to deal with those people from the main vein of the Mi family, his status as a Centurion would be hard enough to hold down the scene. Boss Mi, please take a seat. Liu gestured for Milan to sit down and talk. I heard from my subordinates that your excellency came here to talk about a big deal, but is it related to this wine? Milan pointed to the wine jar on the table. She had vaguely smelled the scent of wine as soon as she entered just now. Even with her knowledge, she couldn't smell what kind of wine it was. Exactly. Liu Ye smiled faintly, then lifted the lid of the altar with one hand, and an intoxicating fragrance filled the room. Milan's face was a little flushed. It was really because the aroma of the wine was so strong that it made her a little headstrong. Boss Mi thinks that he is also a person who knows what he is talking about. Taste how this wine is. Liu poured a small glass and handed it over. Milan reached out and took it. Looking down, he saw that the wine in the cup was crystal clear, and he could not see any trace of turbidity. If she hadn't been able to smell the strong scent of the wine, she would have even thought it was just a glass of water. Red lips lightly opened, and Milan took a small sip. In the next second, it was directly spiced up to the point that his mouth opened wide and he kept exhaling outward. Immediately afterward, though, she felt a surge of heat rise from her abdomen. It's warm and cozy. Being a woman, it was natural that she was not accustomed to drinking such strong wine. However, she clearly knew that this wine was definitely 1,000 gold for those bloodthirsty martial artists. As a qualified businessman, the moment you drink the wine, you have a clear position in your mind about the wine. This is only martial artists are qualified to taste the absolute immortal wine, and each person is limited to a daily supply. Money is not necessarily able to drink the kind. If Liu Ye knew what this girl was thinking at this moment, he would definitely be unable to resist giving her a thumbs up. This one is simply a born businesswoman, and the hunger marketing piece is kind of playing into her hands. After that, the negotiation was simple. After some friendly negotiation, this jar of immortal drunkenness was finally sold at a price of 100 taels per caddy, which had far exceeded Liu Ye's expectation. The wine in front of him alone was sold for a whopping 500 taels. As long as one more altar is sold, the wealthy party quest will be completed straight away. Unfortunately, Drunken Immortal House couldn't come up with 7,000 taels of silver at a moment's notice. so they could only wait until this jar of wine was sold out before they could recoup some of their funds. In response, Liu Ye was somewhat helpless but understandable. After all, Yanmen Pass is different from the Central Plains' affluent place. Drunken Ferry House one day's turnover is only 500 or 600 taels. As for the profit, it was even less, not even 100 taels. However, Milan stated that with this immortal drunk, she was confident that she could multiply drunken immortal mansion's daily turnover tenfold. Agreeing with Milan to come back in 2 days, Liu Ye excused himself and left with a huge sum of 500 taels. Ding! You have cumulatively killed 1,000 enemies, reaching the rare achievement, 1,000 kills. Obtaining the reward, body tempering elixir *100 inch. After a morning of patrolling, Liu Ye had taken out a total of 10 barbarian scout squads, finally completing the mission objective of thousands to kill. 100 body tempering pills were enough to quench all the bones in his entire body. At that time, whether it was physical defense or recovery power, it would usher in a qualitative change, and could be called an undefeatable little strong man. He went to the barracks to report on his mission, and in the process received the 100 elite cavalrymen that Zhang Liao had transferred to him. A colorful muscular strong man, height all in 2 meters away. Obviously Zhang Liao usually did not give them a little cooking, one strong as a bull. After some brief introductions, Liu Ye also roughly understood the composition of this cavalry team. 100 cavalrymen, 2 cantonniers, 10 sheriffs, and the rest are ordinary soldiers. 2 of the Tunchangs had already exchanged their cultivation techniques, although they had yet to formally step into the body refinement realm due to a lack of resources. However, both strength and defense had arrived at the limit of ordinary people, and only needed to go through a medicinal bath to completely complete the skin refining. Here's 100 taels, it's considered what I've lent you. Step into the body refinement realm as soon as possible. There's still a tough battle to be fought behind you. Liu Ye was now so rich and powerful that 100 taels was no longer in his sights. Anyway, the system only recorded how much money he had earned in total, and even if he spent it all, it wouldn't affect the progress of the rich and famous quest. This, subordinate to pay tribute to the Lord, but in the future, if the Lord needs, subordinate to go through the fire. In the soup, in the fire, the 2 Tunchangs glanced at each other, both seeing the excitement in each other's eyes, and immediately began to show their loyalty. Well, good job. Liu Ye patted the shoulders of the 2 men, and then gave some encouragement to the dozens of cavalrymen in the rear, sort of basically confirming his leadership position. It was also Liu Ye's first time to command so many people, and to be honest, the pressure was quite high. It was a heavy responsibility, and since he was the leader of these people, he had to be responsible for their lives. When he returned home, Liu Ye immediately started the closed door mode, as a piece of bone in his body was tempered into a golden color. Liu Ye's entire body was like a small golden man, with dazzling golden light emanating from his body. Of course, this is only temporary and it will fall silent after a while. Finally, when the tempering of the last piece of bone was completed, Liu Ye's body also received a metamorphosis. Chapter 34 Gold Plating. Learning from the rich and famous. Accompanied by a burst of crackling movement coming out, Liu Ye seemed to be undergoing secondary development. His entire life plucked up a cut. Although Liu Ye's previous height wasn't short, it was unremarkable when placed in this border military camp with 180 big tall men per capita. Now it is already beyond the average, a full head above the others, and can be considered a crane. Of course, the height spike was only part of the metamorphosis. The biggest metamorphosis was yet to come. Swish swish swish. Only when Liu Ye's mind moved, drops of golden liquid seeped out from his pores and quickly spread around. In less than a moment's effort, a thick layer of bone plating was formed on Liu Ye's body surface, as if he was wearing a pair of golden armor, setting Liu Ye off like a god of war. This was the other ability of the golden bones, which Liu called bone augmentation. Ahem. No, gold plating. Dang. Liu tried a halberd chop on his arm and it didn't leave the slightest trace. With the sharpness of the Black Dragon halberd, even Lin Guang's 100 refined steel gun was able to cut out a dent. Now it couldn't break through the gold plating, so it was obvious how exaggerated the defense of this thing was. It was thought that apart from a truly divine weapon, there were few things in this world that could break through the gold plating. Of course, utilizing this ability is not without cost. That golden liquid was, to put it bluntly, the special substance that the golden skeleton used to repair its injuries. When it solidified into golden armor, the golden bones within would temporarily lose their healing effect, as well as becoming relatively fragile. Therefore, This gold plating is only suitable for use to resist sharp weapons. Encountered a long stick or a huge hammer such as heavy weapons that can directly injure the internal organs, the use of gold plating will instead be counterproductive. Exactly how to use it will have to be grasped by Liu Ye himself. But no matter what, it was one more powerful life-preserving card. Although he hadn't tried it yet, Liu Ye estimated that the blade that Zhang Liao had used to cut the barbarian commander into white bones should be able to be taken by himself without any injuries, and at most, the gold plating would show some wear and tear. Retracting the gold plating, Liu Ye began the flesh-refining stage of cultivation. Like bones, human muscles can likewise be hardened separately. The first thing Liu hardened was his abdominal muscles, not so much for the 8-pack abs, which he already had, simply because the abdominal as well as lumbar muscles belong to the core muscle group. They are the most important muscle groups in the body. It encompasses a lot more than just the abdominal muscles, but also the pelvic floor muscles as well as the lower back muscles in these areas. The core improves trunk stability, enhances muscle control, and is really what determines overall ability. Now there were 18 body tempering pills left, enough to temper all the core muscles. Soon, the first abs were hardened, followed by the second and third. Through internal vision, Liu Ye found that these hardened muscles were similarly colored with a layer of golden light. Let's just call them golden muscles. The only difference was that this layer of golden light was extremely introverted, usually not visible, and would only be revealed when Liu Ye exploded with his full strength, providing Liu Ye with a burst of power beyond imagination. Good guy, when the muscles of the whole body are hardened and completed, once you go all out, won't you directly transform into a Super Saiyan? When he thought of that kind of scene, Liu Ye was actually a little excited inside. Fuck on fuck off. Liu Ye was so energized at the moment that he was just about to continue quenching when a system prompt rang out in his head in the next second. Ding! Today's achievement has been refreshed. Liu Ye looked out the window, not realizing that it had already come to late night. It is true that cultivation has no age, and the ancients have not deceived me. Opening the achievement interface, Liu Ye began to check today's copy of the quest. Learning to be rich, blue, a rare achievement. Attainable by reading a total of 1,000 books. Achievement reward, soul nourishing elixir *10, 1,000 books. Even though this side of the world is flourishing in literature and Taoism, 1,000 books is not something you can simply get your hands on. Liu Ye suspected that even if he went through the entire Yanmen Pass, it would be hard enough to find 1,000 books with different contents. Take those small talking books that are hardly elegant, seemingly insignificant, but in fact, they are all at least from the hand of a 6-pin Lian realm literati. After all, not everyone is qualified to publish a book, which is related to the subsequent practice of the literary path. Instead, we can try to ask the Mi family for a purchase. Liu Ye suddenly thought of the beautiful shopkeeper. Although the Mi family is not a big family, but how it is also considered a bookish family, taking out 1,000 books should not be a big problem. It would be best to have the kind of books that expounded on the cultivation of the way of literature, so that he wouldn't have to feel the elephant blindly as he did now. Relying on reading books to acquire literacy is ultimately too inefficient. There must be other ways to acquire literacy. In fact, Liu Ye how to know. For the general Wenxiu, if by reading some novels and words can obtain Wenxi words, afraid even dream can wake up laughing. Wendao cultivates the heart. If you can't be recognized by the long river of Wendao, even if you read 10,000 books, you can't get half of Wenxi. Liu's ability to do this comes down to rallying the hearts of the literati ahead of time. Even if it was only a fledgling form, it still possessed some of the authority of the long river of the Wendo, so how could it not have a little privilege? It's just that Liu Ye doesn't know about all of this for the time being. The night was silent, and after a night of quenching, the body tempering pills in Liu Ye's hand had been completely used up, but the results were also impressive, with a total of 18 muscles being converted to gold, and in addition to the core muscle groups, there were also muscles in both arms that were hardened and completed. Liu felt like a mountain could be pierced through with one of his punches right now. Of course, this was just an illusion created by the surge in power. Just like a person who has been lifting a heavy object for a long time, when he suddenly switches to a lighter weight item, he will feel empty in his hands, and will return to normal only after a while. Both are really the same thing. Liu casually swung his fist, and the air burst into a sonic boom. I also don't know if the strength exceeds 10,000 pounds. It would be perfect if there was an attribute panel that automatically detects body data. It was reasonable that other systems could provide their hosts with attribute panels, but why couldn't this one of ours? Liu deeply regretted this. Drunken immortal house, still the same luxurious private room from yesterday. How was the reaction to the immortal drunk? Liu Ye took a sip of tea and looked at the respectful Milan on the side. After last night's wine-tasting conference, the fame of immortal drunkenness has spread throughout Yinmen Pass, and now one tale of immortal drunkenness has been speculated to 30 silver taels. Speaking of this, Milan also couldn't hide his inner excitement. Although she was a member of the Mi family's collateral line, if she could make achievements that would make the main family pay attention to her, she might not have the possibility of being transferred to the main vein. She hadn't dared to think about it before, but now she saw hope. Well, that's good. Liu was also relieved to hear that. The so-called fragrant wine is also afraid of Deep Alley. Wine is good. No hit the fame is useless. It's a good thing that Milan is not a mediocre person and knows how to open up by organizing wine-tasting conferences. Very business savvy, I must say. Shopkeeper me. I wonder if I can purchase a batch of books from you. Liu Ye stated the purpose of his trip. Buy books? I do have quite a collection of books at home, so if your excellency needs them, I'll just send them to your excellency. Once upon a time, she had also dreamed of stepping into the practice of the way of letters and becoming a letters scholar who would be admired by the world. Unfortunately, reality is cruel, and after all these years of reading, it's still nothing. Perhaps she was destined to have nothing to do with Mundo. Ahem. That. I want more. How much does your honor want? 1,000 books. Liu held out a finger. 1,000 copies? Milan's small mouth was open, obviously shocked by the figure. 1,000 books. Not to mention her, even the main house could not have such a collection. Of course, the books she thought of were those sage books that expounded the supreme principles of the way of letters. As for those novels and books in the world, in her opinion, they can't be called books. At most, they are just reading materials for pleasure. It's okay, I can pay a premium for it. Liu Ye naturally couldn't really let Milan send 1,000 books to him. No, I don't have that many books. Milan looked embarrassed. So how many do you have? 80. 80? Liu Ye was shocked. Good guy. This is what you call a lot of books. Where's the hullabaloo? And can I buy them with the help of the Mi family's channels? I'm not picky. Children's books, novels and words, anything, as long as it's not repetitive. Hearing Liu Ye's words, Milan's entire body froze. Does your honor mean that? It's okay if it's not a holy book? What the hell? It was only after some subsequent explanation that Liu realized he had made a big mess. Good guy. Dare I say that the 80 books in people's mouths are all the kind of literature in Taoism classics from great scholars and even half-saints. Although it is not a handwritten book, the compulsion is also much higher than those of his novels and words. The two are completely not in a quantum leap. When Liu Ye returned home, he had a basket full of books in his hands, all of which were the classics of literature in Taoism that he had bought from Milan's family. Each one was 3 fingers thick and smelled like a book. Boy, how much literary energy would we have to draw from this if we read it all? Liu casually pulled out a copy and spread it out on the table, unable to wait to turn it over. Chapter 35, a complete explanation of the cultivation of the way of literature. Original poetry. Boom! The moment the book was turned over, countless literary chi was like a floodgate opening, a brain gushing out from that single text, and then absorbed by the fledgling literary heart in Liu Ye's sea of consciousness. The literary energy provided by just this one page had already exceeded Liu Ye's hard work over the past few days. Liu Ye's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. His mind was already completely immersed in the ocean of Wenqi, reaching the legendary realm of forgetfulness. In the silence of the mansion, apart from the occasional horse neighing from the backyard, the only sound left was the clattering of the pages of a book as they turned. From sunrise to sunset, Liu Ye spent all of this day reading. It wasn't until he had finished the book in its entirety that Liu Ye retreated from that realm of oblivion. Phew, yes. Closing the booklet and feeling the incomparably abundant Wenqi in his sea of consciousness, Liu Ye not only did not feel the slightest bit tired, but instead felt refreshed. Looking at the Wenqi prototype again, it was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye under the nourishment of a large amount of Wenqi. It's a whole lot bigger than it was at the beginning, as if it's going to break out of its shell and sprout in the next second. At this point, the fledgling form of the literary heart was almost able to hold on for 3 breaths of time in the long river of the literary Tao, an improvement that could not be described as insignificant. It is important to realize that the power of the long river of Windows Wash is not static, but increases incrementally over time. It may seem like it's just an increase of 2 breaths of time, but it's more than a 10-fold increase. This was still only the literary chi provided by one sage book. Even if the remaining 79 books were only half the caliber, it would still be enough to nourish the embryonic literary heart to an unimaginable degree. But in that case, the achievement of learning to be rich may have to be postponed indefinitely. Sage books are different from novels and books. Even if Liu Ye has the ability to read 10 lines at a time and not forget, but also have to read slowly and carefully in order to remember the content. A little perfunctory, just read the content will immediately forget, as if there is a big invisible hand, will be a little bit wiped from the mind. This is the subtlety of the practice of the way of literature, which is difficult to comprehend by common sense. Once again, he took out a book and spread it out. This one contained a literary aura that was obviously almost meaningful. It should be the work of a certain great scholar. In the course of one night, Liu read 3 books of literature. Aside from the fact that his Wenqi had doubled again, his biggest gain was still a deep understanding of the cultivation aspect of the One Tao. It's all thanks to that book, The Complete Explanation of Bundo Shugyo. According to the above, the practice of Wendo can be roughly divided into 9 stages. 9th grade Spirit Enlightenment Realm, 8th grade Body Cultivation Realm, 7th grade Nurturing Realm. This is the lower 3 realms of the way of literature, and is still at the stage of accumulating literary energy. Aside from the fact that his soul power was stronger than average, he didn't possess any special means. After that came the 6th grade Rising Speech Realm, the 5th grade Rising Success Realm, and the 4th grade Rising Life Realm. These are the 3 realms in the way of literature, and are often called the literary student, the literary scholar, and the literary sage. Stepping into this realm meant that the cultivation of the way of literature was on the right track, and one began to possess all sorts of incredible means. In terms of difficulty, it far exceeded that of martial artists of the same rank. As for the upper 3 realms of the way of literature, the book did not go into detail, but only left 3 titles: Great Confucian, Half Saint, and Sub-Saint. Also, the last page of the book mentions that there is a supreme sage forefather realm above the sub-sage. However, because only one person in history has reached this realm, it is not included in the normal literary Tao cultivation system. Rather, it is a separate list of the realm of superpowers, meaning beyond all grades, unknowable and unfathomable. In addition to this, the book had also mentioned that before the Great Han Dynasty, the system of literary Tao cultivation was quite refuted. There are Confucianism, legalism, military science, Moism, agriculturalism and other cultivation systems, historically known as the 100 Schools of Thought. It was not until half-sage Dong proposed to depose the 100 schools and revere only Confucianism that the way of literature began to be dominated by the Confucian system of cultivation, which has continued to this day. At the same time, the book also records a variety of ways to obtain Wenqi, including reading, painting, calligraphy, playing chess, playing the qin, writing books, poetry and so on. All of the above are Confucian systems of cultivation. Like the legalists who can also access Wenqi through legislative reforms in case trials. Soldiers can obtain Wenqi by fighting on the battlefield and arranging troops. The Mahists could acquire Wenqi through chivalry and invention. Farmers can obtain Wenqi by planting crops and improving seeds. In this, reading is considered the most basic and at the same time the least efficient way. No wonder I'm still stuck at the enlightened spirit realm after so many days. So it's because I opened it the wrong way. Liu Ye is also considered to have opened his eyes, not realizing that the cultivation of the way of letters is so complex that it can be described as all-encompassing. But the most efficient way to do this is to write a book and to recite poetry. Even if the work was stunning enough, there was a possibility that it would directly invoke the river of the literary Tao, and that would truly be a step to heaven. Only those who have been able to reach this point throughout the ages can be considered rare. Wait, if I carry over the poetry from my previous life, does that count as me being original? Thinking of this, Liu Ye couldn't sit still and immediately recited a song called Silent Night Thoughts. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Just be afraid the air will suddenly go quiet, can't you? Or did something go wrong? Liu frowned slightly, unable to figure out what had gone wrong. It's only logical that he should be the original creator of the poem since it hasn't appeared in this side of the world. Could it be that Bundo Nagashi also possessed the ability to trace back to the source and determine that he had plagiarized someone else's work? So what exactly are the rules for determining originality? Liu was deep in thought. It wasn't until the wind blew away the dark clouds in the sky and a ray of moonlight spilled out of the window that a lightning bolt instantly crossed Liu's mind. I see, it's poetic truth. Although he chanted the silent night thoughts, he himself could not empathize with them as the original author did. Simply put, it means that the literary attainments of the poem are indeed high enough, but Liu Ye did not give it a soul, and thus it could not resonate with the long river of the literary path. Whether it is poetry or song, skill is only an embellishment. Sincerity is the killer. Thinking about this, Liu Ye knew that this poetry could not be plagiarized casually. I'm afraid, only at the right time, in the right place, and then with feeling, can one truly be recognized by the long river of the literary path. Ding! You have accumulated 10 000 taels of silver. Reaching the rare achievement, wealthy party, obtaining the reward, Wheel of Fortune * 2 inch. With Liu Ye selling his second immortal drunk to Milan, his total assets officially exceeded 10,000 taels. My lord, here are the books collected yesterday. After the transaction was completed, Milan ordered his subordinates to carry a stack of books, roughly estimated to be no less than 100. Liu Ye scanned. This time the books are basically novels and words. The good thing is that the repetition is not too much. Good job. Liu Ye nodded his head in satisfaction and left 100 taels of silver for Milan to continue purchasing. Then he left drunken immortal mansion carrying the book. Back home, Liu solemnly washed his hands. This is the preparation before opening the Wheel of Fortune. If it were not for that condition, he would have to burn incense and take a bath high and low. The main thing is a pious. The mind sank into the system, and the colorful roulette wheel appeared in front of his eyes once again. Only the rewards on it had changed slightly. Chapter 36 Attribute Panel. Unrivaled Battle Power. 1 Gathering Chi Dan * 1, green. 2. Dragon Image Dan * 10, purple. 3. Eye of Truth, purple. 4. Hardening Elixir * 100, blue. 5. Strengthening Stone * 10, green. 6. Enlightenment Stone * 100, blue. 7. For Elephant's Battle Formation Vermilion Bird on Fire, purple. 8. Recruitment Order * 1, blue. 9. Dragon's Blood Elixir * 10, blue. 10. Sumeru Stone * 1, green. No gold. The quality of the reels was obviously a bit poor this time around. The good thing is that with 3 purple rewards coming out, the probability of drawing them is still quite high, as the probability of adding them together is already more than 10%. Open draw. Rubbing his hands together, he then began to spin the wheel. After a few breaths, the roulette wheel slowed down, and the needle eventually stopped in the middle of the 2 areas of Dragon Elephant Dan * 10 and Eye of Truth. Liu Ye was overjoyed at the sight. This sensei counted on which end. It was all purple quality rewards. Definitely a sure thing. In the next second, a system alert sounded. Ding! You have gained the Eye of Truth. Honestly speaking, Liu Ye still preferred the Dragon Elephant Pill. After all, this thing sounded like the kind of divine elixir that could dramatically increase one's combat power. As for the Eye of Truth, it sounds like some sort of scrying type ability that shouldn't do much for combat. With this mentality, Liu Ye checked the introduction of the Eye of Truth. Real eye can probe all attribute information of the target. Please write your own specific template. This, for a moment Liu wondered if the system had an autonomous mind. This had just spit out how the home system didn't have an attribute panel, and immediately one was delivered. As if telling him, it's not that Lousy doesn't have an attribute panel, but he doesn't care to get this. Since you want it, then I'll give you one, and if you want to know anything, you can fill it in yourself. In response, Liu Ye could only say, the system is great. Great. How should I program this template? Though, it was also the first time Liu Ye had gotten this, and for a while he was a bit stumped. First of all, the name of the character has to be known, so that if you meet any historical figure again in the future, you can be mentally prepared in advance. Swish! As Liu Ye's mind moved, a name column immediately appeared on the originally blank template. Secondly, it is also necessary to know whether the other party cultivates the martial Tao or the way of letters, or some other messy dharma. Swish! Below the name column, the cultivation column appeared again right after it. Well, yeah, the realm has to be labeled as well. Add another line below the template. But it's not safe to just know the realm. There are some demons whose combat power can't be measured by the realm at all. Thinking of those protagonist groups in metaphysical novels that pretended to be pigs and ate tigers in cross levels like drinking water, Liu Ye decisively added physical body strength and technique realm. These two still have a relatively large increase in combat power. In view of the fact that certain old SAXS might be both literate and martial, Liu added another, literary chi. The amount of Wen chi, in a sense, represented the combat power of the Wen cultivator. Regardless of what Wen Dao system he cultivated, it was ultimately the Wen chi that had to be displayed. And finally a comprehensive battle evaluation. So it's foolproof. The first few items were just to facilitate real-time probing of one's cultivation, while the comprehensive battle power evaluation was to avoid risks. In the future, once you encounter an enemy with a higher combat power than yourself, then you will simply bolt, because battle power is battle power, and a low battle power just can't beat a high battle power. It's an ironclad rule, otherwise it's the system's fault for mislabeling the battles. Of course, that counts for something else if you're breaking out on the spot. Ding! Comprehensive battle power evaluation requires a reference. The function failed to be added. The sudden system prompt caught Liu off guard. Shit, iron ruin. Then change it to the same rank battle strength evaluation. Sure enough, the system didn't prompt again this time. Subsequently, through some stitching, looking at the attribute panel that was finally presented, Liu Ye nodded his head in satisfaction. Name, Liu Ye, Red. Cultivation, martial arts/literary arts. Realm, body refinement, bone refinement complete. Flesh refinement successful. Skin refinement introductory/spirit enlightenment, great success. Strength, 9,999 pounds. 1 Chi 788 silk. Techniques, swordsmanship, minor. Halberd, perfect. Archery, major. War power, unrivaled. It's looking pretty rudimentary at the moment, but after all, it's a template you rub together with your own hands, and the sense of accomplishment pulls right through. And this is only the initial version. As his experience improves, he can still patch it at any time when he finds any omissions in the future. After all, Liu Ye was only a small karami of the body refinement realm right now, so how much could you expect him to know about martial arts cultivation? By the way, system, why is this template on a red background? And what level does my unparalleled rating belong to? Does it mean invincible in the same class? Don't look at Liu Ye personally participating in the editing of the attribute templates, but he was only providing the information he wanted. The rest was added by the system itself. Some of them are formulated based on the system of this world itself, such as the cultivation realm and the martial realm. Some of them were systems created by the system itself, such as that template color as well as the battle power evaluation. Liu Ye just looked confused. The system did not answer. Only that in the next second, Liu Ye's mind contained more information that was a detailed description of the system's self-created system. So, it's still the system that plays with flowers. As a matter of fact, the system had summarized and generalized a battle power evaluation system by scanning all historical figures in this world throughout the ages. The template color, on the other hand, is tied to the target character's battle rating. The color of the template changes depending on the battle rating. In order from lowest to highest: trash, gray template; ordinary, white template; elite, green template; superior, blue template; extraordinary, purple template; extraordinary, gold template; unparalleled, red template; supreme, colorful template; and the last rank, unspeakable. As for the color of this template, the information given by the system is colorful black. To be honest, Liu was eager to see it. In other words, at the body refinement realm, my battle power can already be ranked in the top 3 in history? Seems pretty good. Of course, top 3 doesn't mean there are only 3. There could be a tie for third. Find some time to look at Zhang Liao's. With that taken care of, Liu Ye started the second roulette draw. To his surprise, it was the same roulette wheel the second time, but instead of the previous 10 areas, there were 9 areas, each of which was expanded in the same proportion. Hardly. Seeing this, Liu Ye finally understood why Wealthy Party was a rare achievement, but the reward was only twice as much as the elite achievement, Family Wealth. Normally, it would be a tenfold difference. Earlier, he thought it was the Roulette of Fortune as a reward that was too special, but now it seems like it should have something to do with a single bonus roulette wheel that can be spun multiple times. 2 reels drawn once each, and 1 reel drawn twice in a row. Anyone who has studied probability theory knows that that is not a concept at all. Begin. The wheel spins again. After a few breaths, the roulette wheel stopped. Ding! You have obtained body hardening elixir * 100 inch. What can I say about this result? It's not good or bad. 100 body tempering pills were already enough for him to quench all of his remaining muscles, and even quench the skin membrane along with it. As for whether or not he could break through to the blood transformation realm in one fell swoop, he didn't have a clue in his heart. If it was an ordinary person, not to mention 100 pills, the medicinal effect of 10 body tempering pills would be enough to saturate the body. However, Liu Ye's fleshly body potential was too terrifying, thus trying to reach body refining perfection consumed much more resources than others. Likewise, the battle power gained will far exceed that of the same class. The gains and losses can only be described as benevolent and wise. For Liu Ye, who did not lack cultivation resources, he naturally hoped that the more terrifying the potential of his fleshly body, the better. His current goal was to be able to raise his battle power rating to the supreme realm when he was at the perfection of the body refinement realm. As for unspeakable, that depends on luck. For example, in the meantime, he drew some kind of ancient holy body, supreme bone or something. Ahem. The above is purely Liu Ye's personal conjecture. When not true, pulling out a handful of body tempering pills, Liu Ye entered the cultivation state. Now that he had the attribute panel, he could finally check his cultivation progress at any time without having to run to the barracks to test it like before. There are no years in cultivation, and soon the day passes quietly. Ding! Today's achievement has been refreshed. Chapter 37 Unbeatable. Soldier's Successor, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. 10,000 enemies, purple, epic achievement. Reached by killing a total of 10,000 enemies. Achievement reward, Dragon Blood Elixir *100. His epic achievement. Liu Ye also didn't expect that an epic achievement would be refreshed so quickly. There's no need to say anything. Just take it. There's no store after this village. Looked at the quest progress, 1010/10,000. There are still 9,000 enemies to kill to reach the goal, which is certainly a staggering number. However, Liu was not the least bit flustered. On a normal day, he might even think twice about it, lest he fail to finish it for an extended period of time and not only get no reward, but take up his daily share of refreshing. But the barbarians' 100,000 strong army will arrive at Yenman Pass in a few days, and by then there will be no fear of running out of enemies to kill, just afraid that you won't be able to kill them fast enough or kill them enough. The night was silent. After a night of tempering, the meat refining smoothly stepped into the stage of great accomplishment. Almost 80% of the muscles of the whole body were transformed into golden muscles, and the combat power was significantly improved. Looking at the attribute panel, the strength had already broken through the 10,000 pounds mark, reaching a staggering 11,000 pounds. It was a sizable increase. After all, the power thing got harder and harder to raise the further back you went, and also just the meat refining stage can quickly improve the strength of the physical body. The subsequent cultivation, mainly focusing on other aspects, in terms of strength improvement is minimal. Basically rely on the water grinding effort a little bit to rub upwards. Liu Ye estimated that in terms of pure physical strength alone, the current him was enough to compete with the 7th grade chi gathering realm. Of course, explosive power is not included here. People's whole body chi and blood swings, the power directly doubled several times. This pressure is not comparable. Arriving at the barracks, Liu Ye realized that the atmosphere here was a few degrees more serious than usual. Is it coming? Counting the time, the barbarian army was indeed due to arrive, although it was one day faster than in the intelligence. But the grassland march, time inaccuracy is a normal situation. When Liu Ye met Zhang Liao, the other party was on the city wall personally inspecting the deployment of the military camps. If the slightest omission is found, the person in charge will be reprimanded, or the person in charge will be directly dismissed and replaced by someone else. The so-called wartime when to use the heavy code. This time it does not matter what procedures are formal or not. Everything to the supreme commanders will prevail. Liu was naturally clueless about this. In his opinion, defending the city is not just a row of soldiers, tired of fighting, then replace the next batch. The cycle is repeated. In fact, there is a lot to learn here, and it's not something that the average person can play with. It can only be said that, worthy of being the future 5 sons of the good generals, compared to the combat power, Zhang Liao's most outstanding is still the commanding ability. Liu Ye stood aside and waited silently, taking this opportunity to check Zhang Liao's attributes with his true eye. He was curious to know just how strong Zhang Liao was during this period. Name, Zhang Liao, purple. Cultivation, martial arts/military arts. Realm, chi gathering, perfection/soldiering formation, minor achievement. Strength, 12,000 pounds. Battle aura, 23 strands, 1 strand equals 10,000 threads. Techniques, swordsmanship, first fate true intent. Archery, great achievement. Gunnery, great achievement. War power, transcendent. A purple template, which is in line with Zhang Liao's position in history. Zhang Liao's attributes did not exceed Liu Ye's expectations, and the only thing that surprised him was that Zhang Liao had even practiced the way of the soldier. Nowadays, the mainstream practice of literary Tao is Confucianism, and the ranks are also divided according to Confucianism. It's just that during the period of 100 different schools of thought, each had its own way of grading. The lower 3 realms of the way of literature were more or less the same. They were all stages of accumulating literary chi. Only at the middle 3 realms do they begin to go their separate ways. Among them, Confucianism talks about the 3 immortality, that is, establishing virtue, merit and speech. It's just that such things as virtue are too abstract, and Confucianism has never advocated a one-dimensional cultivation of virtue, so it was changed to the establishment of life, advocating self-improvement and self-reliance. A little bit of my life is up to me. It must be said that Confucianism before the Western Han Dynasty was still quite lovely, and everything began to change flavor only from Dong Zhongshu's dismissal of the 100 schools of thought and his exclusive respect for Confucianism. Various kinds of tampering with the writings of sages and misinterpreting the meaning of the sages are played with that flower. There's no way around it. There's no one on the outside who can fight, so it's all about infighting. Ahem, far from it. Back to the soldiers. The middle three realms of the art of war are the way of the art of war, i.e., the art of war formation, the art of war momentum, and the art of war soul. However, regarding the military cultivation method, Liu Ye had only read about it in the complete explanation of Wen Dao cultivation. As for exactly how to practice, he knew nothing. But there was one thing Liu Ye could be sure of, and that was that the Zhang Liao who led his soldiers into battle was the full-bodied Zhang Liao. Once the soldier formation is open, the combat power absolutely rubs off on you. There you are. A voice in his ear interrupted Liu Ye's contemplation, and at some point, Zhang Liao had already walked up to him. My subordinate has met the Lord Commander. Liu arched his hand in salute. Here, you can't call Big Brother Zhang. Be excused. I happen to be planning on looking for you. Zhang Liao waved his hand. I wonder what your honor wants. Liu looked puzzled. According to the report from the scouts ahead, the barbarian army of 100,000 is already less than 50 miles from Yanmen Pass, but the barbarian cavalry has arrived first, about 3,000 riders. Speaking of this, Zhang Liao looked at Liu Ye. Does your honor mean to take the initiative? Although Liu Ye didn't know much about the art of war, he had seen a lot of various war movies. When you come across such a small unit that is disconnected from the larger force, it's just a fat sheep delivered to your door. According to normal people's thinking, it would never have occurred to them that the Yanmen Pass Guard would dare to take the initiative to lead his troops out of the city under the pressure of a large army. This general does have this intention, but this is just a somewhat risky move, and I am charged with the important task of guarding Yanmen Pass, so I should not act rashly. This is a matter I intend to leave in your hands. Ever since he knew that Meng Lao had sold the Black Dragon halberd to Liu Ye, Zhang Liao understood that the young man in front of him was not as simple as he thought. If others didn't know about Elder Meng's identity, how could he, as the young master of the Zhang family, not know about it? To be able to be labeled as an absolute heavenly pride by Elder Meng, other than Liu Ye, there was only that man who was like a god and a devil. Even if Liu Ye hadn't grown up by now, his true battle power must be terrifyingly strong, or else he wouldn't be able to stand up to the name of Absolute. This was the fundamental reason why he didn't choose those 1,000 husbandmen, but instead chose Liu Ye. Understood. Liu Ye wasn't ambiguous either, and directly led the order, just in time to push the progress of wannabe. There's no rush. Take this. Zhang Liao handed Liu Ye a disc that looked like gold, not gold, and wood, not wood. This is a formation disc. If things don't work out, crush it and it will increase the army's speed by 50%. But remember, the effect of the array disc can only last for half a quarter of an hour. Good fellow, worthy of being an heir to the soldier's family, this means is really subtle. Thank you, my lord. Liu Ye solemnly received the array disc and turned to leave after cupping his fists in a salute. Click, click, click. The huge city gate was slowly opened by someone, and Liu Ye raised his black dragon halberd, followed by a fierce downward swing. The front hooves of the dragon descendant on his hips lifted and he took the lead in rushing out of the city gates. The 1,000 cavalrymen behind them followed closely behind, moving in a neat and tidy manner, displaying amazing military literacy. This 1,000 cavalry is only handed over by Zhang Liao to Liu Ye for temporary command, and will have to be returned after this battle. The only thing that truly belonged under Liu Ye's command was the 100 cavalry. With the help of ultra-long-range vision, Liu Ye found the enemy trail at a distance of 10 miles, and the other party was now traveling towards a village. However, as early as 3 days ago, Zhang Liao had already ordered the population of villages and towns within a 30-mile radius to gather at Yanmen Pass. The opposing side is doomed to futility if they try to raid the grain and grass. With a raise of his right hand, the entire army strangled their horses in unison and stood still, waiting for Liu Ye's order. Liu Ye didn't say anything, but just kept scanning ahead until a stout barbarian general holding a long spear and clad in golden armor appeared in his vision. There was no doubt that the one who could dress so flamboyantly must be the commander of this cavalry. The Eye of Truth was activated, and in the next second, information about the barbarian general surfaced before his eyes. Chapter 38 Invincible. Golden Arrows. Name, Takumi Hong, Green. Cultivation, Martial Arts. Realm, Blood Changing, 7 times. Strength, 5,200 pounds. Wenqi, 0. Technique, Marksmanship, Deshang. War Power, Elite. Engageable. After reading Tuoba Hong's attributes, Liu Ye let out a sigh of relief. The realm was indeed quite high, reaching the 7th blood transformation realm. Unfortunately, the power and techniques are so crotch-pulling that any more explosions. The fighting power is really just that. Compared to the barbarian commander that Zhang Liao had killed, it was not even close. According to Liu Ye's estimation, with his current peerless level battle power, It was roughly equivalent to the Blue Template's blood transformation realm and the Grey Template's chi-gathering realm. Nowadays a little green stenciled caramels would be a handful. All troops, follow my charge. As soon as the words fell, Liu Ye clipped his horse's belly and his entire body instantly turned into a stump and rushed out. The 1,000 cavalry behind them also hurriedly urged their warhorses to follow when they saw this. However, the speed of the dragon descendants was obviously a big step above those inferior warhorses, and even if they weren't charging at full speed, they still pulled the rear group of cavalrymen hundreds of meters away. Enemy attack. In a moment's time, the group of barbarian cavalry also discovered Liu Ye and the others, and after an initial panic, they immediately organized their formation to charge over. Cavalry engagements have always been about whoever rushes up first has the advantage, and at this moment the barbarian cavalry, who had hastily responded to the battle, had already lost the lead. Kill. Liu rode ahead and took the lead in charging the enemy. With a sweep of the black dragon halberd in his hand, the 5 or 6 barbarian cavalrymen blocking the front instantly flew out backwards, smashing down a large number of people behind him. With a stomp of his hind hooves, the dragon descendant crashed through the blocking warhorses with an incomparably brutal stance, and plunged headlong into the middle of the barbarians' cavalry formation. The black dragon halberd of thousands of kilograms seemed to have transformed into a real black dragon in Liu Ye's hands at this moment. Any barbarian cavalry that came close to Liu Ye's square foot of land was torn to pieces almost instantly. With the mobility of the dragon descendant, Liu Ye rampaged through the many barbarian cavalrymen, which could be said to graze and die, or be injured if touched. Wherever they passed, blood splattered everywhere and severed limbs flew. Liu Ye was also letting go of killing for the first time, and that feeling of running wild on the battlefield made him enjoy it immensely. Originally there was still no clue about the true meaning of martial arts, but at this moment there was a hidden tendency to coalesce and take shape. Sure enough, the battlefield is where people are most trained. Liu Ye's heart rose a trace of realization. The halberd in his hand danced more and more vigorously, and for a while no one dared to come forward again. Taking this opportunity, Liu Ye briefly observed the battlefield and then recognized a direction to charge over, which was exactly where Tuoba Hong was. At the moment the other party was ranting madly, and although it was unintelligible, the odds were that it wasn't anything good. Kill, kill, kill. It was also at this time that the 1,000 cavalry behind them finally arrived at the battlefield. After Liu Ye's charge just now, the originally fairly tight formation of the barbarian cavalry had been rushed to pieces. With little effort, these 1,000 Dahan iron cavalrymen plunged in with a swarm, splitting the barbarian cavalry's formation further. Looking at Liu Ye's side again, perhaps the previous frantic killing had created a huge deterrent to the barbarian side. On his way to charge, all the barbarian cavalry actually unconsciously pivoted their horses to retreat, fearing that they would be slowed down by Liu Ye's halberd. At the end of the day, a channel was formed that went straight to the center of the army, and Tuoba Hong's figure was revealed. Needless to say, this would be hilarious. A halberd across the sky. The black dragon halberd transformed into a residual shadow and slashed down towards Tuoba Hong's head. Boom! The blade of the halberd broke through the air with a muffled thunderous explosion. Tuoba Hong let out a roar and raised his spear high to block. As a matter of fact, with Liu Ye's halberd technique of the perfection realm, he could completely manage to change his stance on the fly. However, in order to complete the 1 power down achievement as soon as possible, Liu Ye planned to play hardball. The movements in his hand did not change at all, and the heavy black dragon halberd smashed straight downwards. Dang! The loud sound of gold and iron clanking resounded in all directions, shaking the surrounding barbarian cavalrymen back in unison. As for Tuoba Hong, because of the temporary outbreak of chi and blood power, he didn't fall into a disadvantage in terms of power, and steadily framed the blow. However, the outburst of chi and blood could ultimately only withstand for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Dang! Under Liu Ye's furious bombardment, Tuoba Hong only felt like a small boat in a storm, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Another halberd fell. Tuoba Hong's entire body trembled. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. This was an internal injury. On the contrary, Liu Ye was still like a person who was fine. His breath was too smooth to be true. This is the war body, which feeds on war and never tires. Even if the battle body was not completely formed yet today, it had already shown its first signs of promise. Who is the visitor? Give your name. With a sweep of his spear, Tuoba Hong temporarily withdrew from Liu Ye's attack range with the help of the recoil. Great Han Centurion. Liu Ye. Liu Ye held his halberd in one hand and sat quietly on the back of his horse. The entire person stood in abyssal silence, like an undefeated god of war, exuding an awe-inspiring might that was as immovable as a mountain. And Tuoba Hong's entire body was confused when he heard this. This frighteningly powerful teenager in front of me was only a centurion? When did the great Han become so terrifying even to a tiny centurion? Therefore, there was only one answer. The other party was swindling him, wanting to use this to scare them into withdrawing their barbarian tribe. Tuoba Hong, who thought he had discovered the truth, immediately sneered. Ha, you Han people are still so naive. Liu, this person is not unable to understand the Chinese language. Why does he speak without a beginning and an end? Shaking his head, Liu Ye didn't have the patience to listen to any more nonsense from the opposite side, finishing the fight early and calling it a day. Hiya! With a clip of his horse's belly, Liu charged forward with his halberd. In the next moment, Liu Ye's arms were seen spreading out, and the black dragon halberd rotated in the air for a week, blasting towards Tuoba Hong at an extremely tricky angle. This time, the reason why he no longer used brute force against the enemy was solely because he had just taken the time to glance at the achievement screen, and the progress of 1 power down had come to March 10th. Obviously, the moment Tuoba Hong took the initiative to pivot his horse and exit the battlefield, it meant that Liu Ye had already defeated him. Since this was the case, there was no need to hold back any longer, and one could exert the perfection realm halberd technique to their heart's content against the enemy. And facing Liu Ye, who was at full battle strength, Tuoba Hong, who was already suffering from internal injuries, became paler and paler, which was the aftermath of his body's qi and blood being severely depleted. It couldn't be helped. Liu Ye's strength was as high as 11,000 pounds, and if he didn't consume the power of qi and blood to add to his own body, Tuoba Hong probably wouldn't even be able to block a single move. Another series of more than 50 rounds. At this moment, Tuoba Hong has only been left to fight. It is difficult to make effective counterattacks. Good guy. The blood transformation realm is so resistant? Whether it was the previous Lin Guang or the current Tuoba Hong, it gave him the feeling of a small strong man that could not be defeated. Looked like he was going to hiccup at any moment, but he just couldn't die. The key change realm also has a backup hidden energy source that plays self-destruct at the drop of a hat. This was a battlefield. If he was seriously injured by a single blow from burning blood like last time, he would be absolutely cool. It was just strange to Liu Ye that this one was almost out of gas, but he didn't even show any signs of trying to fight for his life. Liu Ye doesn't feel that the other party is afraid to die because they are afraid of death, so they don't dare to die with him. The probability is that they have some kind of undercard that can be flipped against the wind. Thinking of this, Liu Ye's mind was highly concentrated, and his powerful soul force enveloped the surroundings, ready to withdraw and retreat at any time. Suddenly, Liu Ye only felt cold hairs stand on end as an extreme sense of crisis swept through his body. So fast. Thanks to his earlier caution, Liu spotted the source of the danger ahead of time. It was a golden arrow with a strange power attached to it. Intuition told him that the arrow could not be dodged. In that case, it's a hard fight. Liu Ye's mind moved, and the gold plating instantly covered his entire body. It was at the same time that the golden arrow slammed into Liu Ye's back heart. Golden Bow. Chapter 39, Invincible Gold Plating. Breaking the mold. Ding. Click. A crunching sound, followed by another clicking sound, came out as the golden arrow snapped into two on the spot. This can't be right. Tuoba Hong's face was horrified, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Liu Ye didn't even bother with him. The gold plating couldn't even leave a trace on the black dragon halberd. Blocking an arrow was naturally not much of a problem. The only thing that made Liu Ye somewhat surprised was that the Tuoba Hong in front of him was not the supreme commander of this barbarian cavalry. If he guessed correctly, the person who shot that arrow just now was the real cavalry commander. Mud. The barbarians even have an old envy. All along, the barbarians had given him a silly feeling. However, it turns out that no race is lacking in devious and cunning people. That guy deliberately found a tart to lead the cavalry while he hid in the shadows and shot cold arrows. Pure old six behavior. The special power attached to that golden arrow just now was clearly a martial true intent similar to blade intent. If he hadn't managed to coalesce the gold plating last night, this wave would have been straight up cold. Liu Ye had a deep understanding of the terrifying killing power of the true intent of the martial Tao. It has to be found. Although protected by gold plating, being exposed to the eyes of a divine archer all the time was really frightening. Looking in the direction where the arrow flew, as far as the eye could see, there were all the rough-faced barbarian cavalrymen, and it was impossible to see who was the one who shot the arrow. Ha, think that's going to be hard for me? Liu Ye revealed a cold smile on his face and then opened his eye of truth and swept them one by one. In the next second, Liu Ye's face stared, only to see that in the middle of the originally clear gray and white panels, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared, appearing particularly bright and dazzling. Name, Tuoba E. Jean. Cultivation, Martial Arts. Realm, blood changing, 9 times. Strength, 9,999 pounds. Wenchi, 0. Technique, arrow intent, Ichiju true intent. War power, absolute. Hiss. Seeing this person's panel, Liu Ye couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Golden template. Absolute war power. I thought it was an old cunt, but I didn't expect to dig up a Voldemort. Although his realm was lower than Zhang Liao's, in terms of martial arts potential, it was obvious that he was still a cut above Zhang Liao. Is the barbarian tribe's heavenly pride? Looking at the ordinary young face in the cavalry formation, Liu Ye's killing heart suddenly rose. If the other party was allowed to cast, he himself did not matter. After all, the other party's major archery skill was being gold-plated skykicked, but other people could not block it. It was fortunate that Tuobayi's attention was currently focused on himself, which was a blessing in misfortune. One should know that for a divine archer, as long as he was given enough time, it was entirely possible for one person to snipe an army, simply because the arrows of a divine archer could not be dodged and could only be carried hard. In order to avoid any more casualties, he had to kill the other party in one fell swoop before they realized this. At the very least, he had to be seriously injured, otherwise even retreating would be a luxury. With this thought, Liu Ye pulled the reins, and the spiritually enlightened dragon descent instantly understood. A big jump over a human wall of dozens of barbarian cavalrymen, followed by a headlong rush in a certain direction began. Tuoba-yi, who was still shocked as to why he had missed, realized that something was wrong at this moment. Not being able to ponder why his position was exposed, he immediately turned his horse around and began to hide in a crowded area. Don't look at his realm as higher than Liu Ye and still born with divine power, but as a divine archer, it is his professionalism not to fight with the opponent in close combat. It has nothing to do with the opponent's strength or weakness. Trying to run? The other party's mount had obviously reached the level of a top-grade warhorse, but there was also a gap between the same class. If evaluated using a battle power system, a dragon descendant with a true dragon bloodline would at least be a golden Jedi template. As for the one on the opposite side, it's only a blue elite at the end of the day. Tuoba-yi also seemed to have realized that his warhorse could not run across the street, and decisively commanded his men to block Liu Ye's pace, while he himself bent his bow and shot a golden arrow once again. Ding! Liu didn't care, letting the arrows crash into his body. The black dragon halberd in his hand swung wildly, killing all the barbarian cavalrymen that blocked the way along the road, and the progress of the 10,000 horsemen quest began to skyrocket. At the same time, golden lines manifested crazily on the surface of his body, completely covering his right leg in just a few moments. Now that the battle tattoo had covered both of Liu Ye's arms, plus a right leg, it wasn't too far from covering the entire body. Bang! 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 Sweeping away a dozen or so barbarian cavalrymen with a halberd and looking at Tuoba-yi, who was close at hand, the corner of Liu Ye's mouth spread with a faintly undetectable smile. As a matter of fact, with his current battle power, he could at most compete with the transcendent battle power blood transformation realm. Faced with a blood exchange realm heavenly pride that possessed unparalleled battle power, Liu Ye could only retreat and did not dare to lightly oppose him. But who let Tuoba-yi major in archery? Whenever the opponent changed his weapon, Liu Ye would not dare to take the initiative to pursue him. The bastard could only say that his luck was bad when he met him on the battlefield. Whoosh! Another arrow was fired, but this time the target was changed to the Dragonborn. Tuoba-yi is not stupid, knowing that he cannot hurt Liu Ye, naturally will not hold Liu Ye again. As the saying goes, shoot the man first, capture the thief first. As long as Liu Ye's mount was taken out, he would be invincible. Yet Liu could not have failed to guard against this move. The trajectory of the golden arrow was clearly presented in the mind's eye as it was captured by the dynamic vision. With a swing of the black dragon halberd in his hand, he stopped just in front of the golden arrow. However, in the next second, the golden arrow suddenly made a sharp 90-degree turn, attempting to go around the side of the black dragon halberd. Liu was not the least bit surprised by this. An arrow attached with the true intent of martial arts. Once it locked onto a target, it would definitely hit, unless it ran out of range of the divine archer. Of course, for those who also possessed the true intent of martial arts, they could completely use their own true intent to counteract the true intent on the arrows, and there would be no talk of hits or misses. In other words, divine archers were the nemesis of all non-ideal realm martial artists, but Liu Ye was not convinced. If I had protected the entire body of the dragon descent in a watertight manner, how would your excellency have responded? With his halberd technique of the perfection realm, it wasn't too difficult to do this. Just as Liu Ye flipped his wrist, the black dragon halberd once again blocked in front of the golden arrow. The golden arrow turns again, and Liu stops it again. Retransfer. Re-stop. Just like that, the golden arrows began to circle around the dragonborn in a frenzy, and every time they tried to rush in, they were blocked by a black halberd. The scene became incredibly weird for a while. Finally, after a dozen or so breaths of stalemate, the golden arrow seemed to have lost its momentum and fell headlong. After all, no matter how powerful a divine archer's arrow intent was, it had to follow the law of conservation of energy. No matter how the arrow steered, as long as its trajectory exceeded the maximum range, it would immediately lose power. It's the same thing as a missile running out of fuel. Tuoba E, who was not far away, almost dropped his jaw when he saw this scene. Miao had grown up so much, and it was the first time he had seen someone intercept an arrow of true intent like this. Compared to the golden armor that suddenly appeared, this way of blocking arrows was even more difficult for him to accept. It was simply off the mark. As a matter of fact, it is hard to find another person in the world besides Liu Ye who can do this. First, you have to have dynamic vision that slows items down 20 times. Secondly, your techniques must reach the perfection realm while not crossing over into the true intent realm, otherwise there is no need to stop. Finally, the speed of the physical body as well as the reflexes had to keep up with the speed of the arrow's flight. Every turn of the arrow was within milliseconds, but if you missed a little bit, the interception would fail. Come to die. Taking advantage of the other party's stunned effort, Liu Ye slapped the dragon descendant. The whole person rose up in the air, spanning a distance of tens of feet in one fell swoop, and the huge black dragon halberd aimed at Tuoba E smashed down on his head. Chapter 40 Bloodshed Battle Formation. One halberd chopping heaven's pride. Dang! A golden bow blocked the descent of the black dragon halberd, and in the next second, Liu Ye only felt a huge recoil coming from him, and his entire body was sent flying backwards. After adjusting his stance in the air, he finally landed firmly on the back of the dragonborn who had rushed over. Liu Ye shook his wrist. The jolt just now made his tiger's mouth a little numb. Tuoba E was originally born with divine strength. His physical strength was as high as 999 pounds. Coupled with his cultivation of the 9 times blood transformation realm, his body's qi and blood was much thicker than that of Tuoba Hong. After being increased by the power of qi and blood, the explosive force reached at least 20,000 pounds. If it wasn't for Liu Ye's consummate technique and knowing some unloading techniques, he would have suffered some internal injuries just now. The gold plating only protects against armor-breaking force, but not against concussive force. Ha! You think you can kill me if you get close? Tuoba E changed his previous temperament of Go Wang, holding a golden bow and looking out of the corner of his eye, showing the unique arrogance of a heavenly pride. Whether it can be killed or not, just try it. Liu Ye blandly spoke out, and in the next instant, his entire body blazed with golden light, just like a god descending to the world. What the hell? Seeing this, Tuoba E couldn't help but feel his heart tremble as he felt a great terror. With the golden muscle being stimulated by Liu Ye, his explosive power today had more than doubled directly, enough to be comparable to Tuoba E, and even vaguely exceeding. Kill. Feeling the explosive power in his body, Liu Ye's battle spirit flourished, and all he wanted to do now was to give vent to it. A halberd in the air, transformed into a mass of black shadow from the top of Tuoba E's head cover down. Dang! Bam! With a loud bang, Tuoba E even took his horse back a dozen steps. Tuoba E was somewhat skeptical by this halberd smash. What the hell? How did the power become so terrifying all of a sudden? The self-proclaimed barbarian pride was the first time he had been suppressed in a peer-to-peer encounter. What is this secret art of yours? Tuoba E looked at Liu Ye in astonishment. The secret art of killing you. Hiya! Before the words fell, the dragon descendant made a dash, and Liu instantly arrived in front of Tuoba E. The black dragon halberd was sent forward, and the sharp armor-penetrating cone flashed with a cold light, ruthlessly stabbing at Tuoba E's chest. Pust! The tip of the halberd pierced straight through the armor on Tuoba E's body, and in an instant, blood splattered everywhere. That's the downside of fighting melee with a bow-type weapon, blocking slashes but not straight stabs. However, this blow did not cause a fatal injury to it, just pierced the flesh. It was Tuoba E with the bow arm dead against the halberd blade, unable to advance a little further. Straight thrusts are mostly used in lance weapons. The main focus is as swift as the wind, fast as lightning, so there will be a slight lack of force. Liu Ye drew back the black dragon halberd and turned in a different direction to slam at Tuoba E once again. Boom! 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 After that it was halberd after halberd, completely Liu Ye's unilateral beating of Tuoba E. Tuoba E can only be forced to use his bow arm to block again and again. There is no resistance at all. However, that's the most Liu could do. With his current strength, he was still unable to decimate a blood transformation realm heavenly pride with unparalleled battle power in a short period of time. It was possible to fight to suppress the effect, or because the bastard's true intent of martial arts was completely unusable. Otherwise it was not certain who would beat who. The only thing Liu Ye could do now was to use his unlimited stamina advantage to drag on with his opponent until Tuoba Ye's chi and blood were empty. At that time, he would be able to kill him with a thunderous force, not giving Tuoba Ye the chance to execute the burning blood strike. As time passed by, both the battle between Liu Ye and Tuoba Ye and the battle between the Great Han Iron Cavalry and the Barbarian Cavalry had entered a white-hot stage. It was also fortunate that Liu Ye had taken the lead in scrapping Tuoba Hong before. Otherwise, with Tuoba Hong's strength, no one would really be able to stop those 1,000 cavalrymen. General Han, do you really want to go through with this? After being smashed by the Black Dragon halberd once again and having his chi and blood churning, Tuoba Ye looked at Liu Ye with a gloomy face and a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. What? You want to perform the burning blood strike? Are you sure you can penetrate this layer of my armor? Liu Ye looked at Tuoba Ye with a smile on his face, a look of a wise roll. In fact, he wasn't sure if the gold plating could block a burning blood strike. But what the hell? Let's bluff our way across the room first. But Liu Ye obviously overthought it. As a barbarian pride, Tuoba Ye simply didn't have the idea of using his backup hidden energy. In his heart, he has long seen himself as the hope of the Tuoba clan to dominate the grasslands. And how can he easily dog leash? Even if the entire barbarian cavalry was added together, it wasn't worth as much as his life. Since that's the case, let's show you the power of the bloodshed battle formation. A ray of coldness flashed in Tuoba Ye's eyes, and in the next second, he pulled out a blood-colored jade tablet from his bosom and crushed it without hesitation. Formation disc? Liu made a surprised sound. He did not expect that this group of barbarians in the Seychelles, who had never been educated, would have people studying the window dharma. Moreover, he had also stepped into the realm of the military formation, which was more or less unimaginable. At the same time, as the blood-colored array plate was crushed, an invisible fluctuation spread out, covering the entire battlefield in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately afterward, an explosion rang out on the battlefield. Liu Ye's expression changed and he hurriedly looked in the direction of the explosion. What surprised him was that the explosions that occurred were all cavalry from the barbarian side. Instead, his own personnel were unaffected, and at best were splattered with blood from the explosion. However, as each barbarian cavalryman was blood sacrificed, Tuoba Ye, whose breath was originally atrophied, was actually recovering rapidly, returning to his peak state in the blink of an eye. Sure is tough enough. Seeing this situation, how could Liu Ye still not understand what the so-called bloodbath battle formation was in the end? It was nothing more than blood sacrificing ordinary barbarian soldiers to give the barbarian commander the ability of unlimited recovery. As long as the barbarian soldiers are not finished dying, the commander can never be killed. It had to be said that the barbarians were really ruthless, not only to their enemies, but even more so to their own people. I have 3,000 barbarian soldiers to back me up. What are you going to fight me with? Feeling the chi and blood filling up in his body. At this moment, Tuoba Ye only wanted to say, I am invincible. Feel free. He wanted to let Liu Ye know just how terrifying an exchanged blood realm with infinite chi and blood was. Boom! Liu Ye didn't want to talk nonsense with the other party, and with a lift of his halberd, he charged up. He didn't believe that this so-called bloodshed battle formation didn't have a reply limit. Even if there really isn't one, then fight until the other side is completely destroyed. Comparing to endurance, he, Liu Ye, hadn't really been afraid of anyone. Boom boom boom. A new round of battles was officially fought. Only this time, the drawing style was extraordinarily bizarre. Every now and then, two clouds of blood mist would burst out on the battlefield, causing everyone in the crowd of barbarian soldiers to be afraid that the next person to be blood sacrificed would be themselves. 2 hours later, a large portion of the barbarian cavalry on the battlefield had been reduced, and only a small portion of them had been decapitated by the Han cavalry, while more of them had died in blood sacrifices. Are you actually a human being or a ghost? Looking at Liu Ye, who was holding a halberd and could not see the slightest bit of fatigue, Tuoba Ye admitted that he was a bit flustered. He himself was relying on drawing on the life force of thousands of barbarian soldiers to last until now, while the other party had been fighting alone since the beginning. In other words, the life force of one person on the other side was enough to match that of thousands of barbarian cavalry. Is this a fucking ancient beast locked up inside? Liu Ye didn't want to talk at all, and with a stroke of his halberd in his hand, he pulled Tuoba Ye into the fight once again. Another dozens of blood mists took to the air, but this time, Liu Ye clearly felt that Tuoba Ye's recovery speed was slowing down. This change was so insignificant that if Liu Ye's soul power wasn't strong enough, he probably wouldn't have been able to notice it. Apparently, The recovery effect of the bloodbath battle formation is not without limits. Die. Finally, Liu caught a flash of opportunity. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party's old strength had disappeared and the new strength had not yet been born, a halberd chopped at Tuobayi's neck. Facing this halberd, Tuobayi's pupils suddenly shrunk. He was just about to raise his bow to block, but because his body's chi and blood had not yet recovered, his movements were slowed down by a beat. The blade of the halberd swept through the void, and a blood-stained head shot up into the sky, with a hint of unwillingness and confusion still in its eyes, as if he didn't believe he was going to die at all. Bang! 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 The chain reaction caused by this death of Tuoba-e was that one barbarian cavalryman after another was blood-sacrificed by the battle formation in an attempt to repair the headless body that had fallen to the ground. However, no matter how powerful the blood sacrifice battle formation was, it was impossible to bring a dead person back to life again. But once this thing called a battle formation was turned on, there was no way to turn it off again. Either the main arrayer is restored as before, or the blood sacrificer is consumed. There is no other way to do it. At this moment, the remaining barbarian cavalrymen on the field did not have the heart to fight with the Han cavalrymen, and each of them desperately dialed up their horses and ran wildly, wanting to escape from the coverage of the bloodshed battle formation. Unfortunately, the moment Tuoba-e crushed the array disc, the fate of this group of people was already sealed. They had already been branded with a blood sacrifice in their bodies, and even if they ran to the ends of the earth, they would not be spared from the blood sacrifice. Bang! When the last barbarian cavalryman died on the way to escape, the entire battlefield was completely quiet. Except for the whistling of the north wind, there was only the neighing of the warhorses. The remaining 800 great Han cavalrymen, including Liu Ye, were also silent for a long time at this moment. The scene in front of him was too tragic and at the same time too desperate. Even as a bystander, he couldn't help but feel a chill rise in the bottom of his heart. For the first time, Liu Ye felt a twinge of fear for the way of the soldier. It's really a one-trick pony. Liu let out a heartfelt sigh. However, the next second, something unexpected happened to Liu. Chapter 41, Wen Qi Infusion. Ascending to the supreme power. It was then that the wind suddenly rose up in the sky above the originally cloudless battlefield. In the next second, a pillar of literary chi light fell from the void and directly entered Liu Ye's sea of consciousness, and was then absorbed by the literary heart fledgling. 800 filament, 900 filament, 1000 filament. Click. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, a shoot broke out of its shell from the Wenqin fledgling and grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. By the time the pillar of literary chi light completely dissipated into thin air, the literary chi in Liu Ye's sea of consciousness had already been raised to more than 1,300 threads, formally stepping into the 8th grade body cultivation realm. As you can see, the original seed form of the Bunchen hatchling has now grown into a 3 cm tall young shoot. At the same time, Liu Ye's soul power also skyrocketed by a large margin. Originally, it could at most perceive an area within a 3-foot radius, but now it was directly elevated to a 10-foot range. Liu was still in a trance until now. He didn't understand that just saying the phrase "a general success is 10,000 bones withered" had elevated Wen Qi so much. Sure enough, the literary spirit still needs to be instilled by the long river of the literary way, and a little bit of one's own learning from the books is only a small way in the end. Just one line of poetry is worth reading through 3 holy books, and the difference can be seen at a glance. Who exactly is the pillar of Wen Qi light that can induce the long river of Wen Dao to manifest? Zhang Liao raised his head to look at the sky and couldn't help but murmur under his breath. At the same time, in a luxurious tent 50 miles away from Yanmen Pass, a middle-aged barbarian general also suddenly put down the book of war in his hand and turned to look in the direction where Liu Ye was. Interesting, in this borderland, there is still such great talent. Apart from these 2 people, there was no third person in the entire Yanmen Pass who had discovered this vision. Liu Ye naturally knew nothing about the commotion caused by the Wen Qi light pillar. He was now contemplating whether or not to read that entire poem while it was still hot. Just one line of the poem gives so much literacy. If we had a few more lines, wouldn't we just take off? It's just that Liu Ye froze after thinking for half a day and couldn't remember the rest of the poem. It seems as if that's all he knows. However, this could not be blamed on him. Liu Ye in his previous life was not a professional in poetry and song in the first place. Except for some popular poems that I can recite off the top of my head, I don't remember much about some of the cold poems. Mud. I should have known to memorize more. He now finally realized what it meant to have a book. Fortunately, as his soul power increased, all the memories about his past life became clearer and clearer. Much of what had been forgotten was rehashed. However, for those who have not been exposed to the content at all, that is useless no matter how much they recall it. Thank you for 9 years of compulsory education. Liu Ye couldn't help but be glad that he was also a good boy who loved to learn back then. Otherwise, even if there were more heirloom poems from his previous life, he could only sigh in admiration. Clean up the battlefield and go back to the city. Liu gave an order and the crowd dismounted to collect the loot, because the barbarian cavalry behind them were scattered and fled, causing them to be too divided from each other. It took half an hour to clean up the battlefield. After some counting, the battle resulted in 3,023 enemy killed and 0 captured. Harvested 1 superior warhorse, 4 medium warhorses, and 2,052 inferior warhorses. In addition, more than 10,000 pounds of horsemeat were seized, 143 pieces of intact ironware, and more than 1,000 pieces of mutilated ironware. On his side there were 195 deaths, 235 serious injuries and 232 minor injuries. It was an unimaginable victory by any measure. However, his own family knows his own business. The reason why he was able to achieve such a heaven-defying performance is inseparable from Liu Ye's final tawdry operation. Had it not been for that, the deer would have been unknown. Don't look at the fact that Liu Ye managed to suppress Liu Ye, but if he was not so life-thirsty and seriously injured Liu Ye with a burning blood strike, the final victory would inevitably belong to the barbarian clan side. After all, those 1,000 Great Han Iron Horsemen couldn't do anything to 3,000 barbarian cavalry. They say that a general's incompetence exhausts all 3 armies, and it's not just a saying. Liu Ye then led his team back to Yanmen Pass, and after briefly reporting the battle to Zhang Liao, he went back to the rear tent alone. Now that he had been promoted to the rank of Centurion, the specifications of the tent had also risen, and the interior was extremely spacious, with more than 40 square feet. In addition to the bed and couch, it was equipped with a table and stove, which was not comparable to the treatment of the previous shiksa. Of course, it certainly doesn't compare to his little compound, but now that we are in a wartime state, all the generals have to be based in the barracks, and to be able to have this condition Liu Ye is already quite satisfied. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Liu Ye checked out today's harvest. First of all, the progress of wannabe had come to 1538/10,000, more than 500 people more than at the beginning. Most of them were killed while charging the formation, and once the bloodbath battle formation opened up in the back, he had a hard time grabbing heads, or else he could have added another 500 less. The second thing was to kill 2 more enemies whose physical strength exceeded 5,000 pounds. Now the progress of 1 power to 10 has come to April 10th, with 6 more to go to reach the goal. Other than that, it was the golden battle pattern covering 1 more right leg. Both defense and recovery have been increased to a certain extent. Next, Liu Ye used his spiritual power to check the condition of his physical body. It was discovered that the originally radiant and glittering golden bones as well as the golden muscles had all become dull at the moment. In the previous battle with Liu Ye, although he had achieved a final victory, Liu Ye had also paid a great price. Both the gold plating and the Super Saiyan form require the consumption of the gold energy contained in the bones as well as the muscles. It didn't matter if it was used for a short period of time, but if it was maintained for a long period of time, it was bound to cause serious wear and tear. So next, he would enter a period of recuperation, and it would be difficult for him to break out his extreme battle power again. Liu was fine with that. Even if he didn't use his gold plating in Super Saiyan form, his battle power could still be comparable to the blood change realm below the elite, and it was more than enough to use it to fight a guerrilla war. After sorting through all this, Liu Ye continued the cultivation of the flesh refining stage, striving to reach body refining perfection as soon as possible. As 1 body tempering pill was digested and absorbed, the remaining 20% of muscle was gradually transformed towards golden muscle. The night was silent, and when the first rays of the sunlight on the sky sprinkled the earth, Liu Ye also came back from his cultivation state. Opening the properties screen, the top has changed drastically. Name, Liu Ye, 7 colors, cultivation, martial arts/literary arts, realm, body refining, perfection, /body cultivation, initiation, power, 24,000 pounds, 1 chi, 1300 silk, techniques, swordsmanship, minor, halberd, perfect, archery, major, war power, supreme. With refining flesh and refining skin all crossing over into the perfection realm, Liu Ye's battle power evaluation also managed to reach the supreme strength level. Just like bone refining perfection, flesh refining perfection and skin refining perfection also underwent a metamorphosis respectively. One of the metamorphosis effects of refined flesh perfection is power curing, which simply means that the power that you possessed when you opened your Super Saiyan form is permanently cured. This was also the fundamental reason why his physical strength had directly crossed over to 24,000 pounds from the 11,000 pounds he had previously. Of course, that's not to say that the Super Saiyan form ceases to exist. This form could still be turned on, only the increase wasn't as great as before. Roughly 50% of the power could be boosted. It couldn't be helped that the further back the power went, the harder it was to raise it. Although the ratio was reduced, the actual power value of the boost was not weakened in the slightest, and was even as if it had been. As for the metamorphosis effect of refined skin perfection, it was damage rebound. In layman's terms, it's just a layer of anti-damage armor on the outside. Take any attack and bounce 50% of the damage back to the opponent. This thing belonged to the power of rules, and thus could not be dodged. Until this moment, Liu Ye didn't realize how big the gap between peerless battle power and supreme battle power was. Let's put it this way, if he were to fight with Tuoba Yi again at this time, Liu Ye would be confident that he could end the fight in less than 10 rounds. This is the dominating power of the supreme level template. That said, if the supreme level is this strong, how terrifying should the unspeakable be? It was just that nowadays, the cultivation of the body refinement realm had been completely consummated, and unless one worked on the techniques, it would be difficult to improve one's combat power. It was a pity that there was no Enlightenment Stone in hand right now, otherwise Liu Ye would really want to try to see if he could rely on the true intent of the martial Tao and top up his battle power rating to the unspeakable level. Forget it, it's better to start breaking through the blood transformation realm first. Liu wasn't the type to choke on his food. After all, the body refinement realm was only the initial realm of martial cultivation, and no matter how much one piled up battle power, it wasn't as direct as raising it by a large segment. With his current base, once he broke through to the blood transformation realm, his battle power would all be at least peerless to begin with. There are still 3 body tempering pills left, and I don't know if they're enough to support a blood exchange. The blood replacement realm was, to put it bluntly, to utilize the hematopoietic function of the bones to replace the blood of the entire body once. The more perfectly the bones were tempered during body refining, the stronger the effect of blood exchange would be. At the same time, the strengthened blood will in turn nourish the bones, further enhancing their hematopoietic capacity. When it is raised to a certain level, it will be able to make another blood change, so on and so forth. This was the approximate cultivation process of the blood transformation realm. It's all easier said than done, but how to control bone hematopoiesis is a big deal. Those who do not have cultivation techniques are naturally at a loss in this regard. Fortunately, Zhang Liao was righteous enough to directly give Liu Ye the first 3 layers of the Gongfu, and his path of martial arts cultivation would be unobstructed until his qi gathering was complete. While Liu Ye's side was preparing to take the body tempering pill to try and change his blood, the barbarians' 100,000 strong army was already at the city. The barbarians' next move, however, caused Zhang Liao, who was originally sitting steadily, to be unable to resist revealing a look of horror. Chapter 42 Sky Wolf Totem, Terrifying Military Power. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, outside Yanmen Pass, countless barbarian soldiers seemed to spread from the end of the grassland like a tidal wave. The magnitude of its sound was so great that the sound of its footsteps alone seemed like it was going to shatter the universe. When the barbarian army traveled to 500 meters outside Yanmen Pass, they stopped in unison. Immediately after that, a large black flag was erected from the center of the army. It was tens of meters high, with a hideous wolf head painted on it, and was currently standing over the army waving in the wind. In the next second, a terrifying might gradually spread out to the surroundings with the large flag as the center, until finally, a black wolf that covered the sky was formed over the army. Suddenly, the black wolf silhouette violently opened its eyes, its scarlet eyes sweeping in all directions, darkening both heaven and earth. It wasn't an illusion. Just the moment the black wolf opened his eyes, endless clouds of gloom converged over Yanmen Pass, and the territory of dozens of miles around instantly turned from day to night. Is this military power? Zhang Liao, who was seated in the center army tent, stood up with shock in his eyes. How is it possible? Why would the barbarian race have a Hyrule Realm 1 cultivator? As an heir of the military family, he was naturally more than aware of such military tactics. To be able to directly change the sky and change the sun, in his knowledge, the only person who could do so was a literary cultivator who had stepped into the realm of military potential. By condensing military potential, and looking at the range of this cage, the other party was not as simple as a first-time soldier. Although based on Liu Ye's previous report, he had judged that there was a military formation realm 1 cultivator in the barbarian army. Military formation was a completely different concept from military potential. As far as he knows, When the world reached the military potential realm of the literary cultivation, less than 10 people, basically all high up in the temple. Not the world's great changes cannot be moved lightly. Why did he suddenly appear at the border? The key looked like it was still from the barbarian side, which was too unbelievable. With doubts in his mind, Zhang Liao quickly climbed up to the top of the city. Upon seeing the large flag waving in the wind, he realized that he had thought wrong. Sky Wolf Totem. So that's how it is. Totems are a custom peculiar to the barbarians. In order for the barbarian ancestors to survive peacefully in the northern wilderness, they would obtain blessings by believing in some powerful beasts. Over time, they developed their own tribal totems. At the same time, the totem slowly possessed some special prowess because it had gathered a large amount of faith power. Totem powers are very much refuted, with basically any ability depending on the type of totem and the source of the power of faith. Among them, the Heavenly Wolf Totem of the Tuoba clan was considered one of the more powerful ones, and its most notable effect was to condense the army's momentum. Once the military momentum is condensed, it can not only greatly enhance the morale of the whole army as well as its recovery ability, but also form a spiritual deterrent to the enemy generals, resulting in the combat strength of 1 out of 10. Moreover, under the suppression of the military power, the martial generals could not utilize their true intent of martial Tao at all. This is a general trend that cannot be reversed by individual will. This is trouble. Zhang Liao's brows furrowed. He knew the terror of the army's momentum, and if he couldn't break it open, the battle would be impossible to fight. At the same time, Liu Ye also exited his cultivation state. Unsurprisingly, the 3 body tempering pills were not enough to support him in completing a blood change. In all seriousness, he was now considered a half-step in the blood transformation realm. Battle power did increase, but not as much as one would expect. How did it get dark? It's only a matter of refining 3 body tempering pills. It's not as if you've been refining for a day, right? Liu Ye got up and walked out of the tent. When he saw the heavy cloud that covered over Yanmen Pass, he felt an inexplicable depression in his heart. It was as if there was something pressing on his chest that was breathless. No good. Realizing that this could be a tactic of the barbarian side, Liu Ye picked up the black dragon halberd and ran towards the city wall. Seeing Zhang Liao, who was standing on the city wall with his eyes raised, Liu Ye hurriedly walked over. My lord, what is this? Liu Ye made a bow and then asked about the doubts in his heart. The military potential. Zhang Liao slowly spat out 2 words. Subsequently, Liu Ye also learned from Zhang Liao's mouth about the terrifying nature of the military's power, which was completely a descending blow. Does your excellency have any ideas on how to break the situation? No matter how strong the army is, it can't be without any cracks, right? However, Zhang Liao shook his head. The only thing that can counter military power is military power. And besides, the other party has the Heavenly Wolf Totem to enhance it, so the general military power realm is no match at all. Then, is it feasible to directly sever the Sky Wolf Totem? Liu Ye's idea was simple. Since this military momentum was condensed by the Sky Wolf Totem, let's start at the source. It's basically impossible. With an army suppression, even a middle third realm martial artist can't be strong enough to stand up to an army of 100,000 to cut down and capture the flag. Can't Elder Meng do the same? In Liu Ye's cognizance, Meng Lao should belong to the kind of worldly master who was greatly hidden in the city, and chopping a flag should not be a big problem. Although it is a bit inhumane to let a 70 to 80-year-old guy go into battle, but for the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Yanmen Pass, it can only be hard on his old man. The big deal was to send 10 or 8 jars of immortal drunk afterward, and I'm sure it wouldn't be too much of an offense. Zhang Liao sniffed and glanced at Liu Ye. What makes you think that Elder Meng is stronger than a middle third realm martial artist? No? Liu scratched his head. Elder Meng is a member of the Meng family, but he walks the path of casting. Although he stepped into the 3rd grade Ghost Axe realm, in terms of combat power, he is actually at the level of a 6th grade martial artist. After hearing Zhang Liao's explanation, Liu Ye came to a realization. Dare I say that not all cultivation spells possessed combat power, and it was embarrassing for Meng Lao to be a high-ranking 3rd-ranked person but unable to defeat a 5th or 6th-ranked martial artist. Of course, the lack of combat power wouldn't affect Meng Lao's status in the jungle. A Grandmaster-level figure who was able to cast divine weapon embryos would be honored wherever he went. But, if that person is here, maybe it can really be as you said, decapitating the general and capturing the flag. Zhang Liao stood with his hands in the air looking into the distance, his eyes becoming somewhat deeper. My lord means, Liu said lustily. For some reason, from the other party's tone, Liu Ye heard a strong admiration. Jiu Yuan Lubu, fruitful. Hearing Zhang Liao's reply, Liu Ye was not the least bit surprised. It was thought that the existence that could make Zhang Liao, a Heaven's Pride level martial artist. Feel admiration was no one other than Liu Ye, who had overshadowed the entire Three Kingdoms period. But counting the time, Liu Ye should have already arrived at Yanmen Pass by now. Yanmen Pass is only about 500 miles away from Taiyuan County in the state of Bingzhou, and according to the perversity of warhorses in this world, traveling 1,000 miles in a day is a basic operation. Counting the time it took to gather the army, 7 days should be up anyhow. Did LV Lingqi have some accident halfway? Thinking of this, Liu Ye couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. What's wrong with you? Seeing that Liu Ye was not in the right state, Zhang Liao was a bit strange. It's nothing. My subordinate just feels that distant water can't quench the thirst of the near, and I'm afraid that we can only rely on ourselves if we want to break the situation. Liu Ye didn't reveal Liu Lingqi's situation in front of Zhang Liao, which was what Liu Lingqi herself wanted. You're right. Although a messenger was sent to Jinyang 7 days ago to ask for help, without half a month's time, it's difficult for reinforcements to reach Yanmen Pass. Speaking of this, Zhang Liao also sighed deeply. Guan is not like Guanwei. The road is winding. In the marching speed of this piece, far less than the grassland barbarians, and so on. Liu suddenly realized something was wrong. Zhang Liao had just said that it would surprisingly take half a month to travel from the Assassins Department of the Peizhou Prefecture, which was also known as Jinyang County, to Yanmen Pass. Even with a large number of infantry, a 500-mile journey would be covered in 7 or 8 days, and it wouldn't take half a month in any case. How far apart is this shit? Sir, how far is this Jinyang from our Yanmen Pass? About 3,000 miles. Why? Zhang Liao looked at Liu Ye with a surprised face, seemingly not understanding why Liu Ye suddenly asked this. 3,000 miles? This distance is obviously not right. So, the territory of this world is dozens of times larger than the Earth in the previous world? But yes, after all, this world even had cultivation spells, so a larger area seemed reasonable. So it seems that everything should be fine on Liu Lingqi's side. The red phosphorus bloodline was quite strong, but ultimately it was still in its infancy and had limited endurance. It is estimated that the news was only sent to Liu Ye 3 days ago, so how could he get to Yanmen Pass so quickly? Thinking about this, Liu Ye breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that nothing happened. As for the critical situation at Yanmen Pass, it seems that for now, we can only try to delay until reinforcements arrive. By the way, my lord, isn't there a second way to resist the suppression of military power besides military power? There were so many cultivation systems in this world. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to find a second power that could compete with the way of the soldier. If the military system was really that powerful, it wouldn't be Confucianism and Taoism on their own now. There is that. It's just that isn't realistic. One of the most direct ways is Confucianism's words follow the law, but this belongs to an ability that can only be performed by the third great Confucian realm, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to find a single poem in the whole of the Great Han. However, just as Zhang Liao's words fell, a slightly vicissitudes voice suddenly came from the side. Chapter 43, Future Great Scholar, Heavenly Pride of the Way of Literature. It's actually not difficult to resolve this matter, and there's no need for me, the Confucian great sage, to make a move yet. Speaking is a venerable old man, wearing a plain white robe. His posture is magnificent and upright, elegant with a little bit of majesty. Elder Zhang, what brings you to Yanmen Pass? When Zhang Liao saw the visitor, he hurriedly greeted him respectfully. Last night, I traveled here to study, and I intended to pay a visit to an old friend, but I didn't expect to meet a barbarian army knocking at the gate, so I couldn't just sit back and watch, the old man said as he slowly walked up the city wall with Zhang Liao assisting him. Upon seeing Liu Ye standing aside, his eyes suddenly lit up. A good piece of diamond in the rough. I don't know your name. Do you have a teacher? Liu Ye looked around. There didn't seem to be anyone else in the neighborhood, so that meant himself. If you don't say that old age makes you smart, the other party can see that he is a diamond in the rough at a glance. This vision is quite poisonous. Kid Liu Ye, meet Elder Zhang. Liu Ye couldn't be bothered to check the old man's attributes with his true eye at this point and hurriedly went forward to greet him. This person even Zhang Liao had to treat him with courtesy, so it's likely that he's some big shot visiting the countryside again. Liu Ye, good. Old man remembered. If you have a desire to learn in the future, you can always go to my Kongcheng Academy, and I will welcome you with open arms. The old man stroked his beard and looked at Liu Ye with a satisfied expression, his face smiling out of folds. Liu Ye did not answer immediately, and implicitly looked at Zhang Liao. After all, the leader of the family is right next to you. If you casually agree to the invitation of other companies, how can you let the leader's face? Zhang Liao also seemed to read the meaning in Liu Ye's eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Xian Di still not quick to thank Elder Zhang. There aren't many people in this world who can be personally invited by Elder Zhang. Xian Di, you're considered to be very lucky today. Hearing Zhang Liao say this, Liu Ye stopped pretending to be reserved and immediately bowed his hand in thanks. Thanks to Elder Zhang's generosity, the kid has also been longing for Kongcheng Academy, and if he has the time to spare in the future, he will definitely pay a visit. He now counted on reacting to who this person in front of him was. Zhang Xian, a famous scholar of the Great Han Dynasty, founder of the Kongcheng Academy, and a master of the Confucian classics, advocates of my generation of literati, in addition to reading 10,000 volumes of books, but also to travel 10,000 miles, he himself is with a lifetime to practice this sentence. According to his own book, the Book of Precepts and Benefits, he traveled to the capitals of Zhou and Qin, and traveled to and from the domains of Yu, and Yenzhou, and Yu, and had an audience with the reigning generals and the great Confucian scholars, and those who were pleased with them held their hands and received them. Zhang Xian's life, footprints throughout the Yuzhou, and the state, Yenzhou, Yuzhou, exposing the strengths of all schools of thought, late in life, eventually became a generation of great scholars. His learning is the world called Zheng Shui. Throughout the entire late Eastern Han Dynasty, it can be said that there is not a single one who can surpass this one in terms of learning. This was a giant who was destined to become a great scholar, and if he could recognize him as his teacher, there would be no more bumps in the road of one's literary cultivation. But this is not something that can be rushed. The ancient rites of worship are particularly important, and you have to be prepared for anything. Ha ha, so very good. Hearing Liu Ye's words, Elder Zhang was also very comforted by his old age, and then he even chatted with Liu Ye about his family. Zhang Liao, who was on the side, saw the two men talking happily, and after half a day's entanglement, he finally couldn't help but interject. Elder Zhang, you just said that it's not difficult to solve the barbarians' military situation. I don't know how to go about it specifically. Good guys, if I let you guys chat any longer, the barbarian army should attack the city. Don't be anxious, this matter is not difficult to say the least. We only need to invoke the long river of the Wendao to manifest, and the district's military power can be broken with the snap of a finger. This dares to ask if Elder Zhang can invoke the long river of the Wendao? Zhang Liao didn't doubt the power of the long river of Wendao, just that this thing wasn't something that could be invoked just by saying so, and its difficulty was so great that it was comparable to the promotion of the Wanzong to the level of a great scholar. But since Elder Zhang said so, he must have some certainty. However, Zhang Xian shook his head. Old me has long since stepped into the 4th grade life establishment realm, and the higher the realm of the window, the more difficult it would be to invoke the long river of window to manifest. For this kind of thing, it would be best to find a window heavenly pride to come over and cooperate. If one could make a stunning essay with the lower 3 realms of the literary Tao cultivation, one would surely be able to induce the long river of the literary Tao to personally imbue one with literary qi. When that happens, the crisis will resolve itself. After hearing these words from Elder Zhang, Zhang Liao couldn't help but have the corner of his mouth twitch slightly. Elder Zhang, in this bitterly cold place at the border, how can one find a heavenly pride of the way of letters? How no? Far away and near. Zhang Xian revealed an inscrutable smile. What? Zhang Liao froze, followed by what looked like a sudden reaction, turning his head to look at Liu Ye. Liu Ye was also a bit confused. He wanted to ask Elder Zhang, where did you tell that I am a window heavenly pride? Little friend, there's no need to be modest. You have the mark of the long river of Wendao on you. You've obviously already experienced a Wen Qi infusion. Zhang Xian's words simultaneously solved Liu Ye and Zhang Liao's doubts. Wait, you were the one who triggered the Wen Qi light pillar outside Yanmen Pass yesterday? Zhang Liao uttered in surprise. I thought it was some Wendao heavenly pride who had a momentary realization while passing through Yanmen Pass, but in the end, I found out that it was one of my own men? Zhang Liao suddenly had the feeling of pie in the sky at this moment. It's me. Well, since he had been found out, Liu simply showed his cards, but his own family knows his own business. Where is he any kind of window heavenly pride? Window whoremonger is more or less the same. At that time, it was purely by accident that he was able to invoke the long river of the window, but when Liu saw the burning eyes of the two men, he knew that no one would believe him even if he said it. There's no way around it, so let's just tough it out. Elder Zhang, I don't know what exactly this amazing article refers to. That's right, Liu was going to try copying a famous work. After all, poems and songs need to be really heard and seen and felt, but writing an essay doesn't need that too, does it? Take The Journey to the West, one of the 4 great masterpieces. Can old Wu still personally go through the 9,981 difficulties? That's why Liu felt that copying an article was more of a mess than copying a poem. It was only Zhang Lao's next words that made Liu Ye confused on the spot. There is no specific reference to the amazing article, whether it is an article or a poem. As long as it is in line with the current context, there is a certain probability that it will lead to the river of literary energy manifesting in the world. Holy shit, where is he going to find an article that fits the current mood at this point in time? Liu belly ached. I thought I could just copy any famous person's writings, but I'm surprised it's still a hit piece. Hey, wait a minute. It's hard to find propositional essays, but propositional poetry is good. Thinking of this, Liu Ye immediately began to look through the poems in his mind, and this series of psychological changes fell in the eyes of Zhang Liao. Two people. Is Liu Ye sometimes the corners of the mouth with a smile, sometimes frowning contemplation? See the two people's heart jumping, afraid to give the child forced into schizophrenia. There. Liu looked around and then up at the sky, the light in his eyes growing brighter. Brother Li, I'm counting on you. Zhang Liao and Zhang Lao also felt the changes in Liu Ye at this time, and their spirits couldn't help but be lifted in secret anticipation. Liu Ye was then seen walking slowly to the edge of the city wall, his pupils reflecting the barbarian army in front of him. In the next second, a line of poetry came out of Liu Ye's mouth. Chapter 44. A poem breaks the momentum. The long river of the window reappears. The black clouds are breaking down. Boom! As this line of poetry was recited, the void was shaken, as if a behemoth had been suddenly awakened. One sentence is a shock to the world. This son's attainments in poetry and literature are so terrifying. Even with Zheng Xian's state of mind, he was surprised by Liu Ye's performance at this moment. Although compared to their group of old guys who are already half in the ground, Wendo Changhe favors those young talents. But no matter how favored, not every poem can be in its favor. Now that Liu Ye had triggered the Wendao's long river to vibrate with only the first sentence of the beginning, looking at the entire history of the Wendao, it was quite an explosive existence. As for the changes in the outside world, Liu Ye knew nothing about it. All he wanted to do now was to finish memorizing this song, Yanmen Taishouxing, as soon as possible. After a short pause, Liu chanted the second line, followed by the third and fourth lines. When the last line was chanted, something unexpected happened. Liu Ye at this moment only felt that the literary chi in the sea of consciousness was like a flood that broke the dike. It actually began to rapidly consume, and in the blink of an eye, 1/3 of it went. At the same time, in the sky above Yanmen Pass, a mountain-like text slowly emerged. Just like that, it was quietly suspended in the void, glittering. Even that heavy cloud of gloom could not cover this shining light. Zheng Xian looked up at the sky with a hint of fervor in his eyes, and then began to recite word by word. The city is about to be destroyed by black clouds, and the light of the armor opens to the sun with golden scales. The horns sound in the full autumn colors, and the swallow's fat on the stuffing congeals the purple of the night. The half-rolled red flag is facing the easy water, and the frosty drums are cold. To repay the king's intention on the golden stage, and to carry the jade dragon to die for the king. Good. What a way to repay the king's intention on the golden stage, and to carry the jade dragon to die for the king. This poem shall be famous for ages. Zheng Xian couldn't help but stroke his palm and laugh. As a literary Dao patriarch level figure, being able to witness the birth of an heirloom poem with his own eyes, Zheng Xian only felt that he had no regrets in this life. It was also at this moment that a light-colored Wenqi light pillar fell from the void. That unrivaled might, just as soon as it appeared, tore apart the clouds in the sky, and the sunlight once again flooded the earth. Roar! Along with an unwilling hiss, the black wolf shadow above the barbarian army dissipated into thin air. In front of the long river of Wendo, all demons and monsters are just passing clouds. At the same time, Liu Ye's entire body was wrapped in that Wenqi light pillar, and the Wenqi in his sea of consciousness began to increase rapidly. 1. 500 silk. 2. 000 silk. 3. 000 silk. Until the Wenqi light pillar completely dissipated. The Wenqi in Liu Ye's sea of consciousness had been raised to a whole 10. 000 silk. Officially stepping into the third realm of the way of literature, the realm of nurturing nature. And under the nourishment of the massive amount of Wenqi, the fledgling 1xin had also turned from 3 centimeters before to 10 centimeters now, and was still growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The time it took to open the gate of the way of literature was also raised to 10 breaths from the previous 3 breaths. This? Just as he was about to exit the sea of consciousness, Liu Ye suddenly found a light golden character floating and sinking in the Wenqi, as if it was a beating spirit. A closer look reveals that if these characters are combined together, it is a complete Yanmen Taishouxing. Liu Ye tried to mobilize a character, and the next second it actually appeared in his palm. So what the hell does this thing do? Playing with the city character in his hand, Liu Ye suddenly had the urge to throw it out and smash people. After looking at the barbarian army below the city, Liu Ye didn't hesitate and threw the city character out with his backhand. The moment the word city was taken out of his hand, it rose against the wind, and when it reached the sky above the barbarian army, it had already transformed into a golden city that was 3 zhang in height and 10 zhang in width. It looked like a mini Yanmen Pass. In the next second, it smashed heavily into the barbarian army formation. In a blink of an eye, as if the sky was crumbling, a huge crater tens of meters in circumference suddenly appeared on the spot. As for the barbarian soldiers that were smashed, naturally, they died without even a crumb left. This strike alone smashed hundreds of barbarians to death. Although this had to do with the fact that the opponents were standing too densely, it was enough to see the terrifying power of this city character. Wendo divine power, one word, one piece of gold. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian couldn't help but voice out in surprise. Wen Dao Shinton was a special means only possessed by the middle 3 realms of literary cultivation, in which a word of gold passes a word of 1,000 pounds. The weight of a word, as if a mountain had fallen, was an extremely powerful attacking and destructive divine ability that could be comprehended by very few people. It didn't occur to me that Liu Ye had only stepped into the 7th grade nurturing nature realm and had already grasped such a powerful literary Dao aptitude, so it was really a stroke of good fortune. So strong. Looking at the city character that had returned to the ocean of literary energy, Liu Ye was also stunned by the power of this gadget. That hit just now was at least 1,000,000 pounds of force. If it wasn't for the fact that the forward swing was too long, even the chi-gathering realm could be smashed to death in one go. However, at this time, this city character had become extremely illusory, and needed to recuperate for a period of time in the ocean of literary energy before it could be gazed at again. The good thing is, there are 55 other characters like this one that are perfectly interchangeable. Put! A sound of spitting blood suddenly rang out from a luxurious carriage in the center of the barbarian army. Sir? Upon hearing the commotion, a middle-aged barbarian general holding a halberd beside the carriage frame hurriedly raised his voice to inquire. There is no harm. There are high people in Yanmen Pass. This battle needs to be considered in the long run. Pull out 30 miles first. A somewhat weak voice came from within the frame. Yes. Hearing this, the middle-aged barbarian general did not hesitate in the slightest and directly issued a retreat order to the entire army. After a few moments of effort, the 100,000 barbarian army began to retreat. The barbarian army has retreated. The barbarian army has retreated. An adjutant general gleefully reported to Zhang Liao. Aha! Zhang Liao just nodded. No joy or anger visible on his face. He knows very well that the other side's military strength today is just to test the depths of Yanmen Pass. Now the army is broken. But it is not enough to discourage the other side from attacking Yanmen Pass. At best, it will bring the two sides back to the same level. As long as the 100,000 barbarian army remained, this great battle could not be avoided in the end. In the center army tent, Zhang Liao, Zhang Xian, and Liu Ye were sitting opposite each other. In today's battle, it is all up to the virtuous brother to save the day. It is not advisable to drink alcohol during the battle, so I will honor the virtuous brother with a cup of tea instead of wine. Zhang Liao raised his wine cup and drank it down. You're welcome, brother Zhang. As a soldier, I should be responsible for protecting my family and defending my country. Liu Ye didn't feel that he had gotten much credit, but instead, with the help of this battle, he managed to move over a poem. The key thing is that Liu found the right way to copy the poem. To summarize, there are just 2 points. The first is to take advantage of the situation and not to chant for the sake of chanting. The second has to fit the current scenario and not be disease-free. As long as the above 2 conditions are met, there is a definite possibility of invoking the long river of Wendo to manifest in the world. Provided, of course, that the poem copied is good enough. Otherwise it's all for naught. Elder Zhang, who do you think could be secretly helping the barbarians? Zhang Liao filled Zhang Xian's tea and asked in a seemingly casual manner. The barbarians have not had a literacy practitioner since ancient times, not to mention a military formation realm literacy practitioner, so it can only be a certain lineage of the Han dynasty that is secretly helping. Zhang Xian smiled at his words, yet his next words lifted Zhang Liao's spirits. Chapter 45, The Layout of the Worldly Family. Hearing of the peaceful path for the first time. If old me's guess is correct, the one who secretly aided the barbarians should be the previous generation of the Wang family's unicorn son, Wang Qi. Surprisingly, it's him? As a member of the same large family in the state of Bingzhou, Zhang Liao obviously knew Wang Qi. 10 years ago, Wang Qi failed in his bid for the position of family head, left the clan in anger, and has not been heard from since. Now that I think about it, I should have traveled to the barbarian royal court. Zhang Xian slowly revealed a secret story of the Wang family from years past. Could it be that Wang Qi has come this time to take revenge on the main lineage of the Wang family? Zhang Liao frowned slightly. Zheng Xian laughed and shook his head. You think too much of the lineages. They never plot for a moment. They plot for the ages. How do you know that Wang Qi's departure back then wasn't part of the Wang family's plot? Your old man means that Wang Qi is a pawn left by the Wang family and the barbarians? Although Zhang Liao also came from a family, after all, his heritage was still shallow, and he had no concept of the principles of those top families. Just why is the Wang family doing this? Zhang Liao didn't understand what was the point of laying out the barbarians in front of the Han Empire. The small barbarians are nothing more than a sore, not enough to worry about at all. If it were not for the fact that the barbarians' territory is a wilderness, it would be useless to occupy it, and Han would have sent an army to flatten it, which would still allow it to jump up and down at the Han border. Don't forget that the Wang family had a Yin-Yang family heir in the previous generation. Zheng Xian took a sip of tea and continued, and since the Yin-Yang family has always been skilled in the way of divination, perhaps it was the one from the Wang family who calculated that the Han would die and the barbarians would rise. When these words came out, Zhang Liao didn't think anything of it and only thought that Zheng Xian was just saying it casually. In his heart, the Han dynasty is flourishing in spring and autumn, and there are many outstanding people, so it is not impossible to continue for 10,000 years. However, Liu Ye couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at his words. As a modern man, he naturally knew the subsequent end of the Great Han. The world is divided into 3 parts, and the vassals are in chaos. It was also because of the perennial wars that hit the entire Central Plains and greatly injured the vitality of the land, which led to the subsequent 5 Hu rebellion. Although this side of the world does not have Huns, Rong Di, these Hu people, but there is an additional more powerful barbarians. If we follow the normal course of history, we may end up with the barbarians dominating the Central Plains. In a sense, that Yin-Yang family heir of the Wang family was indeed exceptional, directly seeing the light 100 years later. Little friend Liu seems to have something to say? Zhang Xian sensed Liu Ye's strangeness and couldn't help but ask out loud. The boy does believe that at this time, the Great Han is in a situation of change not seen in 1,000 years. Liu felt it was still appropriate to say something about the big future that might change things. The general trend is irreversible, but there is always something to be done about it. Oh, did you see something, little friend? Zheng Xian didn't seem surprised by Liu Ye's words. The peaceful path. Liu Ye didn't say much, just slowly uttered 3 words. None of the people here were mediocre, so they could naturally hear the meaning in Liu Ye's words. Since I have been traveling, I have also heard a little about the Taiping Tao, whose congregations are spread all over the country. Rumor has it that the Taiping Taoist master is a Taoist 3rd grade heavenly master, who has great powers and advocates saving the world and the people, and is therefore quite prestigious among the people. If there is true dissent, it will indeed be no small trouble for the court. When Zhang Xian said this, Zhang Liao on the side could not sit still. Is that really so? Then we must report to the court as soon as possible to send troops to quell the chaos. Zheng Xian shook his head and lost his smile. You think too simply. How do you know that there is no handiwork of the worldly families behind the Taiping Tao? Liu Ye thought deeply of Zheng Xian's words. With that kind of heavenly development speed of Taiping Tao, to say that there is no support from the big families behind, the ghosts don't believe it. Alright, without talking about that, the priority now is how to deal with the 100,000 barbarian army outside the city. Zheng Xian waved his hand, clearly not wanting to say anything more on this matter. Afterwards, Zhang Liao went into detail about the plan he had previously made with Liu Ye. Hearing Zhang Xian nod his head repeatedly, I can't imagine that young friend Liu is not only well versed in poetry, but is also familiar with the ways of the art of war. Zheng Xian's eyes towards Liu Ye became more and more satisfied. This was more than a diamond in the rough. It was simply a demon. Elder Zhang is wrong. Liu smiled in embarrassment. Little friend, there is no need to be modest. Just those 16 words alone have already gotten to the essence of the war. If little friend uses this to walk the way of the soldier, a future half-saint can be expected. Zhang Xian's evaluation could not be said to be high. Even Zhang Liao, who was well versed in the art of war, could not help but cast a surprised look at this time. Zhang Xian's expression remained unchanged. While others might not be able to hear the true meaning contained in these 16 words, how could he, as a 4th grade literature sect, not be able to hear it? If not for the fact that he had never heard the phrase before, and Liu was indeed sitting in front of him, he was about to wonder if the words had come from a certain soldier half-saint. If Liu Ye knew what Zheng Xian was thinking at this moment, he would have exclaimed, "Your old man is really accurate." As for the one who said this hadn't reached the realm of the half-saint of the soldier school, he didn't dare to presume to judge. On the following day, After a day of recuperation, the barbarians' 100,000 strong army once again trooped to the city, only that compared to yesterday, their morale was significantly depressed. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, a young barbarian general holding a wolf tooth stick rushed out from the barbarian army. I am the barbarian admiral, Tuobalai. Who dares to fight with a certain person? The sound was like explosive thunder, shocking the eardrums of the soldiers at Yenmen Pass. Good lord, Zheng Fei possessed this? Lu couldn't help but pull out his ears. Song Xian, go try his weight. Zhang Liao looked to the adjutant general on the side. My lord, without any nonsense. Song Xian turned around and descended the city wall. Song Xian? Lu Ye's heart stirred as he sniffed, and the eye of truth opened. Name, Song Xian, blue. Cultivation, martial arts. Realm, blood changing, 9 times. Strength, 5, 800 pounds. Wenqi, 0. Techniques, swordsmanship, great perfection. Gunsmanship, perfection. War power, excellent. Worthy of being one of the 8 healthy generals, although not as good as Zhang Liao. It is still good enough to step into the ranks of the world's second-rate military generals. Liu Ye then looked at Tuobalai, who was still screaming at the bottom of the city. Name, Tuobalai, green. Cultivation, martial arts. Realm, Qi gathering, introductory. Strength, 7,000 pounds. Wenqi, 0. Technique, stick method, perfect. War power, elite. No good. What's wrong, sage? Zhang Liao looked at Liu Ye with a puzzled expression. Brother Zhang quickly let General Song come back. The barbarian general across the street is at the 7th grade Qi gathering realm, although he's only just started. If he were to explode with his full strength at the beginning, General Song is afraid that he wouldn't be able to carry it. This was also an oversight on Liu Ye's part. He had never thought that the barbarians would send Qi gathering realm martial generals at the very beginning. Shouldn't an existence of this caliber make a grand finale appearance? Qi gathering realm? Zhang Liao was also startled, not bothering to think about how Liu Ye could tell the other party's cultivation level. He hurriedly sent someone to inform Song Xian to come back. Just before a minute had passed, the city gates below suddenly opened, and Song Xian was seen holding a spear and riding a black warhorse towards the opposite barbarian general. It's too late. Lu couldn't help but let out a sigh, but if he remembered well, historically Song Xian should have lived for a long time. Could it be because the world is different and some of the details would be different? Lu didn't understand, but people should be saved. Although Song Xian is not a good person and betrayed Lu Bu at a later stage. But for now, at least, the other side is the soldier who guards the frontier. Based on this alone, Liu Ye would never tolerate his opponent's death at the hands of a barbarian general. It was also at this time that Song Xian had already exchanged hands with Tuobalai. Unsurprisingly, as soon as they exchanged blows, the spear in Song Xian's hand was knocked away by his opponent's baton. Immediately afterward, in Song Xian's horrified gaze, a large wolf-toothed stick smashed down on his head. If this baton hit solidly, there would definitely be no life. My life is over. Song Xian's face showed despair. Yet in the next second, a golden stream of light broke through the air. Chapter 46 8 Gates Golden Lock Formation. A true powerhouse. Dang! With a crunching sound, the wolfsbane flew in response, spinning 6.5 weeks in the air before crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Song Xian, who could not care about the excitement after the robbery, turned his horse and ran wildly toward Yenmen Pass. Tuobalai subconsciously wanted to dial the horse to chase and kill, only in his heart for no reason to feel a crisis. Recalling the arrow just now, he hastily stopped the momentum, turning around and pulling out the wolf tooth stick stuck in the ground. He similarly beat his horse back to the barbarian army formation. Watching Song Xian safely return to the city, Liu Ye put down the golden bow in his hand. It should be said that Tuobalai was worthy of being a barbarian pride, and the weapons he used were extraordinary. To draw this golden bow, at least 5,000 pounds of huge strength was needed. Together with the special golden arrows, the combination of the two, the limit range had reached a terrifying 2 kilometers, comparable to the sniper rifles of the previous world. Good archery skill, virtuous brother. Zhang Liao was also so excited at this time that he patted Liu Ye's shoulder. He was all prepared to lose one of his lieutenants, but he didn't expect Liu to surprise him once again. To be able to fly a wolfsbane with a single arrow at a distance of more than 300 paces, just this terrifying eyesight alone was already no less than an average divine archer. Although a divine archer could lock onto a target with his arrow intent, he first had to see the target. Therefore, having a good eye is the foundation of becoming a divine archer. Song Xian then returned to the city wall and apologized to Zhang Liao. My subordinate is incompetent. Please forgive me, my lord. Song Xian knelt on one knee, his face reddening. There's no harm in it. This is also due to my general's poor thinking. Zhang Liao helped Song Xian up. He had only just figured out what the barbarian side was planning. It's just that I want to use the fight to come in as a preemptive strike, to boost the morale because of yesterday's change of heart. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent out a 7th grade Qi gathering realm general at the very beginning. This level of military generals, even if placed in the Great Han where there are many experts, that is also a mainstay existence, and easily will not make a move. Thank you, Your Honor. Song Xian got up in shame, suddenly saw Liu Ye holding a golden bow on the side, and immediately realized that the one who saved his life just now should be this one. As Zhang Liao's vice general, he was not a stranger to Liu Ye. Originally thought it was the Lord Commander's relatives, arranged to the barracks gold-plated, but I did not expect to have such amazing archery skills. I really have eyes without pearls. Thinking of this, Song Xian hurriedly bowed towards Liu Ye. Your Excellency's kindness in saving his life. Xian has no teeth to forget. In the future, if there is a need, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. In fact, it's not quite appropriate to say that in his position. After all, the old leader is right next to you, and you're going through fire for someone else. But Zhang Liao wasn't the kind of person who liked to get on the wrong side of the law. After all, a life-saving gift is greater than heaven, and you can't thank them enough. Rumble. It was also at this time that a sudden change was born on the side of the barbarian army. A barbarian soldier was seen starting to move quickly, and in a moment's time, a figure similar to the 8 trigrams was formed. 8-gate golden log formation. Zhang Liao recognized this ancient soldier formation with just a glance. I wonder what this 8-gate golden log formation says. Liu Ye had naturally heard of this famous formation that had been passed down through the ages, but after looking at it for half a day, he froze and couldn't see anything. The so-called 8-gate golden lock focuses on the word lock. This formation can evolve into 3 realms: locking people, locking the earth, and locking the sky. If I'm not mistaken, the other party is afraid that they have already evolved this formation to the earth-locking realm. Once formed, this area will be completely sealed off by the array, including the life-giving qi that nourishes all things. In time, the entire Yanmen Pass will be reduced to a dead zone. After hearing Zhang Liao's explanation, Liu Ye man was dumbfounded. This was nothing like the military formations he remembered. Why did it sound so metaphysical? Even the air can be blocked. Should we be so perverted? One could imagine what a desperate situation it would be as time went on and the air throughout Yanmen Pass became thinner and thinner, with everyone slowly dying in asphyxiation. Does Brother Zhang have a way to break the situation? Being in the same military formation realm, Zhang Liao shouldn't be at his wit's end. Yes, but it's up to you, sage brother, to break the ice. Looking at Zhang Liao's eyes full of expectation, Liu Ye manages to go numb. You're not going to make him write poetry again, are you? In the next second, though, Liu realized that he had gotten off on the wrong foot. The 8-gate golden lock cannot be broken from the inside. It can only be broken from the outside. Now that the formation hasn't been completely formed, Virtuous Brother can lead an elite troop to take the lead in rushing out of the range of the formation. This is the 8 gates golden lock formation array diagram, so Xian Di can see what he can do when the time comes. Zhang Liao pulled out a jade disc and reached out to caress it. Immediately a 3-dimensional projection appeared, precisely the 8-gate golden lock formation. The tech tree in this world is confusing, primitive in places and uncharacteristically advanced in others. For example, the piece of holographic projection, much more advanced than the 21st century Earth, has been completely naked i3D. Rumble. The city gates opened again, and then Liu Ye led 100 cavalrymen out in a line. However, it did not rush towards the barbarians' home formation, but instead made a sudden turn midway and ran wildly along the city wall. Sir, 100 riders have charged out of the range of the formation. The halberd-wielding barbarian general beat his horse and came to the carriage frame, bowing his head to report. Who's the leader? It's a young junior. Oh, Zhang Liao is not a mediocre person. This youngster is afraid that he is not simple. You lead the team yourself and bring him back to me. Yes. The halberd-wielding barbarian general clasped his fist and left. Meanwhile, Liu Ye's side managed to break through the barbarians' blockade after some killing. It was also mainly because the barbarian side was in the process of condensing their military formation and couldn't spare much manpower. Sitting on the back of the dragon descendant, Liu Ye took out the array disc to compare it with the barbarian army formation in front of him. Soon, Liu Ye discovered a formation node. Although it wasn't a core node, if it could be broken, it could also hold off the time for the military formation to take shape. Charge! With a wave of his halberd, Liu Ye took the lead and charged in that direction. Pust! With a sweep of the halberd, several barbarian soldiers on the outskirts of the military formation were cut off at the waist. Liu Ye did not delay and charged straight towards the node. 10 minutes later, leaving behind a field of barbarian corpses. Liu Ye led the crowd to head off. The essence of guerrilla warfare is to fight fast and leave immediately after the fight. A few minutes later, a barbarian general with a halberd arrived. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, his expression was ancient, and he couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. Found you. The halberd-wielding barbarian general snapped his head up to look into the distance, the corner of his mouth pulling out a cruel smile. Hiss, casually killing a barbarian centurion who blocked the way. Liu Ye suddenly shivered. Withdraw. Seeing that this node had been pretty much destroyed, Liu Ye led the remaining 90-odd cavalrymen to quickly leave, not giving the other side a chance to close in. Not bad, not bad, another 400 killed. Taking a glance at the progress of wannabe, Liu Ye instantly smiled with joy. At this rate of killing, we might reach our goal in the next 2 days. The only pity was that he hadn't encountered an enemy with a physical strength of over 5,000 pounds, or else he could have pushed the progress of 1 power to 10 in the meantime, perhaps in order to satisfy Liu Ye's request. He saw that 100 meters ahead, a barbarian military general holding a blood-colored halberd suddenly appeared. Sitting on the back of his horse like that and pacing slowly towards the side, Liu instinctively strangled the dragonborn to a halt, his eyes narrowing slightly. From the other party, Liu Ye felt the aura belonging to a strong person. The eye of truth opened, and in the next second, an incomparably gorgeous panel presented itself. Chapter 47, True Intent of the Second Tribulation. Blessed by a fortune. Name, Takumi Tai, Kim. Cultivation, martial arts. Realm, Chi gathering, perfection. Power, 15,000 pounds. Wenchi, 0. Techniques, sword technique, perfection. Halberd technique, 2 Jack true intent. Archery technique, perfection. Gunnery technique, perfection. War power, absolute. Hiss. Even with Liu Ye's heart, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw this attribute panel. With the same golden template, Tuoba E was completely different from Tuoba Tai in the same realm. You guys go ahead. After reading the other party's attributes, Liu Ye decisively waved his hand towards the crowd behind him. Can't care about them in a fight later. And Tuoba Tai's goal for this trip was only Liu Ye, so he didn't make a move to stop the departing crowd of cavalrymen. Taking a deep breath, Liu calmed his mind a little. As the saying goes, the one who meets on a narrow path is the one who wins. And since you can't hide from it, then you should fight to the death. The dragon descendant also seemed to feel a big battle coming. His whole body muscles bulged. His front hooves couldn't stop stomping on the ground, a look of ready to go. Suddenly, Liu Ye felt an overwhelming will cover the pressure, and his body seemed to be put in a layer of shackles, unable to move a single bit. Is this the true intent of martial arts? Technically speaking, it wasn't the first time Liu Ye had faced an enemy that possessed the true intent of the martial Tao. Back then, Tuoba Ye's technique had similarly reached the realm of intent, but the feeling it gave him was completely different from this moment. Perhaps it was because the opponent's arrow intent was completely overcome by his gold plating, so Liu Ye didn't feel much threat. And the true intent of martial Tao of the one in front of him gave him a magnificent and unrivaled feeling. Boom! Powerful spiritual energy erupted out, completely shattering the true intent of martial arts that enveloped his body, and Liu Ye regained control of his body. Although he had yet to condense the true intent of martial Tao, his soul was strong enough to compete with the true intent of martial Tao to a certain extent. It's just that soul power focuses on functionality and can't be compared to the true intent of the martial Tao in terms of pure killing, but it was more than enough for defense, civilian and martial arts. Somewhat interesting. Looking at Liu Ye, who had regained his mobility, Tuoba Tai revealed a rakish smile. Those who knew him well knew that it was an expression that only came out when he saw interesting prey. War. Liu knew better than to give his opponent time to build up his momentum and took the lead. Anon! The dragon descendant hissed up to the sky, sounding like a dragon's roar, startling Tuoba Tai's mount into retreating back and forth. Tuoba Tai frowned slightly and violently pulled on the reins, Raleigh pulling his mount to a human stand. Chop! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Liu Ye instantly struck out, the black dragon halberd breaking through the air, bringing up wind pressure that blew Tuoba Tai's black hair wildly. Dang! In the next second, a blood-colored halberd came first after it was fired, and the halberd blades intersected with each other, emitting a loud rumble. The shockwave that erupted exploded a large crater dozens of meters in circumference in its original location. When the dust settled, the two figures looked at each other from a distance of 10 meters, and there seemed to be electricity flashing in their eyes. Liu admitted that this one was the strongest enemy he had encountered so far. Even if Zhang Liao went up against this one, it would be hard for him to go past 50 moves. Just now, the two seemed to have exchanged only one move, but in reality, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. Liu almost pulled out all the stops, with his Super Saiyan form on, to barely get a draw. The key opponent had only held the halberd in one hand from the beginning to the end, obviously not using his full strength. Keep in mind that in Super Saiyan form, Liu's explosive power is already pushing the 40,000 pound mark, and Takumi Tai's physical strength was only 15,000 pounds. With such a large gap, the other party still performed with ease, and the key to this was that Tuoba Tai had already gathered chi. The so-called chi gathering is not to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, but to condense a kind of blood chi from one's own blood. If the blood transformation realm relied on consuming one's own blood to burst out with greater power, then the chi gathering realm was the ability to burst out with extreme power without loss. This is because it is no longer the blood itself that is consumed, but the chi that is born in the blood. The higher the quality of blood in the blood transformation realm, the stronger the chi condensed out. Judging from the exchange just now, the quality of the opponent's blood chi was definitely ridiculously high. Thinking of this, Liu Ye suddenly felt that he should add the item, blood quality, to the attribute panel. On the one hand, it could present a more three-dimensional picture of one's own cultivation progress in the blood transformation realm, and on the other hand, it could also be used to further understand the other party's extreme combat power. But now was not the time to think about that. First get through the immediate crisis. Good, you've managed to pique my interest. At this moment, the aura on Tuoba Tai's body changed violently, giving off a mountainous feeling. In the next second, a huge blood-colored halberd shadow chopped down across the sky. Before he even got close, the skin on Liu Ye's face had already cracked, revealing the scarlet flesh and blood inside. Tuoba Tai suddenly let out a muffled grunt, and a bloodstain similarly appeared on his face and was gradually deepening. This was the trait born after the perfection of refined skin damage rebound. This effect had never been triggered before because Liu had never been injured. Nowadays, it was considered the first time that Hurt Bounce had revealed his greatness, directly making even a chi-gathering realm that possessed unparalleled battle power suffer a stifling loss. But after all, it was only a 50% damage rebound, and Liu had taken heavier damage compared to Takumi Tai. He kind of felt what that barbarian commander felt when he faced Zhang Liao. That ubiquitous martial true intent was like an invisible bone-scraping knife that could not be defended against. Gold plating, open up for me. As Liu Ye's mind moved, a large amount of golden liquid wrapped around his entire body, instantly isolating those martial true intent attacks. Finally, the halberd shadow, which was entirely condensed from the true intent of the martial Tao, chopped down heavily. Liu Ye attempted to raise his black dragon halberd to block. However, he was chopped by the halberd's shadow and slammed straight into his chest. Boom! With a loud bang, Liu Ye's entire body flew out backwards, violently spraying out a large mouthful of blood. From the surface it looked unharmed, but the internal organs had taken a huge hit. Luckily, because of the previous fight, the golden battle pattern had covered part of the torso, isolating a portion of the power of the true intent of the martial Tao. Otherwise this time, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels are afraid to be instantly reduced to pieces. Of course, Tuoba Tai's side wasn't doing well either. With a 50% counter-injury, there was also blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth, obviously suffering from not-so-light internal injuries. Ahem! Liu coughed violently twice, then staggered to his feet. With his current combat power, he wasn't enough to go head-to-head with a chi-gathering realm that possessed unparalleled combat power. The reason why he could hold out until now was entirely because the other party had no killing intent at all, and had left his hand in every way. Although he didn't understand why the other party was like this, it gave Liu Ye an excellent opportunity to practice. Although he almost lost his life just now, he was also blessed by the misfortune. After personally feeling the true meaning of the martial arts, and it was still extremely suitable for the true meaning of his halberd technique, his understanding of the true meaning of the martial Tao instantly advanced by a huge step. If he could feel it more, he was confident that within a short period of time, he would be able to condense his own true intent of martial Tao. Again! Bang! Liu flew out across the room again. Then Liu was like the undefeatable little strong man, seemingly about to fall down in the next second, and every time he managed to struggle back up again. This was the repairing effect of the battle body fledgling plus the golden bone liquid. As long as he couldn't be killed at once, then he was an immortal existence. Pffffffffffffff. In the process, Takumi Tai was also vomiting blood over and over again, and the scene was quite bizarre. Finally, after knocking Liu Ye away for the 10th time, Tuoba Tai lost his patience to continue fighting, and the power that uniquely belonged to the true intent of the second happening martial Tao erupted in full force. Originally, there was still an illusory blood-colored halberd shadow. At this moment it seemed to have turned into substance, carrying a metallic texture. since you want to die, then I'll fulfill you. Tuobatai's eyes were icy cold, and then he swung downward violently. However, what happened next caused even this veteran general of the sands to be unable to stop his pupils from shrinking. Chapter 48, Golden True Intent. Unspeakable. Right at the moment when the blood-colored halberd shadow chopped down, an incomparably dazzling golden light suddenly erupted around Liu Ye's body. This light was grand and righteous, and as soon as it appeared, it deadened against the bloody halberd shadow, making it unable to descend any further. Martial way. True intent. Tuobatai slowly spat out 4 words, but it was as if he had exhausted all his strength. He had seen many geniuses, but this teenager in front of him had broken his perception of geniuses. He hadn't seen anyone who was able to comprehend the true intent of martial Tao on the spot, and who had just been born and hadn't even crossed the heavenly tribulation before being able to block his second tribulation true intent of martial Tao. Where in the hell did this demon appear from? It was a little too ridiculously strong. Meanwhile, Liu Ye's side had entered a marvelous state. One by one, the figures wielding the halberd intersected and overlapped in the sea of consciousness, densely packed. In the next second, all of these figures merged into one, eventually transforming into a true intent seed that slowly landed next to the Wenxin fledgling. The golden martial will and the white Wen Dao Qi were intertwined and distinct, perfectly illustrating what was meant by unity of opposites. It was because of the large amount of Wen Qi, plus the support of those 56 Wen Dao characters, that made the originally incomparably fragile primordial true intent become extremely tough. Even in the face of the pouring out of the second jack true intent, it was still able to separate itself from the others. Of course, this had something to do with the fact that the true meaning trait he had comprehended was powerful enough. The effect of Liu Ye's true intent of martial arts was simple. The stronger the battle intent, the more powerful it was, perfectly suited to the characteristics of the war body that feeds on war. To thank your excellency for helping me comprehend the true meaning of the martial arts. You will be the first to feel it. Liu slowly got up, a golden light in his eyes. A light golden-colored body of will energy began to spread downwards along the halberd shaft, and an indescribable aura gradually rose up. Those dragon patterns branded on the halberd shaft seemed to have all come to life at this moment, letting out a roar in unison. It's not enough. The opponent was, after all, a golden template chi-gathering realm powerhouse, 2 whole major realms higher, and the magnitude of the gap was not something that could be wiped out by an incipient martial true intent. 9 dragons unite and melt. Anon, a dragon's roar resounded in all directions, and in the next second, a golden dragon soul rushed out from the jade pendant, and then did not enter Liu Ye's body. Boom! An incomparably majestic power swept through the entire body, and the blood, flesh, sinews, skin, membrane, and soul, everything climbed dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, it reached an unknowable and unmeasurable realm. The enhancement effect of the dragon's soul does not focus on a particular aspect, but rather is a comprehensive enhancement of battle power. At this moment, if Liu Ye were to open the attribute interface, he would be able to see that the column of battle strength evaluation, which had turned into unspeakable, and the template had also changed from the previous 7 colors to the current colorful black. All the colors of the world cannot be depicted in their infinite variety. It is as if it were the origin of all the colors of the world. Black is deep and colorful. As for why it wasn't shown earlier, the probability was because the 9 dragons combined belonged to the foreign objects and wasn't counted by the system as one's own battle power. Liu Ye slowly raised the halberd in his hand, and in the next second, a 40-meter-long golden halberd shadow manifested, instantly piercing through Tuobatai's body. At this moment, time seemed to have come to a standstill. What is this? Power. Tuobatai lowered his head with difficulty, with 3 parts shock, 6 parts doubt and 1 part unwillingness in his eyes. Immediately afterward, the light slowly lost its luster in his eyes. Bang! At the same time, Liu Ye's body also shook, kneeling on one knee with the black dragon halberd, cold sweat pouring from his head. This dragon soul possession is too much of a burden on the soul. Liu Ye now only felt as if his brain had been stabbed with needles, as if his soul had been torn in half. He had somewhat underestimated the aftereffects of the dragon soul possession and also overestimated the strength of his soul today. Originally, he thought that the soul strength of the nurturing nature realm was enough to support a dragon soul's possession, but to his surprise, he was nearly drained just after holding on for a breath. Well, in the end, he won. Report. The 3rd node has been breached. Report. Node 5 has been breached. Report. The 8th node has been breached. Listening to the news of the array nodes being broken that kept coming from his ears, the middle-aged scribe's originally ancient and unperturbed expression was also a bit taut. What is going on? Haven T, you already sent someone over to settle that big Han cavalry? Even as a precautionary measure? He had made it a point to have Tuoba, the barbarian Grand Commander, personally take action. It's just a youngster. How strong can he be? Could it be that some other lineage has intervened? Thinking of this, the middle-aged scribe frowned. Don't look at the fact that he is now able to press the Yinmen Pass hammer. That's entirely because the Great Han didn't take this barbarian not to heart at all. Otherwise, not to mention the death of a chi-gathering perfection martial artist, even that 100,000 barbarian army could be swept away. As a son of the same lineage, he knew all too well how strong the energies of the major lineages of the Great Han were, especially those super families that have been passed down for thousands of years. Their depth is so deep that even that Lord of the Great Han, who sits high in the temple, does not dare to fight with them head-on. Looks like we'll have to ask the Lord for help, the middle-aged scribe murmured in a low voice, his eyes gradually deepening. At the same time, Liu Ye's side had also just killed his way out of the 9th formation node. Previously, in the battle with Tuoba, although he was injured quite heavily, after an hour of recuperation, he had already recovered. It's mostly just too much of an overdraft on the soul side. Fortunately, with the cultural chi nourishing at all times, it was still able to hold up. But the true intent of the martial way could not be utilized for a while. But that didn't affect Liu's killing speed in the least. Facing barbarian generals who were no higher than the refined body realm, Liu Ye could do one halberd at a time even if he only used 1/10 of his strength. There is a qualitative difference between meaning techniques and form techniques. And this gap was not only reflected in the true meaning of martial arts, but also an extreme sublimation of skill, no longer sticking to the so-called moves. A random hit contains infinite power, which is also known as the flat A, is a big move. That's why when Liu faced Takumi Tai in the first place, he was beaten back with one hand. It's really that the difference in technique is so great that the advantage in strength is infinitely diminished. Pust, casually stabbing a barbarian warlord to death, Liu Ye looked back. It was seen that the originally harmonious and orderly barbarian military formation was now hardened by Liu Ye and ripped open a few wounds. It's like a whole cheese that's been pitted by ants. According to Zhang Liao, every node of the formation that is knocked out can cause the formation to take shape 1 hour later, and now that 10 nodes have been broken, in a short period of time, Yinmen Pass should be safe. Continuously fighting with high intensity, even if Liu Ye possessed a battle body fledgling that nurtured battles with battles, he still felt a hint of fatigue at this moment. It's not so much a lack of energy on a physical level, but more of a fatigue of the soul. He needed to get a good night's sleep and recuperate now. Looking behind him at less than half of the cavalry group remaining, Liu Ye planned to go back to the city to recuperate first. After the baptism of this battle, these cavalrymen who survived, each one of them is a king of soldiers who can fight for 10, and has deeply learned the essence of guerrilla warfare. If they were dispersed into other armies, they could pull together dozens of teams proficient in guerrilla warfare in minutes. All hands, follow me back to the city. Yes, the crowd shouted in unison, and even though each of them carried injuries, their fighting spirit remained high. Liu Ye's performance during this period of time had completely conquered this group of unruly borderline fierce men. In their hearts, Liu Ye has just become the second Zhang Liao. Dozens of riders ran wildly through the grassland, trampling the turf. Wait, that's ultra telepathy activated. Liu looked up into the distant sky. In the next second, Liu Ye didn't hesitate to pull out the formation disc given by Zhang Liao and then crushed it with a single hand. Chapter 49, One man alone against 10,000 troops. You think you can kill me? Buzz. As the array disc was crushed, an invisible force covered dozens of cavalrymen, including the warhorses on their hips. In the next second, the crowd's movement speed jumped by a large margin, as if they had suddenly turned on nitrogen acceleration. Whoosh! It was also at this moment that a vast array of arrows fell from the sky above, covering a 100-meter radius. Fortunately, Liu Ye changed his direction of travel in advance, and with Zhang Liao's array disc accelerating him, he managed to avoid the densest area. Although there were still dozens of arrows that landed on top of the heads of the crowd, they were all blocked and left unharmed. At the same time, inside the luxurious carriage in the center of the barbarian army, there was a 3-foot square chessboard. However, what was placed on it was not chess pieces, but a live map of the entire Yinmen Pass, only to see a 3D projection floating in one corner of the board, which was clearly the scene where Liu Ye and the others escaped from the coverage of the arrows just now. Accelerated arrays. The middle-aged scribe was not surprised that Liu Ye and the others possessed array discs. The only thing that made him feel puzzled was that there didn't seem to be any shadows of the Shihua family in this team, and every face belonged to the native generals of Yinmen Pass. Is it really you? The middle-aged scribe's gaze was nailed dead on that face that was a little too young. Back to Liu Ye's side. After experiencing that rain of arrows without warning just now, he was also pumped up. He himself might not matter, but his group of men couldn't stop the rain of arrows. Even if a body refinement realm martial artist was claimed to be invulnerable to swords and spears, there was also the same defense limit. If you really want to be pierced through the heart by 10,000 arrows, that would also be an absolute death. After running at breakneck speed for another 10 minutes, Liu Ye suddenly changed his face. Liu Ye waved the crowd to a halt, then looked at the 2-ton leaders. You two take them and run deeper into the grassland, then find a safe place to hide. The 2-ton Shangs glanced at each other at the words, and then they clasped their fists in unison and saluted. Yes, while watching the crowd's silhouettes fade away, Liu Ye continued to run in the direction of Yanmen Pass. Inside the carriage, looking at the more than 50 cavalrymen that gradually disappeared on the board, the middle-aged scribe just smiled and didn't care too much about it. His target had been Liu Ye since the beginning, and others were no different from ants in his eyes, not attracting the slightest interest from him. At this time, when he looked at the board again, he saw that the barbarian army that had originally surrounded the neighborhood of Yanmen Pass had been reduced by half at some point. On the other hand, a single figure appeared around Liu Ye, and in the blink of an eye, Liu Ye was surrounded. At a glance, there were no less than 10,000 people, and they continued to grow. Walking at the front, it was clearly 8 barbarian military generals. Liu Ye swept through them one by one with the eye of truth. The weakest had the cultivation of 5 times of blood transfiguration, and the strongest had even reached blood transfiguration perfection. That's really looking up to me. Liu Ye also didn't expect that the other party would rather give up setting up the 8 gates golden lock formation and send a large army to kill him. What's this about? If the middle-aged scribe heard Liu Ye's words, he would definitely be unable to hold back his foul mouth. What the hell are you talking about? Breaking my army formation and killing my generals. This is an unshakable revenge. At a certain moment, Liu suddenly looked up at the sky and his lips quirked a few times. This scene seemed a bit inexplicable, but the middle-aged scribe sitting in the carriage and taking a general view of the situation was able to understand it. Liu had just apparently been having a conversation with him, and what was said was, "You think you can kill me? Interesting, so interesting." The middle-aged scribe laughed in anger and reached out to wipe his hand on the chessboard, a blood-colored ripple covering it. At the same time, the barbarian army around Liu Ye also gave birth to changes. They were seen to suddenly become red-eyed, and a bloodthirsty and berserk aura emanated from their bodies, especially the 8 barbarian military generals at the head of the group. Their power had even increased by half out of nowhere. Is that your response? Even though he was surrounded by wolves, the expression on Liu Ye's face remained calm. However, this verified one of his suspicions that the enemy did possess the ability to monitor the battlefield. This also explained how that shower of arrows just now could cover their position with precision. Ho 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 ho! Suddenly, growls like those of wild beasts rang out from all directions, and even the dragonborn paced a bit uneasily. Liu's left hand brushed against the dragonborn's neck, and the dragonborn instantly quieted down. Today, let's have a good kill. Anonymous. The dragon descendant seemed to be responding and excited, emitting an extremely penetrating dragon roar, which for a time actually overshadowed the hissing that covered the sky. Kill! Liu flung his halberd and took the lead in the charge. Roar! A barbarian warlord who had changed blood 7 times stabbed straight with his spear. Liu Ye didn't even care about the shot, and the black dragon halberd chopped straight down towards his opponent. Pust! Pust! 2 blood and flesh-tearing sounds rang out as the lance pierced into Liu Ye's chest, while the black dragon halberd directly chopped into the barbarian warlord's shoulder, all the way down to his waist, nearly chopping him in half. With Liu Ye's current defense, without turning on the gold plating, he would at most block attacks below the blood transformation realm. The previous great battle had consumed a large amount of golden bone liquid, so it was impossible to turn on the golden plating for the time being, and this method of fighting with wounds for wounds can end the battle the fastest, and is best suited for breaking out. It was only in the next second that Liu Ye couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. With a burst of blood mist rising, the terrifying lacerations on the barbarian warlord were seen to be recovering rapidly. However, accordingly, the barbarian military general's skin all over his body dried up and corrupted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the whole person instantly aged dozens of years. How is it that this barbarian's military formations are one more bizarre than the other? Before it was a sacrifice of teammates, now it simply sacrifices itself. And will there be sacrifices of civilians in the future? This heir to the military family behind the barbarians really didn't treat the barbarians as human beings, using all the evil military formations. In a sense, this is a curveball for the other side. In his heart, Liu Ye's hand movements are non-stop, while the other party has not fully recovered. Directly a halberd will be his head. He doesn't believe you can recover with your head gone. In the next second, however, Liu realized he was wrong. The head wasn't recovered, but it didn't affect the opponent's ability to continue fighting at all. He saw the headless corpse's entire body churning with qi and blood, which was clearly a precursor to using the burning blood strike. Nima. Liu Ye couldn't care less at this moment and forcefully stimulated the true intent of martial Tao. As a golden light swept across the room, the headless corpse instantly turned into white bones, too dead to die. Hiss. Forcibly enduring the stabbing pain in his soul, Liu Ye swept through the blockade of barbarian military generals and plunged headlong into the barbarian army. Kill. Liu Ye killed to madness, black dragon halberd in the hands of up and down. Casually, is several barbarian soldiers broken into two. In a short period of 10 minutes, the number of kills directly broke 1,000, and the progress of the wannabes mission even came to 7868/10,000. But the weird thing was that Liu Ye had killed so many barbarian soldiers, but not a single bit of blood could be seen on the ground, as if what he had just killed were just puppets with an empty skin. Kill, kill, kill. Kill as many as you can. The middle-aged scribe looked at the blood-soaked figure on the battlefield, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously hooked up. Dang! With a loud bang, the halberd that was spinning madly in Liu Ye's hand was stopped for the first time. Looking at the ruddy figure in front of him that seemed to have been soaked in blood, Liu Ye couldn't help but frown deeply, subconsciously opening the eye of truth. A splash of red color immediately came into his eyes. Chapter 50, Killing to the Point of Insanity. Achievement reached. Name, Tuoba Jia, Red. Cultivation, Martial Arts. Realm, Blood Changing, 9 times. Power, 27,000 pounds, 9,000 caddies. Wenqi, 0. Technique, Swordsmanship, Perfect. War Power, Unrivaled. This was the first time Liu had seen an enemy with a red template. It was just that the man's peerless combat power clearly came from an unusual source, as evidenced by the power column. So it is. Liu Ye looked around and saw the bloodless corpse on the ground, and then he probably understood why. Obviously, this person had been mentioned by the military formation in a raw manner with peerless battle power, and his true battle power should be at the purple transcendent realm. Tap tap tap, and as Liu Ye was stopped like that, the other 6 military generals rushed over with him. These people, like Tuoba Jia, were all blood red, and the surface of their skin seemed to be wrapped in a film of blood. A sweep of the Eye of Truth showed a significant increase in everyone's power. The weakest ones were all above 10,000 pounds, and their battle strength all reached the ultimate. Although it was a far cry from the Tuoba Tai he had encountered before, facing 6 of them at the same time was quite a challenge. Not to mention the fact that there was also a peerless battle power Tuoba Jia watching from the sidelines. Liu Ye was also feeling a lot of pressure at the moment. In the next second, Liu Ye was seen holding his halberd with one hand in a sweeping motion, blocking the attacks of the 6 golden military generals. At the same time, the palm of his left hand flipped, and a E character appeared. 56 characters with varying effects. The previous city character was good for group combat, the kind that smashes a lot of people, but the downside was that the forward swing was too long. This will character, on the other hand, is more in favor of spiritual will. Before the energy of the intent character was exhausted, Liu Ye could utilize his true intent of martial Tao infinitely without causing any burden to his soul. Buzz, tapping the E character towards his brow, he transformed it into a pure soul force and integrated it into the sea of consciousness. Because this thing was an alien object, there was no way to use it to replenish one's own soul power. It could only be used as a backup energy source. With a thought, Liu Ye's black halberd was gradually covered by a golden energy body, and an invisible aura covered the entire field, facing Tuoba Jia, who possessed peerless battle power. Without utilizing his true intent of martial arts, Liu Ye wasn't sure that he could kill him. Swish! A halberd was swung out, and the golden halberd blade broke through the air and chopped straight at Tuoba Jia. Tuoba Jia crossed his sword to resist, and the other 6 barbarian martial generals also broke away from the suppression of the martial will and surrounded him again. This was followed by a series of clashing sounds of weapons. In terms of pure physical strength, Liu Ye was indeed no match for Tuoba Jia. Even if he turned on his Super Saiyan form, he could at most play 50-50 with the opposite side, because the opposite side could likewise explode the power of Qi and blood. However, as the battle progressed, Liu Ye's true intent of martial Tao became more and more prevalent. At a certain moment, along with a clicking sound coming out, the weapons of the 7 barbarian military generals were chopped off in unison by the black dragon halberd. However, at the same time, the energy of the E character was also completely exhausted. Chop! Liu Ye was naturally unwilling to give up such a rare opportunity, and strongly braced himself to send out a final attack that contained the true meaning of the martial arts. Put! The golden blade of the halberd swept past the necks of the 7 barbarian military generals. and 7 bloodstained heads shot up into the sky. Boom boom boom. However, in the next second, the 7 headless corpses violently burst apart, and an endless mist of blood enveloped the land in a 100-meter radius. After a long time, the blood mist dissipated and Liu Ye's figure was revealed. Ahem! Liu coughed violently and spat out 2 mouthfuls of bruised blood. At this time, whether it was Liu Ye or the dragon descendant, their appearance was extremely wretched. That explosion just now was no less powerful than 7 peak blood-changing realms executing a blood-burning strike. Fortunately, after a fight just now, the golden battle pattern had already covered 90% of the body area, and only the remaining 10% was severely damaged. It was just that compared to the injuries to the physical body, the damage at the soul level was even more serious. That last strike of martial true intent made the already overdrawn soul even worse, and he was now relying on a surge of will to stay awake. As for the dragon descendants, instead, with the advantage of thick skin and flesh, they hardened themselves against this wave of explosions. It looks miserable, but in fact, all the injuries sustained are superficial and harmless. A top-grade warhorse could even carry a martial true intent, and no matter how strong the burning blood strike was, in terms of offensive ability, it was not enough to match the martial true intent. Ho 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 ho! Just then, the barbarian soldiers on the periphery hissed and gathered around. Kill! Liu Ye forced himself to get up. The black dragon halberd in his hand danced wildly. His movements were wide open, killing no one within a 3-foot radius of his surroundings to gain a foothold. In the end of the kill, Liu Ye's consciousness had gradually blurred, and all that was left was to mechanically dance the black dragon halberd, but his speed was getting slower and slower. Hey, you are indeed very strong, but unfortunately, in the end, it's just reckless bravery. Looking at the figure on the chessboard that looked like a trapped beast, the corner of the middle-aged scribe's mouth slowly curled up, only to freeze violently again in the next second. Kill! Suddenly, a huge turquoise-blue blade shadow was seen flashing above the battlefield, hardening a 3-meter wide and 40-meter long channel from the barbarian army. At the end of the passageway was Zhang Liao, who was holding the yellow dragon hook sickle sword. Behind it, there were thousands of cavalry. These were newly formed cavalry, and the source of the mounts was naturally the 3,000 barbarian vanguard that Liu Ye had exterminated. Don't panic, virtuous brother, my brother is coming. Hearing Zhang Liao's voice, Liu Ye looked up with difficulty, then his spirit was so loose that he fell headfirst onto his horse. The last sight he saw before passing out was only the figure of Zhang Liao charging playfully. A day later, Liu Ye awoke from his bed and rubbed his somewhat fuzzy head. Quickly, go inform the Lord Commander. Not caring about the voices outside the door, Liu Ye began to check his own status. Overall, the injuries sustained were more severe than the last battle with Lin Guang, especially the overdrawn soul power. It was hard enough to recover without recuperating for 10 days and half a month. This is still because he has the one qi nourished at all times. If he were an ordinary person, it is still a toss-up whether he can wake up or not. Habitually opening the system, Liu Ye suddenly realized that he had swiped 2 new achievements today. Looking at the system log, it turned out to be yesterday's battle, which directly achieved both, 1 force to fight, and 10,000 foes, at the same time. Only at that time, he killed until his consciousness was blurred, and he didn't pay any attention to the system prompts. Glancing at the system space, in it, in addition to the 9 Imperial Beast pills that were not used before, there were 100 more blood-red-colored pills and a purple-colored pill. It was certainly the Dragon Blood Pill and the Dragon Elephant Pill. Liu Ye first read the introduction of the Dragon Blood Pill. Dragon's Blood Pill contains a trace amount of dragon's blood, enhancing the quality of the bloodline after taking it. When Liu Ye saw the effects of the Dragon Blood Pill, he subconsciously treated it as an upgraded version of the Imperial Beast Pill. Just immediately after, Liu Ye realized that this thing seemed to be more suitable as a special elixir for the blood transformation realm. If the blood of the whole body can be raised to the level of dragon blood, then the extracted qi will be so strong that it will not be seen by anyone before or after. If the Dragon Blood Pill is this strong, how strong should the Dragon Elephant Pill be? With anticipation, Liu Ye tapped on the information interface of the Dragon Elephant Dan. Chapter 51 Dragon Elephant Power. Breakthrough to Blood Transformation Realm. Dragon and Elephant Dan. After taking it, you can get the power of 1 dragon and 1 elephant at the highest level, which can enhance the strength of 50012. 500 pounds according to the individual's physique and have a certain probability to condense the true form of the dragon and elephant. Hiss. Rather than being mentally prepared, Liu Ye was also startled by the effects of the Dragon Elephant Dan. This boost was the basic physical strength. If you added the double strength curing of the golden muscles, 1 Dragon Elephant Pill is equivalent to a boost of 5,000 to 25,000 pounds of tremendous strength. and with Liu Ye's physical body potential, it was not impossible for him to be able to utilize 90% of the efficacy of the dragon elephant pill, or even 10% of the efficacy, to say the least. Liu Ye was about to take the dragon elephant dan to see the effect, when the camp tent was suddenly lifted by someone, followed by Zhang Liao walking in quickly with a strong worry on his face. "Sage brother, you're finally awake." Seeing Liu Ye sitting at the head of the bed, Zhang Liao instantly raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Let brother Zhang worry." Liu Ye said that he was about to get up, but was stopped by Zhang Liao. "Xian brother mustn't say that. As a brother I would also like to thank you for saving my life on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of people in Yanmen. If it weren't for Xian Di fighting for his life, now Yanmen Pass would have been reduced to hell on earth." Hearing this, Liu Ye couldn't be bothered to be polite and hurriedly asked about the current situation. "Xian Di, don't worry. Since yesterday's battle, the barbarians' 8-gate golden lock formation has been completely nullified, coupled with the fact that Xian Di has decimated a number of the barbarians' main military generals as well as tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers. Without 10 days and half a month of bonding, there is no way that he will be able to set up his formation again. Even if it's barely laid out, it will at most reach the human locking realm, which won't have the slightest impact on the current situation at Yanmen Pass." Zhang Liao's tone was full of confidence. It was supposed to be a hardcore tactic, and it's no use locking people up as much as you can, because the old man simply won't go out. "So be it." Liu nodded. Now he could recuperate from his injuries in peace. As of now, the barbarians would basically not launch another attack on Yanmen Pass in a short period of time. "Here, virtuous brother, this is my family heirloom medicine. It's very helpful for your injuries." Zhang Liao suddenly took out a wooden box from his arms, and when he opened it, a black pill was placed inside. The pills were only the size of a soybean and emitted a burst of herbal fragrance. It was the first time Liu Ye had seen a native elixir, and it looked as if it was similar to the system-rewarded elixir. However, looking at Zhang Liao's solemn demeanor, it was clear that even for them, the great families, elixirs were a scarce treasure. "Thank you for your kind words, brother Zhang, but Liu Ye was just about to open his mouth to refuse, but was interrupted by Zhang Liao's voice. "Sage brother, don't excuse yourself. This is a small token of my brother's appreciation. In addition, I've already reported all of your merits to the assassin's office, and when this battle is over, I'm afraid that Xian Di will be on a level playing field. Moreover, if I can make friends with a supreme talent like virtuous brother with a single healing elixir, I'm afraid that old brother will wake up laughing in my dreams." Zhang Liao's words were not a deliberate compliment. If a great family wants to thrive, it is simply impossible to rely on its own heirs alone. No one can guarantee that every generation of the family will be able to appear a person who carries the throne. So absorbing some of the outside world's pride to join the family belongs to the regular operation of the family. It was only that Zhang Liao knew very well that with the size of his Zhang family, it was not enough to accommodate the great Buddha that was Liu Ye. But if you can make a good connection, you can benefit just as much. Liu Ye heard the meaning in Zhang Liao's words and didn't refuse anymore. Otherwise, Zhang Liao would have thought that he was intentionally trying to disassociate himself from the Zhang family. Zhang Liao then gave Liu Ye a few more words before turning to leave. As the commander of Yanmen Pass, it was naturally impossible for him to leave his job for a long period of time. In fact, leading the army out of the city to rescue Liu Ye yesterday was already considered quite risky. If not for Zhang Liao's high prestige in the army, I am afraid that he would have encountered a lot of resistance. When Zhang Liao left, Liu Ye put the wooden box aside and pulled out the dragon elephant dan and took it. Boom! A majestic medicinal power erupted from the body, and in the next second, Liu Ye's muscles and bones around his body chimed in unison, as if it was the sound of tigers and leopards thundering. Click, click, click. Liu Ye only felt that his entire body's bones began to grow, his muscles began to stretch, and even his meridians began to expand. It's an unimaginable metamorphosis. The medicinal power of the dragon elephant pill was only used to enhance the strength of the physical body, and the bones, muscles, and meridians were the main factors that determined strength. Finally, after 10 minutes, the medicinal effect of the dragon elephant dan was absorbed. Glancing at the attribute panel, sure enough, the strength column had changed from 24,000 pounds to 49,000 pounds, bringing the effects of the dragon elephant pill to its fullest. This was also expected from Liu Ye. Whether it was the Marrow Cleansing Pill in the beginning or the Fusion Battle Body prototype afterward, it had raised his physical body's potential to an unimaginable realm. If even he couldn't perfectly absorb the medicinal effects of the Dragon Elephant Pill, it would probably be hard to find a second person in the whole world. The only pity was that this time, he failed to comprehend the true form of the Dragon Elephant. But with my current power, If I were to face Tuobatai again, I shouldn't be able to use the dragon soul possession as a killing move anymore. As a matter of fact, using the dragon soul possession to kill Tuobatai in the first place belonged to killing a chicken with a bull's knife. Only there was no way, at that time, other than this bottom card. Liu Ye could not think of any other method that could break the game. So much for damage overflow, it's better than people being gone. However, the bottom card is ultimately only a last resort, and improving hard power is the way to go. With this thought in mind, Liu Ye planned to immediately advance to the blood transformation realm. He wasn't some kind of perfectionist. There was no need for him to have to raise his battle power to an unspeakable level before raising his cultivation, although that realm was indeed powerful beyond reason. As of now, other than fusing the 9 dragons together, Liu Ye had no other way to raise his battle power for the time being. However, the matter of fusing the 9 dragons together should not even be thought of in a short period of time. Just temporarily summoning a dragon soul to possess him drained his soul dry, not to mention directly becoming one with it. According to Liu Ye's estimation, when he stepped into the 6th grade literal realm, he might only have the qualifications to initially fuse the dragon soul. As for now, it's better to be honest about the blood change. Taking out a dragon blood pill and taking it, Liu Ye began to run the blood transformation realm's cultivation technique. Slowly, Liu Ye's skin was seen getting redder and redder, as if there was blood spilling out. This is a necessary process of blood exchange, eliminating the waste blood in the body and replacing it with more pure precious blood. The dragon's blood pill, however, speeds up the process and causes the newborn blood to take on the dragon's blood characteristics. As the waste blood continued to be eliminated from his body, Liu Ye's body was gradually wrapped in a cloud of blood mist around him. After a long time, the blood mist dispersed, revealing Liu Ye's figure. His skin became smoother and his musculature sharper and harder. The knife-like face gave a sense of majesty and depth. Her long hair was casually draped behind her head, blowing in the wind. The divine light around his body was dense, shining in all directions, as if an exiled immortal had descended to the earthly world. Is this the blood transformation realm? It's really strong. Feeling the surging power of chi and blood in his body, Liu Ye's heart gave birth to a kind of have-me-be invincible aura for no reason. The martial true intent that was originally still at the nascent level was vaguely transforming towards the level of the first happening true intent. Time to spice up the attribute panel. He had planned to add the item of chi and blood quality to the attribute panel before. While the number of blood changes is important for the gifted, 1 blood change is enough to be worth 2 or even 3 blood changes for an ordinary person. Moreover, Liu Ye was also a bit curious as to what kind of evaluation he could get from the system with his current quality of chi and blood. Chapter 52 The Power of the King's Blood. True Hijacking Pill. Name, Liu Ye, Red. Cultivation, Martial Arts/Literary Arts. Realm, 8th grade Blood Transformation Realm, once/7th grade Nurturing Realm, Introductory. Power, 50,000 pounds. 1 chi, 10,033 silk. Techniques, Swordsmanship, Great Success. Halberd, True Intent Prototype. Archery, Great Success. Gunnery, Small Success. Blood and Chi, King's Blood. Physique, Battle Physique, Introductory. War Power, Unrivaled. The attribute changes are pretty big, starting with a drop in the battle rating to the Peerless level, but that was to be expected from Liu. After all, he had only completed his first blood change, and to have Peerless battle power was considered to be deep in his heritage. In the case of an ordinary person, once they ascended, their battle evaluation would have to drop at least 2 levels in a row. As for the King's Blood, shown in the column of Chi and Blood, it was likewise a comprehensive evaluation system compiled by the system based on the quality of everyone's chi and blood throughout the ages. According to the proportion of increased power after the outbreak of chi and blood, it could be categorized from low to high into the 9 ranks of soldiers, generals, marquis, honors, kings, emperors, dragons, and gods. The percentage of increase is 80% for soldier blood, 90% for general blood, 100% for husband blood, 150% for honor blood, 200% for king blood, 250% for emperor blood, 300% for emperor blood, and 500% for dragon blood. As for the divine blood, according to the system, this was a bloodline grade that only existed in the ancient times, and it was basically impossible for people in later generations to possess it. And once they reached the divine blood level, the percentage of increase would all start at least 10 times, with no ceiling. Normally, blood exchange only has the most obvious effect in the first few times, and the further back you go, the smaller the boost. Therefore most people were in the blood transformation realm, and the highest they could reach was the whole blood level. Unless one could obtain a heavenly treasure similar to the dragon's blood pill, it would be possible to break through the shackles of whole blood. that is to say, even if I possess the dragon blood pill, the quality of my final chi and blood will only reach dragon blood at most? Liu couldn't help but frown. He wasn't a perfectionist, but this thing was different from a battle evaluation. Once one did not metamorphose into divine blood at the blood transformation realm, it would have far-reaching effects on all subsequent realms. The most direct effect was that the refined blood chi could not reach the limit level. I also wonder if there's a divine blood pill in the system rewards. Liu Ye couldn't help but long for it. If it was possible, he naturally still wanted to put up a fight, in case it materialized. As for the physique column, it was added by Liu Ye in order to monitor the progress of the battle body fledgling in real time. After that previous battle, the battle body had been initially condensed. The war tattoos not only covered the skin of the entire body, but a part of it penetrated into the muscles. Both the effectiveness of resisting non-physical damage and the speed of recovering from injuries have taken a quantum leap. If not, Liu Ye would not have been able to wake up in a day. Liu Ye had an intuition that when the battle tattoos covered the muscles of his entire body, new changes would appear. On top of that, the two items of strength and technique have also improved to varying degrees. The strength of the physical body was another 1,000 pounds more than at the refined body realm. Although the addition wasn't a lot, the cultivation of the blood transformation realm itself had little to do with strength. This 1,000 pounds of boost was still the strengthening effect attached to the dragon blood pill, and had nothing to do with realm boosts. And among the techniques, the strongest halberd technique rose from the form realm to the intent realm. However, because he hadn't crossed the heavenly tribulation, he was temporarily stuck at the true intent fledgling level. It only needs to be baptized by the heavenly tribulation to be metamorphosed into shape. Of course, this thing called heavenly calamity was definitely not to be crossed right now. How could one wait until the soul grief had been thoroughly nourished? In addition, the sword technique had also risen from a minor accomplishment to a major accomplishment, and even the gun technique, which had never been practiced before, had reached the minor accomplishment realm. As the saying goes, one method passes all methods. Halberd method breaks through to the level of the true meaning of the martial arts. Under the touch of class, along with other techniques have also been refined. After sorting through that, Liu checked the achievements that had been refreshed today. Master of Technique, Purple, Epic Achievement. Attainable by raising any one technique to the perfection realm. Achievement reward True Robbery Elixir *10. Forge Munchkin, White, a common achievement that can be reached by successfully building a white quality weapon. Achievement reward, Strengthening Stone *1. 2 achievements, 1 purple and 1 white. Technique Master, needless to say, it is decisively picked up. Anyway, it's a reward for nothing, so don't take it. Ding! Detected that your halberd realm has reached the true intent realm. Reached the epic achievement, Master of Technique. Obtaining the reward, True Robbery Elixir *10". True Heist Elixir, an elixir that contains pure true intent of martial arts as well as the power of the heavens. Good stuff. Liu's eyes lit up. Even though he had already reached the level of the true intent of martial Tao, the true robbery pill only had a quenching effect on him. However, the most powerful part of the true Jiedan was the quenching of the true intent. Don't look at the fact that heavenly tribulation could also play a role in tempering the true intent of the martial Tao. But this thing called heavenly tribulation was not reasonable. If the true intent of martial Tao was not strong enough, it would not be called quenching, but destroying. While using the true jackpot pill to quench the true intent, it was completely under Liu Ye's control, and there was no need to worry about losing control of it at all. In addition, the number of times that one can use the heavenly calamity to quench the true intention is limited after all. And after the 9 baptisms, one will no longer take care of it, and it will be a living scum. And the true hijack pill could have no limitations in this regard, which meant that it could infinitely strengthen the true intent of the martial Tao. If you refine it 100 or 80 times, then once it transforms from intent to potential, you can imagine how terrifying it will be. Temporarily storing the true heist pill in the system space, Liu Ye began to consider whether or not he should take on the second achievement. Honestly, he couldn't look at the rewards for normal achievements anymore, and the achievement also required him to handcraft a white quality weapon. This was determined by the system itself, and Liu Ye wasn't sure what kind of weapon would be considered white quality. In case the standard of judgment is high, it's a fucking pain in the ass. System, can you give a criterion for determining weapon level? Liu made a tentative request. Although this system was usually very high and cold, except for the necessary quest prompts, other times it simply didn't even take care of it. But when it really came to some underlying rules, the system wouldn't intentionally hide them from the public. For example, the 2 evaluation systems, Chi and Blood, and Battle Strength, The system had very thoughtfully given explanations. Sure enough, in the next second, a bunch of information suddenly appeared in his mind. The system has always been a man of few words, and the main thing is an efficiency. After a few moments of work, Liu Ye probably figured out what the so-called white quality weapon was. A simple conversion would be, white equals pig iron, green equals fine iron, and blue equals 100 forged steel. As for purple and above, it's another set of criteria to judge, so I won't go into that here. When you look at it that way, it does seem pretty simple. It's nothing more than building a weapon out of pig iron, so just smash a random dagger. This thing is a small amount of work and can be done in half an hour. It's not like specific weapon types are required anyway, so naturally it's as simple as it gets. Thinking of this, Liu Ye didn't hesitate and decisively took on the achievement of Forge Munchkin, just in time to catch up with Elder Meng. Getting up and out of bed, he exchanged words with the guard at the door and headed straight for his small courtyard. Since it's a visit, you certainly can't go empty-handed. But when he returned to the small courtyard, he saw a figure that surprised him a bit. Chapter 53, Pulling from the Wang Family. Big Brother's Attributes. Looking at that Wang clan's Wenqiu who was sitting on a stone bench with his eyes closed in contemplation, Liu Ye's footsteps lurched, but in the end, he still chose to go forward to greet him. My subordinate has met Lord Sima. What's meant to be is meant to be, and it's better to face it than to run away from it. Now that he had the three backers of Zhang Xian, Zhang Liao plus Meng Lao, Liu Ye didn't believe that the Wang family would dare to take action against him in the open. As for secret attacks, unless an existence above the Qi-gathering realm made a move, it was not possible to tell who would kill whom. Please don't. Liu Baicheng has made this great achievement. In the next few days perhaps it will be me who will give you a salute. Unexpectedly, this Wang Jiawenqiu's posture was put very low, and even had the intention of deliberately flattering Liu Ye. However, the more this happened, the more vigilant Liu Ye's heart became. As the saying goes, a dog that bites doesn't bark. He didn't think that with the Wang family's background, they would deliberately flatter a powerless centurion like him. Then there was only one possibility. The other party saw his status as a martial arts heavenly pride and wanted to pull him to join the Wang family. Sure enough, the next second Wang Jiawenqiu spoke. Truth be told, I have come here specifically on behalf of the Wang clan to invite Liu Baicheng to become my Wang clan's guest minister. All treatments are equal to the direct line of the Wang family. Liu Ye sniffed and sneered in his heart. Ever since he knew that it was the Wang family that was secretly helping the barbarians to abuse the people of Great Han, Liu Ye's opinion of the Wang family had dropped directly to the freezing point. Not to mention just enjoying the treatment of a direct lineage, or even enjoying the treatment of a family head, he would not hesitate to refuse. What qualification did a family that sold out for personal gain have to make him? Liu Ye, pledge allegiance? Thank you, Lord Sima, for your love. It's just that as a soldier, I should be responsible for protecting my family and defending my country. As for the candidate for this Wang family's guest secretary, I would like to ask Your Excellency to choose another person of high caliber. What Liu Ye said was already considered very euphemistic, but the meaning of rejection in it was quite obvious. When the Wang family's Wenqiu heard Liu Ye's words, his expression also stiffened, and his tone became cold for a few minutes. Chief Liu Bai can think it over. Refusing my Wang family's invitation is not a wise move. Liu Ye didn't care about the threat of the Wang clan's cultural cultivator. A small 8th grade god-nurturing realm cultural cultivator was just that. A snap of the fingers could destroy it. The only thing that concerned him was that the Wang family had apparently known that he had killed Lin Guang. Otherwise just declining the invitation would not have caused the Wang clan Wenqiu to immediately blacken his face. After all, the sale is not benevolent. Even if you can't be a guest secretary, it's good to make a good relationship. This is the normal way of doing things for the great families of the world. Threats at the drop of a hat like this one. That's a maneuver that's only taken when it has a definite impact on the family's interests. It's also known as since you can't be a friend, you can only be an enemy. However, Liu Ye was also long ago not the Wu Xia Meng, so what if the Wang family was more powerful, and it was impossible to raise the whole family against her? And as long as he was allowed to develop for a period of time, even toppling the entire Wang family was not impossible. Thus Liu Ye also unceremoniously began to drive people away. I've thought it through clearly. Your Excellency might as well please return. Do you realize that you turned down the only chance you had to stay alive? Wang Jiawenxiu's tone became even colder. Take your time. You. Looking at Liu Ye's determined eyes, Wang Hao was furious. The key to pulling Liu Ye in this time was also an opportunity that he had struggled to secure. Originally thought that with the prestige of their Wang family, pulling in a fledgling ruffian was not a handful, but did not expect Liu Ye to be so ungrateful. It's just that in this case, The Wang family is afraid that they will have to start the plan of cashing in their son. And he was the pawn that got blended. How could he be happy about that? But it was useless to be more unwilling. The will of a family was not something he could shake. Humph. I hope you won't regret it. Wang Hao snorted coldly and flung his sleeves away. Liu Ye didn't take this so-called threat to heart, and took out a jar of immortal drunk from the backyard before heading straight to Meng Lao's small courtyard. Elder Meng, the kid came to see. Elder Zhang, you're here too. As soon as he entered the door, Liu Ye shouted loudly until he saw Zhang Xian sitting across from Elder Meng, and only then did he hastily stop his voice. Zhang Xian was a descendant of Orthodox Confucianism and attached great importance to this aspect of etiquette. If he lost his manners in front of him, he would inevitably lower his impression points a bit. However, Liu Ye had obviously overthought or underestimated his position in Zhang Xian's heart. Zhang Xian didn't pay any attention to whether Liu Ye had lost his manners or not, and at the first moment he saw Liu Ye, he immediately got up and invited. Ha ha, little friend has come at the right time. Just now I was still chatting about you with old Meng too. Compared to Zhang Xian's enthusiasm, Elder Meng was staring at the wine altar in Liu Ye's hands without blinking. After a few moments of work, a fragrance of wine drifted out from the compound, right in front of the stone table. Liu Ye and the three of them drank a pot of wine together and talked happily. Liu Ye also took this opportunity to look at the attributes of the two men, and the first to pick was Meng Lao. Name, Menghuan, red, cultivation, bundo, craftsmanship, realm, 3rd grade ghost axe realm, perfection, strength, 9,999 pounds, wenqi, craftsmanship, 9 courses, note, 1 strand equals 10, 000 strands and 1 strand equals 10, 000 threads, technique, hammer technique, first heavenly momentum, blood and chi no, physique, none, battle power, artisan power, unrivaled. What Meng Lao cultivated was not a combat method, and it was obviously unreasonable to evaluate it purely on the basis of combat strength, so the system performed an adaptive transformation. I have to say, it's just smart. And after looking at Meng Lao's attributes, Liu Ye only wanted to say, awesome. The peerless level of craftsmanship evaluation meant that in the area of forging, Meng Lao had already reached a level that no one had ever seen before and no one would come after him. Going through the entire history, there are not many people who can surpass him in casting. Then he looked at Elder Zhang's panel, which was equally no less impressive. Name, Zhang Xian, Jean. Cultivation, bundo. Realm, 4th grade life establishment realm, perfection. Strength, 100 pounds. Wenqi, 9,999 strands. Techniques, avatar, spoken word, perfect. Mouthful of heavenly constitutions, perfect. Drawing the ground as a firmament, perfect. Flat steps to a new horizon, perfect. Writings for the way of the world, great achievement. Writings that produce flowery flowers, perfect. Poetry that suppresses the mountains and the rivers, perfect. Words that are worth 1,000 pieces of gold, perfect. Blood and chi no. Physique, none. War power, absolute. So the window cultivates divine powers. Liu had his eyes open today. These two looked amiable, but one was more terrifying than the other. Once the wine had passed, Liu also brought up the purpose of the trip. Elder Meng, I would like to borrow your forge room. Feel free to use it. Elder Meng casually waved his hand, his full attention on the wine at the moment. Entering the casting room, Liu Ye scanned the room and suddenly saw a piece of blackish iron in the corner. Just you. The iron pieces were put into the furnace for calcination, and in a short while, there was a sound of iron beating. With Liu Ye's marvelous control, even if it was only his first contact with the forge, he still fought decently. Slowly, the originally irregular piece of iron also gradually turned into the shape of a dagger. Barely, the dagger embryo was placed into the quenching pool, and a puff of white smoke emerged. Then after some fine polishing, a short dagger with a cold light was created. Only after waiting for half a day, he still didn't wait for the system prompt. What's going on? Liu Ye picked up the dagger and swung it. The sound of the tearing air was enough to prove its sharpness, which had obviously reached the standard of a white-quality weapon. Is there some step missing? Liu carefully recalled the forging and didn't feel that anything had been missed. And so on. If I really have to say there was any oversight, it was the raw material for the dagger. What the system requires is that you must build a weapon by hand, the implication being that no one else can interfere. And Liu Ye took a piece of iron and fashioned it directly into a dagger, which was clearly out of order. It seems that one must also start building from iron ore. Throwing the dagger casually on the weapon rack, Liu Ye found 2 fist-sized pieces of ore from the storehouse. These are 2 raw stones that have not been processed twice and are thought to meet the requirements of the mission. Say, how do you extract iron from iron ore again? Liu Ye knew that there is a blast furnace iron refining method, but this method requires too high a temperature. in front of the small furnace is afraid that it is difficult enough to reach. It's just a matter of applying for off-site help. Liu Ye decisively took the 2 oars and asked Elder Meng. However, after hearing Liu Ye's question, Elder Meng almost couldn't hold back the wine in his mouth as he sprayed it out, an old face suffocating in red. Elder Meng, you are. Liu scratched his head. Was he being funny with that question? Elder Meng slowed down a little before speaking out to explain. Chapter 54, The Moist's Method. Flat steps to the stars. Don't you know that the only way to refine ore is with craftsmanship? Previously, when he heard Zhang Xian give Liu Ye a fierce boast, he thought that Liu Ye was a heavenly pride of the way of letters cultivated by a certain family, but he didn't expect that he wasn't even clear about this point of common sense, which was really strange. Dare I ask Elder Meng, how do I obtain this crafting chi? Liu Ye also didn't expect the rules of this side of the world to be so arcane. It seems that some of the knowledge from his previous life may not always be applicable here. It's simple. Join my Mo family and I'll teach you the forging method. Meng Lao looked at Liu Ye with a smirk, his appearance resembling a big bad wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood. Hey, old Meng too, you don't want to mislead people. This is the pride of my Confucian poetry course. What kind of forging method to learn? Zhang Xian, who was old and calm on the side, quit and immediately spoke out to stop it. You Confucians are nothing. My Mo family is the strongest. I don't know what Meng Lao has gone through, but the descendant of a Confucian Yashin has crazily belittled his own ancestors' school of thought. You fart. Zhang Xian couldn't care less about etiquette at this point, and directly started spraying. Looking at the 2 old men suddenly arguing with each other, Liu Ye was also quite headstrong. 2 seniors first stop arguing. Can't we practice both families' laws at the same time? Liu Ye has long felt that the practice of literature in Taoism is somewhat deformed. A good 100 schools of thought, but each other's broom, and in the end even become a dominant. How can this collide with the sparks of wisdom? As a modern man, Liu thinks this is bad. Anyway, he has no so-called gateway knowledge. As long as it's useful, it's good knowledge. However, hearing Liu Ye's words, the 2 shook their heads in unison. The Tao of literature can only specialize in one school, and the essence of the literary chi cultivated by different schools will be different. Thus it is impossible for them to coexist. Zhang Xian spoke out to explain. When Liu Ye heard this, the man was dumbfounded. Wouldn't that make it impossible to ever reach the Forge Munchkin achievement? Is there really no possibility at all? Liu Ye was a bit unwilling. There is, but that doesn't make sense. Elder Zhang looked like he suddenly remembered something, then shook his head. Liu Ye was anxious. You all don't talk in half-ah. Please also ask Elder Zhang to speak clearly. Zhang Xian saw that Liu Ye was so persistent, so he had no choice but to say, if you want to study other schools of thought as well, then you can only gather your literary heart to achieve greatness. The fundamental reason why great scholars are able to swim in the river of the literary path and follow all laws with a single word is that they use the heart of literature to substitute for the heart of heaven and evolve all things in heaven and earth with the chi of literature. Although I have not yet reached the great scholar realm, but since even the heavens and earth can be evolved, transforming into the literary chi of other schools of thought will not be a problem. It's just that those who can accomplish great Confucianism are originally people with strong wills, and will not change their practice to another method. Your old man means that the literary heart can transform the essence of literary chi? Liu Ye keenly grasped the focus of Zhang Xian's words. That's right, condensing the heart of literature means that the way of literature has stepped into the realm of great fulfillment, and there's no need to stick to the so-called differences between schools. Zhang Xian nodded affirmatively. The great Confucian realm was his lifelong quest, so naturally he knew a lot about it. Then it's done. Liu's mind was certain. He definitely couldn't reach the great scholar for a short time, but he had the literary heart. What's done? Zhang Xian froze. What I mean is that since the great Confucian realm can cultivate all the laws at the same time, then I can also try cultivating the Majia Dharma. Liu Ye didn't dare to say that he had already coalesced Wenxin, and could only find a random excuse to round it off. Nonsense. Zhang Xian was so shocked that he stood straight up when he heard this. Meng Lao rather dominantly pulled Liu behind him, rolled up his sleeves and was ready to get started. It was true that he couldn't beat martial artists of the same rank or even 2 ranks lower, but it was still easy to beat a handless Wenxiu, who let him be high in the realm of Wendo. Those divine abilities couldn't work on him at all. Old Meng, why are you following the nonsense? His attainments in poetry were high enough to be honored among his peers. If you change your cultivation to the Mahis Dharma, you are simply destroying your own future. As a Confucian giant, he could not sit back and watch a Confucian pride go astray. Then I don't care. Since Kid Liu is interested in casting together, then I can't turn away. Besides, Confucianism has long since deteriorated nowadays, and it's better not to practice that crap. Seeing Meng Lao's hobnailed appearance, Zhang Xian was angry and anxious in his heart, so he could only turn his target, look at Liu Ye, and said in a serious tone, "Little friend, listen to the old man. The way of the Mosey family has already declined, and there is no future in it. Good old knucklehead, if you can't rob someone, you slander them, don't you? Liu kid, don't listen to his nonsense. Confucianism water is too deep, you can't grasp it, which is not as easy as learning ironworking from me." Seeing that these two had a tendency to quarrel again, Liu Ye could only stand out with a stiff upper lip and explain, "I'm sorry Elder Zhang, I have reasons for having to cultivate the ways of the Mahists, but don't worry, I won't give up on Confucianism either. Since the ancient sages were able to explore a path of cultivation in the midst of nothing, I believe that I can also create a path to the heavens that can cultivate all the laws at the same time." This was naturally Liu Ye's hocus pocus, and he was able to cultivate the 10,000 laws concurrently solely by condensing the heart of literature in advance. This path is not universal at all, it's the only one. The key Zhang Xian he didn't know. Seeing that Liu Ye was young enough to dare to take the ancient sages as his life's goal, he was somewhat ashamed while admiring them. After living most of his life, in the end, he hadn't been able to see through a teenager. All along, they had been merely picking up the wisdom of their predecessors and had never thought of creating a new path for the people of the world. Old me has been taught. Zhang Xian bowed at Liu Ye. Liu Ye hastily dodged to avoid, "Zhang old white so. The kid this is also a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers." More or less some arrogance between the words. "I hope Zhang old forgive me. He wouldn't dare to accept this gift. Ha ha, what a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers." Zhang Xian laughed, then looked at Meng Huan. "Since you're going to teach, then teach properly. If you dare to hide it, I can't help but go up to the Meng family and say that you, the Meng family, will only mislead people. What else do you need to say? My Mo family has always been eclectic, so as long as you want to learn, you are bound to teach me. It's not like you, Confucianism, with a bunch of broken rules." It can be said that Meng Lao did not miss the slightest opportunity to dig at Confucianism, and he did not know what exactly was the enmity and what the grudge was. However, Zhang Xian now couldn't care less about these verbal disputes. His body's literary qi suddenly had some strange movements, and even vaguely had the signs of condensing the heart of the text. Didn't even have time to say goodbye, directly set up a ball of green clouds rushing up to the sky, blinking out of sight, looking at Liu Ye dumbfounded. "There's no need to make a fuss, it's just a Confucian flat-footed divine ability." One could hear a hint of sourness in Meng Lao's tone. Don't look at him as variously looking down on Confucianism, but that is only to look down on the hegemonic acts of Confucianism. In terms of the number of Taoist avatars alone, Confucianism is definitely the premier existence. Alright, since the people who were in the way are gone, I'll officially teach you the method of casting, but I still have to ask you one last time. Are you sure you want to switch to the Magya Dharma? Once you start, there can be no turning back. In a responsible manner, Elder Meng still couldn't help but remind. "I'm sure." Liu nodded affirmatively. With the Wenqin fledgling in place, there was nothing to hesitate about this press, and it could be converted at will anyway. Alright, in that case, let's briefly tell you about our Mo plan's cultivation system first. Chapter 55, Wenqi Giveaway. True Spirit Fragments. The first three realms are all the same. The difference only lies in the fact that everyone else is accumulating Wenqi, and we Mozi are accumulating craftsmanship qi. As for the way to acquire smithing qi, it's also very simple. Just build things, like casting weapons, assuming, of course, that this weapon is not meddled with by others throughout. Hearing this, Liu Ye suddenly raised his hand. "Elder Meng, I have a question. Since smithing qi is needed to build weapons to obtain it, and smithing qi is needed to refine iron ore, isn't this caught in a deadly cycle?" Naturally not. Forging weapons is only one way to obtain smithing qi, but not the only way. In the beginning, all need to start with the simplest, such as building a wooden table, or polishing a stone bench. As long as the object you make can be recognized by the Wendo Chanha, there is a certain probability that you will be able to enlighten your spirit, and thus formally step into the path of cultivation. I see. Liu nodded. It's the same as Confucianism enlightenment, which requires constant reading, and Mahist enlightenment, which requires constant building of items. Both are a process of water polishing. Liu, on the other hand, skipped the process by utilizing the Bunchen fledgling. But since you have a foundation in the way of letters, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Just keep building, and you can slowly transform the Wen Qi in your body towards craftsmanship Qi. Saying this, Meng Lao suddenly turned around and walked into the house, and then a crackling commotion could be heard from inside. After a long time, Meng Lao walked out covered in dust, holding a thick tome in his hand. Here's the complete explanation of the mercurial technique I used to put together, which should help you," said the man, handing over the booklet. Liu Ye reached out and took it, and just as he was about to flip through it, he heard Elder Meng say, "Ahem, it's not too late to go back and read it again. I'll finish the Magya Dharma with you first." After the accumulation of craftsmanship chi in the lower three realms, one is considered to have officially stepped into the ranks of a craftsman. According to the level of skill, the three realms in the Mo clan can be categorized into the 6th grade Ngong realm, the 5th grade craftsman realm, and the 4th grade casting spirit realm. Starting from the 4th grade, the objects that are created will have preliminary spirituality and will no longer be mundane, possessing all sorts of unbelievable powers. And once you create an object that possesses a spirit, you can use it to condense your craftsmanship and step into the 3rd grade Ghostax realm in one fell swoop. As far as going further, I'm still exploring that as well. However, according to the Mo plan's canonical records, the 2nd grade is the divine worker realm, and the 1st grade is the divine artisan realm. Speaking of this, Elder Meng seemed to be a bit thirsty and picked up the wine cup on the table and drank it all in one go. Well, that's all I'm going to say. The Mahists preach that practice makes perfect, and the subtleties of craftsmanship still need you to experience them for yourself. Many thanks to Elder Meng for his teachings. Liu Ye bowed and then returned to his own small courtyard with the book, The Complete Explanation of the Magya Technique. Turning it over, an incomparably majestic literary aura immediately emerged, far surpassing those holy books that he had read before. This was normal. Meng Lao was at least a great man of the 3rd rank of the Wen Dao. A tome written by his own hand would not be comparable to those ordinary tome transcribed by a bystander. It is this word really cannot let people compliment, is really ugly to a certain realm. It was good that it didn't interfere with the viewing, so Liu Ye watched patiently. The day passed by quietly, and Liu Ye had read this book, The Complete Explanation of the Magya Technique. The part of the text on it was actually not much. It was mainly all the design drawings of various items, which almost included all the artificially created objects from ancient times to the present day, and it made Liu's scalp numb to look at it. But the harvest is also quite a lot. In addition to when she directly raised more than 10,000 threads, for the Magya techniques are even more profound knowledge. On theoretical knowledge alone, Liu Ye thinks that he is not much worse than Meng Lao, and all kinds of drawings are simply easy to use. Rubbing his hands together, Liu was ready to try the results. Then, a jujube tree in the small courtyard was poisoned, and a thick branch was cut off by Liu Ye. A few minutes later, a delicately constructed wooden hand crossbow appeared in Liu Ye's hands. It's just a test run for Liu. Talk about a powerhouse. Perhaps because this world is too much reverence for personal force, for crossbows this kind of power completely fixed weapons. On the contrary, no one to study. Liu Ye, this is also considered to be a precedent. The next second, however, something unexpected happened. Along with a column of ink-colored light descending from the sky, a wenqi that was very different from the previous one was poured into the body. As soon as it entered the sea of consciousness, it clashed with the surrounding wenqi, and then it slowly began to be assimilated by it. At this rate, it was estimated that in an hour or two of work, not a single bit of this craftsmanship chi rewarded by the river of literary chi would remain, and all of it would turn into Ruto literary chi. This thing is like a war. Whichever side has the most men has the advantage. Mainly Elder Meng didn't expect the wenqi in Liu Ye's body to be so terrifying. If it was just more than 10 or 8 times as much, the assimilation would be much slower, and with this period of time as a buffer, Liu Ye would be able to accumulate enough craftsmanship until he in turn assimilated wenqi. Liu Ye didn't care about this, as he seemed to have inadvertently discovered a way to quickly accumulate smith chi, like Confucianism's original poetry. For Mahist practitioners, as long as they build something that is not found in this world and is stunning enough, they will invoke the long river of the literary Tao to descend, thus casting pillars of artisanal light. As a modern man, he knew simply too many novelties, and there was always something that could pique the interest of Bundo Nagar. The key thing is that this stuff is also different from poetry. There's not that much to it, as long as it's built by hand. And with the literary heart fledgling transformation, increasing craftsmanship is the same as increasing literary chi. From then on, Liu Ye was walking on 2 legs, and the speed of accumulating wenqi would increase exponentially. Thinking of this, Liu Ye immediately began to transform his wenqi. Previously, it was that I didn't have artisanal as a template and didn't know how to transform it with Vinshin. Now that we have a reference, the conversion is much easier. 1 hour, 2 hours, until the system prompt came from the ear. Liu Ye came back to God from the literary chi transformation. At this time, half of the more than 20,000 threads of wenqi in his body had already been transformed into artisan chi. The white Confucian literary chi and the ink-colored ink artisan chi slowly rotated around the prototype of the literary heart, and a delicate balance was formed between the two, like a black and white taijutsu, which vaguely appeared to be expounding some kind of literary doctrine, symbol of the gentle spirit, symbolizing the ecliptic, and symbolizing the vitality of mankind. However, with Liu Ye's current realm, he was unable to realize anything from it. Exiting the sea of consciousness, Liu Ye checked today's share of achievements. Battlefield Elite, Green, Elite Achievement. Achieved by experiencing a 100,000 man war or a 100,000 man war. Achievement reward, True Spirit Fragment *1. Wonderful. Seeing the completion on the introduction, Liu couldn't help but rejoice, simply because this is another achievement that can be reached in seconds. The scale of that previous battle was definitely more than 100,000 people, which was completely in line with the system's requirements. Take it decisively. Ding. Detected by. You have achieved the Elite Achievement, Battlefield Elite. Receive a reward, True Spirit Fragment *1 inch. After glancing at the introduction of the True Spirit Fragment, in the next second, Liu Ye's expression became somewhat odd. Chapter 56, Historical Men. The wonderful use of Wen-Chi Taiji diagrams. True Spirit Fragment. After using it, you can randomly summon the true spirit of a historical person from the long river of time to descend to the present world. Influenced by the time correction force, the human jade will automatically generate a corresponding identity after descending and will be bound to the host's soul, and will never be an enemy of the host. Affected by the number of true spirit fragments, the strength of the human jia will appear to be reduced to a certain extent after descending, and the complete body can be summoned by collecting all 10 fragments. To say whether the effect of the true spirit fragment was strong or not, it was definitely strong. It's all about being able to fish people right out of the river of time. Can it not be strong? The point is, if you're going to give a piece, what the hell is a piece? Liu Ye all wondered if this system was produced by Penguin, how it had a kind of kryptonite handgame sense of vision. Forget it, if it's not a full body, it's not a full body. Big deal. I'll train it myself. Liu Ye didn't bother to collect any shards and summoned the person first. Crushing the fragments of the true spirit, Liu Ye only felt a blur in front of his eyes, followed by the manifestation of an illusory river with no known starting point and no visible end. However, Liu Ye was only able to catch a glimpse of it, and before he could take a closer look, he returned to reality once again. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Ding! You have successfully summoned a historical man to descend into the world, whose current identity is Yuan Qingdu, the 7th prince of the barbarian royal court, and the host can touch the destiny line at any time to cause Yuan Qingdu to come and join him. What? Liu was confused. On the one hand, he didn't expect to be so lucky as to directly summon the second best man of Sui in Tang dynasty. On the other hand, it was not expected that the system was so powerful that it had arranged for Yuan Qingdu to have the identity of a barbarian prince. We are saying that a barbarian prince has come to join him as a Han Centurion. Is this really a good idea? The key is that even if Yuan Qingdu really defects, he doesn't dare to accept it. If he was thought to be colluding with the barbarians, he wouldn't be able to wash himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. For a while, Liu Ye didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Just as well, let Yuan Qingdu stay with the barbarians for now, just as an undercover agent. Thinking of this, Liu Ye suddenly brightened up. He seems to have discovered the correct way to open a true spirit fragment. Who says that a summoned man of honor must be summoned to his side as a henchman? Since all the human masters would be given appropriate identities by the system after they descended, and would be absolutely loyal to him, then how to utilize their identity background is the top priority. As for the help they themselves provide, it is at best an add-on. After all, it wasn't a full body, and to grow to their peak state was never something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. But if one day, there were as Liu Ye's people in the south and north of the sky and in all the forces, it would be too much help for him to fight for the world in the future. Not bad. Not bad. This Yuan Qingdu was worth the call. Liu Ye believed that with Yuan Qingdu's skills, even if he wasn't in his full body form, he would still be able to rise to prominence in the barbarian royal court with his amazing martial arts talent. Moreover, I heard that the barbarians' king of this generation was already dying. If Yuan Qingdu succeeded the throne, the fun would be great. An undercover agent becomes a boss. It's kind of exciting to think about. The night was silent, and after a night of cultivation, Liu Ye had already completed his second blood change. The quality of the qi in blood had once again risen by a large margin, and it was estimated that once more, it would be able to metamorphose into imperial blood. The resources consumed were quite large though. costing him 2 whole dragon blood pills. If we calculate according to 3 blood changes consuming 3 and 4 blood changes consuming 4, the remaining 97 dragon blood pills would be able to support them until the blood change realm was complete. Fear was afraid that the amount of consumption for each blood change would be exponentially higher. That would be a bit scary. And these 97 dragon's blood pills were simply not enough. No longer thinking much about it, and beating a pot of wine from the backyard wine jar, Liu Ye once again came to Meng Lao's small courtyard. Coming, you were the one who triggered that smithing chi light pillar yesterday, weren't you? When Meng Lao saw the wine jug Liu Ye was carrying in his hand, he immediately smiled knowingly and secretly said that this kid knew what he was doing, then immediately asked about yesterday's pillar of smithing light. Others might not be able to detect it, but as a third-grade ghost axe realm, he could be too sensitive to this thing called smithing chi. Yes, Liu Ye nodded, then turned around and closed the courtyard door towards Elder Meng. Only in the next second, Meng Lao's face suddenly changed, then instantly disappeared in place. By the time Liu Ye reacted, Elder Meng was resting one hand on his shoulder, his brow furrowed. Liu was unsure and could only stand stiffly in place. A moment later, Elder Meng spoke up. Your conversion went awry. No, everything's fine. Kidding aside, with the Wenshin fledgling sitting there, what could go wrong with him? Then why don't I feel any smithing aura on you? Even the Confucian aura that I could still feel yesterday has disappeared without a trace? At this time, Meng Lao also had some regrets in his heart. Perhaps he really shouldn't have allowed Liu Ye to switch to their Maggia Dharma. After all, if you want to say who among the 100 schools of thought is a dead ringer for Confucianism, it is definitely not the Mahists. The influence of Moism in the preaching period was so great that, together with Confucianism, it was known as the prominent school of the times. The core idea of Moism is love and non-attack, and with the use of temperance, Shangxian as the fulcrum, together they formed the doctrine of Moism. In the 100 schools of thought at that time, there was even either Confucianism or Mohammedanism. Since the philosophies of the two schools of thought did not mesh, Mozi became the first to openly oppose Confucius and Confucianism. Mozi opposed Confucianism mainly by finding loopholes in Confucian doctrines and then attacking him with his own spear and shield. In a sense, therefore, craftsmanship and Confucianism are two completely opposite forces. If we really want to touch each other, we may cause some kind of trouble, or even die together. This was also the reason why Meng Lao felt that Liu Ye's conversion had gone awry. Liu Ye, on the other hand, was stunned at his words, and then reacted. The probability of this was related to the Taiji diagram of Wen Qi in the Sea of Consciousness. He also didn't expect that this thing had the effect of asteringing his breath, so much so that even the hallowed third-grade Big Brother couldn't detect it. It's not useful for combat, but it's good to use in a pinch. Thinking of this, Liu Ye didn't explain, and only slightly released a little bit of Smith's Qi. You see, it's not there. Looking at the ink-colored Qi mass in Liu Ye's palm, Elder Meng was a bit skeptical for a while. Weird. Shaking his head, Meng Lao returned to the stone table and sat down. Since nothing went wrong, it doesn't matter. Elder Meng, the kid came over today because he wants to formally learn the casting art. Liu Ye placed the wine pot on the table and explained his intention. There's no rush. First you tell me what you relied on to invoke the long river of Wendo yesterday? After that interruption earlier, he almost forgot what he was going to ask in the first place. Liu didn't seem at all surprised by this, pulling his hand crossbow out of his pocket and handing it over. Elder Meng took it and kept looking up and down, tisk-king under his breath. No wonder it can induce a pillar of craftsmanship energy to descend. The structure of this gadget is indeed exquisite. What's even more rare is that there's not much of a barrier to using this. Even if a commoner takes it, it can be of no small use on the battlefield. With Meng Lao's vision, he naturally saw the purpose of the hand crossbow at a glance, but immediately afterward, he shook his head and looked regretful. What's wrong, Elder Meng? But is there something wrong? Liu Ye couldn't help but voice his curiosity when he saw this. And Meng Lao's next words made Liu Ye regret so much that he almost didn't give himself 2 big slaps. Chapter 57, Heavenly Vein Artifact, Slaughtered in the World. It's a pity that the material of this hand crossbow of yours is too poor, otherwise it would have had the potential to grow into a Heavenly Vein Divine Artifact. Elder Meng's words caused Liu Ye to be completely stunned. Although I don't know what the thing is called a Heavenly Vein Artifact, I know it's powerful just by hearing the name. Elder Meng, what is a Heavenly Vein Divine Artifact? Liu Ye gave full play to his fine virtue of asking questions when he didn't understand. The so-called Heavenly Vein Divine Artifacts are those original creations that can cause the long river of the window to vibrate. That is, the first objects that appeared in this world. For example, the first bow in heaven and earth and the first sword can be categorized as such. It is only because while they invoke the descent of the long river of the window, they themselves will be baptized, thus possessing the possibility of giving birth to a spirit. Unlike the spirit enlightening etchings, which are an acquired way of opening the spirit, they belong to innate enlightenment, and are thus called heavenly vein divine artifacts. But whether it's a Hotian divine artifact or a heavenly vein divine artifact, all of them need to pass the heavenly tribulation hurdle. With the material of this hand crossbow of yours, the possibility of crossing the heavenly tribulation is close to none, Meng Lao said as he returned the hand crossbow to Liu Ye and walked towards the casting room with his hands behind his back, leaving behind Liu Ye, who was cluttering up the place in vain. There was once a chance to build a divine weapon with my own hands in front of me, and I didn't cherish it until I lost it and regretted it. If God could give me another chance, I would not cut down that broken date tree for material. Why are you still standing there? Don't you want to learn casting? Ooh, here it comes. Retrieving his thoughts, Liu Ye hurriedly followed. If you miss it, you miss it. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so it's not so bad. Thinking of this, Liu Ye once again became spirited. Just kidding, I'm a traveler. I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to inventions, and I'm still afraid that I won't be able to make a heavenly vein divine weapon? Alright, the way to use crafting chi has been told to you. Take your time to familiarize yourself with the rest. Leaving the casting room to Liu Ye, Elder Meng returned inside the compound to continue drinking. It fully demonstrates what it means that the master leads the door and the practice depends on the individual. Liu Ye didn't care and immediately picked up a piece of ore and started experimenting. Sure enough, as Liu Ye operated his artisan chi in the manner of Elder Meng, the originally neutral and calm artisan chi immediately became scorching hot. The ore in his hand actually began to rapidly become smaller, and from time to time there were gases coming out. That was the impurities contained in the ore evaporating. During this process, the craftsmanship chi in his body also began to rapidly deplete, almost 100 threads per second. However, while the smith's chi was being consumed, the Confucian chi was also being transformed towards the smith's chi synchronously under the effect of the literary heart, and there was always a dynamic balance between the two. Finally, after more than 10 seconds, the ore in his hand no longer absorbed smith chi, which meant that the impurities in it had been completely quenched clean. Good lord, this is much more efficient than some blast furnace iron making method. Looking at the black and unattractive iron ball in his hand, Liu Ye couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. There was no hesitation, and the forge was immediately opened. Within a short while, a series of banging sounds resounded in the casting room. Half a quarter of an hour later, Liu Ye put down the casting hammer and surveyed the dagger in front of him with satisfaction. Compared to the previous one, this one is more than one step better in both appearance and sharpness. It was also at this moment that the system alert sounded. Ding! You have successfully crafted a white quality weapon, reaching the common achievement, forging budding, obtaining the reward, a strengthening stone * 1 inch. Strengthening stone can be used to upgrade the material of an item. The introduction was simple, but Liu Ye's eyes lit up. Pulling out his hand crossbow, he pressed the stronghold directly into it, accompanied by a stream of light across. The original light hand crossbow was several times heavier out of thin air. The color has also become much darker, from the previous light red to dark red, giving people a sense of ancient and heavy. Reaching out, he squeezed, not daring to push too hard, almost 1% of his strength. But even if it was 1%, that was still a huge force of 500 pounds, but the hand crossbow took it hard without the slightest deformation. The force of the hand continues to increase, until 1,000 pounds, the hand crossbow only vaguely came crunching sound. Liu Ye immediately stopped. Not bad, not bad, the material has been strengthened at least 5 or 6 times. Liu was quite pleased with the results of the strong fossil. If there were a few hundred more, catching up with the material of the Black Dragon halberd wouldn't even be a dream. After all, the strengthening effect of this thing must have gotten weaker the further back it went, and if it was used to strengthen the Black Dragon halberd, it was estimated that it would only be able to raise it by 1%. Time has passed 7 days in a flash. These days Liu Ye has not gone to the barracks, just stayed at home to cultivate, and by the way, complete the achievement of learning to be rich and famous. Currently, in terms of realm, he had reached the 6th blood transformation realm, and the quality of his chi and blood had successfully reached the imperial blood level, with an increase in strength of up to 250%. However, the battle power evaluation was still stuck at the peerless realm, and was still one blood change away from returning to the supreme realm. It wasn't that Liu Ye didn't want to proceed with the blood exchange, but the dragon blood pill wasn't enough. As the saying goes, what is feared comes to pass, and just like what he had previously guessed, The resource consumption of the subsequent blood change was indeed directly doubled. To complete the 7th blood change, one needed to consume a full 64 dragon blood pills. Where does that leave him to organize? As for not using the dragon blood pill to change blood hard, Liu Ye had also tried it and the efficiency was ridiculously low. It would take at least half a year to do so. Liu decisively gave up. Having this time would be better to read more books. And after a few consecutive days of picking at the lights, the progress of learning to be rich has come to 914/1000, and I'll almost finish the remaining 86 books today, mainly behind the Milan sent some novels and words as well as enlightenment reading, which can be much faster than reading those holy books. It's worth noting that in the meantime, the system has swiped 2 new achievements, one of which is quite impressive. Slaughter in the World, Gold, Legendary Achievement, reached by accumulating 100,000 enemy kills. Achievement reward, Perpetual Immortal Body of the Stars and Dukes of Heaven. Current progress, 11058/1000000. Honestly, when Liu Ye saw that this achievement needed to personally kill 100,000 people in order to achieve it, he was a little bit resistant. After all, he wasn't exactly a murderous maniac. But the moment he saw the achievement reward, Liu took it decisively. Hesitating for a second would be disrespectful to the reward. Just listening to the name, I know that this thing is absolutely strong to no end, and the weekly star bucket, and the 10,000 robberies, simply don't be too hanging. It's not just 100,000 people. It's not impossible to reach them by biting your tongue. It's just that it may be a long time, but a good meal is not afraid to be late. Liu Ye can afford to wait. As for the other achievement, it's going to be quite a bit worse. King of Soldiers in 100 Battles, Blue, a rare achievement that can be reached by accumulating 100 battles with a size of more than 100 men. Achievement reward, Sumeru Stone *10. Current progress, 78 out of 100. This achievement sounds similar to Battlefield Elite, but the differences are obvious. Battlefield Elite only requires the size of the war. There is instead little restriction on the number of times it can be stacked for settlement. The Soldier King of 100 Battles is just the opposite, demanding less on size instead and focusing more on the number of wars. It was a good thing that going out to fight bandits as well as leading the cavalry to break through the battlefield had provided quite a number of battles before. Otherwise this achievement would have taken at least 10 more days and half a month to achieve. I think the barbarian side should be making a move. Liu Ye stood with his arms folded and looked up beyond Yanmen Pass. The barbarians have been silent for so long. To say that there is no conspiracy here, Liu Ye is 100 times unbelievable. I just don't know what that barbarian warlord is plotting. Sure enough, things like using my brain just aren't for me. After thinking about it for half a day and not having any clues, Liu Ye decisively gave up, or continue to read my novel. When the sky collapses, there's still a tall man to hold it up. Counting the time, the reinforcements should almost be here. As a booklet was flipped through by Liu Ye, a trace of literary chi flowed into the sea of consciousness, and then was transformed and absorbed by that huge literary chi taiji diagram. Compared to 6 days ago, the one chi tai chi diagram has expanded by a whole circle. When chi officially broke through 30,000 silk, and craftsmanship and Confucianism shared exactly 15,000 each. Soon, the time came late at night, and when Liu Ye closed the last book, the prompts from the system came as promised. Chapter 58, Transitioning Heavenly Tribulation, 10,000 Beasts Pill. Ding! You have accumulated 1,000 books, reaching the rare achievement, Learning to be Rich, obtaining the reward, Soul Nourishing Pill *10". Soul Nourishing Pill, quickly repairs soul damage and slowly raises the strength of the soul. That reward came at a good time. He was worried that there was no way to meet the barbarian's attack in peak condition, but this soul-nourishing pill immediately solved his troubles. A soul-nourishing pill entered his stomach and immediately turned into a clear stream that rushed straight to the sea of consciousness. The soul that was originally overdrawn due to the dragon's soul possession was quickly replenished, and in just one incense stick's effort, it had already recovered to a state of perfection. The remaining medicinal power began to hover and flow within the sea of consciousness, nourishing the soul at all times. Not to talk about the speed of recovering soul damage, but to talk about the effect of enhancing the strength of the soul. One soul-nourishing pill would be equivalent to 100,000 threads of Wen Qi. Of course, the efficacy of the soul-nourishing pill couldn't last forever. It could probably last for a period of 10 days. However, if there was any loss of soul power during this period, this time would be drastically shortened. After all, the main function of the soul-nourishing pill was still to repair soul injuries, and boosting the strength of the soul would only take effect when the soul was in a state of fullness. Without bothering to touch the remaining 9 soul-nurturing pills, Liu Ye flipped his palm and a lavender pill appeared, with the power of thunder pulsing faintly on it. This is the true hijack pill. Liu Ye had a premonition that tomorrow might be the day the barbarians launched their general attack, and he had to boost his battle power as much as possible. The cultivation realm couldn't be raised any further for the time being, so it was only possible to raise the technique realm. Boom! Accompanied by a true thunder dan. A thunderous sound actually rang out of thin air in his mind, shaking Liu Ye's soul. Immediately after, a large amount of martial true intent surged towards the light golden true intent seed, and Liu Ye's nascent true intent began to expand rapidly. At the same time, a tiny thunderbolt struck down, continuously quenching the true intent seed and making it more solid. 10 minutes later, the medicinal effect of the true robbery pill ended, and the true intent seed in Liu Ye's sea of consciousness was exactly twice as big as it was earlier. Not only that, but the color had also become a little deeper, with a sense of vastness and righteousness. Instead, we can try to cross the threshold. Liu Ye clearly felt that his own martial true will had arrived at a certain limit, and the only way to continue growing was to break this shackle, and the only way to break this yoke is to undergo a heavenly baptism. In fact, Liu was the only one who could feel the shackles. For others, it was simply impossible to quench their true intentions to the limit level. It was just a matter of raising the strength of the true intent as much as possible, and when it felt about right, it would invoke the heavenly tribulation to descend. As to whether or not it can be crossed, that depends on God's will. As Liu Ye's mind moved, a cloud of lightning and thunder suddenly manifested within the originally dark and empty sea of consciousness. The vastness of this cloud of darkness almost encompassed the entire sea of sense. The only area that remained quiet and peaceful was the area of the fledgling Wenxin. The huge Wenxi Taiji diagram slowly rotated around the 1xin prototype, making it impossible for those robbing clouds to come close by the slightest bit. Boom click. Suddenly, a dark reddish-purple thunderbolt struck down from the robbing cloud, and it straightly disappeared into the interior of the true intent seed. Then a tremor was seen, and countless electric arcs flickered on its surface. Hiss. Although will was not the same as soul, this strike also gave Liu a straight twitch. However, he could feel that the invisible shackle that had originally imprisoned the true intent of martial Tao was being shattered little by the heavenly tribulation. Gradually, a majestic and domineering aura escaped from within the true intent seed. Click. A sound as if chains were breaking came out, and in the next second, the true intent seed's golden light blazed out, and then began to twist and distort. Liu Ye understood and immediately solidified it into a large halberd whose shape was no different from the black dragon halberd. Only one is black and one is gold. At this point, Liu Ye's halberd realm had officially stepped into the first happening true intent, and his might was stronger by more than a star. If he were to face the Tuobatai from back then again, Liu Ye would have the confidence to use his own first Jack true intent to in turn suppress the opponent's second Jack true intent. The reason why he was able to achieve such a level was partly related to the fact that his true intent of martial Tao possessed the characteristic of getting stronger the more he fought. On the other hand, it was also because his true intent of martial Tao was a heavenly tribulation that he had crossed at an extreme level. Again, it's all about double boosting. The base is different and the final result will naturally be vastly different. It feels as if it could be crossed again. Of course, having said that, Liu Ye definitely couldn't cross over right now. He had to raise it to the limit level anyways. With another true triumph pill in his belly, Liu Ye once again began to quench the true intent of the martial Tao. Ding! Today's achievement has been refreshed. Hearing the system prompt, Liu Ye opened his eyes and a golden halberd shadow flickered away. Is this the second tribulation true intent? The gap is really big. Looking at the slowly rotating golden halberd in the sea of consciousness, Liu Ye only felt as if he was looking at a sleeping ferocious beast. Once awakened, it will be a stone's throw away. If the power of a first jacked martial true intent was 1, then a second jacked martial true intent was 10, a direct difference of an order of magnitude. It seems that Tuoba Tai is also a watery substance, a second jacked martial true intent that can't even crush his own primordial true intent. Liu once again whipped up Takutai's corpse. In the beginning, there was certainly the factor that when she had a boosting effect on true intent in it, but it was more because Tuoba Tai's martial true intent cultivation was not home. For example, if Liu Ye's true intent strength was 1 before he crossed the heavenly tribulation once, then it reached 2 after he crossed the tribulation. After a bit of refining with the true heist pill to raise it to 5, it would go straight up to 10 after crossing the second heavenly heist. In the case of Tuoba Tai, it was 0, 5 before crossing 1 heavenly tribulation, became 1 after crossing it, then barely quenched to 2, and after crossing the second heavenly tribulation it was 4 points of strength. The difference is simply obvious. Retracting his thoughts, Liu checked today's copy of his accomplishments. Writing expert, blue, a rare achievement that can be reached by accumulating 1,000 kilometers of running on any mount. Achievement reward, 10,000 beasts Dan *1. 10,000 beasts pill? That name tells you right away that it's not something for people to eat. But, looks like this quest seems to be completed in seconds as well. Before that, he was going out of the city to fight bandits everywhere, and circling around the barbarian army formation like crazy, so he thought that he should have run a lot of roads. Liu Ye picked it up, but he didn't hear a prompt from the system that the achievement had been reached. Looked at the achievement progress, 992/1000. I'll be damned, just 8 kilometers away. Liu Ye was really a bit speechless. Spinning his eyes, he turned and left the house. Not long after, a dull clatter of horses' hooves rang out from the backyard. Liu Ye was seen sitting on the back of the dragon descendant and started circling around the courtyard. In order not to disturb the people, Liu Ye also specially wrapped the 4 hooves of the dragon descendants in white cloth. No way, just 8 kilometers. Do not hurry to complete. Liu Ye always feel the heart prick scratch. But this can suffer the dragon descendant. In the middle of the night was pulled up to run, but also can't sprint wildly, for fear of accidentally crashing into the courtyard wall. The area of the backyard was just over 300 square feet in total, and the dragon descendant's 4-meter-long body type ran to be more or less suffocating. Finally, after jogging for more than half an hour, a system prompt rang out in his head this time. Ding! You have accumulated 1,000 kilometers of running on your mount. Reaching the rare achievement, Writing Expert. Receive a reward, 10,000 beasts elixir *1 inch. Stopping the dragon descendant. Liu Ye looked at the introduction of the 10,000 beasts Dan. In the next moment, the shock was so great that he almost fell off his horse. Chapter 59 Bloodline Leap. Barbarian race knocks again. 10,000 beasts Dan. Take the blood of 10,000 beasts and refine it into a spiritual Dan. Beasts can greatly enhance the bloodline level after taking it, a small increase in spiritual intelligence, and have a greater probability of awakening the bloodline aptitude, a small probability of returning to the ancestor phenomenon. Liu Ye guessed that this thing was for beasts to take, but he didn't expect the effect of this 10,000 beasts Dan to be so terrifying. It may not be intuitive to look at it that way, just compare it to the effect of the Imperial Beast Dan. Imperial Beast Pill, when taken by beasts, it can open up their spiritual wisdom and purify their bloodline. To put it simply, the Imperial Beast Pill could only purify the bloodline they already possessed themselves. There was no way to create something from nothing. If not for the fact that the dragon descendant possessed a meager dragon bloodline, that Imperial Beast Dan in the first place would have at most strengthened it to the inferior warhorse level. This 10,000 beasts pill was completely different. It was refined from the blood of 10,000 beasts and possessed extremely high bloodline energy itself. Even if it was given to a mouse, it could immediately transform into a super beast. One was to strengthen the existing bloodline, while the other was to enhance the origin bloodline, and that was the biggest difference between the two. On top of that, the 10,000 beasts pill also possessed the effect of awakening bloodline aptitude. It's not 100% awakened, but it's enough to prove that it's awesome. After all, this thing called avatar wasn't something that could be gotten casually. At least Liu Ye didn't have one so far. It seems that heavens will wants you to stay with me all the time. Liu looked at the dragonborn and couldn't help but smile. He still had 9 Imperial Beast pills in his hand, and the reason why he didn't feed them to the dragon descendant was because the Imperial Beast pills no longer had much effect on it. This was discovered when feeding it the second one. The Imperial Beast pill could only purify the bloodline, and there was only so much dragon blood in its body, so no matter how much it was purified, it would be impossible to raise a bloodline level out of thin air. At best, it was infinitely close to a spirit beast, but could never break through to the spirit beast level. So Liu Ye also gave up the idea of continuing to feed the dragon descent. It would be better to save it for later when he met a suitable mount. For example, feeding it to those half-step spirit ponies that had a high bloodline level, but struggled to open up their spiritual wisdom and were unable to step into the spirit beast realm. A single Imperial Beast pill could create a spirit foal, which was much more cost-effective than cultivating a dragon descendant alone. But now with the 10,000 beasts pill, all problems would be solved. Taking out the 10,000 beasts Dan from the system space, a strong medicinal fragrance filled the air, which was also mixed with a faint smell of blood. It was a fist-sized red elixir, on which 10,000 beasts could faintly be heard roaring. As soon as the 10,000 beasts pill came out, the dragon descendant immediately couldn't sit still. Craning his neck, he screamed straight out, frightening Liu Ye into hurriedly laying a soundproof boundary around him. It is also fortunate that before with Zhang Xian learned a lot of the use of Wen Qi method, otherwise on the dragon descendant of this voice, I am afraid that not half of the people of Yenmen Pass have to be woken up. Well, stop howling. It was meant for you. Liu Ye jumped off his horse and threw the 10,000 beasts Dan over. The Dragonborn couldn't wait to make a flying leap and swallow it in one bite. Then an amazing metamorphosis began. Hot flames rose in the darkness of the night, wrapping the Dragonborn completely. Feeling that amazing heat, Liu Ye could only retreat again and again, retreating until he was 10 meters away before stopping. Good lord, is the drug that potent? Liu looked at the Dragonborn with a worried look on his face, afraid of burning out. The flames kept burning, during which occasional hisses of pain would come from the Dragonborn. Suddenly, along with a high-pitched and loud dragon's roar coming out, a wave of air violently spread outwards. The originally ferocious and surging flames were instantly annihilated, and a huge behemoth was revealed. The Dragonborn didn't change much in terms of size, but in terms of details it was a completely different person. 2 3-foot-long black dragon horns were borne on top of his head, and a circle of golden stripes was also wrapped around the front end, adding a bit of dignity. In his eyes, there was even a red-colored flame dancing. Simply standing in front of it gave one a huge sense of oppression. Is this a return? Liu Ye did not expect that the small probability event would be stumbled upon by himself, but it should be said or not. The dragon descendant after the return of the ancestor was far too handsome than his previous earthy appearance. This would be a great ride to take out for a couple of laps. That said, since even the small probability of returning to the ancestors has appeared, the higher probability of the avatar thought that it should have awakened as well, right? Thinking of this, Liu Ye immediately asked the Dragonborn. After taking the 10,000 beasts pill, the dragon descendant's spiritual intelligence had once again risen a notch. If the Dragonborn was previously the intellectual equivalent of a 7-year-old child, it was now at least the equivalent of a 10-year-old, and it was much easier to communicate. Hearing Liu Ye's question, the dragon descendant excitedly ankled, meaning that it had indeed awakened its bloodline aptitude. Really? Come on, show me. Liu Ye was also quite excited. After all, there was no weakness in the avatar thing. Yet the Dragonborn shook his head, and then angled a few more times. You mean, it's too small a place for a display? After spending so much time together, Liu could probably read what the Dragonborn was trying to say. The dragon descendant's head nodded straight. Okay, then we'll try to get out of town tomorrow. Liu could only stop, letting the Dragonborn return to the stables to rest on his own. Liu returned to his bedroom and began to close his eyes as well. The past few days were spent either cultivating or reading books, and he hadn't closed his eyes much at all. I don't know how long it took, but a sudden sound of war drums came out in his ears. Liu snapped awake and looked out the window. It was just getting light. Picking up the black dragon halberd on the side, Liu Ye mounted the dragon descendant and headed straight for the city wall. At the same time, outside Yanmen Pass, it was once again surrounded by a barbarian army that could not be seen at a glance. In the last battle, Liu Ye had beheaded tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers in a row though. However, compared to the entire barbarian army, there was only a loss of 1/10 of the troops, and the overall fighting strength did not drop much. This battle depends on your excellency. If you can kill Zhang Liao, Yanmen Pass will be within reach. Inside the car chauffeur, Wang Qi rushed at a middle-aged martial artist with a deep breath and wearing a bronze ghost face and bowed his hand. Judging from the seating position, that middle-aged martial artist seemed to be above Wang Qi. Since your Wang family invited the seat to come out, I will go all out. A small Zhang Liao. This seat can be destroyed with my hand. The middle-aged martial artist raised his wine cup and drank it all in one go, then got up and walked out of the carriage. Tap tap tap. There was a sudden commotion in the barbarian formation, followed by a 4-meter-long eye-dropping white-fronted tiger, on which sat a burly middle-aged man holding a large spear and wearing a bronze ghost face. Little Zhang Liao, do you dare to fight with me? The ghost-faced martial artist raised his lance in his hand, aiming it straight at Zhang Liao who was standing on the city floor. My lord, I am willing to go and take the head of the enemy general. Song Xian immediately stepped forward to ask for an order. Ever since the last time he was almost decapitated in one round, Song Xian had been holding back his desire to prove himself. No! Zhang Liao raised his hand to stop it, his gaze dead set on the ghost-faced martial artist below. From the other party, he felt an incomparably huge martial true intent that was far beyond his. Oh, don't you dare. In that case, seeing Zhang Liao's delayed response, the ghost-faced martial artist smiled coldly. In the next second, the ghost-faced military general made a move that made countless people freeze in their tracks. Chapter 60, The Strongest Zhang Liao. The thrill of it all. The ghost-faced military general was seen suddenly throwing the lance in his hand, but the target was not Zhang Liao standing on the city tower, but the city wall itself. Boom! With a loud bang, the lance was actually nailed straight to the city wall. with half of the 3-foot-long tip of the lance missing into it. However, if you looked closely, the tip of the gun was only inserted into the gap between the bricks of the wall, not directly breaking through the wall. Just as the crowd was puzzled, the ghost-faced military general leapt forward, seemingly wanting to jump directly onto the city wall. To say that Yenmen Pass is not a majestic pass, the height is only about 10 feet. At this height, it is not impossible to jump over if you really want to have an explosive power of tens of thousands of pounds. Yet the truth is not so simple. Sure enough, in the next second, the rising momentum of the ghost-faced military general suddenly gave way, as if it had been hardened by an invisible force. That was the suppressive power from the walls themselves, which normally wouldn't be triggered, and this great power would only erupt when the enemy attempted to cross the walls in an airborne manner. If not for that, the city walls would be completely useless to those powerful martial artists. However, the ghost-faced military general was obviously well aware of this, and just at the moment his body was about to descend, his right hand quickly grabbed the lance that was previously stuck on the city wall, and then yanked it with force. The lance suddenly curved into an astonishing arc, and then snapped back. As the ghost-faced martial general's body was carried upward, he also drew his lance in the process. Then another thrust, again with precision, into the gap between the wall tiles. Then plug in, and unplug, again. After 3 consecutive times, it actually did allow him to harden himself against the oppressive force of the city wall and leap onto the city floor. It's not like there weren't archers interfering in the meantime. However, the bow and arrows that were shot out, the moment they got close to the ghost-faced military general, it was as if they had hit an invisible transparent curtain wall, and they fell down one after another, not being able to play the slightest role in interfering with the situation. Bang! The ghost-faced martial arts general's figure smashed down onto the treadway, splattering the sky with smoke and dust. Ignoring the encircling guards, the ghost-faced warlord slowly walked towards Zhang Liao and stood still when he reached a distance of less than 10 meters. Since you don't dare to go down, I'll come up. I know that you've practiced the way of war on the side, so I'll give you the chance to use the power of the military formation. Come and fight. The ghost-faced military general pointed his spear, and immediately an appalling aura covered the entire field, causing those ordinary soldiers to not dare to take another step forward. Zhang Liao's face was grave, but the enemy had already hit the door, and as the supreme commander of Yenmen Pass, it was naturally impossible for him to retreat. All generals listened to the order. Form a long serpentine formation. As Zhang Liao bellowed, the 800 generals behind him began to move in and out. In a matter of moments, a humanoid python hundreds of meters long was formed, and where Zhang Liao was located happened to be the head of the snake. Formation up. A formation disc appeared in Zhang Liao's hand, and he then crushed it with one hand. In the next second, a ray of blue light rose from within Zhang Liao's body, and then quickly spread behind him. At this moment, the crowd seemed to form a whole. Boom! Immediately after that, the aura on Zhang Liao's body began to climb until it was completely separated from the ghost-faced martial general. Is this the so-called way of the soldier? Then let me see what the subtleties are. Even at this point in time, the ghost-faced military general still didn't have the slightest movement, and even surveyed the military formation in front of him with interest. As you wish. The power of the military formation could not last, so naturally, Zhang Liao did not waste any time and grabbed the first attack. Light blue blade intent covered the blade, and then with a flash of his figure, he had appeared on the side of the ghost-faced martial general, facing an enemy whose true intent of martial Dao surpassed one's own. Instead of accidentally releasing the true intent, it would be better to use it to energize the weapon in one's hand. This is also why some people who are clearly strong enough to break rivers with a single slash never release those extremely destructive moves when they meet an evenly matched enemy. For one thing, this thing has a casting pre-shake that makes it hard to release. Secondly, although the big moves look quite grandiose, the force is not concentrated enough, and a lot of them fall into the category of ineffective damage. Instead of facing a truly strong person, the effect is not as good as one would expect. Chop! A sword slashed out, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the ghost-faced military general. This blade had gathered the strength of 800 generals, and had already exceeded the realm of the chi-gathering realm, coming to a whole new realm. If Liu Ye was there, he would have noticed that at this moment, Zhang Liao's attribute panel was flashing with a 7-colored divine light, which was a supreme level of battle power. The addition of a military formation directly allowed Zhang Liao to cross the two realms of extremity and peerlessness, showing how strong this way of the soldier was. Of course, it also has to do with the type of military formation. The one-character long snake formation itself was the ultimate attacking formation, and it had high requirements for the person who was in charge of the formation. This was Zhang Liao. If it was an ordinary martial general, It would be a big deal to be able to withstand the augmentation of 100 people. Of course, the one-character-long snake formation was after all only a beginner's formation of the military school, and with 1,000 men at the head of the line, there was little point in having more people. But no matter what, at least in the piece of fighting, looking at the entire 100 schools of thought, the school of soldiers was definitely the premier existence. Back on the battlefield, facing Zhang Liao's strike, the ghost-faced martial artist directly chose to fight hard. He saw the lance in his hand raise, and the tip of the lance slammed straight into the blade. Boom! In the next second, a deafening explosion came out, and in an instant, debris flew. The city wall was different from ordinary ground, and every brick and stone here had the manhwa craftsmanship added to it. Individual pieces might not be much, but when formed as a whole, its hardness was already no less than that of a normal 100-forged refined steel. From this, it could be seen how astonishing the destructive force caused by that just now was. This was just the aftermath of the two men's exchange of blows. Not bad. The dust settled, revealing a red and a blue figure in the field. The red one is a ghost-faced warlord and the blue one is Zhang Liao. This was the outward manifestation of their true intent of martial arts, representing their respective wills. It could be clearly seen that in the true intent collision, the red true intent had a clear upper hand. One must know that Zhang Liao's true intent of Wudao had added the will of 800 people. Even so, it was actually unable to compete with the true intent of the ghost-faced martial general. Who the hell are you? Zhang Liao inquired with a frown. From this person, he did not sense any barbarian aura, and was clearly not a barbarian. Why should the dead know so much? Madaka! The ghost-faced military general picked the lance in his hand and stabbed Zhang Liao straight in the face. Zhang Liao couldn't be bothered to ask any more questions and focused on confronting it. However, in less than 10 rounds, Zhang Liao had fallen into a disadvantage, and the blue light on his body began to flicker, a sign that the true intent of martial arts was about to be exhausted. On the contrary, the ghost-faced martial general's red martial true intent was still blazing like fire, as if it hadn't consumed much at all. Doesn't it show up yet? Inside the carriage, Wang Qi looked at Zhang Liao, who was already faltering in the chessboard, but his brows were unconsciously locked. This battle appeared to be targeting Zhang Liao, but in reality, it was trying to draw out the teenager from before. In his opinion, that teenager was bound to be a pawn planted in Yanmen Pass by some worldly family. It might not be accurate to use pawns. After all, with that teenager's demonic level, placed in any lineage, he could be groomed as a successor. Liu Ye, could it really be a certain royal clan? The information about Liu was laid out before him at an early age. However, apart from a name and the fact that he suddenly ran to Yanmen Pass to join the army more than 3 months ago, he actually knew nothing else. As for the experience before coming to Yanmen Pass, it was a blank. Even with his Wang family's energy, he couldn't find out the slightest clue, which is a bit of a fine line. He even wondered if it was the one who sat high in the temple hall who was going to take their Wang family to task. Shaking his head, he didn't dare to think any further and continued to look at the board. Meanwhile, the battle on Yanmen Pass suddenly took a new turn. Chapter 61 Gas, Blood, Wolf Smoke, Great Han Dragon's Breath. It ends here. Sweeping Zhang Liao back with one shot, the ghost-faced martial general suddenly bellowed, "Charge the veins, open!" In the next second, the ghost-faced martial general's entire body's chi and blood rushed up to the sky, almost coloring half of the sky of Yanmen Pass red. Chi and blood are like wolf smoke. You're at the 6th grade vein opening realm. There was a hint of shock in Zhang Liao's tone. As the young master of the Zhang family, he knew too well the difference between the middle 3 realms of martial arts and the lower 3 realms. It was the difference between heaven and earth. As strong as a martial art's heavenly pride, one would not be able to cross this chasm. It was also because the destructive power of a middle 3rd realm martial artist was too terrifying that they would generally not easily engage in a war to avoid causing even more disputes. The Great Han military was not lacking in middle 3rd realm martial artists. The reason why they were seldom seen was simply that there was no need to utilize this level of combat power, unless it was to launch a nation-ending level war. It seems like the Wang family is determined to let the barbarians take Yanmen Pass this time. Zhang Liao sighed. The fact that the Wang family had even invited a 6th grade martial artist showed how determined they were. After all, at the level of a ghost-faced martial general, mundane things were already hard to impress them. Looking at the whole of Meridian Prefecture, apart from the Great Han officialdom, only the Wang family had the depth to be able to invite a 6th grade martial artist to make a move. It's good to know. You can force me to use my full power. It's enough to be proud of yourself. Die. The ghost-faced martial general stepped, and his entire body instantly transformed into a pillar of crimson light that rushed straight at Zhang Liao. Wherever they passed, the masonry on the ground crumbled inch by inch. Chop! Even though the blow had far exceeded his tolerance limit, Zhang Liao had never been in the habit of waiting for death with his eyes closed. Whether it can be blocked or not, we'll have to try that too. With blue light blazing around him, Zhang Liao lifted his sword and chopped fiercely. Boom! The red tip of the gun and the blue blade collided with each other, and an extremely strong energy storm violently erupted out. Bang! In the next second, a charred black figure flew backward and smashed down a crowd of generals. My lord! My lord! This figure was Zhang Liao, but at this moment, he could no longer be seen as half-human. Ha! Surprisingly, I'm not dead. The ghost-faced military general walked out slowly from the smoke and dust of the explosion with his gun in hand, and looked at Zhang Liao, who was still alive, and couldn't help but show a look of amazement. He had already used his full strength in that strike just now, not to mention a chi-gathering realm martial artist who was only barely able to fight against him with the help of the power of the military formation. Even if it was a general 6th grade pulse opening realm, it would be very difficult to survive under that shot, but looking at Zhang Liao, he won't live long. Of course, he wasn't the type to cut off the grass without removing the roots, and immediately wanted to finish off Zhang Liao once and for all. However, in the next second, he suddenly stumbled on his feet as a golden arrow rushed straight to his face. From that, he felt the incomparably pure true intent of the martial Tao. A divine archer? No sooner had this thought flashed through his mind than the arrow had crashed into his brow. Click! The mask shattered, revealing a human face with a hostile expression. Pust! The ghost-faced military general pulled out the arrow stuck in his brow and casually threw it on the ground. Get out! Ugh, sure enough, the archer thing can't hit anyone in the later stages. Liu walked up the wall with a halberd in one hand and a bow in the other. The golden bow was definitely called a great killing weapon against the general chi-gathering realm, but the one in front of him before him was obviously a bit inadequate. Even if it was enhanced with the true intent of the martial Tao, if he could barely break through the defense, it was considered that his true intent of martial arts was powerful enough. Meanwhile, within a courtyard, Zhang Xian suddenly opened his eyes. No good. Earlier, when he sensed that there was a strange movement of the literary energy in his body, he closed the door to condense his literary heart. Who knows that this condensation is a few days of light? Until today it can be accomplished. Just short of communicating the long river of the literary path with his literary heart, he could formally step into the realm of a great scholar. Just now, he couldn't care about the breakthrough. With the help of his powerful soul power, he easily perceived what was happening in Yanmen Pass. Zhang Xian, who was about to set up a cloud to rush over to save the day, was just about to move, but then he jerked his head towards the door. If you're here, why hide your head? Ha ha! Congratulations to Duke Zheng for his great success in literature. My great Han will be able to add another great scholar in a matter of days. It's really a joyous occasion. A bright laughter sounded from outside the door. Then the door of the room was pushed open and an old man with white hair came in. Master Wang is not staying well in Luoyang. Why did he come to this Yanmen Pass? Seeing the visitor, Zhang Xian didn't give any good face. Naturally, it's about the barbarians knocking at the gate. Wang Yun laughed and found himself a seat. Old me doesn't have the free time to wrangle with you. You should know clearly that you alone can't stop old me. Zhang Xian naturally knew that Wang Yun was stalling for time, and immediately with a flick of his sleeve he was about to once again set up clouds to leave. However, in the next second, along with a dragon's roar ringing out, Zhang Xian only felt as if his body's Wen Qi had been suppressed in some way, becoming incomparably stagnant. If he hadn't already condensed his literary heart, he probably wouldn't have been able to even move. I wonder if, together with this official, we can stop Lord Zhang? Just then, a middle-aged man wearing a big red official uniform walked into the house with great strides, and in his hand, he also held up a party of official seals surrounded by dragon qi. King Ball. Seeing the visitor, Zhang Xian's face became increasingly ugly. As a Yanmen governor, privately mobilizing the dragon qi of the official seal. What audacity! How could Zhang Xian not understand that the Wang family had long been guarding against him? Not only did the head of the family come in person, but he even took out the seal of the Imperial Guard. The seal of the Imperial Guard represents the authority of the court, and contains a portion of the dragon qi of the Great Han dynasty within it. Fighting against it is tantamount to fighting against the Great Han's national fortune, not to mention that he hadn't stepped into the Great Confucian realm yet. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare to easily break through this layer of confinement, or else he would surely attract an even stronger suppression of the dragon's qi. This is also the fundamental reason why all the big families do not dare to call the shots with the Han royal family. As long as the Great Han dynasty is not destroyed, they will always be ministers. Of course, if you want to be so powerful that you can fight against the entire Han dynasty with your own strength, that's another story. However, I'm afraid that a powerhouse of that level could not be found in the current world. Is your Wang family really so favorable to the barbarians that you even turn your back on your own human identity? Zheng Xian really couldn't figure it out. All the other lineages were still waiting to see what would happen. At most they would be fighting internally. How come the Wang family is so determined to lure the barbarians into the pass? No. It's just that it's not convenient to inform Duke Zheng of the inner workings of the situation. As for now, let's trouble Lord Zheng to accompany us to finish the scene properly. Wang Yan smiled and stroked his beard with a wise rolled look. Zheng Xian looked at Wang Qiu, who was holding the Taisho seal in his hand on the side, and finally forced himself to resist the urge to strike. It wasn't that he wimped out, but the Wenxin within him told him that there was still a chance for this matter to turn around. By substituting the heart of literature for the heart of heaven, the great Confucian has in itself the ability to divine the future. Although he had not yet taken the final step, he had more or less possessed a trace of the ability to tend to good fortune and avoid evil. Since there were no warning signs coming from Wenxin, it was thought that this Yanmen Pass had not been lost as a result. Then why don't we just stay with these two and watch the show? And when things change, it won't be certain who was holding who back then. With these thoughts in his mind, Zheng Xian reached out and with a stroke of his hand, the scene on Yanmen Pass appeared in front of him, which happened to be the same scene where Liu Ye ascended the city wall. And at this moment, Liu Ye was checking up on the attributes of the ghost-faced military general with his true eye. No matter how urgent the situation was, he could not be delayed from checking on the enemy. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and know your enemy, you can fight 100 battles. However, in the next second, Liu Ye's expression was stunned. Chapter 62, The Terror of the Vein Opening Realm. Big backstage. Name, Tong Qiu, Green, Cultivation, Martial Arts. Realm, 6th Grade Pulse Opening Realm, Great Success. Power, 108,000 pounds. Wenqi, 0. Techniques, Spear Technique, Forejack True Intent. Halberd Technique, Perfect. Sword Technique, Perfect. Archery Technique, Perfect. Qi and Blood Ho Blood. Physique, None. War Power, Elite. The reason why Liu Ye was stunned, in addition to being shocked by the other party's high 6-digit power, was more because of the name Tong Qiu. The surname Tong was not common in the Han Dynasty, and the most famous one is naturally Tong Yuan, the god of guns. Therefore, the first reaction in Liu Ye's mind was whether this person would be related to Tong Yuan. Who is Tong Yuan to you? Liu couldn't help but ask, and as soon as those words came out, Tong Qiu's face could be seen to change instantly. Although it was back to normal the next second, it was still caught by Liu's dynamic vision. Fruitful, Liu Ye sighed in his heart. In that case, I'm afraid it's not a good idea to lay down the law. Hell, I don't know if I'll beat up the little one to get the old one. To be able to teach a disciple as terrifying as Zhao Yun, Liu Ye didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying the Tong Yuan of this world should be. Even if they weren't upper 3rd grade martial artists, they were afraid that they would at least start at 4th grade. If he really wanted to come to the door to seek revenge, Liu Ye felt that the probability was that he would not be able to carry it. Kid, you know this seat? Tong Qiu, who had originally intended to directly strike, also stopped his hand movements and looked at Liu Ye with a face of astonishment and uncertainty. Yes, he does have a relationship with Tong Yuan, and it's a father-son relationship. It was just that he asked himself that he hadn't come down from the mountain to enter the world for more than 10 years, and very few people in the world knew about him, which definitely didn't include this teenager who hadn't even grown any hair. When I went down to the mountain to practice, I did some irreparable wrongdoings because I was too young and impetuous. Although he escaped the court sanction with the help of the Wang family's connections, he was also expelled from the family by Tong Yuan, who learned of the incident. Since then he has been living in seclusion in the mountains and has no further connection with the world. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that the Wang family had invited him at a great price, he wouldn't have come out so easily. Don't know. I'm just asking. At this point, it's better to play dumb. You tricked me? How could Tong Qiu not see that Liu Ye was being perfunctory, and immediately raised his spear, and his entire body transformed into a fiery dragon that rushed straight at him. The terrifying might was as if even a mountain could be shattered with a single shot. 9 dragons unite. Melt. On. A dragon's roar resounded in all directions, and Liu Ye's body was surrounded by golden light. Facing this kind of opponent that was beyond imagination, Liu Ye didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow and directly opened a big move. Fortunately, now that there was a soul-nourishing pill to replenish the soul power, there would not be a situation like the last time when he was drained by a single move, and his staying power was greatly increased. Boom! A violent explosion sounded out, and a gold and a red figure each retreated a dozen steps. Interesting. I didn't expect that a small Yanmen pass could give birth to a supreme heavenly pride. With Tong Qiu's eyesight, he could naturally tell that Liu Ye had just used some sort of external power to add to that blow. Its true cultivation level was only at the blood transformation realm. That is, the quality of its qi and blood was somewhat ridiculously high. Even his father didn't have this terrifying qi and blood back then in the blood transformation realm. However, do you think you can compete with a 6th grade pulse opening realm with just a single external object? Today, this seat will let you know what it means to have a high heaven. Punch the vein. Open. Boom. An extremely violent breath exploded from Tong Qiu's body, and in the next second, a flash of red light was seen, and Tong Qiu had already crossed a distance of tens of meters. The long spear in his hand was raised as if a dragon had come out of the abyss, stabbing straight at Liu Ye's chest. Liu Ye's pupils shrunk, and even with the help of dynamic vision, he could only barely capture a remnant shadow. Dang! It was a good thing that he was able to block the shot with the blade of his halberd in the nick of time. However, the terrifying force emanating from the tip of the gun caused Liu Ye's entire body to directly fly out backwards, smashing heavily onto the city wall. Even the masonry that had the craftsman's qi added to it was hardened and smashed out of a crater. Ahem! Amidst the smoke and dust, Liu struggled to get up on his halberd. That hit just now was at least 300,000 pounds of force, and although the dragon soul possession could boost battle power by 10 times, it was an all-round enchantment that encompassed strength, speed, defense, true intent of the martial arts, and so on. If we're talking about strength alone, we're actually adding about 20,000 pounds. If it wasn't for the fact that the quality of his qi and blood had been upgraded to the level of royal blood, he really wouldn't have been able to carry this one off. On the contrary, the terrifyingly high temperature brought about by that qi and blood power was completely isolated by the battle patterns on the surface of the skin and did not cause the slightest damage. And with the golden bones guarding the interior, the internal organs were not damaged much. Therefore, don't look at Liu Ye's appearance as quite miserable. And what he suffered are all superficial wounds. With his amazing recovery speed, it wouldn't take him more than a few moments to fully recover. Rather underestimated you somewhat. Seeing that Liu Ye could still stand up on his own, Tong Qiu was more or less surprised. Previously, Zhang Liao had combined the strength of 800 generals, all of whom had been struck by that shot to a state of near death. The teenager in front of him, however, only spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, where the difference was simply obvious at a glance. Liu Ye took a soul-nourishing pill. The previous one had been pretty much absorbed by the dragon soul. This 9 dragons together which are good, the consumption is too horrible. The general family background cannot really carry so built. Can't let go here. Dare you fight under the city? Liu stepped out of the large pit and pointed beyond the walls. There is no way. If we continue to fight like this, we don't know if people will die or not, but we are afraid that Yanmen Pass will be collapsed. If the barbarians take advantage of the opportunity to attack the city, the 10,000 defenders alone can't stop it. In addition, with Zhang Liao's current state, if he were to really be caught by the aftermath of the battle, he would definitely have no chance of survival. As you wish. Tong Qiu could naturally see Liu Ye's thoughts, but he just didn't know for what reason he had agreed to this request. With that, he leaped and jumped directly off the city wall. Roar! A tiger's roar came out, and he saw the dangling-eyed white-fronted tiger's hind legs stomping fiercely, catching it in one hand. Not to be outdone, Liu Ye similarly stamped his feet and jumped off the wall. Dragonborn! Being in mid-air, Liu Ye let out a loud shout. Anon! In the next second, accompanied by a dragon roar, a beast that looked like a dragon but not a horse rushed out from Yanmen Pass, jumped up to catch Liu Ye, and then landed with a bang, splashing up a sky of smoke and dust. Nice ride! Pulling the somewhat restless white tiger at his crotch, Tong Qiu looked at the dragon descendant with a surprised expression. After traveling for so many years, he had seen many rare and exotic beasts, but none of them could compare to the one in front of him. Even that night illumination jade lion, which was regarded as a treasure by that ruthless father of his, was a step behind this beast in terms of its aura. Your white tiger isn't bad either. Liu Ye is also the first time to see a mount other than a warhorse on the sale, although not as good as his dragon descent, but also far beyond the stream of superior warhorses. The general warhorse is estimated to even face it. The courage is not. Perhaps only the legendary supreme spirit ponies could compete with this exotic beast mount. Well, without further ado, let's fight. With a single point of his spear, the red light around Tong Qiu's body became more and more brilliant. It was the true intent of the martial arts that boiled to the extreme, blossoming into light. It was only when he mounted the white tiger that he was considered to have entered his full form. After all, a good mount brings its owner a boost that is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The most typical representative is naturally the Lubu Red Rabbit combination. War! Liu Ye was similarly boiling with battle intent at this moment, and with a lift of his black dragon halberd, he took the lead in charging up. The dragon's soul was consuming his soul power all the time, so he naturally didn't dare to delay much. Chapter 63, Double Dragon Attachment. 100 Birds vs. Heavenly Demon Overthrow. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth in a circle of hundreds of meters was shaken and cracked open. Dang! In the endless smoke and dust, the huge sound of gold and iron crashing continuously resounded. Each time it was like heavenly thunder descending, and the entire battlefield had no other murmurs. The movements of the exchanges between the two people were getting faster and faster, and at the end, it was already impossible to see the specific silhouettes, and only through the smoke and dust, one gold and one red light and shadow could be vaguely seen colliding with each other, as if they were two deities fighting. Wudao is worthy of being called the #1 offensive dharma. It's truly terrifying. Inside the carriage, looking at the two people engaged in battle in the field, Wang Qi also had a shocked look on his face. The sheer aesthetics of violence is a temptation no man can resist, even if he is a man of letters. However, because of this, his killing intent towards Liu Ye also grew stronger. A small age is already as horrible as this. Really want to let it grow up. Afraid that it will really affect his Wang family's 100 years of plans. This son must not be kept. I really don't know who was able to cultivate such a supreme demon, Wang Qi murmured under his breath. At the same time, above the battlefield, along with a powerful counterblast, the two men each retreated tens of meters. At this moment, both Liu Ye and Tong Qiu felt great pressure from each other. Liu Ye was shocked at his opponent's terrifying explosive power. If it wasn't for the dragon descendant unloading some of the force for him, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. Tong Qiu, on the other hand, was surprised at Liu's staying power, not only in terms of physical endurance, but also in terms of the true intent of the martial arts. After fighting for so long, not only did the other party's martial true intent not seem to have lost the slightest amount of energy, but instead it was blazing more and more, simply making him somewhat skeptical of life. This kind of martial Dao true intent that grew stronger the more he fought, he had never even heard of it. One move to determine the winner. If you can take this move, I will no longer interfere in this battle. Tong Qiu looked at Liu Ye with a serious face, clearly in the rhythm of amplifying his moves. Yes, Liu Ye directly knocked down 3 soul-nourishing pills this time. Since he had decided to settle the matter with a single move, he naturally had to go all out. Chong Chakra, Belt Chakra, Yin Stilts Chakra, Yang Stilts Chakra, Yin Dimension Chakra, Yang Dimension Chakra. All 6 chakras are open. Boom! Endless qi and blood rushed out from Tong Qiu's body, eventually converging into a huge qi and blood waffle above, covering the sky in a circle of several hundred meters. Liu Ye's pupils suddenly shrunk, and in the next second, he also used his ultimate bottom card without hesitation. 9 dragons merge and meld again. Anon! Another dragon's roar resounded in all directions, and at this moment, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. With the 2 dragon souls added to his body, Liu Ye's battle power at this time once again broke the shackles of the supreme level and entered the unspeakable realm. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the span of battle power at each stage. At the body refinement realm, a single dragon soul was enough to push Liu Ye's battle power to unspeakable levels. However, when it came to the blood transformation realm, it required 2 dragon souls to do so. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Liu Ye's base battle power was still stuck at the peerless realm, but it was actually just a step away from the supreme realm. And now that he had once again stepped into the realm of the unspeakable, Liu Ye also deeply realized the difference between this realm and the other realms. This was a realm of battle power that was enough to break all conventions. Beyond speculation and conjecture, Liu Ye even had a feeling of omnipotence at the moment. Holding the halberd in one hand, the bright golden light spread down the shaft of the black dragon halberd, as if it had been plated with a layer of gold paint, giving people a feeling that it was like substance. With the addition of the 2 dragon souls, Liu Ye's current martial true intent was no longer much worse than Tong Qiu's 4-jack true intent. This shot is called 100 birds toward the phoenix. Tong Qiu shouted out the name of the spear technique for the first time, and then fiercely stabbed out, instantly transforming into a phoenix covered in fire and charging straight at Liu Ye. This halberd is called Heavenly Demon Overthrow. Liu is also the first time to use a stance from the 13 halberds of the demon god, a halberd sweeping heaven and earth for one of the solemn, as if to clear the world all the evil demons. Buzz! A halberd and a gun collided fiercely, but this time there was no explosion. It was as if they were adsorbed together by some kind of invisible force, and the 2 forces, one gold and one red, formed a bizarre balance. However, in the next second, the balance was broken, and an unparalleled shockwave spread out in all directions with the 2 as the center. Wherever it passed, the earth collapsed inch by inch, as if the earth dragon had turned over, and the earth in a radius of several hundred meters turned into dust in an instant. The rolling smoke swung up 100 meters high and did not fall for a long time. After a long time, the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing two figures with shriveled breath. Ahem, you've won. I'll keep my promise and no longer participate in this battle. Glancing at the unconscious white tiger, Tong Qiu held a snatch in one hand and yanked the tail with the other, dragging the white tiger away in stride just like that. Liu Ye, on the other hand, sat on the back of the dragon descent and quietly watched Tong Qiu's figure go far away without the slightest intention of stopping him. A few moments later, a gust of wind blew by, and Liu Ye seemed to have been suddenly drained of his essence, and his entire body instantly shriveled up, lying motionless on the back of the dragon descendant. Even with the soul-nourishing pill to replenish his soul power at all times, it was still too much of a stretch to fuse two dragon souls at the same time. The strength of the soul essence was not enough, and even if one replenished more soul power, it was ultimately just drinking hemlock to quench one's thirst. Before stepping into the 6th grade rising speech realm, his soul would only be able to withstand the power of a single dragon's soul added to it, and any more than that would injure his origin. It was good that all the efforts were not in vain, and in this battle, he still won. Dragonborn, go back to the city. Liu patted Dragonborn. The next second, however, a change came in vain. What a wonderful battle. If I really let you leave alive, my Wang family is afraid that there will never be any peace in the future, so you'd better stay. A sorrowful voice appeared in Liu Ye's mind. It was Wen Xiu's spiritual transmission. Formation up. Suddenly, a fierce wind gusted, gradually forming a storm through the sky around Liu Ye, blowing the surrounding soil. Taoist formation. Zhang Xian, who was watching the battle within Yanmen Pass, rose up with a start, his gaze fixed dead center on the wind pillar on the battlefield. The Wang family is really good. Even the Dao sect has pulled in. Zhang Xian turned his head towards Wang Yun as he considered whether or not to force his hand, although he would pay a certain price. If he could save such a heavenly pride of martial arts in the ancient world as Liu Ye, it would definitely be a sure thing. Since Lord Zhang knows that there are Taoist masters involved in this battle, why do you need to think about rescuing people anymore? Liu Ye, this son, will definitely die today. Wang Yun's words made Zhang Xian's heart sink. He could see the importance of Liu Ye, and the Wang family could naturally see it as well. With the Wang family's style of action of destroying what they couldn't get, how could they leave such a great enemy for themselves? If Liu Ye dies, I will go to the Wang family on another day. After all, did not enter the Great Confucian realm, a lot of means cannot be used. Otherwise today what to say also have to fight with the Wang family. Then my Wang family will be waiting for Lord Zhang. Wang Yun did not take Zhang Xian's threat to heart. As long as one could get rid of such an unparalleled demon like Liu Ye, even if one offended a Great Confucian for it, it would be worth it. With his Wang family's heritage, he wasn't afraid of a third-grade Great Confucian, but if a first-grade Celestial hit his door in the future, then the Wang family would really have to be exterminated. The lesser of the two is clear. Meanwhile, Liu, surrounded by the storm, is in crisis. At this moment, he was already running out of gas, and there was nothing much he could do in the face of this kind of Taoist spell formation. Only in the next second, the Dragonborn made a move that left Liu dumbfounded. Chapter 64, Burning the 8 Deserts. One halberd across the sky. He saw the dragon descendant hissing up to the sky, and in the next second, his whole body actually rose up 3 feet high in flames. But strangely enough, being surrounded by flames, Liu Ye didn't feel the slightest bit of heat. Suddenly, the dragon descendant's front hooves were raised high, followed by a fierce downward stomp. Knock! A ring of crimson fire centered on the dragon descendant and spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the earth was turned into scorched earth. Rumble! A loud bang was then heard, and the raging winds around them instantly dissipated into thin air. Liu looked dumbfounded. Boy, no wonder they said last night that the place was too small to cast. With this kick, I'm afraid that not 1/10 of Yanmen Pass will be burned to ashes. Liu Ye originally thought that the so-called bloodline aptitude was nothing more than a special ability to fly to the sky and hide from the world, or to strengthen the physical body and so on, which thought it was this kind of forbidden spell that destroys the sky and destroys the earth. If this ran into the center of the barbarian army for a bit, it could burn tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers to death, to say the least. However, the dragon descendant who had finished releasing his bloodline aptitude was also clearly in a state of atrophy. For the current one, it was still too much of a stretch to put up a move of this level. Dragonborn, let's go back to the city. Hearing Liu Ye's voice, the dragon descendant braced himself and ran towards Yanmen Pass at half his usual speed. However, after just a short run, the change happened again. What a rare and exotic beast. It was even able to break through the poor Taoists' Fengyang formation. This beast has a destiny with my Taoist sect. An old Taoist dressed in green and grey Taoist robes suddenly blocked in front of the dragon descendant. The duster in his hand gently waved. A huge 3 feet square spell formation appeared out of thin air above the dragon descendant's head. The dragon descendant's speed instantly slowed down. Liu Ye even felt as if he was carrying a huge mountain, and the bones of his entire body were crunching. Pust. Under this heavy pressure, Liu Ye, who was already seriously injured, immediately couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood. The most crucial thing was that the pressure was continuing to increase, and at this rate, it wouldn't take long for him to be crushed into mush. I didn't realize that even the Taoist sect members had been invited. Liu Ye also had to marvel at the means of the great families at this moment. The Wang family can only be called a top family in such a barren land as the Bingzhou, and when looking at the entire Han, it is simply not ranked, and it was such an unranked royal family that had such an amazing heritage. It was hard to imagine how terrifying those 1,000-year-old families that truly stood at the top of the great Han dynasty should be. Ka-ching! The pressure from the spell continued to increase. It was nothing for the Dragonborn, but for Liu Ye it was killing him. If it wasn't for the fact that his physical body had been transformed by his battle body, tempering his golden bones and golden muscles, in the place of an ordinary body refining martial artist, he would have been crushed into a mess at this moment. Ha! That old Taoist also seemed to have discovered Liu Ye's abnormality in terms of his physique, and with another wave of the duster in his hand, the spell formation in the sky above violently expanded by a circle, almost covering the earth in a 20-meter radius. Bang! This time, even the dragon descendant couldn't hold on, and was instantly crushed to his front knee. As for Liu Ye, his skin was even more cracked, blood couldn't stop flowing out, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. However, in the next second, a blood-colored stream of light suddenly appeared in Liu Ye's field of vision, charging straight over this way. No good. The old Taoist's face changed, and before he could make a move, the bloody light had already arrived in front of the spell formation. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge spell formation was as if it was made of papier-mâché, and was directly shattered by that blood light. The blood light went unabated and fell straight into the center of the barbarian army. Boom! It was as if a meteorite had hit the earth, and in an instant, smoke and dust rolled out and the sky turned upside down. In the center of the barbarian army, a huge crater with a circumference of 100 meters appeared, and thousands of barbarian soldiers were corpses and bones in a matter of moments. When the smoke and dust cleared, what appeared in front of the crowd was a blood-red halberd that was about 3 feet long and surrounded by divine light. Tap tap tap. It was also at this time that a sudden sound of horses' hooves rang out from outside Yanmen Pass. The head of that person is more than 9 feet long, wearing a 3-pronged bundle of hair purple gold crown. The body hangs Sichuan red brocade robe, clad in animal face swallowed the head of a chain of armor. The waist tie Lija Linglong lion barbarian's belt, the end of the formidable and imposing. And as this person appeared, the originally clear sky instantly became cloudy, as if the end times had come. Wang Qi, who was observing the battle with his military skills, even suddenly changed his color, and then he heard a boom, and the chessboard in front of him directly exploded into pieces. The power of one person to change the heavens. This is martial arts heavenly power. Wang Qi uttered a shocked voice, feeling for the first time that things were somewhat beyond his control. Unlike Wang Qi, as early as the moment that blood light appeared, Zhang Xian, who was at Yanmen Pass, had decisively withdrawn his Ru Dao avatar, because he knew very well that this battle was no longer in doubt. The turnaround he was waiting for arrived. Kid, dead yet? Hearing the voice, Liu Ye opened his eyelids with great difficulty and saw a handsome-to-the-core uncle staring at him with interest. That look seemed a bit unkind, and Liu couldn't help but tighten his chrysanthemums. I'm afraid we've just stepped out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's lair. The next second, though, another voice rang in his ears. Liu Ye, are you okay? Turning his head to look, he saw that Liu Lingqi was galloping on her little red horse, with a strong worry on her face. Seeing this, Liu Ye instantly realized, since LV Lingqi had appeared, the identity of the handsome uncle in front of him was obvious. The first fierce general of the 3 kingdoms, Lu Bulu Feng Xian. I'm fine. Liu Ye flashed a smile at Liu Lingqi. Then his spirit loosened and he couldn't support himself any longer, falling head over heels. Seeing this, Liu Lingqi hurriedly had to go forward to pick it up. Swish! However, just by seeing a residual shadow passing by, Liu Ye had already been picked up by Lu Bu with one hand, similar to picking up a small chicken. Dad! Seeing Liu Ye being treated so rudely by her own father, Liu Lingqi was instantly displeased. Humph! Lu Bu hummed softly. For some reason, from the first moment he saw this kid, he couldn't get enough of him, but it seemed to know that it wasn't very nice to do that to a wounded man, and placed him back on the Dragonborn's back, then turned his gaze to the old Taoist not far away. Poor Taoist lunged Song Mountain cliffless. Meet General Liu. The old Taoist obviously knew Lu Bu and lowered his attitude. Buzz. Lu Bu didn't reply. He just stretched out his right hand, and saw the square sky-painted halberd inserted in the center of the barbarian army tremble, and then flew back to Lu Bu's palm with a whoosh. Block my halberd and say the rest. Boom! A halberd chopped out, and all of space seemed to be cut apart. In the next second, a 3-meter deep fissure appeared in the ground, spreading all the way to 100 meters away. As for the old Taoist's figure, it had disappeared by now. Che, the Taoist sect is still so cowardly. Seeing that his opponent directly ran away without even fighting, Lu Bu thrust his square sky-painting halberd into the ground with a bummed-out look on his face. But there's no way. In terms of the ability to run away, if the Taoist sect claims first place, I guess no one dares to claim second place. It was good that there were still barbarians to kill, so it wasn't a wasted trip. Just by the time he turned back, where was the barbarian army left? The nearest one had already run 10 miles away. Just a small dot left. This is the walk for the top plan in the 36 stratagems of Sun Tzu's Art of War, and the main one is a running fast. Since then, a great battle initiated by the barbarian side ended in a tiger's tail. Only the fallout from this has just begun. Yanmen Pass, Zhang Liao's residence. At this time, Lu Bu was sitting beside Zhang Liao's bed collapsed with his brows furrowed. The truth was that Zhang Liao's injuries were too severe, and even though he had already taken the healing medicine, he could only hang on to his breath, and there was a risk of hiccups at any time. Lord Bookkeeper, how is my lord's injury? Song Xian couldn't help but go up and ask. It was that title that made Lu Bu burst into flames. He usually hated it when people called him Lord Bookkeeper. To think that he was a middle third realm martial artist, yet he was placed with a clerical title. Did he, Lu Bu, not want to lose face? Humph, it's hopeless. Prepare for the aftermath. Lu Bu snorted coldly and didn't bother with Song Xian. Ha! Song Xian was dumbfounded, not understanding how this one was suddenly upset. As for Lu Bu's words, he didn't believe a single word of it. My lord, and this is an old acquaintance. Really want to be hopeless? This cannot be this kind of expression. Long ago with a square sky painting halberd all the way to the barbarian's royal court. Father. Lu Lingqi pushed open the door at this time and walked in. Seeing that Lu Bu, who was still gloomy, immediately changed into a smiling face. The speed of the change of face was so fast that it gave the Song Xian on the side a blank stare. What's wrong, Lingqi? But did someone bully you? No, it's Liu Ye who woke up, and he wanted to come over to thank his father in person for saving his life. Oh, that kid. Let him not have to fold. I'm not available for a while. Lu Bu casually waved his hand. He was worried about how to save Zhang Liao, so how could he have time to pay attention to Liu Ye? It was only Lu Lingqi's next words that made him change his mind immediately. Chapter 65 Against the Heavens Gold Liquid. Reborn in Fire. Zhang Liao, my subordinate Liu Ye. I have met General Liu. Thank you, General Liu, for saving my life. Walking into the house, Liu Ye bowed and saluted at Lu Bu. For some reason, he was always a little nervous when facing Lu Bu for no reason, and in the end, he could only attribute it to the instinctive reaction of a weak person facing a strong one. Spare me. From what Ling Qi said, you have a method to save when you on? Lu Bu looked at Liu Ye with a scrutinizing face. Only the more he looked, the more suspicious he became. How come this kid doesn't look like he's practiced medicine? In Lu Bu's opinion, the only ones who can save Zhang Liao today are feared to be those legendary heirs of the healing path who can produce flesh and bones from the dead, and they have to be at least of the 5th grade rejuvenation realm to be able to do so. My subordinate doesn't dare to guarantee that it will be cured 100%. It's about 80% sure. Liu Ye didn't dare to speak too fully, although in his opinion, there was certainly no problem at all in saving Zhang Liao's life. It was always right to leave a little bit of wiggle room in everything. Okay, try it then. Surprisingly to Liu Ye, Lu Bu didn't even question it and directly made way. In fact, if Liu Ye hadn't said that he was sure he could cure Zhang Liao, he was all set to temporarily seal Zhang Liao's lifeline with his martial heavenly power and unlock it later when he found a way to save him. Only this method has a drawback. That is, it can only maintain the physical body vitality does not disperse. There is no way to ensure that the soul will not disperse as well. If it drags on too long, by then, even if it's revived, it'll probably be a vegetable. Now since Liu Ye said he was sure of the cure, let him try. The result couldn't be any worse anyway. This is the biggest difference between the martial artist and the literati. There are not so many bends and turns, especially believe in the dead horse as a living horse doctor. There are jujube no jujube to hit a pole say. Song Xian on the side was showing a struggle, but just thinking that Liu Ye had saved his life to him after all, he hesitated for a moment, but still did not speak out to stop him. Figured Liu wouldn't mess around, so it wouldn't hurt to try. This method of mine belongs to a family secret. General Liu, do you see it as a slight evasion? Liu smiled in embarrassment. Trouble. Although he said so, he nevertheless got up and walked out of the room. Seeing this, Song Xian couldn't stay long and hurriedly followed. Lu Lingqi, on the other hand, gave Liu Ye a cheering look before turning around and walking out of the room, taking the door with her in the process. Seeing that he was the only one left in the room, Liu Ye did not delay and walked over to Zhang Liao's bed, then took out the dagger that he had handcrafted earlier. If this scene was seen by others, they would definitely think that Liu Ye was trying to turn against Zhang Liao. Looking at Zhang Liao, who was like a charcoal on the bed, Liu Ye's heart was also quite unfavorable. After all, this one was his leader in martial arts cultivation anyways, and his relationship with him could be said to be both a teacher and a friend. Golden liquid. You've got to give it a go. That's right. The biggest reason why Liu Ye dared to guarantee that he would cure Zhang Liao was the golden liquid secreted by the golden bone. It goes without saying that the recovery of this stuff is good. Those who have used it say so. As long as there's a breath in it, it can bring people back from the dead. Liu Ye can live to this point. This golden liquid is absolutely creditable. It was only the first time he had used the gold liquid on someone else, and he didn't know if there would be any rejection. After all, scientifically speaking, this stuff is sort of his bone marrow. No longer thinking about it, Liu Ye took the dagger and slashed it hard against his palm, and a deep wound appeared. In the next second, a drop of golden liquid seeped out from the golden bone. Without waiting for it to start repairing its wounds, Liu Ye's spiritual power swept out and directly sent it into Zhang Liao's mouth. Afraid that one drop wasn't enough, Liu Ye continuously sent another 20 drops in. Don't think it's very little. 20 drops of gold liquid was enough to repair Zhang Liao's entire body inside and out in its entirety. Soon, as the golden liquid entered his body, Zhang Liao's body actually began to emit a golden light. This scene was somewhat unexpected for Liu Ye. How could he have known that people are not the same physically? If Liu Ye's flesh was compared to iron, then Zhang Liao's flesh would be considered wood at best. For the same large wound, the energy used to repair iron was completely different from the energy used to repair wood. The result triggered by this was that of the 20 drops of golden liquid, only a small half of it was used to repair the injuries within Zhang Liao's body, while the rest was automatically integrated into Zhang Liao's limbs and bones. Although it wasn't enough to directly strengthen it into Liu Ye's kind of golden bone, it did allow Zhang Liao's bones to take on a hint of golden bone characteristics. Both the hardness and the hematopoietic function have made a qualitative leap, which is tantamount to a rebirth by fire. Of course, about all this, neither Liu Ye nor Zhang Liao himself knew anything yet. The whole process lasted for an hour, and when the golden light dissipated, what was revealed was Zhang Liao's intact physical body, which could still be seen as half-injured. Isn't this a little too much force? Looking at the red-faced Zhang Liao, Liu Ye wondered if he should stab him twice to bleed him out. After all, the healing effect was too exaggerated, and if it got out, he was afraid that it would cause unnecessary trouble. However, just then, Zhang Liao let out a muffled grunt, clearly in the rhythm of awakening. Liu Ye didn't move when he saw this and tucked the dagger into his sleeve, then turned around and opened the door to the room. How's it going? Lu Bu was the first to ask a question. Fortunately, Commander Zhang has awakened. That fast? He was also shocked by the news, and quickly stepped into the house. He saw that Zhang Liao, who was still lying on the bed and dying, had sat up at some point. Not a single wound could be seen on his body, as if he had suddenly changed. Damn, is this kid a healer? Lu Bu, who originally already didn't know what surprise was, experienced for the first time what it meant to be skeptical. Wen Yuan, how do you feel? Lu Bu's voice came before his arrival, and upon hearing this voice, the still somewhat confused Zhang Liao's entire body instantly shook, and then he violently turned his head to look at the doorway. In the next second, emotions such as excitement, skepticism, and joy appeared on Zhang Liao's face one after another, and he was close to shedding 2 lines of tears. Liu Ye, who was following Lu Bu, couldn't help but froze when he saw this scene. This Zhang Liao couldn't be a crook, could he? Is this demeanor surely something an old man could do? The two then played out a long-awaited reunion. After a bout of clouds and rain, no, a bout of pleasantries, Zhang Liao also basically figured out the current situation at Yanmen Pass. For words to summarize, a big win, but it is a great victory. Their own casualties are only a few hundred people. The barbarians left more than 20,000 corpses fled back to the wilderness. Although more than 10,000 000 of them were killed by Liu Ye. Most of the rest died in the hands of the dragon descendants and Lubu. Yanmen Pass. All the generals can be said to be the whole soy sauce, but no matter what, a battle loss rate of nearly 1 to 100. Looking at all the major battles in history, that's a pretty explosive existence, destined to go down in history. Alright, when you won, you've just recovered from a serious injury. It's not advisable to talk too much, so get some rest and I'll come back tomorrow. Without giving Zhang Liao a chance to stay, Lubu turned around and walked out of the room, signaling Liu Ye to follow before he left. Having no choice but to apologize to Zhang Liao, Liu Ye honestly followed behind Lubu. As the former commander of Yanmen Pass, Lubu naturally had a mansion in Yanmen Pass, but he had never lived there much. Along the way, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere was a bit weird for a while. Idle as he was, Liu Ye simply used the eye of truth to look at Lubu's attributes. He had been longing for this. No, one military general of the three kingdoms. In the next second, an incomparably gorgeous panel presented itself, almost blinding Liu Ye. Chapter 66, Peerless Overlord Body. Martial Dao Heavenly Potential. Name, Lubu, Red. Cultivation, Martial Arts. Realm, 4th grade Divine Hidden Realm, Perfection. Power, 580,000 pounds. Wenqi, 0. Techniques, Halberd, 9th Heavenly Momentum. Gunnery, Perfection. Swordsmanship, Perfection. Archery, 1st Heavenly Momentum. Blood and Qi, Emperor's Blood. Physique, Bastard Body, Deshang. War Power, Unrivaled. Even though he had already anticipated Lubu's power, this attribute was still looking at Liu Ye drooling. A martial cultivation as high as the 4th grade Divine Hidden Realm. 580,000 pounds of physical strength. The 9 heavens potential halberd realm. And then the power of Qi and blood at that Emperor's blood level. Not to mention the same rank. Even if it was in existence of 1 grade higher, it was afraid that it could still touch it. Unparalleled combat power. Well deserved. But does Lubu also have a special physique? Looking at the hegemonic body displayed in the physique column, Liu Ye couldn't help but be a little surprised. The reason why he added the column of physique to the attribute interface was purely for the convenience of checking the progress of his battle body. Previously looked at so many people, the physique column all show the mortal body. Only to Lubu this appeared to be an exception. Before that, he had never even thought that there would be someone with a special physique like him. No wonder. Liu suddenly understood why Lubu was so ridiculously strong in his later stages, regularly fighting a group of people by himself, and fighting first-class fierce generals. This hegemony is feared to play a key role. After all, this thing called physique is either born or not in your whole life, and you definitely can't practice it by exercising at a later stage. Of course, an open player like Liu, that's another story. I wonder what effect this hegemony has again. Liu was suddenly intensely curious. His entry-level battle body was already strong to the point of perversion, not only insulating him from non-physical damage, but also providing never-ending stamina as well as powerful recovery. On top of that, the potential of his physical body had been drastically increased, causing him to lay a deep foundation in the body refining stage. With the same special physique, this hegemonic body must not be any worse. Perhaps sensing Liu Ye's thoughts, a large list of information about the hegemony body suddenly surfaced. Simply summed up on 4 points, God's power is infinite. The more the battle, invincible in single combat, and unmatched in group combat. Holy shit, why does this thing look more like a war body than a war body? Compared to the battle body that focused on defensive capabilities, this hegemony body was instead more like a physique born for battle. Almost all traits are clicked on combat, completely abandoning defense. The main theme is one of violence against violence, which can be overbearing. Lu Bu, the ghost god, really lives up to his name. Without realizing it, Liu Ye had already followed Lubu into a luxurious mansion. Afterward, the two of them went straight to the martial arts arena. Then, Lubu suddenly drew a halberd from his weapon rack and threw it over, and Liu caught it in a hurry. General Liu this is. Watching Lubu picking and choosing from the weapon racks, Liu Ye was a bit confused. Something wasn't right about this situation. I have heard that you have learned this general's family martial arts, so I will test and examine you. If you can't practice enough, then give up before it's too late, so that you don't go out in the future and degrade the ghost god's 13 halberds name. Lubu said while casually pulling out a lance and bobbing it up and down as if he was looking for a feel for it. Watching Liu Ye's heart skip a beat. Brother, don't be ridiculous, my small body and you practice, that's not purely looking for abuse. Don't you just want to see if I'm not good enough? I'll just play a couple of hands for you. We really don't need to do this. Seemingly seeing Liu Ye's scruples, Lubu added, don't worry, I'll only use the strength of the blood transformation realm, so just go ahead and make your move. Is the general serious? Liu's eyes lit up. I'm not sleepy if you say so. I dare not say anything else. At least in this piece of the blood transformation realm, Liu Ye hadn't been afraid of anyone. Naturally true. Yes. Liu Ye also stopped talking nonsense and his body's aura instantly changed. Feeling the incomparably pure true intent of martial Tao in Liu Ye's body, Lu Bu could not help but raise his eyebrows. Interesting, the second tribulation true intent. It's no worse than mine back then. Chop, a halberd across the sky. The blade of the halberd wrapped with a powerful true meaning of martial arts towards Lu Bu slashed down on his head, without the slightest intention to hold back. Just kidding, the opposite side is Lu Bu. How can he hurt him with this strength? Bang, 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 and in the face of Liu Ye's furious attacks, Lu Bu just stood still and kept blocking with his lance, his movements seemingly fluid. It would be just as well if the key opponent used a power far beyond his own. However, from several collisions, Liu Ye could feel that the force Lu Bu used was similar to his own, or even slightly lower. Obviously, at least at the level of the blood transformation realm, Lu Bu's power was not as high as Liu Ye's in the first place, but even then, it was easy to deal with Liu's offense. I have to say, it's quite a blow. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, until the weapons in his hands were slightly deformed from the fight. Lu Bu did not move a step since the beginning. Well, that's it. He saw Lu Bu take a step out, and with a sweep of the lance in his hand, he accurately struck Liu Ye's wrist, followed by a shake and a pick, and the halberd in Liu Ye's hand flew away in response. The whole process couldn't be talked about fast enough, and all of Lu Bu's movements were seen by Liu's dynamic vision. But seeing was seeing, but his body was as if it was filled with lead, unable to make the slightest reaction. General's martial arts are extraordinary. My subordinate admires them. Liu rubbed his wrists and clasped his fists in a salute. As the saying goes, 1,000 wears the horse's ass does not wear. Since the intention to hold on to the thigh of Lu Bu, it is natural that there is no need to be reserved. And the shot is finished. There's no need to pat me on the back. If you don't use your martial Tao heavenly potential, just based on the strength of the blood transformation realm, you and I wouldn't be able to tell the winner from the loser even if we fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Lu Bu threw his lance towards the weapon rack, then walked down the martial arts arena with his hands behind his back. So it is. It was also the first time Liu Ye had felt the heavenly momentum of the martial Tao, so it was normal that he didn't recognize it. Compared to the sharp martial true will, the martial heavenly potential appeared to be more introverted, and every move and style could be wrapped in the great power of heaven and earth, giving people a feeling of returning to the basics. By the way, you barely passed the test, but if you want to marry Lingqi, this is not enough. Wait until you step into the vein opening realm sometime. After saying these words, Lu Bu's figure disappeared around the corner, leaving behind a stunned Liu Ye standing in place. What the hell? Why are we suddenly talking about marriage? Let us say there is a possibility that I want you. Bah! No, I just want to hug your thighs. Do not want to be your son-in-law. Liu wanted to shout at Lu Bu that you're mistaken, but he eventually swallowed it back. It's not a wimpy thing. Mainly LV Lingqi isn't bad. Although it couldn't be said to be beautiful, it was definitely a beauty embryo, only that it hadn't fully developed yet. And compared to those women in brocade clothes and fancy dress, Liu Lingqi in military clothes also has a different flavor, giving people a strong sense of contrast. Seemingly recalling the scene when he first met Liu Lingqi, the corners of Liu Ye's mouth unconsciously grinned. Liu. It wasn't until a voice came from behind him that Liu snapped out of it, wiped the corners of his mouth. Thankfully, no drooling. Miss Liu. Turning around, he saw that Liu Lingqi was leading the little red horse over, just like that scene back then. What are you thinking about? So absorbed. Liu Lingqi looked curious. Nothing, it's just that I had the honor of being taught by your father just now, and I have gained some insight. Liu Ye scratched his head in embarrassment and could only find a random excuse to pass it off. We can't say we were just thinking about you, can we? He's not that thick-skinned. Oh, I really envy you for having such a good understanding, unlike me, who practiced for so long and still never got the hang of it. Speaking of this, Liu Lingqi couldn't help but feel a little low in mood. Why do you need to humble yourself? Miss Liu, with your qualifications, there will be a place for you in the 3 realms of martial arts in the future. Liu Ye smiled and said in relief, this was not mere politeness. If he really married the other party one day, with the system he had, was he still afraid that he would not be able to cultivate an upper 3rd realm of martial arts? You're really good at fooling people. You're still in the upper 3rd realm of martial arts. You'll burn high incense if you can step into the middle 3rd realm. Liu Lingqi said so, but the slightly curled corners of her mouth still revealed her true inner feelings. In the end, it's a child. Liu Ye laughed in his heart. To his 30-year-old soul, The 14-year-old Liu Lingqi was not a child. Will you teach me to practice the halberd? Liu Lingqi suddenly said so. Good. Liu hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. After that, the two began to move around the martial arts arena. Well, I should get back. As it was getting dark, Liu offered his farewell. Are you still coming tomorrow? Liu Lingqi looked at Liu Ye with a hopeful expression. Come every day from now on. Liu nodded with a smile. Then it's a deal, and you can't go back on it. A gentleman's word is his bond. Under the setting sun, the two made a hasty promise. Ding! Today's achievement has been refreshed. Hearing the system prompt, Liu Ye put down the holy book in his hands. There was a temporary lack of cultivation sustenance in the martial arts path, so he could only focus on the cultural path cultivation first, just in time to improve his soul strength. If he could fuse the 9 dragons together early, it would also be a considerable improvement in terms of martial arts. When he opened the achievement screen, a flash of golden light was imprinted into his eyes. Chapter 67, Technique Patriarch. I have a poem for Elder Zhang. Technique Master, Gold, a legendary achievement. Attainable by raising any technique to the realm of intent. Achievement reward True Robbery Elixir *100. Seeing that it was an achievement in the technique series, Liu's mouth was grinning from ear to ear. The system is really preachy, directly giving away 100 true heist pills for nothing. With these 100 true jackpot pills, he was confident that he could quench his own true intent of martial Tao to a point where no one had ever seen it before and no one would ever see it after. However, Liu Ye didn't start quenching immediately. He first nourished his soul first. Even with the soul-nourishing pill to replenish his soul power, carrying the greatness of 2 dragon souls at the same time still inevitably brought about a certain degree of damage to the soul essence. This wouldn't be something that could be taken care of by simply replenishing soul power. It would have to be slowly recovered over time. In layman's terms, he now has a problem with the bottle that holds the water, and no amount of adding water to it will help. However, when she could enhance the strength of the soul, and naturally, it could also repair the soul origin. Therefore, Liu chose to continue reading. Inside a secret room, Wang Yun and Wang Qiu sat opposite each other. The wavering candlelight reflected the two men's clouded faces. Family Master, now that Yanmen Pass has that killing star sitting on it, I'm afraid the plan won't be able to continue, King Bal said with worry. There is no harm. Lu Bu is no longer strong. He is only a martial artist. In the future, we only need to use a small trick, then we can play him in the palm of our hands. Instead, it's that Liu Ye who must be gotten rid of as soon as possible. Wang Yun reached out and shook his hand, a touch of moroseness in his tone. Does the family head have a plan? Liu Ye himself was easy to deal with, but the key was those people behind him, each one more difficult than the other. Unless they, the Wang family, were planning to fish out of water, they really didn't dare to make a direct move. Kill with a borrowed knife. Wang Yun slowly spat out 4 words. Whose knife do I borrow? Wang Qiu frowned slightly, not quite understanding what his family head meant. Naturally, I borrowed Dehan's sword. Speaking of this, Wang Yun looked outside the chamber. Come in. A few moments later, the door to the chamber was pushed open. Side clan member Wang Hao, meet the family head. Wang Hao kneeled down to the ground with both knees and respectfully kowtowed to Wang Yun. This is the family. The rules are stricter than anyone else, and it is more concerned about the order of respect and inferiority than the officialdom. I heard you once did a deal with Liu? Wang Yun narrowed his eyes at Wang Hao, who was kneeling on the ground. Reporting back to the family head, this is indeed the case. I had bought 28 inferior warhorses from Liu Ye for 2,800 taels of silver. Wang Hao kept his head down since the beginning, and his cold sweat couldn't stop breaking out. May I have credentials? This is not certified because it is a private transaction, but 2,800 taels of silver is not a small amount. Liu Ye couldn't renege on it even if he wanted to. Wang Hao couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Just then, King Bal interjected. The family master means to punish Liu Ye based on the law that you cannot sell war horses privately without the permission of the imperial court? Anyone who could become a Taiguan was naturally not a mediocre person, but then frowned immediately afterward. It just doesn't seem to be possible to kill Liu with that alone. This is not a minor offense, nor is it a major one, depending on the sentence. But any more sentences are still 100,000 miles away from being a capital offense. Zhang Xian and those people aren't little cuties either. There was no way they would let him run amok. Naturally, the crime of trading with us is not punishable by death, but it would be different if the horses ended up in the hands of the barbarians. When Wang Yun said this, Wang Qiu instantly realized, hi, the family head is really high. In this case, it's not selling war horses privately, it's collaborating with the enemy and treason, and the crime is punishable by death. even though it was full of loopholes, but when they acted in their lineage, as long as there was a reason, even if it was white, they could give it a black spin. Not to mention the fact that the deal did exist, it was just a different buyer. It's just basic operations for them. Then this matter will be left to your full discretion. Make sure to put this son to death. The head of the family won't stay and preside over the situation? Seeing that Wang Yun was leaving, Wang Qiu was anxious. Good man. You patted yourself on the back and left him to face these tough guys alone. Is that what a human being can do? The world is about to change drastically. I need to go back to Luoyang to sit on the ground. It is not convenient for me to stay here for a long time. Don't worry, you are after all a court official. As long as you occupy the great righteousness, even if they want to take action, they will have to weigh the consequences of disobeying the dragon chi of the Great Han. Wang Yun gave a couple of words of relief. Then his figure flashed and instantly disappeared. Liu Ye's side naturally did not yet know that the Wang family intended to use the Great Han laws to deal with him, but even if he knew, he would not put it on his mind. This is a high mountain and the emperor is far away. If you say I've broken the law, I'll say you've broken the law. At the end of the day, the fight comes down to fists. As it happened, the hardest thing he had right now was his fists. The first fierce general of the three kingdoms as a backer. Just ask who else is there. After a night of reading the holy books, the literary chi in the sea of consciousness once again increased by more than 1,000 threads. Although it wasn't as large as the amount of Wen Chi light pillars, it was much better compared to other Wen cultivators. Reading a book and being able to inhale Wen Chi is something that many people can't envy. It would be nice to plagiarize another poem sometime. Liu Ye couldn't help but lament. Having seen big fish and meat, it was more or less uncomfortable for him to go back to eating these turnip cabbages. Unfortunately, copying poems like this has to go with the flow. Too deliberate instead of being recognized by Wendo Changhe, which is a pain in the ass. Shaking his head, he went to the backyard to check on the state of the Dragonborn. The guy fell into a deep sleep as soon as he got back yesterday, presumably from overexerting himself. Seeing that the dragon descendant's breath was steady, Liu was relieved. Hit the jug of wine and head to Meng Lao's small courtyard once again. Since you can't copy a poem for the time being, try a little invention, and you'll still have a chance to invoke a long river of literary paths. Whether it was a pillar of crafting chi light or a pillar of Confucian chi light, it was all the same to him anyway. That's the beauty of a two-legged approach, the main one being a solid one. When Liu Ye arrived at Meng Lao's small courtyard, he found that Elder Zhang, who hadn't been seen for many days, had reappeared. At this moment, he was drinking wine with Meng Lao with a smile on his face, which still had the appearance of the previous saber rattling. Little friend Liu is here. Come and sit. Zheng Xian waved at Liu Ye. Greetings to Elder Zhang. After not seeing him for a few days, Elder Zhang seems to have undergone some changes. As soon as he got close to Zhang Xian, the fledgling Wenxin in Liu Ye's sea of consciousness suddenly shook slightly. Something that hadn't happened before. Ha ha, thanks to little friend's blessing, the cultivation of the way of letters has grown slightly. Zheng Xian stroked his beard without explaining too much. He wasn't one for showing off, per se. Except, of course, when facing Meng Huan. Otherwise this one wouldn't have run here in the first place after emerging from the gate. It's called sharing the joy, but it's all about showing off. Then I really must congratulate Elder Zhang. But the kid came in a hurry and didn't bring any congratulatory gifts. A pot of turbid wine is not a tribute. I hope Elder Zhang likes it. Liu handed over the jug of wine with a smooth hand. Anyway, Meng Lao lives here and can send over a drink anytime he wants, so it's not that bad. Little friend is too modest. Nowadays in the entire Yanmen Pass, who does not know the great name of immortal drunkenness? I've been longing for it for a long time. Whenever I want to get a drink from Old Meng too, I always pour a small cup of water, which is not enough to fill my teeth. Now I don't have to look at people's faces at last. Hearing that Zhang Xian had dared to shade himself, Elder Meng, who was on the side, quit. Good you old bang beetle. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you've rallied Wenxin. Come on, don't run away if you have yourself. If I don't beat you to death, I'll take your last name, said the man, ready to roll up his sleeves. Yeah, who's afraid? Zhang Xian wasn't shy either. The two of you, rest your anger. Don't hurt your peace over a pot of wine. Elder Meng, I'll send your old man 2 more pots tomorrow. Liu rushed forward to dissuade him. Despite knowing for sure that there would be no fight, the fight thing knew all about it. There has to be a puller at this point, otherwise there is no step down. How embarrassing. Humph, I'm giving face to my disciple. Sure enough, Meng Lao obediently sat down. Honestly, before, it was because of the high realm that he didn't put those divine powers of Confucianism in his eyes. But if he was in the same realm, how could he be a support over a mage? Humph, I'm also not talking to you for the sake of this pot of wine. Zhang Xian also went down the slope. Seeing this, Liu Ye was also relieved. They say that old kids are old kids, and he'd seen it today. It's more fucking tiresome than coaxing a child. Right, I almost forgot about business. Little friend Liu, this is my own handwritten letter with 3 divine powers sealed inside. It can save you 3 times at critical moments. Do not lose it, Zhang Xian said, pulling out a roll of paper from his sleeve, which emanated a strong literary aura. This, thanks Elder Zhang. Liu Ye also hesitated only slightly before reaching out to take it directly. This is the handwriting of a great scholar. Cootie, it's only then that you refuse. Well, since the items have been delivered, it's time for old man to leave. As if a cause and effect had been resolved, Zhang Xian let out a long breath of relief and got up, ready to leave. What is Elder Zhang doing here? Liu Ye suddenly opened his mouth to inquire at this time. His intuition told him that Zhang Xian was afraid that this trip was not simple. Ha ha, young friend are determined to open up new paths for the world. As a Confucian scholar, I naturally can't stop at anything. This trip shall be for the purpose of reorganizing the Confucian sect. He didn't have the idea before, much less the ability. Now that he has been promoted to the rank of great scholar, it is time to set an example for the world's readers. Confucianism, it shouldn't be the way it is now. Hearing this, Liu Ye couldn't help but be shaken. He knew very well how much resistance there was to this matter, and it was not too much to say that he was an enemy of the literati in the world. But even so, Zhang Xian was going to do it anyway, and this kind of fearlessness was exactly what was lacking in Confucianism nowadays. For some reason, Liu Ye's heart surged with a flutter for no reason, and he always felt that he had to do something for this old man in front of him. The next second, Liu laughed and laughed. Elder Zhang, stay a moment. I have a poem to present to Elder Zhang. Chapter 68, Natural Born Anomaly. One Tao Supreme Treasure. Thousands of yellow clouds in twilight. Boom! The moment this sentence was uttered, the wind and clouds over Yanmen Pass immediately changed color. The thousands of miles of floating clouds that were originally reddened by the morning sun suddenly became a dark yellow, as if it had turned from early morning to dusk in an instant. The entire Yanmen Pass was stunned by this vision, and all of them looked up to the sky, watching this once-in-a-century spectacle. At this time within the small courtyard, Zhang Xian even more nearly did not pull his beard off. He had thought that Liu Ye was just making a random poem, but he didn't realize that it was another amazing poem. If the first sentence can trigger such a vision, how amazing should the whole piece be? Alas, how is it that such amazing talent is not from the Confucian sect? When he thought of Liu Ye's switching to the Mahist Dharma, Zhang Xian just felt a heartache and couldn't help but glare at Meng Lao. Granted, it was Liu Ye's personal choice, but if it wasn't for this old deng making a mess out of it, he wouldn't have been cut off. Meng Lao, on the other hand, was baffled and was just about to glare back when the vision changed again. Only Liu Ye looked up at the sky and then chanted the second line. The north wind blows snow on geese. Abruptly, the north wind whistled and the snow flew, bringing a few more moments of depression to the already desolate frontier land. Zhang Xian's heart also didn't come to gush out a feeling of sadness, that of confusion and worry about the road ahead. After all, there is an end to manpower, even though he has a great ambition. But in the end, it is difficult to support a single tree. It is a path that is destined to be lonely and rocky. Are you trying to persuade me? Zhang Xian looked at the young figure standing with his arms folded in the midst of the snow, and for a moment, he somewhat failed to understand Liu Ye's intention of sending him this poem. Only in the next second, his eyes instantly widened. He saw Liu Ye slowly turn around, looking at Zhang Xian with a smile on his face, and slowly uttered the last 2 lines. There is no one in the world who doesn't know a friend in front of you. There are 8 lines in the poem, and only the first half of the poem is captured here for the sake of context. Boom! At this moment, Zhang Xian only felt as if there was a thunderclap exploding in his mind, and an unspeakable emotion was like a flood that broke the dike and rushed straight to the sky. Mo worry about the road ahead without a friend. Who in the world does not know the gentleman? Who does not know the gentleman? Zhang Xian kept murmuring under his breath, and then he couldn't help but raise his voice to the sky. Ha ha, well, who in the world doesn't know you? I am not alone in my ways. Little friend's words today. I shall bear them in mind. Once the last 2 sentences came out, it immediately swept away the previous decadence and gloom, giving him a feeling of opening up the clouds and seeing the sky. Yes, what's a brief moment of solitude? As long as he traveled alone, he would eventually find like-minded people, such as this one in front of him, wasn't it? At that time, his doctrine will be widely spread throughout the world, and he will be able to realize that no one in the world knows the king. At the same time, the long river of the Wendao was once again invoked. and a pillar of Wen Qi light through the heavens manifested, completely submerging Liu Ye's figure. Not only that, a character condensed from Wen Qi flew out from Liu Ye's body. First, it hovered silently over Yanmen Pass, as if it was displaying this amazing poem like the world. After a moment, they actually began to fuse with each other, finally forming a jade pendant with a snow-white body, shining with a warm luster. Swish! Liu Ye stretched out his hand and this Wen Qi jade pendant slowly fell into his palm. In an instant, Liu Ye understood the function of this jade pendant. It can dramatically increase charisma and make it easier to find like-minded people. Good baby, whether this thing is used to preach and teach, or to form a force, it can be twice as effective. After thinking about it, Liu Ye handed the jade pendant to Elder Zhang. This jade pendant will be temporarily handed over to Elder Zhang for safekeeping. Zhang Xian was unsure until he touched the jade pendant. Then he realized Liu Ye's intention. Having condensed the heaven and earth Wenqin, there was nothing in this world that he could not see, and almost instantly he knew the function of this item. This item is too valuable for the old man to accept. As a great scholar of the way of literature, he knew all too well how precious this kind of treasure containing the jurisprudence of the way of literature was, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a supreme treasure of the way of literature. Even he had that moment of greed. Little friend, make sure to keep this jade pendant safe, and remember not to show it to others easily. Zhang Xian cautioned with a grave expression. Even he barely managed to resist the temptation, and once the other Wen Dao powerhouses knew about it, they would definitely make a move to snatch it. He knew all too well the pissiness of those literary cultivators in this era, and what kind of benevolence, righteousness, and morality were there to speak of. Liu Ye smiled. Because of this, that's why the kid said to let Elder Zhang you keep it for a while. His meaning is simple, this thing is too hot to keep with my current strength. You old man help me hold it first, when I am strong enough, I will take it back. If you really want to directly say that this item will be of great use to what your old man is going to do next, Liu Ye would bet that Elder Zhang will definitely not accept it. Zhang Xian is a true Confucian sage, whose moral qualities are by no means comparable to those pseudo-Confucianism of the current generation. As expected, hearing Liu Ye's words, Zhang Xian hesitated. After a long time of silence, Zhang Xian sighed deeply. That's fine. I'll have the cheek to keep it for little friend for a while first, and when little friend needs it, he can come and get it at any time. When the time comes, you only need to touch the old man's own handwriting with your literary qi, and the old man will give birth to a sense. Putting away the jade pendant, Zhang Xian rushed at Liu Ye and bowed, then greeted Elder Meng on the side. There goes the old man. In the next second, a green cloud was erected and shot straight up into the sky, swirling up snowflakes and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Elder Meng, how confident do you think Elder Zhang is in this trip? Liu Ye stood side by side with Elder Meng and looked in the direction Elder Zhang had left. Not even 0.5%. Liu Ye didn't feel surprised by Meng Lao's answer. But someone has to walk, doesn't they? Liu laughed. A dead end. And why bother? Meng Lao's words are wrong. The kid once heard a saying that there is no road in the world, but there is a road when more people walk. Hearing this, Meng Lao looked at Liu Ye with a weird face, until he made Liu Ye look a little hairy. Then he said quietly, your kid is really a natural-born seedling of Confucianism, and I don't know if it's good or bad to let you switch to the MO school. Before, no matter how genius Liu Ye was, he had only heard about it from Zhang Xian and didn't have any real feelings about it, until today when he first composed an amazing poem in front of him, and then said those words that contained the philosophy of the way of literature just now. It was only at this time that he realized that Zhang Xian's evaluation of Liu Ye was not exaggerated at all. This kid could indeed be called a sentence of the heavenly pride of the way of literature. Old ancestor, don't blame me for abducting a Confucian pride. Who let the current Confucianism be messed up by that group? It's better to let old Zheng Tu clean it up first. Meng Lao silently prayed to his own ancestor in his heart. Mencius, after all, is a sub-saint level figure? The ghost knows whether it will give him a few big BB pockets along the long river of time. Meng Lao chose to wave from the heart. After this interlude, Liu Ye almost forgot about the business and hurriedly stated the purpose of his trip. What? You said you were going to invent? Meng Lao was intimidated by Liu Ye's ambition. Who is a good person who just touched the Magya Dharma and thought of pushing the boundaries? This is also too overambitious. Is it hard? Liu blinked. Of course. Meng just wanted to say that of course it is difficult. The corner of his eye suddenly glanced at the hand crossbow hanging on Liu Ye's waist, and then swallowed the words that came to his mouth. In the end, he could only rephrase, the tools are in the storeroom, so you can drum them up yourself. Many thanks to Elder Meng. Looking at Liu Ye's impatient appearance, Elder Meng shook his head helplessly. Sooner or later you will realize that inventing is not as easy as you think. There are some things that you can only turn back if you hit the south wall, which is why he didn't engage in persuasion. 3 hours later, when Elder Meng looked at the light pillar of smithing chi that descended from the sky, he was caught in a daze for a moment. Who am I? Where am I? Can someone please tell me what's going on? Chapter 69. The 4 great inventions appear in the world. The first step on the long river of the way of literature. What is this? You have? Meng Lao pointed at the small iron block in Liu Ye's hand. And even with his knowledge, he didn't see what the hell this thing was good for. But since it could cause the long river of the literary path to vibrate, it was bound to not be that kind of useless thing. This object is called a character, and with it is the carved disc, which together can be called movable type printing. Liu Ye explained, then stepped aside, revealing a large pile of iron blocks behind him, roughly estimated to be no less than 100. On top of that, there was a half-man-high iron plate with grooves carved into it, and it looked to be the same size as those iron blocks. What exactly does the movable type do? Meng Lao picked up a piece of iron, and there were indeed words engraved on it, only it looked a bit strange, and seemed to be reversed from the normal text. The so-called movable type printing press, as the name suggests. Liu Ye gave Meng Lao a detailed explanation of the uses of movable type printing. In fact, he was still inspired by those characters in his sea of consciousness when he could think of getting this thing out. Don't look at this world, papermaking is very developed, but it is still far from popularizing books. One of the most important constraints is that books can only be copied by literary cultivators, and even if ordinary people know how to read, the books copied do not have any effect of spiritual enlightenment. Simply put, the words in a book need to be infused with literacy in order to have a soul, otherwise it's just a pile of waste paper. There is no other use for it than for literacy. And how many Wenshio can there be in the whole world? Even if they keep transcribing day and night, it is just a drop in the bucket compared to the multitudes. But with this movable type set created by Liu, everything will be different. Each character could hold a certain amount of Wen Qi, and every time it was printed, a portion of it would be consumed onto the paper, infusing the words with a soul. In this way, even an ordinary person can easily transcribe a book. The most crucial thing is that this thing will not touch the interests of the world's literary cultivators. This is because these characters also need to be replenished with Wen Qi on a regular basis. And this is something that only Wen Shou can do. And with this thing, in the future, when Shou again want to write a book, just write the original draft. The rest can be outsourced. No longer need to be crazy day and night copying. The efficiency of dissemination of doctrine is simply rubbing upward. It's certainly a win-win. The only thing Liu needed to worry about was the reaction from the world family's side. After all, they wanted to ensure the superiority of the family, and would inevitably not let this thing flow into the people in large quantities, but rather keep it firmly in their own hands. In this regard, Liu Ye was not capable of swaying the will of the great families for the time being, and could only wait for the world to be in chaos and for the group to be divided. At that time, the influence of the lineage will drop to the bottom, and whoever holds the ground will have the right to speak. When the time came to introduce movable type printing to the people, there would be much less resistance, but that didn't stop Liu from building this thing first to test the waters. Like the hand crossbow with unlimited crossbow arrows, as the world's first set of tools for movable type printing, it was likewise born with a unique characteristic: unlimited literacy. It's not so much that the above Wenchi doesn't run out, but it will automatically be replenished, and it will increase the speed of replenishing Wenchi in tandem with the increase in spirituality. Truly at that level of heavenly vein divine artifact, having infinite Wen Qi was not impossible. Of course, this thing isn't fully formed yet. After all, in a short period of time, Liu Ye couldn't possibly carve all the words that had appeared throughout the ages, so he could only do it slowly. However, with each new piece of character he built, he could enjoy a crafting Qi infusion. Not as large a volume as this one, but it beats sustainability. Moreover, because of the soul binding, in the future, only the characters built by his own hands will possess the characteristic of automatically replenishing the literary Qi, so there is no need to worry about being cut off by others. This object should be the most precious treasure of the window inheritance. Elder Meng, who was beside him, immediately stroked those characters with an excited face after listening to Liu Ye's narration. Look at that. You can't wait to kiss it to get it over with. He knew very well that with the introduction of movable type printing, the way of literature was bound to move to new heights, and could even do so with a single word overpowering 10,000. Good, good. My Mo family finally has a successor. Meng Lao slapped Liu Ye's shoulder with an exuberant expression. That is, Liu Ye's flesh is hard enough. In other words, the average person this time is estimated to have been on the ground. After temporarily storing this set of movable type printing templates in Meng Lao's small courtyard, Liu Ye turned around and went to Lu Bu's residence. Since he had promised to teach Lu Lingqi to practice halberd, he naturally could not go back on his word. It took over an hour to teach, during which time Lupo had come and gone. He didn't say anything, but just gave Liu Ye a "you better be practicing your halberd" look. In response, Liu, who had not done anything wrong, said he was not the least bit flustered, only the later teaching was much more restrained, with less physical contact and replaced by purely verbal instruction. By the time we got home, it was late afternoon. After checking the sea of consciousness, the range of the literary chi taijita had once again doubled, and the total amount of literary chi had exceeded 60,000 threads, with the craftsmanship chi Confucian chi accounting for half each. 10,000 of these came from poetry, and another 10,000 or so from movable type. In comparison, it's the copying of the poem that gives a more stable literary style, whether it's the previous Yanmen Taisho Xing or the current Farewell to Zhang Lao, the original title of the poem, Farewell to Dawn Day. The rewarding literacy is around 10,000 silks. The inventions of the Mahists, on the other hand, are more esoteric. The previous hand crossbow had given a total of just over 1,000 threads of Smith's chi, while the movable type had given over 10,000 threads, a full 10 times the difference. What exactly is the reason Liu Ye is not known? It may have something to do with the use of the item, or it may have something to do with the material. In order for the movable character printing template to survive the heavenly tribulation in the future, Liu Ye purposely used fine iron, which cost him a lot of craftsmanship. It wasn't that he didn't want to use 100 refined steel, but mainly with his current smithing chi, there was no way to quench a material of the level of 100 refined steel. It's not about quantity, it's purely about lack of quality. According to Elder Meng, one had to at least step into the 6th grade Ningong realm to have the qualifications to build 100 refined steel, and under the nourishment of the 1 Chi Taiji diagram, the growth rate of the 1xin prototype also took a qualitative leap. Now it has grown to 60 centimeters and is as thick as a small thumb, no longer as weak as before. After sensing it a little bit, it could now almost last 10 breaths of time in the long river of Wendo. Shall we try? Liu was a little dumbfounded. To be honest, he was still quite curious about the true face of Wendo Chanha's Lushan. In these few days, the light pillar of Wenqi was seen, but the body of the long river of Wendao remained unknown. Thinking of this, Liu Ye no longer hesitated and directly communicated with the Wenqin fledgling. In the next second, an invisible portal manifested itself in the spirit world, and Liu Ye could even faintly hear the sound of running water coming from the other side of the door. Good lord, that's quite a river. Slightly lamenting, without wasting any time, as Liu Ye's mind moved, his soul body took a step into the portal, officially stepping into that mysterious and unpredictable long river of the Wendao. It was only the next image that made Liu almost lose his mind. Chapter 70, Sudden Advancement, Turning Corruption into Miracle. What was in front of me was not a river, but more like a boundless cosmic space. What he had heard before was also not at all the sound of water, but the roar of a rapidly passing star. It was only because the number of these stars was so huge that it was like a tiny droplet of water that together formed this endless long river of the Wendo. In the next second, there seemed to be a chanting sound in the ear, which was still very weak at first, but in a moment it converged into a flood of bells and louds like the sound of the Holy Way. It made Liu Ye's mind unconsciously immerse itself in it for a long time. Buzz! Suddenly, the Wenqi Taiji diagram in the sea of consciousness shook violently, and Liu Ye's soul body instantly awoke. Bad! Looking at the already shaky embryonic form of 1xin, Liu Ye hurriedly withdrew from the long river of Wendao. That portal closed with it, completely shutting out all sound from the long river of the Bundo. Phew! Liu Ye couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief when he saw this. This Wendao Chanha really wasn't a place where one could just step foot, even if there was a Wenqin fledgling to open the channel. If one's own soul strength wasn't up to snuff, it would be easy to lose oneself in the sounds of the various holy paths. If he delayed his return, once the portal was washed away, he would be trapped in the middle of the long river of the Wendao forever. It was a good thing that he was awakened by the 1 Chi Taiji diagram this time. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. You can't be so impulsive in the future. After some self-reflection, he was just about to exit the sea of spiritual consciousness when Liu Ye suddenly showed surprise on his face. He saw that the fan slowly rotating around the Wenqin prototype of the 1 Chi Taiji diagram had expanded by a whole circle again at some point. The total amount of Wenqi had directly skyrocketed to 99,999 silks from the previous 60,000 plus silks, increasing nearly 40,000 threads of Wenqi in one go. This speed was damn near more frightening than Wenqi infusion. I didn't realize there was this benefit to stepping into the long river of the literary path. One didn't need to think about it to know that this must be the one chi that had escaped from the long river of Wendao when the portal was opened earlier. Every star in the long river of the Wendao was actually composed of one chi. Unlike normal one chi, the one chi there was no longer in the form of chi, and was not even in liquid form, but had directly condensed into a solid state, which could be seen as its high quality. Even if those literary chi stars just flickered from in front of the portal, the literary chi that escaped in that instant was enough to make Liu Ye earn a lot of money. If it wasn't for the fact that the establishment of the words hadn't been completed yet, and the literary chi couldn't undergo a metamorphosis, this wave of acquired literary chi was afraid that it would be far more than that. As for how to make a statement, Liu Ye doesn't have much of a clue yet. The middle three realms of the way of literature were different from the lower three realms, which only required the simple accumulation of literary chi. As long as the amount of one chi is sufficient, it is natural to move to the next realm. However, if one wanted to break through to the 6th grade rising speech realm, it wasn't a matter of quantity, but rather to accomplish a qualitative change. To make a statement is to establish one statement and spread it. This step is extremely important, simply because all subsequent cultivation depends on it. If the doctrines authored cannot be recognized by all beings, it will inevitably affect the degree of their dissemination, which in turn will affect the subsequent practice of the way of letters. This is also the fundamental reason why 99% of the world's literary cultivators stop at the realm of speech. With so much previous experience, Liu Ye naturally would not act rashly. He had to think about what words he should make. However, there were so many doctrines to learn from in the later generations that a small literal realm wouldn't be able to stop him. Next, he just needed to settle down and settle in. Ding! Today's achievement has been refreshed. Time quickly came late at night, and hearing the system prompt, Liu Ye opened the achievement interface. Forging Elite, Green, Elite Achievement. Handcraft a green quality weapon to reach. Achievement reward, Strengthening Stone *10. This one's easy. Liu didn't hesitate to take it on. Early the next morning, Liu Ye went to Meng Lao's small courtyard. Of course, I didn't forget to take 2 jugs of wine with me when I left. After all, I promised yesterday. Without startling Elder Meng and placing the wine on the table, Liu Ye went straight to the casting room. Within moments, a series of knocks came from inside. The dagger was still chosen, which used the least amount of material and took the least amount of time. Half an hour later, accompanied by a quenching sound, a black dagger was freshly baked. The shape is similar to the first one, except that the material has changed from pig iron to fine iron. Both hardness and sharpness have gone up a notch. It was just that the imagined quest completion prompt didn't come, which made Liu Ye a bit puzzled. Surely it wasn't the irregularities in the build process that were the cause. It would have to be that the dagger itself was not up to green quality. Strange, wasn't it said that green quality weapons are roughly equivalent to fine iron material? Liu turned the dagger up and down, not seeing anything wrong with it. Just then, Meng Lao staggered into the casting room carrying a wine jug. Liu Ye brightened up. There is a ready-made big brother not to ask for advice. They put aside this blind pondering what strength. Elder Meng, how about you take a look at this dagger and see if there are any problems? Liu handed over the dagger. Meng Lao raised his eyes and directly spat out 2 words. Garbage. Liu, good lord, that's a bit of a solid review. Tell me more about it. Your Honor. Liu Ye wasn't exactly glassy-eyed and hurriedly pursued the question. Not afraid of having problems, but afraid of not being able to find them. Otherwise how else would he progress? Do you think that forging a weapon means just forging it into what you want it to be and then quenching and opening the blade? Elder Meng didn't answer Liu Ye's question, but instead asked a rhetorical question. No? Liu felt that one way to judge a weapon was the material and the other was the forging process. He asked himself that in this piece of craftsmanship, even if he didn't reach the peak of excellence, he definitely called it a pure fire. The dagger as a whole was struck with an even thickness. 1 point more was too heavy, 1 point less was too brittle. The blade was open and black and shiny, glinting with a lingering cold light in the sunlight. It takes 3 to 5 years of hard work to develop this skill. He was also able to do so by virtue of his unrivaled mastery of himself. Now that he had gotten a garbage evaluation, even though Liu Ye had a strong mental capacity, he was more or less a bit unfavorable. Wrong, very wrong. If forging a line is so simple, how can it be a line of its own? Every weapon in this world is a unique existence, even if it appears to be the same on the outside, because of the differences in temperature, time, and even the rhythm of the hammering during the forging process, all of which will lead to changes in its internal structure. An excellent forger will base the forging process on the differences in these external factors so as to find out the most suitable forging method for this weapon. If one simply shapes the material, the weapon that is created is nothing more than a mere appearance. You have to remember that the material of a weapon can only determine its lower limit, and what we forgers have to do is to turn the rotten into the magical. Today, Master will teach you a good lesson. After saying that, Manglao thrust the wine pot towards his waist, and immediately afterward, he picked up a piece of pig iron and began to hammer it on the casting table. It was also the first time Liu Ye had seen Manglao build a weapon with his own eyes, and although he was using only a piece of pig iron, the concentrated look was as if he was building a rare treasure. Soon, a dagger about 7 inches long was created by Manglao. The modeling is not to speak of exquisite, and even looks a little rough, but it was such a dagger made from ordinary pig iron that Liu Ye couldn't help but feel a chill on his skin. It was as if he was facing a divine blade that blew away hair. Bring the dagger. Manglao suddenly reached out, and Liu Ye hurriedly handed over the dagger in his hand. He saw Manglao holding a raw iron dagger he had built in one hand and a fine iron dagger Liu Ye had built in the other, and then violently collided. In the next second, an amazing scene appeared. Chapter 71, Achievement reached, Cold End of the Moon. Click. The moment the two daggers collided, a crack emerged from the surface of the fine iron dagger Liu had created. Subsequently, it was even directly transformed into a piece of fingernail-sized debris falling to the ground. Looking at Liu Ye, that was an embarrassment. Good lord, who the hell is a fine iron dagger? A raw iron dagger had hard-chopped a fine iron dagger into pieces. This was something that no one would probably believe if they said it, but the facts were right in front of him, and there was no room for Liu Ye to disbelieve them. One could only say that Elder Meng's forging skills were too superb, truly achieving the level of transforming decay into magic. See? Elder Meng handed Liu Ye the fine iron dagger with only a small section left. Looking at the jagged breaks, and the tiny cracks that were densely packed inside, Liu Ye nodded thoughtfully. It should be that the internal structure of the fine iron was destroyed during the forging process that made it so fragile. Well, let's get on with the forging then. Remember, every weapon has a forge that best suits it, and when you understand that, you understand the true meaning of forging. Throwing the dagger to the side of the weapon rack, Manglao pulled out a wine pot and took a small sip, then walked out of the casting room with his hands behind his back. Many thanks to Elder Meng for his teachings. How could Liu Ye not know that this person was listening to the problems that had arisen during his forging process, and that was why he had specially run over to give him some pointers. Liu then began a new round of forging. This time he was no longer perfunctory, and during the forging process, he constantly used his spiritual power to observe its internal changes, striving to find out the best tapping point as well as the rhythm of the forging. It's just that this stuff is harder than he thought it would be, and it can be a big deal. After spending the entire morning, Liu Ye forged a total of 4 fine iron daggers, but none of them met the system requirements. But in the process, Liu's forging skills also improved at a rate visible to the naked eye. The forged daggers were more refined than one another. That last dagger in particular had been able to initially carry Manglao's raw iron dagger. Dang! The sound of tapping resounded once more, and as the forging progressed, Liu Ye's movements in his hands appeared to be more and more effortlessly written. He had a hunch that something was definitely up this time. Zip, 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 zip. At the end of the quenching, a dagger with an ancient but sharp shape was revealed. In the next second, a prompt from the system rang in his ears. Ding! You have successfully forged a green quality weapon, reaching the elite achievement, Forging Elite, and obtaining the reward, a strengthening stone * 10 inch. Liu Ye had a smile on his face as he once again picked up Manglao's raw iron dagger for experimentation. Ding! The two blades met with an incomparably crisp clash. This time, the two daggers were evenly matched. However, Liu Ye understood that he was still 100,000 miles away from Manglao. After all, one used pig iron and the other used fine iron, and Liu had already lost just from the material alone. At best, he was now exerting the strength that fine iron should have, and he was still far from Manglao's realm of transforming decay into magic. Taking out a strengthening stone, Liu Ye still chose to strengthen his hand crossbow, not for any other reason, just so that it could successfully cross the heavenly tribulation later on. As for that movable type printing kit, there's no need to rush. For one thing, it's not fully formed yet, and there are a lot of characters that haven't been built, so it's not like there's a rush to strengthen it. Secondly, the volume of this thing was just too big. The characters alone had to be in the thousands. 1 or 2 strengthening stones wouldn't do much at all. It would be better to use them all to strengthen the hand crossbow. And as one after another piece of strengthening stone was incorporated into it, the hand crossbow became heavier and heavier, and its color became darker and darker, as if it was undergoing the baptism of years. By the time all 10 of the strengthening stones were used up, the hand crossbow had been completely overhauled. Nothing has changed in size, still only a foot long. but the exterior has changed a lot. The color has changed from the previous state red to the current dark red. The original smooth wood surface, but also more a silver stripe, giving people an inexplicable sense of high class. Upside down. It weighs almost 10 pounds. This weight is already considered bulky for a hand crossbow, which is known for its lightness and compactness. It's just that for Liu, whether it's 10 pounds or 20 pounds, it makes no difference at all. Reaching out, he squeezed until he used 1/5 of his strength, and the hand crossbow made a faintly unbearable clicking sound. This hardness is already enough to compete with fine iron. 11 pieces of strengthening stone. Hard to strengthen an ordinary date wood into fine iron. This strengthening effect is simply not too gripping. This intensity was still far from his black dragon halberd, but it was not without the possibility of crossing the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation of heavenly vein artifacts was not the same as those heavenly artifacts of the latter day. The former contained Wendao Qi, and had the Wendao Long River to protect it, so even the heavenly tribulation would have to give a few moments of grace. Almost mean on the line, surely cannot be like the treatment of the latter day artifacts to the death. This one is called the human condition. Leaving from Meng Lao's place, Liu Ye went to the Liu mansion. This time, he only stayed for an hour before excusing himself and leaving. Mainly LV Bu kept looking at him from the side, and Liu Ye said he was under a lot of pressure. When he came to the barracks, he had planned to find Zhao Hong to apply for a mission to go out of the city to fight bandits. After all, there's still, king of 100 soldiers, waiting to be completed. But it flopped. When I asked, I realized that all of the 1,000 captains in the barracks had been called to a meeting by Zhang Liao, and I didn't know what big moves were being made. Logically, the barbarians' 100,000 strong army had already withdrawn from the Great Han's borders, and with winter approaching, there shouldn't be any fighting in the near future. Never mind. In that case, I'll lead my own patrol out. As a Centurion, you still have a certain amount of autonomy in a non-war state, as long as you don't lead your men to do bad things. Taking the only remaining 50 or so men with him, Liu Ye began to search around the grasslands for barbarian figures. Although the army had withdrawn, it did not mean that all barbarians had left the Great Han territory. Although the barbarians have nominally accomplished great unification, they still retain the tribal system. Large and small tribes are scattered across the wilderness, and unless there is a major military mobilization, they usually go their own way and make a living by looting around. It can't be helped that in that harsh environment of the wasteland, no farming civilization is destined to develop. Half an hour later, Liu Ye discovered the first group of barbarian looters. The number is small, only 80 or so. This time Liu didn't choose to fight alone, but led his men in a swarm. After all, the 100 battles soldier king required a battle size of more than 100 people, and Liu Ye on his own obviously didn't meet the requirements. The battle started fast and ended even faster. In less than 5 minutes, the barbarian party had been completely wiped out. As for their own side, there were no casualties. In this kind of plains, cavalry against infantry is a complete crush. Not to mention this kind of battle where the difference in numbers is not that big. Even if there is a 10 times difference in numbers, the cavalry will still be able to chase the infantry and cut them down. Letting his men clean up the battlefield, Liu Ye roamed around on his horse, searching for the barbarians with the help of his ultra-long-range vision. It was worth mentioning that the Dragonborn was still sleeping, and he was riding the same mount that Lin Guang had been riding back then. After a few moments of work, Liu once again locked onto a group of targets. In the afternoon, Liu Ye led the team to eliminate a total of 15 barbarian troops, and the quest progress of King of 100 Battles came to 93/100, just 7 battles away from reaching the goal. Liu Ye had planned to take advantage of the night to search further out. Only when he conveyed this order to his men, he saw a hesitant look on their faces. This left Liu somewhat puzzled. He knows very well that his group of men are definitely not the kind of people who are afraid of death. That being the case, there had to be some reason for this that he didn't know about. But what's the difficulty? Liu opened his mouth to inquire, but no one chimed in. Shen Hao, you answer. This was a Tun Chang under his command, belonging to the category of people with a more stable nature. Shen Hao hesitated for a moment and stepped forward, arching his hand and saying, "Hasn't your excellency ever heard that it's not advisable to travel at night in the month of the end of the cold?" Liu Ye heard confused. What the hell is called the month of the end of the cold? Carefully. Although he was puzzled as to why his own adult didn't even know this bit of common sense, Shen Hao still explained honestly, and the more Liu listened, the wider his mouth opened. Only one thought came to mind: this world is fucking toxic. Chapter 72, There is Yin Qi in Heaven and Earth. Unexpected benefits. To summarize it all, the world is haunted. According to Shen Hao, the so-called month of the end of cold means that last month of the year. In this month of January, the yin energy of heaven and earth is the heaviest, and whenever night falls, evil spirits will come out. They are invisible. Once hit, basically no solution, light or a serious illness, serious or death. When she was effective in resisting evil spirits, but it was only resisting. Only martial artists who had cultivated qi in blood could use the power of qi in blood to completely eliminate them. Just to achieve this level, ordinary soldier blood and general blood would definitely not work, and it was estimated that they all had to at least start with whole blood. However, it was estimated that not many people could be found in the entire world who could boil their qi in blood to this level. Therefore, every time the month of the end of the cold, all the forces would tacitly enter a phase of recuperation and would not take the initiative to provoke a war. Before the barbarians sent 100,000 troops to knock at the gate, but also to see the approach of the end of the month of cold, the Han will not appear big military mobilization. Otherwise, even if they were given 10 guts, they would not dare to press the border with a large army, and at most, they would send small groups of troops to harass them from time to time. That sounds like a bit of a ghostly door opening. Liu rubbed his chin in thought. He was a bit surprised that evil spirits existed in this world, but he was relieved when he thought about it. As the saying goes, alone yang does not give birth to alone yin. When there is a yang side to the world, there must be a yin side. In Liu Ye's opinion, the so-called evil spirits should just be special existences condensed from some kind of yin attribute aura. This is also considered a way for heaven and earth to maintain balance, releasing some yin qi out from time to neutralize the aura. Human beings are yang, and when the two auras collide, one of them is bound to have problems. Of course, this was only Liu Ye's personal understanding, and as to whether or not it was in line with the actual situation, he didn't dare to pack his bags. But those worldly families should understand the hidden agenda. The lineage has a long heritage, and even the major cultivation systems are from their old ancestors, so they must have a deep research on the so-called evil spirits. Back to the city. Liu Ye waved his hand and returned to Yanmen Pass with the crowd and the many spoils of war. It was still not a good time to act recklessly, so let's find Meng Lao and the others to find out the details first. When he returned to Yanmen Pass, Liu Ye also discovered some anomalies. The sky is still dark, families have closed their doors and windows early, and not a single pedestrian can be seen on the street. Even the soldiers guarding the city were much fewer than usual and looked like they were ready to return to camp at any moment. Apparently, once it was completely dark, Yanmen Pass was no longer arranged to be defended. After all, at this point in time today, no one desperate enough to invade would dare. Along the way, Liu Ye could smell a rush of blood every now and then. Upon asking Shen Hao, he realized that it was black dog blood prepared by the people to ward off evil spirits. Good lord, is it also popular in this world to use black dog blood to ward off evil spirits? Liu Ye secretly wondered. Black dog blood belongs to the most yang thing, especially the fresh black dog blood. The yang energy has not been dispersed. Used to deal with yin attribute of the evil spirits is also considered the right medicine. As for how effective it really is, that's unknown. But since it has been passed down to this day, I think it will work wonders. After submitting the loot to the logistics office to exchange for military honors, the people went back to their homes. Seeing their impatient looks, Liu Ye couldn't help but shake his head and lose his smile. I didn't realize that this group of elite soldiers and strong generals who braved death on the battlefield were also afraid of the so-called evil spirits. Surely the unknown is the greatest terror. Back in the small courtyard, the sky had become dark. A chilling aura began to fill the air. Is this yin qi? With the help of his spiritual power, Liu Ye could see that there were more strands of black gas in the air, and it gradually increased as time went by. Whenever these black gases came close to the 3 feet of land around him, they would automatically collapse and then reconsolidate not far away. Seeing this situation, Liu Ye violently spread his collected spiritual energy out to the surroundings. Wherever it passed, the yin qi subsided, as if there was an invisible force pushing it outward. When the spiritual power spread to a 100-meter radius, it could not advance any further. This was not Liu Ye's limit, but it was suppressed by the yin qi. Collect. Gathering his spiritual energy back together, those yin qi immediately converged over again, flowing around Liu Ye's circumference of 3 feet. Obviously, like Wen qi, spiritual power could only serve as a defense. There was no way to destroy yin qi. And how does the qi and blood destroy the yin? Thinking of this, Liu Ye completely took in the spiritual energy enveloping his surroundings into his sea of consciousness. In the next second, the surrounding yin qi was like a fish that had smelled the fishy odor, scrambling to squeeze into Liu Ye's body. Hiss! Even with Liu Ye's physique, he couldn't help but shiver. Immediately afterward, however, as they seeped into the bloodstream, it was as if a mud cow had entered the sea, instantly disappearing without a trace. without making a single wave. Slowly, more and more yin qi converged over, and Liu Ye came to destroy them all. If one were to look down from above at this time, one could see 3 slowly rotating swirls of yin qi. The largest of these clumps came from Movable and reached a kilometer in diameter. The next is the small courtyard where Liu Ye is located, which also has a diameter of 500 meters. The smallest is Zhang Liao's residence, which is only about 15 meters in diameter. On top of that, there was a whole bunch of black air clusters of varying shades spread all over Yanmen Pass. If you look closely you will see that the stronger the qi in blood, the higher the concentration of yin qi around it, and the main fight is a fight to the death. So it is. After feeling silently, Liu Ye probably understood the reason why the yin qi was converging towards him. If one viewed yin qi as the waste gas produced during the operation of heaven and earth, then they, the martial artists with strong qi and blood, were the equivalent of a waste gas treatment plant. This is the time of year when heaven and earth deals with exhaust fumes. The stronger the qi and blood, the more efficient it would be in destroying yin qi, and the wider the range of yin qi it would be attracted to. It wasn't hard to imagine that if a city had an emperor-blooded or even dragon-blooded level powerhouse sitting in it, it was feared that half of the yin qi would be absorbed by it. This will make it much less stressful for the general public. However, this ability was only related to the quality of qi and blood itself, and had nothing to do with cultivation realms. This was also the reason why Lu Bu was clearly so much stronger than Liu Ye, but the yin qi vortex was only twice as large in diameter. After all, Liu Ye's qi and blood quality was only one level lower than Lu Bu's, and it was only one blood exchange away from being raised, with a very small gap in it. And as the yin qi continued to converge into his body, Liu Ye's qi and blood were being rapidly depleted. However, the Golden Bone's ability to create blood was the best in the world, often just consuming a little bit, and was immediately replenished, and there was absolutely no need to worry about being consumed by the yin qi. Suddenly, Liu Ye realized that the quality of the qi and blood in his body had strangely increased a little bit, almost 1,000%. Don't underestimate the boost. The quality of his qi and blood nowadays had already reached the imperial blood limit. If he relied on his own quenching, if he wanted to raise the quality of his qi and blood by 1,000%, it would simply be impossible without a month's work. And now just absorbing an hour's worth of yin qi did it. This efficiency could almost catch up to 1/10 of the quenching speed of the dragon blood pill. It seems that even heaven and earth understand that if you work, you must be paid, which is much better than those black-hearted capitalists. I just don't know if this thing exists with an upper limit, Liu Ye secretly thought in his heart. If he could keep quenching like this, in a month's time, he might be able to raise the quality of his qi and blood directly to the dragon blood level. As for divine blood, that thing Liu Ye wouldn't dare to think about. Knowing that there was this benefit to absorbing yin qi, Liu Ye was immediately energized and could not wait to absorb all the yin qi in the city. Unfortunately, there was no way for this thing to be actively absorbed. It could only passively wait for the yin qi to drill into the body, which was a pain in the ass. Soon, the time came late at night, and the system alert rang on time. Chapter 73 Avatar, Falling Brush, Silver Medallion. Ding! Today's achievement has been refreshed. Falling Pen, Green, Elite Achievement. With the soul as the pen and the literary spirit as the ink, writing 1,000 words can be achieved. Achievement reward, Avatar Fruit *1. Avatar? Liu was taken aback by the reward for this achievement. That was a divine power, something Wen Xiu could only dream of. Some people might not even see the shadow of the avatar throughout their lives. The most crucial thing was that the greater the number of divine powers, the more solid the literary heart that would be condensed later on. And for Liu, it was the equivalent of accelerating the growth of the Wenxin fledgling, which could be beneficial. Needless to say, this achievement must be reached. Isn't it just writing 1,000 words with the power of the soul? Which one has fewer strokes is all. Just thinking about it was quite perfect, but just the step of condensing into a quill with his soul force stumped Liu Ye. If you want to use your soul power to probe your surroundings, that's indeed simple. Just spread it outwards mindlessly. But the difficulty involved in wanting to turn emptiness into reality, compressing the invisible soul force into a tangible brush, was simply incomparable. Liu struggled for half a day, and only barely managed to get the beginnings of a brush that would collapse at the slightest movement. It seems that this achievement is not as simple as imagined. There was nothing to do, but Liu could only try again and again. Finally, under Liu Ye's unremitting efforts, a giant brush over 3 meters long and half a meter thick manifested. Don't look rough, but it's at least molded. With Liu Ye's intention, the literary qi in the sea of consciousness began to converge towards this brush, and it didn't stop until it had consumed 10,000 threads. Write a 1 first. Swish! The giant brush made a stroke in the air and wrote the word 1 in the air. but it was a bit crooked and not very beautiful. Liu Ye didn't care that much and glanced at the quest progress. 1/1000. Perfect. Apparently, it doesn't matter if it's beautiful as long as it's written. Liu then proceeded to maneuver the giant brush into the air and stroke it frantically. The characters written are simple strokes. The most would not be more than 5 strokes. That is, you can't repeat a word, or you can just write the word one to the end, but spare me the trouble. Liu was a bit overwhelmed by the 100th word. Although writing only consumed Wen Qi and not soul power, maintaining the brush was oddly tiring. Gotta be all in or this thing falls apart when it says it will. After a slight reprieve, Liu Ye then continued writing. Eventually, after 3 long hours, the 1000th word was finally written. Ding! You have successfully written 1,000 pieces of text with your soul as a pen and your literary energy as ink. Reaching the elite achievement, drop the pen and write, and obtaining the reward, divine fruit *1 inch. In the next second, it was seen that the 1,000 words glittering in the void suddenly merged into one, and then immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Liu Ye's sea of consciousness. It eventually turned into a light green fruit that hung from the seedling that the Wenqin fledgling had drawn. It could be seen that a wisp of clear qi flowed out from that avatar fruit, which was then absorbed by the Wenqin fledgling, and its growth speed accelerated by a fraction out of nowhere. At the same time, Liu Ye had also obtained information about the divine ability that fruit had birthed. Fallen brush imbue words with spirituality, giving them special power. Sure enough, this is it. After all, so many books are not read in vain. What one Dao avatars have appeared in ancient times, Liu Ye more or less knows. This divine ability was not too rare, but it was very versatile, and was mostly comprehended only by those who were masters of calligraphy. The exact effect varies from person to person and depends on the writer's own understanding of the text. As a simple example, write the same word Dao. Some people simply interpret it as a road, and then what is ultimately presented is a road. And there are those who understand it as the great Tao of heaven and earth, and the effect that is ultimately presented may be earth-shattering. In short, whether this avatar is powerful or not all depends on how you use it. Of course, any divine ability was only a means to an end, and cultivation was the foundation of everything. If you don't have enough literacy, it's useless even if you play the avatar out. Try the effect. Liu was like a child who had just gotten a toy and couldn't wait to experiment. Just the next second, another system prompt appeared. Ding! Detected that you have accumulated 10 elite achievements of 100 killing, technique elite, knowledgeable, emerging, family wealth, writing elite, archery elite, battlefield elite, forging elite, and brushstrokes, rewarded with a silver medal *1 inch. What? Liu Ye was stunned, and before he could react, he saw a silver glittering medallion appear out of thin air, and then it whooshed into the center of his brow. At the same time, Liu was given the details of the silver medal. Silver medal, green fine-grade props that can open the wheel of fortune twice a month. The introduction is simple, but the effect can be anything but. It's a wheel of fortune to try and turn a bike into a motorcycle. Liu Ye had been thinking about when to get another achievement that rewarded lucky roulette, and he didn't expect the achievement to wait, but waited for a silver medal that could spin the roulette wheel on a regular basis, which was too much of a top. There was no hesitation to decisively use up the number of times this month. In the next second, a familiar and mysterious roulette wheel emerged. Still 10 rewards. 1. Dragon's Blood Elixir *1, green. 2. Imperial Beast Dan *10, green. 3. Innate Purple Chi, gold. 4. Imperial Beast Dan *100, blue. 5. 1,000 Taels of Gold, purple. 6. Strengthening Stone *10, green. 7. For Elephant Battle Formation Kuai Shui Xian Wu, purple. 8. Recruitment Order *1, blue. 9. Dragon Image Dan *10, purple. 10. Sumeru Stone *10, blue. The quality of the reels this time was pretty good. 1 gold, 3 purple, 3 blue and 3 green. Without further ado, let's smoke. Ding! You have gained Sumeru Stone *10 inch. Average luck. Only drew a blue reward. Good thing there's a second chance to continue. Ding! You have obtained the Dragon Elephant Pill *10 inch. Although there was still no gold, Liu Ye was already quite satisfied to have drawn 10 Dragon Elephant Dan. This would be a whole 250,000 pounds of strength if all of it was taken. Of course, this is only a theoretical value. A permanent gain type elixir like this would normally be resistant. Just like the Imperial Beast Pill, the first time you take it the effect is the best, and the subsequent effects will get worse and worse. I think this Dragon Elephant Dan will be no exception, but no matter what, 10 dragon elephant pills would be enough to raise his strength to a whole new realm. Without rushing to take it, Liu Ye first looked at the effects of the Sumeru stone. Sumeru stone can open up a piece of mustard space 1 cubic meter in size. Good lord, so it's you. Space ring, earlier? He also wondered why the system space was not available to him and could only store items in one direction, and was waiting for him here. There's nothing to say, just use it all up. In the next second, in Liu Ye's consciousness, there was suddenly an additional subdimensional space that could change forms at will, no matter how it transforms, though, its maximum volume always remains at 10 cubic meters. With a movement of Liu Ye's spiritual power, the black dragon halberd leaning against the corner instantly disappeared, and then it appeared in the middle of that mustard seed space. With another movement of his spiritual energy, the black dragon halberd immediately appeared in his palm again. Well, there's almost a half-second delay, but no harm done. Used in the battle may be bad enough. After all, to their level, the battle is accurate to between milliseconds. Half a second delay is too fatal, but it's simply too convenient to use to carry personal items, such as the black dragon halberd or the 9 dragons combined. Especially the 9 dragons combination. This thing could be said to be his lifeblood, and now he didn't have to worry about being stolen after all. Stuffing some important items into the mustard space in a brain, until it could not be stuffed anymore. Liu then continued the previously unfinished experiment. Well, I'll try to think of something to write. Thinking for a moment, Liu began to write. Chapter 74, Void Creature. Ruthless enough to beat even his own people. Still using his soul as his pen and his literary spirit as his ink, Liu Ye wrote the word fire in the air. In the next second, a ball of fire the size of a man's head appeared out of thin air, just like that, hanging in midair quietly burning. Liu Ye felt it. The temperature was about the same as a normal flame. It was okay to deal with ordinary people, but when it came to martial artists, they were afraid that they would be slapped out. However, Liu Ye was not disappointed. After all, he had only consumed 1,000 threads of Wen Qi, and to be able to have this power was already quite rare. The fireball burned like that for more than 10 minutes before it slowly went out. Liu Ye then went on to try the effects of the 4 characters Jin, Mu, Shui and Tu in turn. When writing the word gold, Liu Ye thought of gold. And then there was really a fist-sized gold ingot, which I'm afraid there must be a 3 or 4 pounds. The gold ingot, however, lasted only 10 minutes before dissipating. Relying on this to get rich overnight is designated as impossible, but it can be used to trap people. Unless the other parties when Dao cultivation far exceeded Liu Ye's, it would be difficult to find out what was going on here. After all, this was a proper void creation, not some kind of blindfold. The same applies to wood, water and earth, both of which are maintained for a period of time and then dissipate. In the end, after some experimentation, Liu Ye found that but any text that could be visualized consumed relatively little Wen Qi. The more abstracted words, such as kill, vanish, trap, and destroy, consumed a literal bottomless pit of Qi. Taking the word kill as an example, killing an ant only requires 1,000 threads of Wen Qi, but if you kill a rat, it immediately skyrockets to 10,000 threads. In addition, distance also affects the consumption of Wen Qi. After all, killing in person and killing with a spell from across the room were 2 completely different concepts. Even if Liu Ye's current Wen Qi was all drained, it would probably be difficult to curse a mouse across 1,000 meters, let alone kill someone. One could only say that the divine power was worthy of being a thing that could only be comprehended by a middle third realm literacy cultivator, and was simply not something that a lower third realm literacy cultivator could afford to play with. Ending the experiment, Liu Ye pulled out the dragon elephant Dan and started taking it. As he had presumed, the 10 dragon elephant pills only ended up boosting 100,000 pounds of force, and this was still because of the double bonus from the golden muscle. Otherwise it would have added even less. However, with the addition of this 100,000 pounds of force, Liu Ye's physical strength now exceeded 150,000 pounds, and his battle power rating had risen another step. Today, regaining the realm of the most powerful, the night passed quickly, perhaps because the cold end of the month has just begun. The concentration of Yin Qi is not enough to give birth to evil spirits. Last night Yenmen Pass did not appear any abnormal situation. However, it could be clearly felt that the atmosphere at Yenmen Pass had become much duller. Even in broad daylight, it is difficult to see pedestrians on the streets, and there is no longer the same noisy scene as in the past. In response, Liu could only sigh silently. The only thing he could do now was to inhale more Yin Qi at night to reduce the number of evil spirits being born. Walking alone on the street to the barracks, Suddenly a group of magistrates stepped out from the corner in front of him. Liu initially only thought it was the daily patrol officers, until he was surrounded by the other side and realized that the group was coming for him. Guys, what do you mean? Liu shook the Centurion token at his waist. In Yenmen Pass, the army can be much more powerful than the so-called government officials. It was no surprise that even the magistrate would have to retreat when he saw him. Such was the Centurion's intimidating power. Lord Taisho has ordered that the barbarian spy Liu Ye be apprehended and brought to justice, and if there is any resistance, he may be executed on the spot. The middle-aged magistrate at the head took out an arrest warrant, his tone unusually cold. Liu Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and in his heart, he already roughly understood what was going on. Zhang Lao explained before he left that the Yenmen Taisho had secretly come to Yenmen Pass and would probably make some small moves. It's just that Liu Ye thought that that kind of level of character to engage is also to engage Zhang Liao. Did not think that he would focus on him, a small centurion? Looks like this is treating me like a soft persimmon. Liu Ye sneered in his heart. Obviously, it's a case of not being able to play hardball, so they're starting to come up with the dirty tricks. Barbarian spies, that's quite a hat. Unfortunately, it was used in the wrong place. Lead the way. Liu didn't resist, or rather the other man couldn't wait for him to resist. It doesn't matter if it was planted or not. Once you resist arrest, what's right becomes wrong. Liu Ye naturally wouldn't leave such a big handle. Of course, he wasn't going to let the other side throw dirt on him. With a movement of his mental power, Zhang Liao, who was originally reading a book on military affairs in his study, suddenly had a stare in his eyes. Men, prepare the horses. When Liu Ye arrived at the county office, the place was already surrounded by troops, and standing at the front was none other than Zhang Liao. Xian Di, don't worry, in this Yenmen Pass, his Wang family can't cover the sky yet. Zhang Liao's meaning is very simple. Don't worry about going in, leave the rest to me. I'm relieved that brother Zhang is doing his job. Liu Ye smiled bashfully, without the slightest worry on his face. If it was earlier, he might still be wary of the massive power of the Wang family, but now he had completely hitched his wagon to Lubu, not to mention that it's just a Taisho. So what if that Wang family head personally comes down? Do you really think that Lubu's square heavenly painting halberd is a vegetarian? As for whether or not Lubu would go to bat for him, there was no need to have any worries about that. Lubu may not have had a great reputation in history, but the piece about treating his loved ones is absolutely nothing to write home about. He was at least the other party's son-in-law to be, and with Lubu's character of protecting his calf, how could he stand by and watch? The only reason why the big man wasn't brought out straight away was that things hadn't gotten that far yet. After all, how could anyone play poker at the beginning of the King Bomb? The bottom of the card, this thing, always is whoever after the great. Come on, I'll walk you through it. Pushing the two magistrates on Liu Ye's side out of the way, Zhang Liao and Liu Ye walked towards the county office together. At this moment, the person sitting on the public desk of the county government office is precisely the Yenmen governor Wang Qiu. As for that magistrate, he is accompanying the smile on the side, with a fawning face. When Wang Qiu saw Liu Ye and Zhang Liao walk into the lobby at the same time, not the slightest expression of surprise appeared on his face. Snap! Suddenly, Wang Qiu slapped the shocking wood and rebuked loudly. Bold barbarian spy, see this official and still don't kneel down. Taisho Wang is so powerful. How dare you make the centurions under this general kneel to you? Could it be that you want to rebel? At this point Zhang Liao's role became apparent. It's definitely not appropriate for Liu Ye to say this on his own, but as the Grand Commander of Yenmen Pass, Zhang Liao is not much lower than Wang Qiu, the governor. When it comes to status alone, at least on the discourse piece, it could be a split. Moreover, at this time, the Great Han had not yet reintroduced the state pastoral system, and the civil officials and military generals belonged to two separate systems. Wang Qiu, a civil official, made a military centurion kneel to him, and Zhang Liao said that he was plotting to rebel, which is not a lie. Commander Zhang is overstating the case. This person is a barbarian spy. What is the point of plotting a rebellion by making a spy kneel down? Wang Qiu explained with a smile on his face. Whether Liu Ye is a barbarian spy or not, this general knows better than you. Well, you and I don't need to make up all these falsehoods between us. If your Wang family has any tactics, then feel free to use them. This general has no time to play house with you here. Zhang Liao was too lazy to grind his teeth with this group of civil officials and directly chose to open the door. Oh, well, in that case, bring witnesses. Looking at the two people under the hall, Wang Qiu sneered in his heart. Do you really think that the Wang family is a bunch of assholes? 2 days is enough time for them to forge a complete chain of evidence. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he would never want to wash away Liu Ye's identity as a barbarian spy. A few moments later, the bloodied Wang Hao was dragged into the lobby. Seeing the visitor, Liu Ye instantly understood the Wang family's scheme. The only thing he had with this person was the warhorse deal. But this kind of thing could be big or small. At most it was only a fine, far from the level of a capital offense. However, since the Wang clan used this matter as a breakthrough, even going so far as to sacrifice one of their clansmen, they thought that it would not be that simple. Barbarian spy, Liu murmured in a low voice, intending to wait and see what happened first. Does Commander Zhang recognize this person? Wang Hao, the secretary of the other department of the A Battalion. Zhang Liao's eyelids lifted slightly, and he seemed to be a bit surprised as well. He naturally knew about Wang Hao's details, a pawn that the Wang family had planted in Yanmen Pass. I just didn't expect this Wang family to be ruthless and even beat up their own people. However, Zhang Liao still underestimated the Wang family's ruthlessness. Wang Qiu's next words, even with his iron heart that had been in the battlefield for a long time, he couldn't help but feel a chill at the bottom of his heart. Chapter 75, A Battle of Words. Taisho Seal versus Military Formation. Then does Commander Zhang know that this person is a barbarian spy? Wang Qiu's tone was somewhat playful. Zhang Liao, on the other hand, pretended to be surprised. This general remembers that Wang Hao is from the Wang family, so why did he go to be that barbarian spy? When he said that, he naturally said it on purpose to give Wang Qiu a hard time. Since you said that Wang Hao is a barbarian spy, your Wang family can't get out of it. Wang Qiu just laughed at his words. Commander Zhang is unaware that Wang Hao has long been removed from the genealogy of the Wang family, and what he has done has nothing to do with my Wang family. Abandon the car. This was Zhang Liao's first reaction. Immediately after that, though, he realized something was wrong. He had previously investigated the barbarian spies and hadn't checked into Wang Hao's head, and there was no need for the Wang family to rush to jump out and clear the air themselves. Then it's not about abandoning the army and protecting the commander, it's about trying to cash in, taking the life of his own side clan and cashing in Liu Ye's life. If Wang Hao bit the bullet and said that Liu Ye was his accomplice, then there was a real possibility that they would all die together. I have to say, that's a pretty vicious move. Sure enough, right after that, King Ball started to figure it out. According to this person's confession, he has been trading goods with the barbarians for years and has been able to gain a great deal of profit by selling information to the barbarians. Previously he had sent 28 inferior warhorses to the barbarian side, which were supplied by Liu Ye, for a total profit of 2,800 taels of silver. This matter has been verified by this official and confirmed to be correct, and according to the investigation, the 28 warhorses have indeed been transported to the barbarian camp. Now that the human and material evidence is all there, Commander Zhang still wants to vouch for Liu Ye? Wang Qiu looked at Zhang Liao with an impish smile. Zhang Liao was not the least bit flustered and said indifferently, "These are just this person's words, how can they be used as witnesses? As for the so-called physical evidence, it is even more ridiculous. The origin of that batch of warhorses has long been known to this general. It is the spoils of war that Liu Ye captured from the barbarian side. Can the resale of such a batch of warhorses, already from the barbarians, to the barbarians be taken as evidence of collaboration and treason? What's more, Liu Ye only traded with Wang Hao, and as for who Wang Hao sold this batch of horses to, what does it have to do with Liu Ye?" Zhang Liao's words were so well reasoned that even Liu Ye couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart. In the end, it was the heir to the military family, and eloquence was indeed not something that those purely reckless people could match. "Oh, is that so?" Commander Zhang said that that batch of warhorses originally came from the barbarians. "Do you have any witnesses?" Wang Qiu asked rhetorically. Hearing this, Zhang Liao frowned. At first, Liu Ye also just said that this batch of warhorses came from the group of barbarians who met with Lin Guang. To say that the human evidence, this really does not have. After all, Lin Guang had turned to dust, so how could there be any witnesses left? Even Liu Ye couldn't say anything at this point. There are indeed witnesses. Lu Lingqi is it? However, at that time, when reporting the situation to Chen Mo, he had intentionally concealed Lu Lingqi's existence, and it was obviously not appropriate to let Lu Lingqi run out to testify at this time. Seeing that Zhang Liao didn't say anything, Wang Qiu couldn't help but laugh. "You don't have it, but I do. Someone come, summon Zhang San Zhaowu." A few moments later, two soldiers walked in. Are they? These two people Liu Ye recognized. It was the two guarding soldiers who blocked him from leaving the city in the first place. Subordinate Zhang San Zhaowu pays his respects to Lord Tai Shou. The two bowed in unison. "Be excused and tell us what you know." King Ball waved his hand. Yes. The two of them then told the story of how they blocked Liu Ye from leaving the city that day, and then were released by Lin Guang's appearance. It's not that different from the truth, but when it comes out of the mouths of two people, It always feels a little off. Suddenly, a lightning bolt crossed Liu Ye's mind, and he probably understood what kind of medicine Wang Qiu was selling in his gourd. Does Commander Zhang hear anything wrong from this? Wang Qiu suddenly looked at Zhang Liao. Just a normal cross-examination. What's wrong with that? Wang Qiu didn't comment on Zhang Liao's answer, but just smiled and said, since that's the case, then I'll remind Commander Zhang of one thing. In the petition you presented to the assassin's office, but you clearly stated that Ling Guang is a barbarian spy. Can Commander Zhang recognize this? Naturally, I recognize it. Zhang Liao was a bit uncertain. That's good. Just ask a barbarian spy who insisted that his men let Liu Ye out of the city when he knew the whole city was on alert. I'm afraid it's impossible to say there's nothing fishy going on here. May this official venture a guess that he is asking Liu Ye to leave the city to deliver information to the barbarians? When these words came out, Zhang Liao's pupils instantly shrunk. Dare I say that the other party was waiting for him here. Indeed, the incident looked too much like Lin Guan was covering for his companion to onlookers. However, the truth is that the reason why the other party let Liu Ye out of the city is just to make Liu Ye a scapegoat, only to end up stealing a chicken and getting himself trapped instead. But obviously you can't say something like that in the open, because no one would believe it. Zhang Liao had no choice but to say, when did you ever rely on guesswork alone to solve a case? Then can I also guess that you, Wang Qiu, are also a barbarian spy? That's a bit of a bummer, but it's not an excellent coping strategy. Moreover, this is not a blind guess on his part. Your entire Wang family is a barbarian spy, and there is nothing wrong at all for this general to say that you, Wang Qiu, are a spy. Wang Qiu didn't get annoyed when he heard Zhang Liao's words. He just picked up a letter and threw it in front of Zhang Liao. Naturally, this official won't arrest people just based on speculation. This is a secret barbarian letter that was rummaged out of Lin Guang's home, which has mentioned Liu Ye's name many times. What explanation is there for this? False. Zhang Liao didn't even bother to look at it. This thing was definitely a forgery by the Wang family. Ha ha, Commander Zhang is really skillful, knowing whether the letter is true or false without even looking at it. This kind of eyesight. This official really admires it. Wang Bal a second ago also laughed loudly. The next second suddenly became face sinking like water. Violently patted the shock wood. Good you Zhang Wenyuan, really think that this official is good to bully not? 1 and 2 again and again and again questioned this official to come up with incriminating evidence. The fact that you are so biased in favor of Liu Ye makes this official wonder if you, Zhang Wenyuan, are also involved. Hearing this, Zhang Liao also slammed the table, his entire body boiling with murderous anger. Ridiculous. This general has been stationed at Yanmen Pass for 3 years, and the barbarians he killed can circle around Yanmen Pass 3 times. If I were a barbarian spy, Yanmen Pass would have been flattened by the barbarians long ago, and I could not let you snarling dogs bark at me. This general sees that your Wang family is the biggest spy in this great Han. With these words, there was no doubt that he was planning to tear his face off. Zhang Liao sort of realized that the Wang family was obviously prepared, and the evidence was one ring after another. Trying to get Liu off the hook on this obviously won't work. In that case, simply lift the table. He didn't believe that in his own acreage, the Wang family could still turn over the sky. Bold. Seeing this, Wang Qiu also let out a furious cry, and in the next second, he saw a large seal surrounded by dragon chi slowly rising from the back of his head, and the killing intent on Zhang Liao's body instantly stagnated. The Imperial Defender's seal. How dare you take the seal of the Imperial Guard out of the Imperial Guard's residence? Zhang Liao was a bit incredulous. Is this Wang family crazy? This thing represents the majesty of the royal family, not to mention carrying it around. You'd have to worship it if you wanted to use it. This Wang family has now become so bold as to disregard the Han family? All troops, gather in formation. Zhang Liao let out a loud shout, and the crowd of soldiers surrounding the outside of the county courthouse instantly rushed in. The only thing that could defeat magic was magic, and in the face of the suppression of Dehan's dragon chi, he could only utilize the military formation to resist. As the military formation condensed, 2 invisible auras began to exchange blows. However, just as the two were drawing swords, Liu Ye, who hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke out.